I'll be on Discord tomorrow, maybe tomorrow night, but
Like what region? Sorry, go ahead, Sandro.
Well, I wasn't really going to say anything useful. You guys go ahead. I'll say it after.
I was just gonna ask Jenny, like, what?
I'm in
what
Missouri.
Region? Oh, okay, cool. 73,
And-
huh? Wow.
Yes. I mean, I'm sitting outside. I mean, I've got a thin long sleeve shirt on and stuff, and it's a tad bit chilly. I don't know what the temperature is. I'm guessing like probably 60 or something.
Yeah, it's 60 here right now. I'll take it.
No doubt about that. All the ice, for the most part, so all of it's gone. There might be a spot or two somewhere, but
Yeah, so maybe gravity is still coalescing the Earth into a ball, so maybe globe proof is still forthcoming. Maybe that's why they have to Photoshop it for now, but later they'll be able to take a picture of it.
What's coalescing?
Yeah, it just takes longer than they thought at first. Don't worry, it will be a ball.
Good comeback. I like that. Yeah, let me look that up for you on Google.
It's a globe in progress. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, globe in progress.
Okay, fair enough.
So we will have the proof. It will be a globe.
that sounds like
Jump the gun a little bit.
Somebody was saying something.
Name that fallacy.
Not be a bad game to play amongst ourselves for those that aren't such as myself. I can't just shoot them out. Kind of like name that tune, but name that fallacy.
Or if you've ever seen Pokemon, they have a segment in between like commercial break that'll be like, "Who's that Pokemon?" So yeah, what's that fallacy?
All I know is I can't name the fallacies. I mean, maybe one or two, but I just know when somebody's trying to pull one over on me. I can feel it.
Yeah. Well,
It's like, come on.
I think the one that Central was referring to was the escape to the future fallacy, right? We can prove it in the future.
Yeah, we can prove it.
That's
in 20 years, we'll be able to prove it. Yeah, we'll just wait 20 years and we'll know what's going to happen, right?
Dude, you need to make a meme out of that. That's actually really good. We can work with that.
G7 on me. You'll see Flat Earther in 10 years. We'll be back on the moon. You know,
exactly.
Stuff like that.
Once I get a ticket to the some space travel.
Oh yeah, once they reset everything again and take all of the technology away from us, and then that might work again.
But they're not going to take the technology; they're just going to destroy the technology.
Yeah, kind of like they destroyed all those buildings. Yeah,
what they
and like how they continue to destroy things, burning up, the tops of churches and things. Oops, was the next. I'd say we must be in the end times just based on all the miracles that we've had. I mean, look at it. We got these miracles where a whole city's burned, now a whole house burns down to nothing, completely to ash, and the trees are still there. That's pretty fascinating. That's a miracle, if you ask me.
That's why we have to save the trees.
We got floating space balls that fly through space, even though they're not moving or spinning, and there's no curve on them. I mean, we got all kinds of fascinating things in this world. Sorry, was I too facetious?
No, I mean, you kind of touched on a question I was going to ask, like the panel. It's like, what are some conspiracies that you might be on the fence about? Like, I know people talk about the no trees on flat Earth thing, or the moon map thing.
Love that.
Yeah, those are both really interesting.
The plasma moon map. You know, that guy's really got his shit together because he's got a couple publications with that.
It's an interesting idea. I mean, don't get me wrong.
I mean, it's far-fetched.
Yeah, they're far-fetched.
But
so are ghosts and aliens, but they're popular too. You know?
Well, I don't have my notes in front of me to speak well on it, but he has like 4 or 5 different bullet points that he does comparisons and measurements, and it just seems coincidentally similar. You know, with time zones. Yeah.
I agree. I've seen the whole series.
Yeah, it's great stuff.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot of interesting stuff in there. I agree.
But CB, were you asking about conspiracies that we don't contend with?
No, I mean, like, those 2 examples are some things that people like to speculate about. Like, some people will speculate about other ponds or, you know, outer lands. And it's like stuff that we don't normally get into, but I'm sure people have thought of.
Well,
when we can't explore, it makes us wonder. It makes us all do that.
Yeah.
I believe that there are lands unknown, and that's where, if there are quote unquote aliens, that it would just be from outer lands, not outer space.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be, how crazy would it be if we found out that there was, like, you know, other people somewhere else outside of what we know? That'd be insane. And then what kind of like technology do they have, you know?
That would be insane.
That brings in a lot of questions. Like, do they know about us? Or, you know, that would be interesting to know. Do they have another sun? Like, how does that all work?
Well, yeah, along with the plasma moon map, so far as far-fetched speculative theories, conspiracy theories, you also have the cosmic egg theory model that Martin Kenny built with his own hands, and then he collaborated with Norb's World. That's the name of his channel. That's what it was. I think he changed it. But so he made a CGI rendition of the model, and it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I heard about the cosmic egg. Yeah.
I mean, when I think of cosmic egg, and it almost makes me think of, I can't think of anything like definitively, like particular what scientism spouts out to us, you know, like Michio Kaku saying there's like different bubble realities, like an infinite bubble of realities.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe that could be true. Far-fetched as it could be. I mean, you know, there's always that little sliver of truth in the BS they give us all day long.
Definitely. Yeah. I can agree with that.
I've thought about speculating realms of, I can't remember who said it, but there was somebody was speculating that what if they're lying to us to protect us because what's outside of us is something so horrific, or you know, we couldn't deal with it if we knew what it was, kind of thing.
Yeah,
possible.
That's a possibility, right?
Of course.
Like that Radiohead music video where the guy's lying on the ground and you can't tell anybody why he's lying there, and then when he does, they're all lying on it too. Maybe it's something like that. You know, you just can't know, or else it's just going to be the end.
I don't think that's why we're here, is to figure out all that. I think we need to know some of what it's important to know the truth about it, but I don't think we need to know all the beyond parameters because we're supposed to be here. I mean, that's why we're put here.
Yeah, I like that perspective.
I know not everybody agrees with it, but I mean, it seems more logical to me. There's also, you know, I've heard people say that they think that, you know, maybe God created us into a real world and the devil came along and trapped us up inside of this little place that we're in now, and that we were originally somewhere else, and that he's taking us somewhere. I don't know. I've heard all kinds of crazy things, but
Yeah,
I mean, anything's really possible, you know? It really is.
for sure.
It's probably well beyond human logic at the grand scheme of it.
Yeah.
Incomprehensible to our minds, I'd say.
Yeah, that seems to make sense to me as well.
Okay, I'm looking through my note cards from FE. And I should have been a little more detailed, but maybe you guys know where I got this from. But it says on the card, it says NASA touched the sun.
Yeah, that was fairly recent, right? They said they did that like maybe a few months ago.
Okay, I'll have to look that up. Okay.
I think they sent a probe to the sun or something like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, at least
I
they
got a
claim
video
to.
of some kind of a plane flying through the sun.
They sent Neil Armstrong to the sun.
Damn.
First man to walk on the sun.
Might as well be walking.
Well, wait a minute.
Yeah,
Technically,
December.
if the sun isn't actually a physical thing, and it's just like a big light up the sky, or it's on a track system or some crazy thing like some people believe, maybe somebody could be sitting on top of it or standing on it.
Is anybody still hiding around here?
I'm hiding.
Nah.
Very cool. Very cool.
Welcome back.
Dan, you spotted me.
What happened?
I'm just heading back home from the store. I thought I would wrap on here a few.
Find any curvature? Find any curvature while you were out at the store?
Not the kind of curvature my wife would like for me to talk about, I'm sure.
Oh, come on now. I'm sure she's really interested.
She'd pull out one of those butcher knives she stores under the bed if I talk too much.
You're not saying she'd go all Lorena Bobbitt on you now.
See, being lonely is not all it's cracked up to be.
Start learning and continue there with like a million little bitty cuts.
Just like Earth Curve, you got to pretend. it's there.
Okay. You guys, I found my notes. All right, so he did an extensive circle of latitude survey. So what he investigated was, what he did a comparison with was time zones, seasons, flight paths, and distance. So it's pretty extensive stuff.
Who is this?
Now, since I'm a latecomer, who's this guy?
Somebody else is trying to say something too?
No, I was just saying, since I just tuned back in, who are you talking about?
I'm talking about a YouTube channel called Vibes of the Cosmos, and his name is Sturgios.
Sturgios, yeah.
Moon map.
The plasma moon map. I think that's what he calls it.
Yeah.
And then also what I thought was extremely interesting, and it's been a while since I've listened to his material, but this is just from my notes. There was 2 different types of distortion through the firmament. So, the idea is that it's supposed to be a flipped reflection superimposed with 2 separate layers. So, people comment that there's all kinds of distortion in the land, well, for lack of a better word. So he said that the picture was taken, however the image on the moon was captured, however that was done, that there's going to be some distortion because when it was created, it had to go through the firmament. And then also when we view it now, we look through the firmament once again. So I thought that was interesting. Hopefully I explained that good enough.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I wonder if
I don't think everybody got it, but I think I get what you're saying.
I wonder if the distortion.
Watch Lost History of Flat Earth Part 7, the Emor documentary, if you want to know what she's talking about. It covers it.
Yeah, I think I have that link handy. Hold on.
I wonder if the distortion
Also,
has
there's
anything
another
to
good
do.
series that you guys should check out if you want to understand like the magical electric and static properties of plasma and stuff. There's a series called The Primer Fields. Take a look at that series too. I'll see if I can find it and get you guys a link.
So Crow 777 talks about the lunar wave. I wonder if that has anything to do with whatever distortion that he may be talking
Lunar
about.
wave, I think, is a refresh rate on. They think that the moon is just an image on the sky.
No, I mean, because he came out and rephrased it. He said that if he could, he came out and rephrased it. He said that he would probably change it to firmament wave, not just a moon thing. But I don't know exactly what that is. But I wonder if it has anything to do.
Yeah, I see where you're going with it. I think I know exactly where you're going.
Okay, so I found the Lost History of Flat Earth, episode 7. And then let me find Sturgios's channel too.
It's one of my favorite cool stories. Can't verify, but I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few of them. There's a couple of those stories that are pretty interesting that might not be verified, but still curious. Like the trees.
Your pipe and smoke it, just see what you think, you know?
Yeah, right. I mean,
there's nothing wrong with cool stories as long as you're honest that it's a cool story.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, some people talk about the no trees on flat Earth thing. Have you guys heard of that?
I think so.
No forests or whatever.
The silicon trees thing, or
yeah, like the super giant trees,
right? Yeah,
type of thing. I mean, I've seen it like sort of disputed by flat earthers. I think Nathan Oakley did a show all about that, where they were trying to
really.
Well, I think they were just trying to apply some scrutiny to it. But I didn't watch the whole show. But they did. I think they did challenge it because I don't know exactly why, but
I also like that story, but it's just too deep into speculation for me to take a stance either way.
Yeah. I mean, that was one of the first things that I came across. I was like, whoa, this is super interesting. But yeah, well, I don't really lean on it nowadays. But
with the plasma moon map, it's not like he just said, oh, that kind of looks like Earth, that little section there. No, he's done extensive investigation into this. So I don't know. I need to probably rewatch episode 7 and some of his stuff on his channel again. I mean, yes. It's of no consequence really for us at this point, anyone, but it's a lot nicer to talk about that than like talk about what's on the news. I mean, we need to know what's going on, but so it's kind of a double-edged sword.
Yeah, I'd rather be spitballing about the moon than watching the news for sure. Or talking about any of the narratives on the news.
Yeah, I've been checking out.
Oh, go ahead, CB.
I was just going to say, like, I've been checking out space news lately, and like the last few days, the only thing seems to be this issue in Russia or Ukraine or whatever. Oh, they're going to crash the ISS because they're not getting along and stuff like that. Is like the only thing that's going on right now in terms of space news.
It's that to me, that my immediate thoughts in hearing that would be that they want to just retire the ISS, the whole idea.
Well, they're going to. Apparently.
They're tired of faking Earth curvature.
Yeah, they got to replace it with that way better CGI that Elon was talking about.
Ooh, maybe if they retire the ISS, maybe they'll finally go to Mars. That'll be really cool. We'll have lots to talk about with that.
The funny thing is, they actually said they're going to crash it, like into the moon, into the ocean.
That's not till like 2031, right? So we still have 10 years of cool movies from NASA to look forward to.
Mhm. If they were so, experts, if they're the experts, like, why couldn't they just parachute down all the parts and like put it in a museum or something? Why do they have to crash it, destroy another another technology, right? And then
And
just such a weird thing to do.
At sea where nobody can verify what happened.
Right. Nope, sorry guys, destroyed another one.
Such a cool story.
Silly.
I love the fact that there's a guy called Refraction and he's got an NPC avatar. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Like, I would instantly, but I can't.
I want the Glovers to say my name.
Peacock! Fraction.
That's right. Say it, bitch.
I love the PFP too. It's like, I support the current thing. It's so accurate.
The current thing for Glovers is Bagak Refraction.
Yep.
Okay, so looking through my notes again, you guys, I got this little quote from Justin, and I forget what was discussed beforehand before he said this, but he said, they can't even use the sun to measure the sun. Yeah.
No, we just use our assumptions to measure.
Let's see what you did.
Well, the Earth is round because gravity, and gravity because the Earth is round.
That checks out. What I was looking up, Jenny, you said something about like this touching the moon, NASA touching the moon or whatever. And the first result, the first result popped up, republicworld.com. This solar probe touches sun yet again, cruises past the corona 2 days ago. Got to get the gravel in there. Second one below that, India today. That's hot. Parker's solar probe touches the sun again. Feels the heat at 760 degrees Celsius.
What?
I thought the sun was meant to be way hotter than that.
That's what I thought too.
I'll read the article, see what else it has to say.
May 3, I've heard like 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit and stuff like that, but I could be wrong.
So it says it came within 5.3 million miles from the sun. At this distance, the spacecraft experienced temperatures exceeding 1,400 degrees Fahrenheit.
1,400?
Yeah.
So 5 million miles away is touching it? Okay.
Wow.
Dave, right to the point. That's perfect.
That's a little much.
Apparently that's only its 11th close approach to the sun. They got closer 10 other times.
People believe this shit.
Dude.
I was talking with a few globes earlier about the idea that... I was talking with a few globes earlier about the idea that the molten iron core on the Earth has passed the Curie point, and how do you explain that it's still magnetic? And they will literally tell you this. Well, I already know the excuse is that there's like a flowing molten magma in the outer core that acts as a current that charges the inner core and makes it magnetic. you know, and I asked this guy, like, do you believe this? Like, this is really far fetched. I was like, oh yeah, it's the best explanation. But they're not capable of seeing the dog ate my homework style excuses. Like they don't conceive of the fact that it's obviously just there to fulfill a hole in a model. It's not actually true or even verifiable to be true.
Like the best part about the core thing is they just came out and said that, well, it's actually not what we previously thought. It's something else. I just posted something in the chat there. 52 minutes past the hour.
Yeah.
It's super ionic now.
Super.
Now it's this other thing we have absolutely no evidence for either.
Like super moronic.
But they've got us chasing different, completely impossible stories.
Yep. Yeah, and then you read into it, and all they say is, well, we obviously can't interact with it directly, so we just shot some P waves and some S waves, and there you go.
Hey, when do you think they're going to tell us that all the weird stuff that's been happening the past few years about people's bodies came from meteorites or asteroids or some stupid shit?
I'm surprised they haven't said it already.
It's going to it's going to you guys seen the movies, right? It's going to happen. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Attack of the... Right? Remember that movie? Jeez.
Whatever you do, don't Google 1992 space movie.
For real, dude. Oh, man. You'll feel strangely about your fellow man the rest of your life if you watch some of those space movies. You'll just be like, that's kind of a sour taste. Why did they make those movies? Anyway.
Space movie, Earth girls are easy. Just my opinion.
That's a funny one, yeah. Who was the chick in that movie? The lead female?
Gina Davis, I think.
There you go, yeah, Gina. And she was in Beetlejuice too. It's a good movie.
Hey, we might have a Glober. I'm gonna go and check in. I'll be right back.
Awesome. Come on.
Oh, the sun count guy? No, that's Pooch. Remember him? He's like a really weird flat earther.
Oh, okay.
Thought of a way to get more Globers in here, but y'all aren't gonna like it.
I honestly don't care how you do it.
It's
I think my favorite.
System.
Yeah, go ahead.
You have to bring somebody out of your real life onto the Discord, or you're not allowed to log yourself. How about that?
Yeah, I brought someone in. I think my favorite globe cope is neutrinos. So, like, you're telling me that we could not measure the radius of the Earth before neutrinos?
Wow. That's a big leap.
Yeah, like, it has to be done like that? Well, so much for Alberuni, Eratosthenes, and all the rest.
Yeah, guess so, huh? Ooh, shot their foot on that. Well, we do have Ziggy here, but I think he's a flat earther.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, I think the guy in the lobby right now, or the check-in lobby, he got banned because he's like always drunk on the mic. He's a flat earther, but you can never understand him. His name is Pooch.
What about Crestfallen? Have we talked to them?
I have not.
No, sir.
Whatever you do, don't talk to Dave Hinkle.
He's a Glober, right?
Yeah, you know what, David? You only speak off of a script now. And, because you only say like the same 5 things over and over. Now, granted, it's perfect. Nobody can answer the questions you ask. I get it. So, but it's a script, buddy. We can see it. We can feel it.
You got me glad my cover's been busted. It's nice.
It's okay. You're a really nice guy, so I won't do anything about it. No one else here will either. Crestfallen, your About Me says, where do the ducks go when the lakes are frozen? Where do the ducks go when the lakes are frozen? It's a great question. I can't answer it. No idea.
You would literally
Do they fly south and just like hide from everything? Because I never see a duck when it's up above a certain temperature.
I don't know.
You just walk around on the beach.
Okay. I don't know. The beach? I'm in Nebraska, dude. I do see geese more often than ducks these days.
That's because of refraction.
Did you know that only birds can fly on a flat stationary thingamajig?
The bird's migrating patterns would indicate that the globe is not in motion.
Do birds experience Coriolis?
They would tell you no.
Oh, right. There's just that one pendulum that experiences Coriolis, right?
I think that's why it's so popular.
Cool toy.
It's the one part of the world where physics just doesn't work.
The one thing the Earth rotates under.
Well, yeah, sure. See? There you go. Just whatever you think. Say whatever comes to mind. We'll just say that you're right about it. Any science, any effort, is factual.
Anything as long as you call it science.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, any science. Yep.
And then if you don't like something, you just call it pseudoscience and you win the argument. CB, maybe we should try to get that unknown guy in the debate lobby in here.
Yeah, good point. Like, this guy... Jeez, man.
Yeah, that looks like that'd be fun.
I love how they always come in like, I've debunked you. And then you go, you're talking about Flat Earth Society? He's like, okay, so what is it then? What are you? What is Flat Earth? It's like, it's not what you just thought it was. Not what you thought you debunked 2 seconds ago. Like, dude, always on a high horse.
Arguing with a story that nobody here is telling.
Right. I'm debunking this thing that I made up in my head that I want you to defend. Like, no, I'm not going to defend that thing you made up in your head.
That sounds like a high-level intellectual. Get him in here.
Of course, I don't want a VC right now.
I mean, it's just like the flat Earth version of "Why are you gay?"
Hey, you nailed that perfect, Crypto. Good.
Thank you. I think.
Tell him we need his globe truths in here. What will the rest of us do if we don't know we're on a globe? Does he want to spread that gospel?
Oh, our old mucker Pazza is in the house. How's it going, Pazza?
Yeah, not bad, you.
Yeah, not bad, mate. Don't worry, I'm not calling you out to debate you or anything.
Wired. Are you in? Whereabouts? Are you in the UK? I take it.
Yeah, I'm in London. Yeah.
Okay. It's getting late.
Sound like you might be in Devon or thereabouts.
Sorry.
You sound like you might be in Devon or thereabouts.
That's just my accent, mate. I'm in Hampshire.
To be fair, people from Portsmouth sound a bit like that as well, so you're not too far out.
They do. It's yeah. It's not a lot. It's not a lot of people on the south coast either sound like a Cockney or like a Western yokel.
The farmer, yeah. Immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
But what I've never understood about the South is that these two accents kind of just both exist. And there doesn't seem to be any reason for them. Like, you got your Devon accent, you got your Cornwall accent, and all the rest, and you've got your London accent. But in Hampshire, you'll get both accents. But Hampshire will never have its own accent. It'll just have these two accents in the one area. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, it is a bit weird. Hampshire hog, they say, don't they? Hampshire hog.
Hampshire hog.
I don't know why. I don't know idea. I think Portsmouth sounds more London. I think Portsmouth sounds more Londony, and Bournemouth way sounds more. Well, it's Dorset, so you know. And then anywhere in between is a mixture.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you in the middle of the you're in the middle of the smoke, or are you the outside of the M25?
I'm inside the M25, but I obviously don't want to get more specific than that.
No, I just wondered. You're not. You're on the tube, should we say?
yeah. I've definitely have access to the tube.
Do you work in the middle, or is it just you're nearby? One of my cousins works right in well, it doesn't work far from St Pancras. He spends his time there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't actually have like a traditional job. I'm self-employed.
Cool.
And so I'm like professionally, I'm a DJ.
All right, really? Cool.
Yeah, so I moved to London just to kind of because where I was from originally, there's no money. So I thought, well, either I need to take this seriously and move to London, or I just need to give up on it and get a boring job. So,
did you DJing take you like Balearic way and that kind of thing? Or was it just in this country mostly?
It's all been in England so far. I did do a wedding in South Africa once, but that was kind of through a friend of a friend, and they had a lot of money, so I was like, yeah, cool, let's do it. But mainly in London.
Cool.
That was like 8 years ago now as well. 8-9 years ago. Crazy how time flies.
Yeah, one of my uncles well, my mum and sister's ex-husband, he was a DJ in the from the 70s onwards, and so he went through the phases of having a ton of vinyl on the van, then a ton of tapes and ton of bits and pieces, and he does it just for he DJs just for fun now. But I think he's all gone. He's all gone digital. But he was a. I think he was working for Marconi as a radio, researcher in radio stuff. So he was quite academic during the day, but in the night, he was mad. He was passionate, mad about with music and DJing.
Cool. Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun lifestyle. I can't knock it. It's a great job. I kind of shot one or two of my close friends did it as well, so that we could kind of go on the journey together a little bit. But it doesn't really work out like that, unfortunately, because you don't have any colleagues when you're a DJ. So,
no, I suppose not.
Yeah. Anyway, it is what it is. I enjoy it. Love it. So,
yeah.
I've had much worse jobs. What about you?
At the moment, I'm working on. I've probably mentioned it. I don't know. I've mentioned it before. I'm working on capacitive touch devices for phones. Basically, when you touch the glass on your phone, I'm one of those teams that are working on the stuff that detects your finger and where it is and where it's going and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Complicated task.
I don't do all the. I'm more software than hardware. The guys who work out how to get the. I take the measurements that are made and then run through processes, but the guys who actually manufacture the kit that does all the the measurements and generates all the signals, they're like way they're like a different species, frankly. What they know, what they don't know in that field, But
I mean, would you call them programmers or engineers?
Sorry, it's a mixture of both. They use computers and programming as a means to an end for them. They're working out. Effectively, they're building mathematical models, and they only really use computers to, they're using modeling software on that to get algorithms built, which someone else then transposes into software, and also to build frameworks for actually driving prototype hardware so they can get signals out. So they're not. There are people who just do programming, and these people just do that as a, as an ancillary part of everything else they do. But they're real, there's a team of guys who, I'm not gonna say who they are, but they go around like Apple. They go around, they help. They're like there's a group of 8 or 9 people in that field, or half dozen, whatever. We're like experts, and they just name their price in the design in the design sphere. They're on merchant bankery type, contract rates. Absolutely preposterous.
Yeah,
I knew one briefly. I knew and worked with one briefly about 4 or 5 years ago, and he basically worked. He worked. He said that I think he was doing he worked 3 months flat out a year. And then he didn't do any more. The rest of the year he did what he just mucked about and did what he wanted to. And it still worked out that he was on a hefty six-figure salary equivalency.
Yes.
So some of these people are top of their game. And then prior to that, I was working on satellite equipment. What else I worked on? Map making stuff in the past. Machines, all kinds of machinery.
You just triggered half the room when you said I work on satellite.
Yeah, it's a bit of a trigger subject here, for obvious reasons.
Bastard.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do we have to get over the flat side then, Pazza?
Sorry?
I said I wasn't going to debate you, and I promise I'm not trying to. But what would convince you, or at least give you legitimize the idea of flat Earth in your mind? What would you need to
I don't know really. I didn't really. I'm not. I came here out of curiosity. I was never really. I would never really call myself a. What do you call it? Like a
Glober?
No, I would definitely. If you classify me, then I'm definitely that. But what I'm saying is, I wouldn't call myself like a. I wouldn't lead a race. I'm not leading a campaign or like that. And I was brought here more out of curiosity because I wanted to see the depth of discussion really, and I enjoy it here because there is a degree to and fro, and obviously a lot of people here have you're passionate about it, and a lot of people have read a lot of stuff, a lot of people have evaluated a lot of stuff. I don't necessarily. It's not that. I don't know what would convince me. It has to be something that I thought myself. I'd have to go away and think. If something was said here, to be honest, if something was said here, and I thought myself, well, yes, that's the only tangible explanation. Then it would probably be the foundation of something. And I think that's probably the case for most people, where they put the mark in the sand and say that's the only tangible is a personal thing. Obviously, some people come to it from a different perspective anyway. But you must understand. I've been in engineering and science and a background for years, so it kind of it's there on the back burner all the time. It's there on the back burner all the time. But it's. If I was asking the question honestly, I say I wouldn't know, because a lot of the things that people say to assert one way or the other are inconclusive as far as I'm concerned. In so much as that they're not definitive, there's a bit of grey area in lots of things. But that's the truth of a lot of science and a lot of mechanical and physical observation systems, anyway. So.
So you're here to observe us?
It's not even that really. I'm not observing. I'm not observing you for. It's not like that. I'm listening. Sometimes I get heat. Sometimes I get agitated by what people say, or I get heated, and other times I just listen to what people are saying because it's interesting to see what. It's also interesting to see what I have realised is when I came in here, I wasn't like shouting, "Oh, the Earth is round," from the rooftops and everything. But it's interesting to see the amount of people who do come in and just have absolutely no idea why they believe what they believe, or have absolutely no grounding for believing that the Earth is the shape it is, or whatever, or they go through the same clumsy rationale. Which.
So, what's your foundation of the Earth being a globe?
I've done an awful lot of work with satellite communication equipment. Well, let's put it this way.
So you work with satellites?
I have in the past, yeah. All sorts of equipment, not on satellites themselves, but I've worked with equipment that both transmits and receives from them. Now,
radio antenna.
Satellites in space, satellites?
Yeah, satellites. Telecommunications. So you put
satellites in space?
No. I've not worked in the military or the telecommunications.
Wait, so the military has to deal with the satellites now?
The military have always had satellites in space.
Right. Who put it up there?
Well, then,
when was the launch? When was the launch to have them up there?
There's been countless launches over the past.
When? Can you put a citation, please?
You want me to give you what? You want me to give you a citation for schedules for like Ariane and
I know. I want you to put a citation down like that. You claimed what you said that they had launches of satellites, and when did they put them up there?
I can give you a link to a site that gives you a schedule for rocket launches.
No, I want you to present a citation. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, why don't you just look at Wikipedia? That will give you a list of satellites in space and when they were launched.
No, you said that, right? You said that you worked with satellites, right?
I worked with satellite communication.
Right. You worked with satellites, though, right?
Yeah. I've worked.
You were out in space working on satellites.
You're not listening. You're not listening.
I know. Apparently, I'm not.
Well, listen. I didn't say I worked. I didn't say one. At no point in the past quarter of an hour have I said I worked in space. As you jump in the gun.
No, you said you worked with satellites in space, which satellites are in space. So you had to work in space with satellites.
Okay. Anybody else want to have a chat? You're not listening to it.
Unless he was working on them on the ground before they went to Narnia.
I want to ask Plaza something and also to clarify.
Go ahead, Gibby Get.
Hello, everyone. So, Plaza, when you say you work with satellites, you mean that you were working with satellite telecommunication systems, meaning, the antennas, the parabola receiver and transmitter, but you do not know. No, wait. You do not know exactly where is that signal being transmitted. You know that it's being transmitted somewhere in the air, at a certain angle. That's all you know.
Thanks for the lesson. Lesson. Yeah.
So, am I correct?
No, not at all.
No.
If you say I don't know where the signal is coming from, then that's fine. You can say that if you want to. If that's what you think, that's fine. You can tell me what I know if you want to. That's great.
Do you have any evidence to the contrary?
I'm not telling you what you know. When you install any satellite antenna, you have certain.
Go on. Let me get a pen and piece.
I haven't finished.
Pen and paper.
I haven't finished.
Stop. Let me get a piece of pen and paper and let me write down what you think you know about satellite dishes, so I can.
No, I'm not saying what I think I know. I'm telling you that when you are installing a satellite antenna,
this is what
a satellite telecommunication system, you are installing an antenna, and you have a certain technical details, specified.
Stop a second. Let me write this down. Technical details. Okay, right. Go on then. Carry on. Because I'll have to go away and read all this online and learn it all, obviously.
According to those technical details of that antenna, they will tell you to connect this antenna to a certain satellite.
Hold on, so I've got to connect the antenna to a satellite. This is all good stuff. Carry on. I'll have to go work out what this all means, obviously.
Yeah.
Carry on.
You have to position the antenna.
You might as well, because what he's telling me is pointless.
Can I interrupt?
I might as well be telling him how to blow his nose. Frankly, go on, carry on.
I'm just trying to interrupt because I heard Crypto having a casual conversation with Paza. Based on what I heard, it didn't seem like that, or I'm assuming, and I could be wrong, that Paza didn't really want to debate because Crypto said, I promised I said I wouldn't debate. So I'm not trying to do that. They were having a conversation and it got down to him giving a little history about what he does. And so he's talking about what he does. Why how you gonna just come in and start arguing with somebody? That's just weird.
I'll talk to you all as long as you want about any subject you want to talk about. But I'm not sitting here having someone tell me what I know or what I don't know. I know.
I wasn't telling you what you know or you don't know. I was asking you if I am correct what I'm telling you. Because I myself, I had a satellite antenna.
Why are you telling him this? Though?
Installed it.
Yeah.
Can you tell me why you're telling him this?
Well, when you are installing a satellite antenna, you're not actually dealing with.
Can you tell me why you're telling him what you're saying? Why?
Well, because he was saying he's working with satellites.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll do that. For the. I mean.
Well, I'm just trying to understand. Like, all right. So you're responding to him because he said he worked on satellites. Are you trying to debunk him working with satellites? Is that? Because if that's not the point, I really don't understand.
I don't believe he's actually building those satellites, which
I didn't ask you what you believe. I asked you what you were trying to
sending in space.
This is annoying.
No.
Now you're not listening either. What are you trying to accomplish with this conversation? Are you trying to debunk that he works with whatever he worked with? Is that what you're trying to do?
When he was talking with Enoch.
Yes or no, Get Baguette? Fuck.
Yeah, I need to understand what is he actually doing. Because
I didn't ask you what you need to understand. I asked if you're trying to debunk him doing a job that he says he does. Is that what you're trying to do? I'm asking you because I don't know why you're questioning him. I don't think you know why. I think you're just speaking emotionally. I don't know why you're doing what you're doing. But I don't understand how this fact is fruitful.
But it's just hard to believe that he's actually working with satellites.
So what are you gonna do to prove that he didn't do what he says he's done? Which is he received some information. I don't know what the fuck else it did, goes out. What exactly about the nature of that are you going to debunk by talking to him? Because if you can't do that, you should probably stop trying to argue for no reason.
I think we can continue this conversation, but just taking it a different direction.
Problem.
So maybe we could ask the guy if he can validate any claim that there's a satellite orbiting the Earth. Like, how would you validate that claim?
He's not even trying to do that. Like, this is the same guy who will tell you to your face, I'm not going to make any claims.
Well, he made
we had this conversation yesterday, and maybe he is. So what? And what does that? What does that mean? Does that mean? Does that mean that he's going? Does that mean that he's claiming or is going to claim that he's going to prove to you that there are satellites in space? Is that what that means? Just because he actually works with satellites that actually send him information or whatever the fuck it is that he does? Are those two things synonymous?
No.
What he does and it happening in space.
Installing a satellite antenna is not synonymous with working with satellites in space or creating here satellites which are being launched into space.
So let me ask you. Let me ask you, Paza. Are you willing or wanting to debate either about evidence that satellites orbit the Earth or that space is a medium that's real or that we can travel to? Are you trying to debate either of those points? Yes or no?
No, not really. I was just talking about what I did. That was all.
Do you okay, let me ask you it this way.
Yeah.
In a word, would you refuse?
No.
Or do you refuse?
No, not at all. No. But I what I will say is that I made it clear, and so I don't know where he's going down that avenue. I made it clear from the beginning. I've not manufactured satellites or worked in an agency putting them into space or wherever they should be.
Exactly. So what are you arguing about then? I'm just trying to point it out to you that
this is all I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, but I was very clear about that a minute ago, and the other guy was saying it as well. So he says, "Oh, so you have been in space?" Well, I haven't been in space. I'm not an astronaut. Yeah.
Well, that's why I said I asked you to present a citation with the satellites in space that you worked with. The name of the satellite and what year it was made and how it was up there in space.
And Master Chief, I don't think you'd want to ask that, Master Chief. You'd want to ask for validating the claim that it went to space, because you'll find, I think, plenty of citations of them claiming to send stuff to space.
Right.
It's all about validating these claims. That's what you got to look for.
Right. Thank you for correcting me. Thank you for correcting me.
Who cares? I was just having a conversation with him, like a human to a human, right? Why does this matter? I understand that it's an open forum and you're more than welcome to join in. He is obviously not up for a debate. Why are you forcing the debate with him? I don't get it.
So-called flat earthers being triggered, or so-called triggered. I don't know what's real and what's fake. I'm fucking tired of the weird behavior. Period.
I think Jeppy Jet was just trying to point out that he may believe that he's pointing these dishes at satellites, but he has no evidence of such a thing.
Well, I apologize if
he didn't even say that he put. Did you say that you positioned satellites?
I worked on satellite positioning systems. Yeah.
So you positioned them, you placed them.
Wow.
I worked on systems that both steerable and fixed dish systems for receiving, and I worked on a upstation which pushes signals to whatever is there, whatever we want to call it.
I'm sorry, excuse my ignorance. Does that mean that you've actually placed them with your hands, positioned them to receive the signals, the actual device?
I've been with I'm not an installer, no. But
if the answer is no, let it be no, please. Because I'm trying to make a point.
I've set up a dish, myself, but I've not done it professionally.
Like, you mean like at your house, like for cable? I'm talking about with your job, like.
No, my job is an engineering job, actually designing stuff. So I
right. So okay, right. So the answer is, why would Get be asking about something that's outside of his job description?
Yeah, I mean, part of the work I did was to develop dissect systems, which is a standard for moving dishes. Because a lot of places in Europe, they get their signals they get their TV from by steering the dish to different positions to get different signals. They don't just go for one. If you're in the UK, for instance, you might use BSkyB or Satellite or Astrosat.
Not to go back to work.
And some of them are fixed. A lot of people have got fixed dishes, but a lot of people in the world, particularly in Europe and the Middle East, have got steerable dishes. I've not worked on the satellites themselves, no.
Okay, well, this is where you pick it up. Trey is here.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say to the room, like, I don't necessarily believe that, like, because there's a number of different ways of taking this. Like, obviously, Pazza believes that there are satellites flying around in this vacuum of space. I don't believe that's the case. Maybe
he does, maybe he doesn't. We don't even know. Who cares?
Exactly. My point is, like, we were just having a chilled out conversation. Like, if someone comes in here and they're like pointing fingers and they're like, "You're all stupid. The Earth's a globe, and this is why I think it." Cool, meet fire with fire. But like, why are we throwing fire at people who aren't bringing that fire? I find that strange.
No, I mean, it's all right. I'm actually, it's the UK, so I'm nearly going to bed. I just thought I'd tune in and see what everyone's chatting about, really. But it's quite, it's all right. It's no problem. I get agitated in here as well sometimes, and other times I'm quite mellow. So, and I've been talking to you guys, so don't worry. There's no offence. Taken to wherever.
That is fine. I agree with Elijah. I think it's like, it has to be an appropriate
I
level.
apologize if I was triggered. I didn't mean to feel you like I was attacking you, Pazza. I was
It's all right. It's okay.
Trying to, simply just ask questions because I was just, it's out of curiosity and I'm curious and just wanted to know. That's all.
Yeah, the thing is with the dishes.
I'm just trying to learn. That's all. So
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
to listen.
Of course, the thing is with the dishes is that you have they're not like a radio antenna where you can just stick up a horizontal mast and you can collect a wave signal traveling across a distance from an angle. They are definitely coming from an angular perspective in the sky. Yeah, so and we all know that because we all see them different set up to be on in its particular orientation. The dish, all the dishes that you buy are the dish surface is parabolic, and that lends it. And they typically all have what's called an armature or stem, which is the strut you see coming typically off the bottom of the rim of the dish, off the chassis holding the dish together. That goes up. And it puts what's called an LMB, which is it's effectively a signal reception mechanism, and a local amp, preamp, it's an amplifier for the signal. And you have a wire coming off that which goes back off to your house. And the LMB is positioned to be so that the receiver and its cone structure is at the focus point of the parameter, the loci of the parameter, so that any signal coming parallel or near parallel to the dish is effectively bounces off all the surface of the interior surface of the parabolic dish and is focused down to that single spot. So you get you take the signal area that's effectively the surface area of the dish if you look at it from a distance, and then basically just amplifies that down into a single, as close to it can, is as tangible to a spot right in front of the receiver. Now, the dishes themselves have got like because when you tip a parabolic dish, there is I can't remember what it is, but there's an angular range where it still behaves in the same method. It's the same way. In other words, if you tip it slightly one way or the other, or up slightly or down slightly, it still manages to focus all the signal to that spot. But then if you tip it far enough, obviously what will happen is it will lose that focus on that LMB which is sticking out in front of it. So you
can present a GIF of exactly what you're explaining right. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm a visual learner.
Yeah, so what we can say is there are antennae you can attach to your house that get a signal from a specific direction.
They can. Yes, they are. Yeah.
Okay.
Now the trouble I have, here's the thing. Yeah, is that if for a given location in the world, you point it to a satellite, and the satellite is always at a fixed orientation to where you are. These things aren't in what we in a variable orbit like
they're geostationary.
If they're there, they're geostationary. If they're balloons, they're tethered. If they're wherever they are, they're not moving. Their position is relative to the ground directly underneath them must be relatively consistent, because a lot of these dishes are just bolted in one spot, and that's the end of the matter,
Gotcha. Yeah, I see no issue there.
Yeah, no. Now, there's two. As far as I'm aware, there's if what they say is true, there are two types of satellite. There are those that are in a moving orbit, and others are in an orbit, which means they are traveling some distance over the surface at any given time. Typically, those kind of satellites are what they call GPS, or and most of the GPS satellites have got, if the narrative is true, have some underlying military implication, because GPS was developed for the military first off. Yeah, it was a way of them positioning artillery, tanks, and equipment in warfare without being able to know where they are on the terrain, sort of thing. So GPS was GPS we use in our cars, and we use on our mobile devices. It's irrefutable that the effort to develop that was all done in the military sphere. So the other type of moving satellite, if you take what they say as read, is military satellites doing image collection or data collection, or some spying satellites effectively. And the reason that they would move is obvious, because you want to be able to at some juncture take imagery of a certain position. Again, all born out of technology for warfare, working out where silos are, working out where tank movements are, working out where nefarious things that your enemies are doing are going on. So back into the realm where I work, they everything has an apparent stationariness to it in terms of its position. You can, like I said, there are two. Most people in Europe, they have a dish bolted on the wall at a certain angle and a certain, both horizontally and vertically, and they're focused on a certain signal somewhere. Those signals they can't punch, as far as I'm aware. I've not seen anything to the contrary. They can't punch through walls. They can't even punch through glass. This signal. They're not very good at going through any medium, really. If you've got a dish lined up so that there's a tree somewhere off in the distance that's in the way, then you're going to have more trouble getting a good signal in the summer than you are in the winter. If you have really, really shit weather with lots of precipitation or moisture in the air, and things like thunderstorms, I include in that because their cloud cover seems to be a factor in it as well, you can lose your signal. Those sort of dishes are, this is the typical characteristics of like a satellite dish for watching TV. Some dishes, like I said to you before, I've also worked on dishes that are steerable, and what you basically then have is rather than the harness being bolted straight to the wall, you have what's called it's called a steerable dish, but you typically have then a motor system on there with what's called an encoder, which reads the position of the motor as it spins it. So it's not just spinning freely; it's actually very accurately being stepped through positions so that you can always get repeatability of its position. That's typically connected to a threaded spindle, and then as the motor whirs along, it's moving an arm and it's tipping the dish. The system that I worked on, it was a while ago. The system I worked on was a standard called DISEC, and you can look that up. It's it's an industry standard, and what that means is that when you change channels on your set-top box, you don't just send a signal to tune the LNB, which is on the dish, to receive a different frequency of signal. At the same time, you also send a signal alongside that from the dish up the cable, using a carrier voltage to the motor, to the DISEC box, and says, "Oh, we've got to move the dish over now." And then the dish is calibrated so that between several angles, and then it whirs across, and in a couple of seconds it will find a new position. So that's the two main sort of dishes I worked on for reception. The set-top boxes were basically they started off as like just a piece of circuitry, but nowadays they're all literally PCs. They're just Linux PCs in a box. So if you're aware of Linux platforms like Ubuntu, whatever, you can get free ones. They're stripped down versions of a Linux platform, a Linux OS, and they boot into a software program that just basically gives you a menu of things you can do and connects the dish up, and then in the signal that comes, I can tell you about the satellite signal. The satellite signals, it's all digital, by digital TV for obvious reasons, and when you're pointed at a certain, when you're with your LNB tuned at a certain frequency and certain characteristics for the signal processing, you will get, there's typically there's what's called it's a carrier signal, and there's typically anything between on a most satellites is like 8 or between 4 and 12 ish audio-video channels all at once coming off of that. What that means is basically that this is like 4 channels of TV all spliced into the same digital stream. So the set-top box has got this task of literally very quickly stripping out the one you want and then presenting it to a graphics system or a system that generates audio video for your TV through the HDMI. So if you're changing channel sometimes on a satellite box, you'll find that when you change from one channel to another, it's quite quick, and that's because you're literally just moving from one of those signals in that group to another. Sometimes when you change channel, you notice a little bit of a delay, and that's because actually what's happening is you're not just moving from in that group, you're having to tell the LNB to tune into a slightly different frequency and to get another group. So, and in that satellite signal, you can have TV channels with multiple languages all together, and then obviously your menu allows you to change them. You can also have data in there. So a lot of places like a lot of commercial entities hire space on that data signal. A good example is betting shops and gambling shops, where they've got horse racing and they've got this sort of thing going on. They will have, because obviously they don't want to it's useful for them to have a cheap way of getting data across simultaneously to all their stores.
Well, thank goodness we have a flat Earth to do all this on.
Well, they hire hire space on the satellite to that signal to send their own data, and there is actually a way you can send internet over satellite, but it's really clunky because actually when you make requests for web pages, they can't go up to the satellite because your dish doesn't do it, so they have to go somewhere in a terrestrial signal, and then something else somewhere else sends the internet content to you. But it's a very clunky and not very cost effective way of doing it. Like channels which are just audio, like radio. So
note to self: if I'm ever building a TV network, I'm going to need balloons. Thanks.
You're gonna need something.
Most communication is ground based. So everything effectively that you're doing, we already do ground based, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it's just a different way of doing things. It's interesting.
Sure. The only caveat I would say on that is that if you go to a city, any city where everyone is using the same signal, or across that entire city, their dishes are all pretty much set up to the same angle, and they're pretty much all going to have the same. And I know this is not proving it one way or the other. They're all, in terms of the horizontal angle, if you know what I mean, they'll all be pretty much the same, and their vertical tilt will be the same, and if you then move north or south, you move to a different latitude, then that city will be tilted down to a different angle. The interesting thing is that it's the angle is always seems to be a roughly proportional to your latitude, and that's the thing that gets me, because it means that whatever you are tuned into is a fuck of a long way away. Well,
it would have to be, right? Yeah. Because no matter what the Earth is,
so if it's up there, it's going to be, if it's up wherever it is up there, it's really high. I mean, we're talking.
Yeah. But your angle to the thing is going to change as you move to different latitudes, regardless of what the Earth is, right?
Yes, I mean if you're on the equator, for these, then your dishes are pointing pretty much up, directly up. And if you're like in London or Washington or New York or San Francisco, Los Angeles, the angle will be roughly equivalent to the latitude.
There isn't. They've got most of the quote unquote geostationary satellites at the equator, right?
Yeah, but that does seem to be the frame of eminence, definitely. As you go north, if it was something very close to the ground, then by the time you get to the Arctic Circle, you're kind of fucked, because by that point you've got as much chance of seeing something geostationary at the equator at that level as you would have seeing equatorial visible stars. So, but you can actually go beyond that slightly, because you can actually go beyond that slightly. And the trouble is, of course, is that when you get to like places that like Scandinavia or in northern Canada or parts of northern Russia or whatever, then you're much less likely to get a half decent signal, and you're going to need a bigger dish. And a lot of places up that high on that you see on commercial dishes can get anything up to 12 meters in diameter. And it's just, you got to have you can't just put that anywhere. You can't just strap that to the side of your house. It's just not up to it. But even the ones you have on the house, they tend to be half the size, twice the size again. And the LMB, the block that you see sticking out, goes from being like the size of a Rubik's cube to more like this size of a 3 or 4 times that size, because it needs to be, it needs to be much bigger to have the competency to have the extra power to get the signal out of the sky. So, so that's basically the basic facts of how you digital TV reception. When it comes to the upload stations, typically they're run by broadcasters, and they have and these are facts you may not know, but they have an upload station basically uses a fuck ton of power to push to it. Typically they're usually near a significant internet source point. There's a lot of data bandwidth, so they have to, because they're pumping anything like 300 digital TV channels with 30-40 megabit streams in each one into a signal up to these things, and so the uplink satellites are quite significantly bigger. The technology on those back ends, as they're called, which are effectively pushing all the data up, they're quite sophisticated, because they have to, whatever is. I do know that they alongside all the signals they push up, they also send. I can't corroborate this with citations, but I do know that from I've heard that they send information to whatever's up there to assist them in working out where it is and what status. They manage those whatever is up there, basically. The interesting thing about those satellites is those systems that send the signals is that you can, if you've got the right equipment, you can actually sabotage satellites, and it's been done in the past. Because they're pushing these signals up to the reception mechanism, and because the power used, the strength of the signal is quite hefty, and the distance to wherever it's doing it is quite a long way away. The other end has got to have very sensitive equipment to be able to pick up the signals, because obviously wherever it is, whether it's in space or in the upper atmosphere or whatever it is, you can appreciate that it's not connected up to a main supply. It's got to generate its own electricity, or it's got to use some sort of electrical system, so it needs to be quite efficient, so it has to be quite sensitive. What that means is actually you can sabotage these satellites. You could, in theory, build your own piece of equipment. You could pump a high-strength signal to them, and you could actually blow them out like a fuse. You could blow out these systems with a fuse. So what they actually, it's not widely known, but the satellites in the sky, they actually have a cluster of reception mechanisms on them, and if any of them are compromised or mucked about with, the satellite itself, or the bit of kit, is strategic, and it shuts everything down. It assumes it's under some sort of attack, and then puts itself basically just it does a hedgehog, and it curls itself up to defend itself. Basically, everyone gets a disruption in signal. It doesn't happen very often, but it is the risk of a terrorist threat, a cyber attack on satellites is a very real one. But usually the location of the upstations. I mean, if you live locally to one, you'll know it's there, but it's not something that they broadcast. There's not something they want everyone to know. It's not something they make. It's not secret, but it's not. It's not something they don't make an exhibition center or other place and let people go around and do tours and stuff.
It'd be cool, like it'd be cool if you were like some of our engineers in here, or some of the chemists I know who are flat earthers, because then you would be speaking. Well, you'd be trying to figure out what exactly is going on. You'd be looking at it from different angles. No pun intended.
No, sure. I mean,
that would be valuable.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that I can't remember the exact figure, but it's there. If the I used to know much because I haven't worked on this for quite a while. Since I was working on that kind of stuff, I've worked on machine production line inspection systems that work on that check out things going by. I've worked on a bit of AI. I'm now working in phones and you tend to, because there's so much really frankly really boring information, you tend to push it in, push new stuff in, and push old stuff out, because if you're not using it, you just it's just a bit techy and a lot of it's frankly it's boring, but there's an absolute ton of information being passed around. You imagine you've got a 4K video signal, that's quite a lot. So that's basically a good introduction of what's going on in terms of the signals on the ground and the kit you have on the ground, and the kit, a brief discussion of the kit elsewhere that pushes the stuff up. The satellite, we'll just call it satellite for the minute. Let's just assume it's something up there that's taking the signal. They have a shelf life. The narrative is that shelf life is based largely upon mean time between failure of all the systems on there, because they're quite sophisticated. There's also, if you believe the narrative, an element of how much fuel they've got. They were told that the satellites in space usually use a solar array or a sophisticated energy production mechanism, not nuclear, but usually hydrogen, dry hydrogen cell arrays, solar panels, as I said. But they also need a quotient propellant, because they actually can be trimmed. In other words, if what they say is true, their orbit is largely once it's established, it stays where it is. But they tend to wobble around, or they tend to move, so they need to be trimmed. Or, so it's like just little squirts of thrusters to move them around. So again, I can't corroborate any of that, because that's the alleged model of where it is. If it was tethered to if it was a balloons in the sky, there would be an element. There would have to be an element of. There would certainly be a range which they can move about in. They can't, obviously they can't be blown around the countryside. They'll have to be in one spot, and they'd have to be tethered. And that in itself concerns me just a little bit, as much as any discussion, because I'd like to know what kind of medium what kind of material you'd have to use to tether these things to great heights, because you get to a point where the tether starts to weigh a lot. So that's something that's always concerned me, if they are tethered.
I don't see a possibility of balloons and tethering and all of this.
There's got to be something going on, but I don't know. I can't.
I mean, drones are obviously able to stay stationary, because of the GPS and whatnot.
Yeah.
Could be that. I don't really know.
I don't know.
Go ahead, Hank.
I don't know if you looked into it, but I mean, what they say is that.
Oh, I thought.
It was that certain amount of, they fill it up when it goes to keep it stationary in other ways, not stationary but per se, but really close to stationary, is that they fill it up, and then when they get a certain direction, they let it go, which it goes under a certain, I guess, different current of air, and it goes back, and that's pretty much they control the amount of air or some shit. And that's how they keep the balloons practically stationary.
Sure. I mean, it's there's two factors really. If you're keeping something stationary, there is the element in which you keep it in its location spatially over the ground, because obviously everything's pointing at it. But there's the element in which whatever equipment it's got for transmitting its signal has to be kept aligned. So you can't have the thing spinning around or wobbling around too much, because the signals that arrive. Well, let's put it this way. If you've got a parabolic dish, this is what I do know. If you've got a parabolic dish on the ground, you've got it fixed on the side of the house that's pointing up, you can run a tube or you can actually point it through a hole of roughly the same size as the satellite at distance away, and it will pick up the signal. So everything. So there's a near parallel or near parallel element to the signal arriving on the dish face.
I mean, but wouldn't it be worse to keep a quote unquote satellite stationary? Because I mean, the issue with that is that we're spinning, revolving, and doing all kinds of shit. And how does it keep up?
Like I said, for me, keeping something in the atmosphere floating around on a tether presents some problems, and the notion of it being in geostationary orbit presents other problems. I'll show you an interesting sight from a point of view of signals.
I'd say not being able to prove the place called space would be a problem, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think this is. I know what you're saying, and I try and keep this conversation from a point of view of what I actually observe on the deck, because I can't obviously. So let me just.
Well, go on. I mean, I want to hear what you have to say.
No, I'm trying to find something for you. So, for instance, there is a. Let me just try and find a. So, I'll put a link up, right, on the feed, and I'm just taking stuff off the internet. So that there, BingSat is a site that shows you that allegedly gives you all the alleged position of all the that you can use to get signals. So if you've got a dish, if you've got appropriate, and lots of people do it as a hobby, you can get a set-top box which is not manufactured for a particular broadcaster. It's just just a generic one. You can get a steerable dish, either on your side of your house, or if you've got enough open space, you can get one of those. You can calibrate it. There's loads of magazines you share to do it, and then you can literally have your dish move around to certain positions, tune into satellites, and you can get literally tons of channels. Many of them are free. A lot of people, for instance, get sports from other parts of the world that they wouldn't get for free in their own area. There's a fuck ton of porn on there. Obviously, if you're someone living in a different part of, if you're like living in certain parts of the Middle East or Europe, you say Central Europe, but you're of Middle Eastern origin, you can tip the dish the relevant direction. You can get loads of channels from your home region, sort of thing. So that site there, if you actually click through on any one of those, you can get it will tell you this here looks like gobbledygook, or what this one more link up. When you're setting these dishes up, maybe some of you guys want to look at it. But this here, that last link I put up, that's just a typical. That's LeoSat, which is that's a satellite over Asia, and that list there that you see on that page, that's the channels you can go on it, and you can see that in the first column there's the frequency for the beam, and then there's it looks like it's gobbledygook and everything else, but then the second column tells you the tuning characteristics, then the name of the satellite, and then
So you can use that
So it
to
was
actually.
gobbledygook like 2 or 3 times. I'm curious why do you keep saying it?
It doesn't look gobbledygook, but you can actually, if you've got a dish and a suitable dish and a suitable set-top box, there's a interface where you can actually plug these numbers in, and it will, if it's a steerable dish, it will steer it and find the relevant satellite, and then it will tune in and actually find the relevant TV signal on the satellite. So there's an absolute ton of them up there. Let's put it that way. There's whatever it is that you're capable of pointing at. For instance, in Europe, again, this is this link up, and it's just a list of these are the names of whatever those things are. You know what they allege is see that. Let's just put that link up there for Europe HTML. This isn't whatever.
I would tend to kind of want to believe this, except for one thing.
What's that?
It's something that Orion said. It's like, why do we pay for cable then? If we could just do this and save ourselves money, why aren't we still doing it? Why is that technology not even being used? I haven't seen a dish that moves the scales in years. Probably in 20, 30 years, maybe.
Enough of them up there. It's not enough of them to be efficient. More efficient than what we have now. It's the narrative.
So did we lose the technology?
So it's a bit like, I know what you're saying. You'd say why wouldn't you use
technology?
I know what you're saying. So let me just.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, I remember in the 80s when I had friends, I'd go over their house and I'd be all jealous because they had satellite TV.
Yeah.
And I saw they had this little dish, and it moved back and forth in the yard, but I don't know where it all was pointing. I don't know how it worked, honestly. That was back before my time of really understanding. But my point is if that's better technology, why are we bouncing microwaves off of, why are we using anything but satellites for phones and things? Why are we not able to call someone from a certain spot on Earth when we can't, I don't know. It's a little bit much for me.
I think we may have lost the technology.
Which this is what trips me out. Because I always look at Echo 2, right? Which is one of their satellite balloons, like NASA satellite balloon, which is an aerostat, which it's just a fucking balloon with the gas is lighter than air. They said that thing traveled 1,000 miles. His apogee is like 1,500 kilometers or whatever. 1,600 kilometers, 1,000 miles.
Yeah,
and that's with gas that's lighter than air. And it's built out of Mylar.
Sure.
I mean, think about that. If that's supposed to be, it's supposed to be.
That sounds even ridiculous compared to what I've heard. But I don't know.
If this is supposed to be a going to quote unquote outer space, meaning a vacuum, wouldn't that shit explode?
Yeah, it
yes, it would.
It's
And if they were doing this with fucking balloons, why would they change it? In the 60s, 50s, 60s.
Yeah, sure.
Right. Wouldn't that be cost effective?
Those are questions that need to be answered, I suppose. But
I mean, think about it. I mean, how much would this balloon cost compared to what they say they spend on satellites?
And the shuttles that take them up to the scale.
I'll tell you this. Well, I'll tell you this much: whatever's happening, someone's spending a lot of money. Yeah.
It reminds me of Independence Day. What do you think they spend like $19 billion on a toilet?
Yeah.
Which didn't they?
They're expensive for the space station, man. Didn't you know they're like $3 billion each?
I'm trying to find
something ain't right.
I'm just saying.
They have a good reason to change it, so we don't catch on to what they're really trying to do.
See, another thing as well. They're very, very guarded about telling you if you choose one of these satellites, these reception spots to dish to, you can find out everything you need to know about the signal, which is understandable because you've got to tune to it. but it's very difficult to find specific details about what's there. For example, if you try and find out the physical dimensions or weight or whatever it is of these things, it's much harder to find that kind of information, I find.
Exactly. For example, you can't prove you've ever used one satellite ever.
No, I'm using when I say in this for the purposes of this conversation. When I said satellite, I was literally just saying using the word for whatever you're pointing at. Yeah, because satellite doesn't necessarily satellite as a word means something. Is not saying it's in space. I mean, if you use the literal translation of the word satellite, it means something. A distance, staying in a position relative to where you are. Do you know what I mean? It's not. I know it's loaded. I know it's a loaded term. But
How do you prove that you've used one satellite?
I mean, I've used satellite communication between my RC plane and my remote.
Yeah, I'm definitely not using one satellite because on the steerable dishes, you're tipping. Sometimes you're tipping the dish anything up to 30 degrees. So it's patently not using the same satellite because the signal is coming to you can't. When you're pointed to one, if you tip the dish out, if you're tuned into one source, if you tip, there's a tiny amount you can tip the dish, after which you just cannot move that dish to and you cannot get a signal from that dish. You just won't get the strength because you haven't got the alignment to the signal. You could have a dish 50 times the size, but it's still it's not aligned to an exact vector, it won't get it. And that's why it's different to radio. You've got a radio area up on your house, even if someone.
But it is a radio wave, though. But I mean, it's just a focused radio wave.
Is it instant?
Pardon? No.
Is it instant? How long?
No, there's typically, if you live in a part of the world where, well, let's put it this way, in the UK, where I was, anybody knows BBC, obviously we have the BBC. They used to have they were in a transition period when where everyone had a TV area on their roof. And again, TV areas they're not like radio areas. They are focused. They are positioned. It's not an omnidirectional reception mechanism. You have to have your TV area aligned. But for since TV was the BBC's been broadcasting since commercial broadcasting began. 1920s or whatever, and BBC One and BBC Two were analog, like they were much like they were in. You think you had NTSC in America, we had PAL. But nonetheless, if you're watching, you could actually have a television on one room, which is on the analog, analog TV aerial signal, and you can have the same. You can have a TV on in say another room like the kitchen, which is on the satellite signal, the satellite box, the set-top box, and there is always a 1, 2, sometimes even 2.5 or 3 second delay between what you'd see and hear in one room and the other. So there's always a latency pushing stuff up to whatever we're pushing it and coming back to you, which is greater than it would be for a conventional analog TV aerial signal.
But of course, it's only a radio wave, right?
It's an electromagnetic spectrum. I think a lot of these signals are in the near microwave bandwidth, aren't they? They're not quite the same as. They're not in the VHF UHF range. I know that, not in the standard conventional radio signal range. I don't believe. I can't remember now. I can't remember. Oh well, I can. If you look at one of those charts, it will tell you the frequency of the signal. Where are we? They're in the K. Yeah, they have 3 bands: KU band, C band, and S band. So if I look up KU band, and this is a KU band is a signal range. That's kind of. So you're looking at it's electromagnetic spectrum. It's in the mic. So if you look at Wikipedia, KU band transmissions are used in labs and equipment on the ground as well. So it's just bandwidth, but it's in the microwave range in 12 to 18 gigahertz. And what's the other ones? So you've got C-band. Again, another one just next door to it, up in the so it's all up in the microwave kind of microwave range for
That's for voice and data communication, right? C-band.
Yeah, well, I'm talking specific. I mean, my expertise, my experience in that was largely in television, TV and audio and entertainment. And like I said, there's some boxes collect data. So, like I say, you can hire data space on these systems. So if you've got some data you want to send out, it's easier to do than it is to obviously have it in a centralized spot. This is, mind you, I'm talking about. I say it's easier. I'm talking about late 80s, early 90s, going through the 2000s when should we say broadband network wasn't as well, the network coverage wasn't as good as it is now. Nowadays it would probably be more tenable to send it for the internet for obvious reasons, but for a long time lots of commercial places were sending information out that way. I think a lot of financial markets were using distributed data that way. I said there was things like I said to you before, there's things like entertainment industry using it, betting shops were using it to make sure that betting was simultaneous or near simultaneous around their area where they were working. So yeah, that's basically the a good introduction to what the signals are and the nature of the signals. And that can all be, you can corroborate that with equipment on the ground. That's not that. What comes into question is what's up there, where is it, and what is it, and the nature of it, and that's where the discussion begins, I suppose.
That's what we should be. We should be all coming together to ask NASA and the people who work on these things.
Yeah. Well,
obviously,
if you take, for instance, in the UK, there is Sky. Sky B was it was now it's Sky. They're like a supplier of a full. I'm sure you've got an equivalent in America. They've got a full multimedia package to offer people. And someone earlier on asked if you can steer a dish around and get all these signals, why don't people do it? Well, largely out of inconvenience, and it's also largely the fact that if you subscribe to someone like Sky, you have a very easy. They'll come and set the dish up. People don't know that much about steerable dishes, and they don't really want to get involved in it. Yeah, and they will give you a full. The quality of it, because they're selling it to you, the quality of the programming you get is better than it is across the wild west of free signaling. Frankly, it's very difficult to get. You for instance, if you had a steerable dish and you were just literally, you weren't using conditional access cards like you can in these boxes plug in cards to get premium services, even if you steer the dish. So if you're not paying for those kind of things, you get an awful lot of. There's a fuck ton of channels trying to flog you stuff. There's a load of really regionalized programming, news and stuff, mostly in different languages. But there are gems out there. There are you can, for instance, in certain parts of the world, steer a dish, pick up a sports event shown wherever they are free. What people typically do is have that on and they stick the radio on, because obviously they don't listen to someone rattling on over their sports in a foreign language. And to a certain extent, even mind you, the internet has kind of made this a bit more of a pointless exercise. There was during the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, there was an awful lot of porn, soft porn and stuff up there if you wanted it. Which drove a lot of people, frankly. It drove as many people got boxes for that reason as if for any other one. When you use a box like that and you steer it, you tend to, when you've tuned it, you tend to have literally hundreds of channels discovered. Most of them have got foreign names. Most of them are timed transmissions, so when you're awake, there might not be nothing on it, just be a blue screen or a test card. Yeah, so it's in the enthusiast realm because frankly, it's a bit clunky and it's not very convenient. You know, when you got your own paid service locally, the user interface just presents you with exactly what you expect and how you want it. And frankly, most people can't be bothered to get a steerable dish. So that's the basic.
I mean, you get FTA. FTA, I think it's free to air.
Yeah, free to air. Yeah.
I used to have one of those.
In the UK, there's a legal obligation for them to supply free to air services because obviously for a good many, well, we have this quirkiness in the UK that for a long time everyone had to have a license to own a TV, and that's still the case now. You have to pay a license to own a TV. It's in and of itself, it's not a huge amount of money. It's a convenience it's an inconvenience if you haven't got it, and if you deliberately didn't have one in the past, you could get fined. Most people, it's just it's one of those things. It's a cultural thing. You just get used to. You just don't even think about it, But it's like a logo. It's like a nominal tax basically. What it does, the benefit of that is that the BBC services haven't got one single advert on them, and so in some, I would argue that that's worth it, frankly, because when I first time I ever travelled to the States and I was watching a program, I was absolutely stunned how many advert breaks there were. Typically on the commercial channels in the UK, you have an advert break. If you ever look at an hour-long program, you typically have, at most you have a quarter hour between advert breaks. On some of the services around the world, that's sometimes down to 5 minutes or 7 minutes between advert breaks. So a lot of people in the UK are thankful for the lack of adverts of maddening. And people are getting used to nowadays. People are getting used to fucked up the ass by TV suppliers. Some parts of the world, including the UK, you can pay to use satellite TV. You can pay to have a satellite service, right? You then pay to have on top of this. So you've got some channels you pay for monthly, which is a standard range of channels. You can then pay to get sports channels on top of that. Then if they have like a massive boxing match on, a Tyson kind of type of heavyweight contender match, you have to pay for that. And then whilst you're watching that boxing match, every time between rounds, they'll ram adverts down your throat. So you're paying 3 times, and you're still being bombarded with adverts. People are just basically nowadays are just getting used to that. But if you think about that, that's fucking outrageous, really. So there's a lot to be said to the UK's, as far as I'm concerned, anyway. A lot to be said with having some services paid for by from the state's coffer. The government doesn't have any. Well, officially, the government doesn't have any control of the content, and although some people are a bit conspiratorial about that when they talk about the BBC, by and large, the BBC spends as much time criticising the government as it does praising it. So I don't think if it is a deliberate and Machiavellian attempt with the government to control, we see that they're doing a pretty shit job of making sure that it's not like a Soviet like everything is fine, go back home sort of arrangement. If there is any bias, it's quite subtle, if we say, and it's invariant as far as I'm concerned. And I'm always a bit conspiratorial, suspicious about the data we're fed, because we're living in a world now where we're increasingly being pumped information we don't need, the purpose of which is not for our benefit but for someone else's agenda. And I don't think necessarily the BBC, even with its, should we say, taxed revenue generation notwithstanding, I don't think it's any worse or any better than any other TV service around the world in that respect. But yeah, so there was a switch off of the analog here, and I think it's probably happened in most parts in Europe as well over the past quarter century, and now pretty much everything's going digital. Cable is not much different to satellite in so much as like all the signals are streamed together. There what's called multiplexing, where the digital information doesn't come. It's all basically just clumped in together in little packets, and your set-top box has to unsplice them and then bolt them together to make a continuous stream service. So it's not much different.
I was on the train. So what was your answer earlier to like the signal time? Like,
I from my personal experience, when I observed it here, it was somewhere around. It was like 2 to 3 seconds, I think it was. It was it wasn't like it was an echo. There's definite latency there. Yeah. And the thing is, the interesting thing.
I'm thinking. I was just saying, I'm thinking that probably right there proves stationary Earth right there. Like, I'm thinking about it because I'm like, well, how the fuck are there things in the air that are stationary? That's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But they can't. If it takes 3 seconds for 2-3 seconds for the signal, I mean, with the Earth traveling.
Sorry. I couldn't say for certain. Here's the thing, right? Yeah. When you've got an old TV aerial, yeah, and you've got an old analog TV with a TV aerial, yeah, the reception of the signal is obviously, and the transmission of that signal to your back of your TV and into its tuner is pretty, near light speed. It's quick, yeah, because it's an electrical signal. The TV itself, the bit in the TV that processes that signal is reasonably straightforward. It's not really much different than a conventional radio. It just has a level of sophistication that turns the electrical signal into driving a CRT, right? However, and I'm not refuting what you said, but bear in mind that when I say there's a 2-3 second gap, that's because there's actually digital processing going on in the box. You know what I mean? It has to, like I said, it's got to do some dog work.
Yeah, I'm just asking how long, like if, like a signal, like
I couldn't tell you that. I couldn't tell you the exact.
That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking about nothing else.
I think of those 2 or 3 seconds, I would say that a good half second of that.
Hold on, sorry.
Usually, to figure out how fast it travels, if you're talking about the speed of travel, it would be like the speed of light, which I think they say is 3.0 times 10 to the 5th kilometers per second, or something like that. So that's like 3 with 5 zeros by it, or like 300,000 kilometers a second. So that's like 186,000 miles an hour, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's quick. Let's put it that way. It's a micro. It's
6,000 miles a second, I think. I forget if it's an hour or a second.
What I think, I know you.
Per second.
I know I'm making an assertion here. What can be taken as read is that it is a microwave band electromagnetic signal, because you can measure it. You can quantify that. You can calibrate equipment off of that.
So they assume that if it takes 3 seconds for it to travel, then it's gone that distance times 3, basically. So it'd be 186,000 times 3 for the distance that it traveled. If it took 3 seconds one way, or you divide that in half if it was 2 ways, because it would go half way.
But he clarified, and he was saying it doesn't take 3 seconds. He was answering something else.
Yeah. No, what I said is I couldn't categorically tell you what the delay in this signal is. I can only tell you what I saw TV to TVs, because the box, when you've got a digital TV box, it's doing a lot more making a lot more effort turning that signal back into a TV signal, because it's not just the signal you get. Patently, the signal you get when you've got a TV aerial and if you've tuned it to a particular frequency for on an old analog signal, you tune your TV receiver, and you're literally just picking up one TV signal, one channel. That's what you're doing. Yeah, it's like tuning in a radio to one radio signal. Yeah, with a satellite dish, you're pointing at something which is passing you a much higher digital bandwidth signal with which is contains a cluster of TV channels in it simultaneously. So you have to have a lot more effort on the set-top box to get that information out of it. You know what I mean? There's a lot more going on. It wouldn't be at all. They for obvious reasons, the cost of this means they can't just send one TV signal on one frequency. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because if it has any kind of delay, it's a wrap.
Yeah, but
that's why I asked if it's instant. Because if it's instant, then never mind. There's nothing to think about. But if it's not instant, boy oh boy.
I'm being honest. I couldn't tell you what the signal delay is, if there is a signal delay. I wouldn't want to assert that one way or the other. And you're right. It's light speed, so it should be.
I would figure you'd know that. But then again,
No,
I mean,
because
according to them, it's always broadcasting. So I mean, they wouldn't be like, oh, I set it up and it takes me this long to actually receive it. No, because I mean, if it's continually broadcasting, what would it be a delay?
No, just said. I'm just saying that the only characteristic I saw was a delay between watching the same signal on an analog and a satellite. They're coming through different mechanisms. They're coming through different transmission stations or whatever they are. They're coming through different they're coming through different mechanisms to get to you. I can't say if there's what part of that signal delay. I can tell you there might be a delay collecting the information to send it up to whatever they're sending it to. There could be there's definitely a delay in the set-top box from putting it from the satellite dish to your TV, which was significant. So it's very difficult. And I wouldn't have never. I had no. When I was working on satellite TV, I wasn't anywhere near analog stuff, so I never was in a situation where I had any requirement to measure. If you've got satellite TV, and you're watching it, and there's a 2-second delay, but you're not watching it, you don't know about it, you never know about a delay, even if it's a tenth of a second, or it could be, some people in the world, they could be watching. It's like two people watching the same YouTube clip. If one person's watching it 1 second ahead or 2 seconds ahead, and they're 100 miles apart, what difference does it make? So the delay is only when you compare one to the other. It's not. And the other interesting thing about the satellite stuff is that there's a data stream for the video and a data stream for the audio, which is separate. But because the video stream takes much longer to process, there's much more of it. They have to put markers in there for the set-top box to synchronize up the audio and the video, because there's an awful lot of effort going in, computing power to get the digital signal back out again. And bear in mind, it's also got typically it's been encrypted. If it's a paid service, you've got to decrypt it because it's encrypted. So you've got a processor in the stream there, which is actually is unzipping it, if you like, for a better word. And you've also then got on top of that a bit of hardware which is turning that digital stream into something you can push on the telly. So a HDMI transceiver or something which is pushing it back, not so much nowadays, but pushing it back to an RF signal so you can put it through your TV, a normal old style TV. So the point I'm really making, and it sounds like waffle, but the point I'm really making is that the old style TV didn't need a set-top box because the actual reception and display of the signal was relatively straightforward. It's just electronics of that era, whereas the new boxes, there is effectively a computer running flat out in there doing loads and loads of more complicated stuff. So on the face of it, it's very difficult to know where the delay would be. It's very difficult. You could get relevant reception equipment, but then again, the reception equipment would have to scrunch up all the information to get the audio out so you could tell where the delay was. It's very difficult. I think it's actually quite difficult to work out where the delay is. But if there is, how much of a delay there is, but it wouldn't be much because if it's micro signals, like you said. But that's about pretty much all I've got to say on that, really. It's an interesting subject. Another really interesting thing about it as well is that on the latest versions of the technology, the set-top boxes are capable, and they're going to start utilizing it more and more in the future. They're capable of actually having adverts transmitted in the background. So you're watching your TV program, and then there's a data stream in the background, which is transmitting a load of adverts. And the set-top box can evaluate what adverts you're actually not fast-forwarding through, or what adverts, the theme of the adverts that are not making you turn over, or just adverts that are matched to your demographic or your viewing preferences, so that we're going to get to a point when everyone has an advert break in the middle of a program. The adverts that you get and the adverts your neighbor get might be different, which is quite a weird thing to think about. But it's kind of it's equivalent to the average you get down the side of the web page. They're kind of probing your internet cookies to see what you've been browsing. That kind of tuned and customized advertising and data ramming data down your throats is going on and is slowly coming to TV, just like the internet. But yeah, another way they're trying to shaft us over with information. But on the face of it, you can see why they do that. It makes much more sense. If they're showing you 10 adverts you're far more likely to respond to, it means that they can sell the advert space far more effectively if they're not just pushing out an advert. They're pushing out an advert for skiing, and a third of their audience is geriatrics. It's a waste of their broadcast time, isn't it? So you can see why they would do it.
I pay for Netflix, so I don't have to watch commercials.
No, exactly. No, not in the moment you don't. Not with Netflix. I wouldn't.
But if your program's free, all the free programs, compound you with all these advertisements.
Yeah. You at the moment Netflix and Amazon.
I watch things for absolutely free. There have always been things to pirate this kind of stuff, and it makes me think. It's interesting. Maybe there's a level where maybe there is no way to make illegal the pirating of this kind of stuff, because they always put that warning, the FBI warning, when you used to watch like old, and the cable company used to send me letters saying if I didn't stop it, I would be punished. And nothing ever happened, not to me, not to my friends. It was all a big bluff. And I'm like, this world kind of is a big bluff to intimidate you to make a decision.
Plenty of people,
and then we make them.
I mean, you're right. You're actually not much happened. There was a period of time. If you remember, going back to the Napster the dawn of MP3, and we all, if anybody of us are old enough, we know exactly what happened there. Now that pretty much decimated the old music industry, and led us to where we are now. But throughout that entire period, and like you say, when you talk about poaching signals or hacking signals or downloading films through torrents, there's always most of the warnings are just aimed at scaring Joe Public into not doing it. Even though by and large Joe Public will download a film, watch it himself, might give it to his neighbours to watch, might give his mates to watch. The distribution leak of that is quite small, yeah. So in reality, yes, you're getting something illegal, but your cost to the copyright owner is not that significant. The people running the torrent sites and the people that ran Napster or Sound Audio Galaxy and all those kind of internet services which provided people with the ability to host or to upload content for others to take, They got serious. Some of those people got seriously shafted because they literally cost billions to the industry, and the industry, nobody, no multi-million corp. No, I don't care what anybody says. No multi-billion-pound corporation ever turns a blind eye for too long, for obvious reasons.
But that's still happening right now.
What, people stealing stuff?
Yeah, they can't stop it.
Yeah. No. They're torrenting and stealing, downloading, ripped CDs and MP3s and DVDs. It's still going on. It's petered off. It's come off a long way. Some people just can't be bothered with it anymore. A lot more people are using Netflix or Amazon Prime for their audio. They're using like Spotify for their. A lot of people are just happy to do that now. These services are like multi-million pound subscriptions. Multi-million user subscriptions, I should say, around the world. They're profitable corporations. They're not stumbling along trying to make a living. Netflix's expenditure on new programs and films is getting to the near comparable to the spending power of Hollywood. So they're obviously making a fuck ton of money. So there's obviously an awful lot of people who just can't be bothered anymore to just rip stuff off or to download on torrents or have the computer on overnight where they, go to ropey sites or whatever, or use. By and large, people when it comes to watching free movies and free TV, there's a limit to, like with most things. Most people there's a limit to how much they can actually be bothered to do it if there's an alternative they can get for what they consider to be a nominal price. And that's the lesson that's
absolutely true.
That's the lesson the music industry does.
I mean, you have
if you're I'm 50 something, so I remember a time when you'd have to go to a music store. You have to, and you'd think you'd pour through these LPs or cassettes or CDs, and they were bloody expensive for what you could earn at the time. And you think, God, I wish I could listen to some of this stuff. So, you would sometimes be a bit hit and miss. You'd spend your good earned money on a record, you get it home, you think, okay, that's not nowhere near as good. Then where were you? So it's completely understandable how you get to a point nowadays. Kids nowadays, they can listen to any. They can find out what they like. If they want to choose to spend the money on it or a subscription to that, when they've found out what they like and what gives them a kick, then they do, and that's a much better system than it used to be. It was a right old fucking racket. The music industry from 1910, 1920 right through to 1919, 2000 was an absolute. It was a racket basically. You can tell it is because we've moved to a world where the best, the highest paid or the richest music artists. They went from a time when they made all their money on singles and LPs and they couldn't be bothered to tour, to nowadays where they make fuck all on music and they have to make their money touring. That's how much of a sea shift that people downloading and the internet revolution disrupted the industry.
Hey, puppy.
So, anyway, guys, I've got to hit the sack. It's fucking late now.
Have a good night,
yeah, man.
Bye.
Yeah, you go. Take it easy. Speak soon.
That guy was going on and on. Honestly, I didn't know what he was talking about. But I heard him say Napster and BitTorrent, and I got that part.
I think he wore himself out talking. He's got to go to bed now.
Something about satellites, and they could be up there. Hard to prove it.
Come on. Wanna go in there? Go. Hey, baby.
Hey, boo boo. You're hot, Mike and Elijah.
That's my cat playing the piano. How talented is she? I'm coming. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, these whippersnappers don't realize how good they have it with music. It's very true. You buy an album back in the day and you'd be like, oh yeah, this song is fire. I'm going to buy the album. And it's like, shit, I just spent $25 for one song. The rest is crap.
Bro, forget that. Games, man? Like, they got games on the tip of the fingers. I mean, every kind of game they want. Dude, we used to have to stick around buying one game for like freaking 30 days. Well, probably even more. Mario Bros. Was like the only game you had.
They don't even know the struggle of blowing in the cartridge to get that motherfucker to work. For real.
And like they get bored really easily. Oh, I'm bored of this game. Like bruh. Do you know how good you have it?
For real.
Yeah, back in the day, trash talking, playing video games, you could catch a fist to the face. You couldn't do that shit from your own house, you know.
Get multiplayer games and shit. I mean, unless you have people in your house.
Get some heated games at Tecmo Bowl.
I like that we got to go through all that stuff. We weren't just handed a screen at like, infant age.
No, I was handed an open screen door. Get out there and play.
Yep. I was just gonna say that.
Get out there and don't come home till the street light comes on.
Ding ding ding. Man, the good old days.
When that street light comes on, you better be home.
Man, things have changed.
For sure. But the thing about it, though, is like even our parents back then were telling us how much better we had it than they did, too. So
I used to have to walk 100 miles through the snow to get to school.
Right. Uphill both ways.
Yeah. I was just wondering, like, we have guys like Matthew and Pazza who hang here in the Flat Earth server with us. I was just wondering, like, who are the guys that hang in, like, gem pandas that are Flat Earthers? Like, who are their favorite guys? It's not me.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. They'll have to come to a Precious Metals takeover and get questions like that.
What's the question?
Like, who were the notable flat earthers that hang with the globe side? Like, you know how Pazza or Matthew hangs out here mostly with us, and we like accept them, we like them, you know. So like, I'm wondering who hangs there with them. That's a flat earther that they actually like.
Well, they're more globers, right?
Yeah.
So that's one thing. We all know about Gemsy's server, right? So I go all over there,
Gammas,
but they don't really know me per se. You know, I don't know if anybody hangs with them. You know, because it's just. I think we've won the conversation for the most part.
Yeah, I think so too.
They still can't give us any measurements. They can only say basically the whole defense is refraction and the hand wave. It's not really a satisfying answer, right?
No, in fact, it's just chucking their geometry under the bus when they say refraction.
Yeah, that's all they can really say is refraction. Some like to talk about Southern Cross and then the stars, and they think that's proving it's a globe.
Bro, don't talk about the Southern Cross around me, man. I've heard so much about it.
Yeah, they do go to that a lot, though.
Well, that's our only go-to anymore is the stars, the sky, the satellites, the stuff that's really difficult to be able to prove if you even can, you know?
I'm so fucking tired of hearing Southern Cross.
What's your rebuttal to that, though? Like, what do you say when someone says Southern Cross?
I used to have stuff, but now I just get really angry.
Nice. I mean,
Who
what
is that?
is... Sorry, Napalm.
Oh, no, I was just asking who was saying that. I wasn't paying attention.
That was Cliff, right below me.
So you don't have an answer for the Southern Cross? I mean, typically it's brought up in a way where it's stated that you can't see the Southern Cross from the Northern Hemisphere, or you can't see the North Star from the Southern Hemisphere, right? Is that what you're getting?
Do they say that the Southern Cross is like the South Pole of stars? Like they say Polaris is the North, right? Are they saying the Southern Cross is the South version of
they
that?
say that. Yes, they say that.
Okay.
Well, that's incorrect information. I mean, if they're at least going to state something like that, they should try to use Sigma Octantis, which the Southern Cross isn't exactly Sigma Octantis, right? Southern Cross is further away from that point of rotation.
Okay.
Where is Sigma Octantis?
That would be close to the center of the southern celestial rotation.
But does it look the same like from Chile and from Australia and from Cape Cod?
There's no real good definitive evidence that I've seen. It's something that's very difficult to search and hard to compare between the different spots, to be honest with you. You know, I've tried to do some, you know, research about the topic, trying to find images. There's just not a lot out there, to be honest with you. And if you're not in one of those locations or haven't been in both and done a lot of observation and keen study, I don't know if you could say.
I have how to look for it. Sigma Octantis is supposed to be, when you look at the Southern Cross, there's these two stars at the bottom of the cross. They are the pointer stars, and they point to Sigma Octantis. And if you follow it, you're going to see a tiny little light. Right? It's supposed to be, that's where the south is supposed to be. But that light moves. It moves a lot. So that has to be Sigma Octantis, what they're talking about. Because there's nothing down there. I've been in Australia for I've been in for like 10 years, 15 years, and we've been looking into this for 6 years. And it's not there. There's no southern pole star. The thing
Right. There's no star, but there is a point of rotation. I guess the hard part would be trying to see if multiple locations at the same time from like Australia to the southern tip of Africa and the southern tip of South America can all see these same stars in similar positions at the same time.
And Australia and New Zealand and on the actual Arctic shelf, the Antarctic shelf. So they have to show that they can see this star cluster basically at the same time. And how do you really even verify that?
Right, and it's weird because when you look at time and date and stuff like that, there's not a lot of times where all three of those kind of main locations, the southern tip of South America, the southern tip of Africa, and Australia and New Zealand can really have nighttime at the same time. But it seems pretty easy in the north for a lot of people in the northern hemisphere to see a lot of these constellations at the same time in varied positions within their sky. So I don't know. There's weird shit going on down there, but once again,
However,
the stars don't prove the.
Some Globers use stellarium, and they claim that it's accurate and it proves a ball.
Well, I mean, it's a model, software. Like it's software. Yeah, there was a bunch of discrepancies during one of the most recent eclipses, right back in 2017 or 2018, 2019, whenever it was. And all they did was they put a patch into the program so that it matched what people were observing, right? So it's it's just a model.
Hey, Elijah.
Hang on. Do you have a citation where stellarium is not accurate in 2017? I can look at.
No, I don't. Elijah might. I can't remember who first brought that to my attention, but I'm doing work right now. But...
Hey, Elijah.
What's up, John?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up?
EPA just beneath you. Can you code
Yo, is that the Elijah?
Just hold on a second.
Oh, brother.
Elijah, could you EPA, yeah. Could you hook him up? He's a flat earther, man. He's squared away.
Okay, got you.
Appreciate that, man.
Yeah, it's the EPA.
I thought you were bringing us fresh meat.
Huh? No, he's old meat.
Would you say he's an OG flat earther?
What's an OG?
Yeah, but is he still juicy meat?
Oh, original. Like one of the originals on the circuit.
But not dead meat.
I don't know if he's original, but he perm him up, man. Hook him up. I'll vouch for him.
Hey, what's up, EPA? Welcome to the server.
Well, dang, I don't think I can get
What's up,
that.
guys? Yeah, what's up? Thanks.
Do we got him?
Yep, he's good to
Rules
go.
around here. Rule 1, there's flat.
Oh, I thought you had Achilles. This seems like an absurd. Oh, I'm hot micing. Jesus.
Speaking of Globers, Precept, you want to tell us about the ball you think you live on?
Yeah, fucking Precept. What you got about that?
Easy, Cliff. Easy.
My bad.
I don't know if I've seen you around. Are you new to the server? Precept? Oh, he doesn't have a VC. Can he talk?
I'll see if I'll take him off mute. Yeah, Precept, you there?
No.
No. What's up, man? How's it going?
It's okay.
Yeah. Were you interested in having a discussion about the ball you think you live on?
I mean, I know where I live, buddy.
Oh. Where do you live?
An Eternal Pleasure Garden.
Bro, did you change your name? Is this a different account?
Yeah. Precept before, guys. How you doing, Precept? How you today, man?
It's another day in paradise.
Glad to hear it, bro.
Where your grandma stay, Precept?
At her house.
These J-Trigs must have shifts. One leaves, another enters.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuckery? What do you got for us tonight?
Hey, EPA, check your messages, man. Hold up, Elijah.
Does EPA work for the EPA?
No, it's Eagle Plane and Anchor.
It's not as fun.
He's an ex-Marine.
I figured with the profile pic. I thought there was no such thing as a ex-Marine. It's a former Marine, right?
I'm sorry, former Marine.
Yeah, that's true.
How you doing, QE?
Yeah, I'm trying to conversate with EPA somewhere. Can he get in 24/7 Flat Earth Arena? Text chat?
See it.
He could. You could take him into interview too. If he can't physically go there, you could just move him from here into interview and talk to him.
No,
there.
just 24/7 Flat Earth Arena. Can he get in there in the text chat?
That I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll send him
He
a
should
message
be
in
able
there.
I don't even see it. I saw it before I joined, and now it's gone. It's weird.
It's the very bottom.
Yeah, at the very bottom. It's under
yeah,
the
I see it.
arena.
Oh, but I can't text in there. Okay.
I think you used to have a Spartan role.
Yep, or Coliseum.
Yeah, Spartan his ass up.
I think we
It sure
eliminated actually, didn't?
Yeah,
Let's see, Spartan.
sadly.
Where is that?
It's gone now.
Oh, it's gone. Oh, thanks for letting me know, because I just sat here looking through this list for like 10 minutes.
Does Valued get him in there? Valued might.
What do
Maybe.
I'm not sure what they changed it to.
Roles.
What do you have? Space herpes? Do you have space herpes? No. Well, with the moderator role, QE, you can pretty much see. And
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm looking at mine and said, yeah. Jeez. Hey, EPA, can you see it?
Yeah, but I can't chat in there or text in there. You do not have permission.
Right, that's okay. Are you in there now?
Yeah.
You can't do anything in there though. You can't hit play, right?
Maybe I can. I don't know.
Wait, so
I can interact. Yeah, I can hit stuff. I can click links. I just can't text or anything.
Can you click that?
I'll give him the valued role. I know him. He's definitely valued. And then, because it says on the side there, valued is, I think he
Maybe take off verified. Maybe take that roll off. See what happens.
Okay, I see it. Kiwi. Cool.
Can you say it?
Yeah. Is that you?
That's my new girlfriend.
Oh shit! Nice.
Let me know when you're done. Immediately when you're done.
And try again. Okay. I took off VC verified. Don't know what that did.
Nice, dude.
You done?
Yeah. Good shit.
Her name's Evelyn. Evelyn the Javelin.
Yeah. She's cute. Not as good as mine though, but you know.
I beg to differ.
I don't know, man.
All right. Sorry to hold you guys up. Good. Welcome, EPA.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
The only thing she's hot because she's flat Earth.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot to ask you. Is she flat earther?
Oh, we were having some of those conversations last night. We'll get there. She's
okay.
young, man. Young.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
She'll get there.
Well, I'd just
Well,
like to
QE?
say that my previous home in space is about 200 kilometers times however many seconds it took to complete this statement. So now I live in a completely different space because the Earth is moving. And all things not attached to it, like air, satellites, the ISS, shouldn't be traveling with us. In fact, I don't think there's any math for that. I don't think there's math for the rotation either, but definitely not for the travel with the sun through the galaxy, blah, blah, blah.
You sure about that, Elijah? You got a citation, please?
Google. Space.com. That's how fast we're moving. 200 kilometers per second. Nah, you can't put gravity on that vector.
What is a model, and why do we create models? Like, what is the purpose of models? Like, why and how and why? Like, you
Sell clothing, I think.
But doesn't the model have to be right in order for it to be useful? Right? We build the model based on reality, right? On what we're trying to we observe in the real world, and then we use the model to make predictions, right? And if it's wrong, then the model is wrong, right? That's how we use models, right? Is it? So then why we make them? So we can test things and see if we're right. And if it's right, then we use it, right? If it works, then we use it. Just trying to figure out, what kind of model can we compare the the globe model to? Like, is there a model like that we build and just stare at and totally useless to anything we do in the world, in the real world? But there it is. There's the model. There's the model. That's what Yoda looks like. Here's a model of Yoda. Yeah, what am I going to do with that? Yeah, I don't know. There he is. Maybe you can use it in like one of my movies. That's a great idea. Maybe we can do that, right? Because we can't use it in the real world. I'm just wondering, like, are there any models similar to the globe that we don't use for anything in the real world, but we say, hey, look, there it is. Models. In artificial intelligence, there are these models for producing images from sound, images from text. And these freaking images look real. Real. They look real. From a model, from data gathered from the internet. Yeah. So I'm like, hey, if this program requires the model to be right, and look at all these models we've developed, what the hell is a globe Earth model? Why? What's the purpose? What do we use it for? Why so many models? It's a model for this, a model for that. But there's no one model, right? It's like all these different models that do not ever work together. And I was just wondering, what is this globe model people keep bringing up? The radius. What are you talking about?
I don't know. You could ask Crazy Narwhal. Crazy Narwhal came to Ladies' Night. He believes in the globe. Maybe he knows about it. I think he believes in the model, right? Crazy Narwhal? Do you believe in the model? Can you tell us about it?
Narwhal, you know everything about everything, so tell us. Narwhal.
Maybe he can't talk right now, but he could be the globe's, last best hope. So if you feel like speaking up, let us know, Crazy Narwhal.
I'm just thinking about models, and I thought, what do you guys think about models?
They're toys.
Yeah. All the reason.
Not for educational purposes.
Exactly. Which one is? Which one isn't? What's a toy? What's not? What is the globe? Is it a toy? It's not a toy. How do we use
models are for emotional purposes, obviously.
Dandelion. Is Dandelion still?
Yes, I'm here. What happened?
Oh, well, I have a breakfast date with someone tomorrow who happens to not believe we went to the moon.
That's
cool.
I know. So I sent him. We talked a little bit, and the first thing he said was, we only had a few minutes till he had to go, but So the first thing he said, I said, what's your favorite? He said he goes on Facebook and, kind of pays attention to alternative type news and stuff like that. And I said, well, what's your favorite conspiracy? And he said, I don't believe we went to the moon. And I threw my head back and I'm like,
That's great. That's very promising.
Yes.
This is a date like a romantic date or a potentially romantic date. Oh, wow. Great. Wow. Yeah, that's a good start. Doesn't believe in moon landings.
So then I said, well, have you heard about the conspiracy that the earth is flat? And he said, yeah, I've heard about it. And I said, so what do you think about it? And then he started going in with ships over the horizon. And then I started saying some stuff, and then he kind of ran out of time, but he didn't want to go because he wanted to hear more. And I told him that I'd send him some videos, so I sent him my FE starter pack. I kind of didn't want to. I kind of wanted to be selfish and have share the experience and the look on his face, but
He might be lying to fuck you.
What? Yeah, there ain't gonna be none of that business going on, so it's gonna be a while before something happens like that, because I can handle myself. So that's not my motivation for going on this date. It would be for a long-term relationship, a mature relationship, not just some fly-by-night kind of thing. But I don't get any indications like that at all whatsoever that that's what he's after. I think I'm fairly good at reading people for the most part.
Yeah, well, being here has probably helped you with that. So, yeah, I hope it goes well. You'll have to keep us updated.
Well,
if you
maybe
feel like
I'll save it for ladies' night. To be honest with you, Dandelion, I bet you $100 he'll be on this Discord. I bet you.
I don't want to take that bet because, yeah, if he already has figured out the moon landings, I feel like, I might lose. So,
No, I
are you
mean,
going to invite him?
No,
you
I
mean
mean,
he
like
might
as
already
a flat
be
earther. That dude's a flat earther. He just doesn't know it yet.
Okay, yeah.
Because he's on his profile. He's I don't want to quote him, but he said something about that he's always questioning everything. I'm like, ooh, that's right up my alley. And then just kind of, yeah, we had a conversation yesterday and then today, and that's when it happened. So I'm pretty psyched. So, like the boats going over the horizon, that's due to perspective, correct, you guys? The limitations of our eyesight.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's some convergence going on, like when you look down a hallway.
Nothing. Yeah, nothing is going over the horizon. That things are going into the convergence point.
Into the convergence, you said form or line? Point, okay.
Because it's not like a geometric place, so nothing's traveling over it, or it's just going linearly away from you. But what we perceive
is an apparent
is a
horizon.
convergence. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not like as proficient as you guys talking about Black Swan, but I think I can pull it off.
No, you know what, you just do your thing and say it how you say it, and that'll be pretty much good enough. You know.
So yeah, maybe the next time I talk to him, he might say, "Yeah, I'm thinking the Earth might be flat." I don't know if you guys have ever looked at my FE starter pack, but that's got a lot of really super good stuff, I think. I mean, of course.
I've seen it before, but
your robot
link up. You should put the link up again because not everybody might have seen it. If you've got it.
She sounds drunk.
Yeah, rejoin.
Mary Mom, you robot-y. I was wondering what was in your starter pack. I was laughing when you said that. It's like, ha!
Well, okay, so I didn't
I
come
don't
up
have
with
one.
I didn't come up with the title myself. That was something I think I remember Mitty coming up with that.
Oh yeah. Oh man, where's the video?
I think probably like 3 years ago, he came up with that. And after he came up with that, I started making up a list of different links that I thought someone brand new to the topic could digest. And it's just stuff I've heard, from here. So it's not anything I came up with. I just collaborated it all into one page. Oh, thank you, Dandelion. I have one on the Black Swan too, but I mean it's good enough to present, I think. But
Have you seen the new one?
I saw you tagged me on that. I just I didn't reply because I figured it was way up there on the thing. But how many are there? Aren't there more than one than the one in California?
Yeah. Pretty much any picture you can find where you have like something that's at a notable distance, but the horizon is beyond it. Like the example I like to use is the one right from National Geographic, because they should know better, you know.
I remember slightly about that being talked about several years ago.
Dude, that National Geographic one, it's so good to use, Elijah, because not only can you use it for a black swan, but you can use it to show Globers how, like, if you're claiming the curvature is causing obstruction, explain why there's stripes missing on this canvas, right?
Exactly.
Like, think about it. What are they going to say? Like, it's obviously not the fucking curvature because it's way in front of the boat. So then they either have to snake away or they have to admit, like, okay, obstruction can be caused by other things besides earth curve. Because it's something that they never concede. Like, to this day, I debate, like, on Facebook. Anytime there's obstruction, that means it's curvature to them. And that's the proof. That's all the proof they need. So when you break it down with that one, like how, the curve's up there, according to to what you guys claim that, the horizon is, right? We know what the horizon is, but what they claim the horizon is, it's where the curvature, right? Curvature starts to obstruct things. That just breaks it apart for them right then and there.
Hey Jose, can we add Jen's starter pack to the links or the links list?
Sorry, can you repeat that, Bon?
Can we add Jen's starter pack to the links list?
Yeah, of course.
I'm not ready to do that for the Black Swan one yet, though, because that still has some work to it. I mean, I think it's okay for now, but yeah, that'd be great, you guys, because I mean, it's a whole bunch of stuff in one page.
Oh, can I use it? Yeah, it's good. Sorry. Yeah. It should be on our list.
But yeah, if anybody has any feedback on the Black Swan one that I posted, please DM me. Just never enough hours in the day to do all what you want.
Built this? Yeah, it's nice. It's really cool.
Crickets brought to you by Jen L.
I think it's impressive. It's very good. I like
Well,
it.
it's not like I did it from scratch or anything, you know what I'm saying? But I appreciate
I like the way you
it.
organize the information and the the look of the thing. Yes, it's easy to navigate and to pick what you want to look at. It's good. I like it a lot. So you sent him this, so he's looking at this.
No, not the Black Swan, the FE starter pack.
Yeah, the starter pack. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a flat earther now. He doesn't know it yet. I'm pretty sure. He has a questioning mind. That's all you need.
Yeah. Excellent. Get 1,000 points.
So yeah, I was totally taken off guard that went so well. So yeah, I guess the easiest way, to kind of explain the ships going over the horizon, without getting, I mean, I guess I could get technical because it's not really that complicated, that your eyes, it converges to a point. And so, but the easier, simpler way to explain it, ships going over the horizon, is if it's going over the horizon, then how can you zoom in with a camera and it comes back into view?
It's on.
I mean, the camera can't go around the ball. I'm sure some would argue that, but. Or, I guess I could go over like the 3 points. So then he can discover that he's a scientism cult believer. Oh my God.
That coin on the table example?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's man, that's all there is to it. It's just that
dude, I can do that tomorrow with him.
See how when you get too close to the table becomes the horizon, and you see how the coin is disappearing over the curvature of the table? Well, duh.
Perfect.
Hey.
So you just have to be eye level with the table.
Yeah. And the table becomes it's like a horizon. But then in the real world, when you look at the actual horizon, it's the same thing as looking at this table, at this coin disappearing because you're too close to the ground. Because if you move up, right, if you go up in elevation, if you stand up on the table, over the table, well, the horizon disappears and now you see everything again, right? So,
yeah,
curvature of the table. Am I right? Like, why do you keep saying the table is curved? Exactly. Exactly. Why do you keep saying the ocean is curved or the horizon is curved? Who's saying that? Wait, but the table is not curved. I know, right? What the hell is it disappearing over the curvature of the table? I know, right? Table is not curving. It's not disappearing over the curvature of the table.
I would almost be willing to wager that, He probably can get more of the technical concepts than I can. I don't know. I just.
More guy?
The person that's doesn't know he's a flat earther yet.
Yeah. It doesn't matter about the technicalities, what matters is curvature isn't there. All those words are just, confuses people. This word, curvature?
Does the Earth curve to the left or the right?
That's actually a legit question, though, right?
To the right.
Okay, Box Ops, thanks for posting that meme. The last one.
Yeah, I might have some other ones. I got like a whole folder of this stuff.
Is it on like a Google Drive or something?
I have a page on Jiffy. It has like over 100 flat Earth GIFs. There's
Nice.
tons of content here. Posted it.
I got you. Thank you.
Well, you got a lot of GIFs. You got a lot of peanut butter.
Hey, Kiwi.
Hey, what's up, Denny? They're not GIFs. They're GIFs.
Yeah, I was about to say, man. It stands for graphics image format.
Yeah, they're graphics. GIFs. It's like saying Ptolemy and pneumonia.
Psychology.
Psychology.
Hey, don't make fun of me, QE. I still say Ptolemy.
Ptolemy.
We stopped buying GIF. We're getting the great value because it's getting so damn expensive.
Funny, not funny, really.
It's not funny anymore. I know you guys are feeling it.
Oh, I'm feeling it. For example, like the groceries from like maybe 2 years ago. Maybe like I go grocery shopping every 2 weeks or a week and a half, depends. But it's usually the same list, and I got it down to where things run out right around the same time. So it comes around pretty much between $5 to $10 of difference, right? Every time I go to the store. Recently, that skyrocketed $30 or $40 plus what I used to pay.
Yep.
So yeah.
Wow.
Yep. It's bad out there, guys.
That's inflation, bro.
Yeah, I've been pumping gas only at Costco. Today in California and every other place, it's between $5 or $4.75. It's $4.75, but if you pay with cash, if you're using a credit card or something else like that, it's more expensive. It's $5. You know. But at Costco it is $4.19 today. So I only pump gas at Costco now just because it's like 75 cents cheaper with a credit card.
Well, I forgot where I heard it from, but there's a rumor. I don't know how valid it is that. Oh, it was on the radio, I think. To expect that gas in some areas could be as much as $7 a gallon.
Yeah, that's California for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Come on. We don't even buy gas from Russia.
I don't know.
Well,
It takes me
the
20
issue
minutes.
is this. I think the issue is that like we're getting overseas now. We're paying for gas overseas when before we were gonna be getting it a little bit more easier. Like I don't know if you guys know about the Keystone pipeline ship, but if that ship through Canada would have came through, it would have been a lot cheaper. I think the barrel was like $40 a barrel when like during Trump's era. Right now it's I think it's like 150. Like it's gonna scour. It's like around. It's between 100 and 150. It's like people are projecting it, but what it is right now, I think it's about 100. But it's projected to go up more than 150 a barrel. You know. But hey, did you see those videos of everybody dumping their Smirnoffs, the vodka, protesting? Dude, I'm like, what is that gonna do?
Dump it in my fucking mouth.
Is it cheaper to not own a car yet? Is it cheaper to use the services yet, like the driving services yet? Because I think that's probably what they're trying to do is own nothing. You can't owning a car eventually becomes too expensive, right? They want self-driving vehicles and all these things to happen.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. California is the worst place for all that, and I've lived here all my life, but they passed all these bills recently where they're trying to end, you from using like a lawnmower that's gas powered. Like, and these laws will go into effect. I forget what year. I think they have it projected for like 2030, 2035. But they're trying to get rid of gas emissions in California. They're trying to bring it to like almost like zero, which is freaking impossible. But they're trying to get it to where like you're not using cars that are run on gas. They want to go everything electrical, which I think is the dumbest thing ever because half of our electricity is powered through coal and gas, natural gas. So it's like that makes no fucking sense to me, you know.
But they're not trying to get that to happen, really. They just want to get more control and tear
Of course,
you down.
these guys are, the way I see it, they already have all the money they need. Like it's more of a like limiting things and making things more difficult, I think, at this point.
It's probably more like tearing down the American economy and building up the Chinese economy.
Yeah, I don't really like talking politics on here, but dude, I've gotten very political. Like, I honestly think that both parties are bullshit. But like, the thing is that even though both parties are bullshit, their bullshit still impacts me. You know, it's gone to that point where I'm like, I have to pay attention to what these motherfuckers are talking about. Even though I know that everything's probably bought on, paid on, they're probably on the same team.
Yeah, I've
They're
been
all
there,
buddies.
done that, brother. That's how I got here. I'm telling
I
you.
still pay attention though. I still pay attention to what those motherfuckers talk about because all the shit they be deciding does impact us to some point.
So then I'll send you a channel to watch, and I guarantee your head is gonna spin. Like if you consistently watch them, if I give you like 3 good channels, like it'll be all you need to know about anything.
You're in the DM, bro.
Yo, low key, thermite is the wave. I never really
Thermite?
used it.
It's dope. It kills them quick.
Yeah, and you can throw it really far, like, and it's instant. Like it doesn't even make sense trying to throw fire. He's just sitting there.
Yeah, dude. This whole the stupid thing we're not supposed to talk about. Dude, I didn't even know they were taxing for that shit. Like, my girlfriend had an appointment, a dentist appointment, and they gave her, it's supposed to be free because she's in the military and like they cover everything, but they charged her, they sent her a bill, and she's like, I thought like they were supposed to cover, like, oh, this is for the thing we're not supposed to talk about, it's a surcharge for that. It was like $10. It's not much, but still, it's like, what the fuck, just how many people do, just think about it, it starts to rack up, dude. Think of how many, like, it's like adding an extra $10 to a client, literally. Just because of the shit that's supposedly happening right now. It's ridiculous, man.
The Russians want you to pour your Smirnoff down the drain because then you have an excuse to go buy more Smirnoff.
Yeah, I have my interesting thoughts on that whole thing. I think I think it's all like to some extent bullshit, but to some extent I do think shit's happening over there. But at the same time, I'm like, I feel like we're trying to escalate it. Like we're trying to get involved, and we're trying to I feel like we're trying to push those people. I swear to God, I think there's like a depopulation agenda. I think that when the world gets to a certain point, this has to happen by the leaders. I swear to God, they're all working together. This is my crazy mind. I think these motherfuckers are like, all right, it's gone too big. They're out of control. They're starting to question shit. We need to just depopulate these motherfuckers and start with lower numbers again and work it up again. I think it's like a recycle. I swear to God, these motherfuckers are like this is their playbook, And I think all history is bullshit. Most of it.
Never let a good crisis go to waste. Opportunity knocks, right?
Man, but here's the thing. It's like they start the crisis. It's not even like it's usually never a natural crisis, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing that makes it crazy, bro, is that they've put it in our mind that these crises that happen randomly, like from wars to diseases, like they've made it so that we think they're normal and they happen throughout history, but in reality, bro, I think they're being perpetrated from it's like a playbook that these motherfuckers have. I swear all the people that own all this shit are not even living in this same landmass as we are. They're somewhere else, man. I swear. They're not even here, but they rule it.
Albert Pike accurately, with details, predicted how World War I was going to happen, how it was going to end, how World War II was going to happen, how it was going to end, and who was going to be fighting it, and how World War III will happen, and who's going to be fighting it, and how it's going to end. So, yeah, you're right.
Is it a prediction or a plan?
Did he predict it in Morals and Dogma or in a different book, or was this just on quotes?
In Morals and Dogma. Yeah, but there's two.
I've read Morals and Dogma, but not the whole thing. I've read parts of it because I'm not gonna lie. The lingo he uses is kind of it's like reading the Bible to me. Yeah. Like the Bible for me is difficult to read. Like I read the Bible and I don't make sense of a lot of it, and I make sense of some of the things. But that's why I have trouble reading these older books like Morals and Dogma. I've tried to read it a couple times because I like to get in the mind of these motherfuckers, Like, what are these guys like talking about, And Morals and Dogma is like the Bible to me, dude. It's not saying that it's like any. I'm not trying to compare it to like a religion or anything. I'm just saying like the wording, the way they spoke in those times, it's hard to understand for me.
I think if you read the Bible first and try to understand that, everything they write, it will be like, you'll see right through it because they imitate God. They copy, they counterfeit, how the God of the Bible speaks and they follow the plan of the God of the Bible, of Abraham. So yeah, I think reading the Bible and trying to understand what that's saying will help you understand and decide what they're saying.
Right. The other book I do want to read is I forgot the guy's name, but it has on the book it has like a picture of the Norse mythology flat Earth. What's that guy's name? I can't remember his name right now. But literally on the book cover, it's like the Norse flat Earth, like the one that we all see like in our memes and shit. It's like that shit.
Is it Manly P. Hall?
Manly P. Hall, thank you so much. That's it, Manly P. Hall. That's the next book I want to try to give a read.
Yeah, he's got a lot of books too. He's got a lot of videos where he gives the talks, where he goes into the books and all his work. But he also, like, Manly P. Hall is there to explain to you the plan, like the plan and how and what these people mean, what that person means. You know what I mean? It's like if you want to be a Freemason, you can listen to him. But if you read the Bible, you'll also hear that Manly P. Hall is also, talking that shit. They're all false teachers, though. That's why, I recommend reading the Bible first and then read their books, because they like to play mind games like that with people.
Yeah.
With
Yeah,
their
I've
own
actually,
views.
I won't read anything. I have to listen to an audiobook of it because I have this issue where I'll be reading a book and I'll be thinking about something completely different at the same time.
I hate that.
And I conflate my thoughts with the book at times. It's weird.
Yeah. Context. I think it's because of context. So if you have the right context, yeah, that's why reading the Bible, I had to understand, like, what is this? Oh, these are people that live all the way up there. This is how they do things. This is what this means because this is how they do that. So it's the context that you read it and the time, and the people that were living at that time. Like, if you read it today, you gotta try to pretend you're living back in those days, or how does this apply if it was today? You know what I mean? What would this mean today? Because we don't know things, that happened before, right? So that's why it seems so mysterious to us, because, you got science telling us all this other stuff that's totally opposite. There's no such thing as spirit, all these anti spiritual, anti-God. But yeah, there's another book. There's two, Morals and Dogmas. The other one is a reformation of the actual. So he reformed the whole thing, the doctrine of the Masons, and yeah, that's where he talks about it. He talks about force. He talks about using your force. Man's force is wasted, and we have to harness this force, and then we have to put it to work. And it's like he laid it all out, how it was going to happen, and it happened exactly the way he laid it out. And coincidence? It's worth reading. I mean, right? Just to, like you said, to get into the mind of these people, know what their goals are and how they're going about achieving it. But what would it take for you to not want to own your car anymore because it costs too much? Like, what? You know what I mean? Like, think about it like that. Like,
living close to your job. Like, I could totally do without my vehicle. I live 20 minutes away walking.
Yeah, I wish I didn't have to drive.
I think the infrastructure.
I would never want to give it up, and I'll tell you why. Because it's just one of the most convenient things to have at this day. You know how many times something bad has happened in my house, like where someone gets hurt or some crazy thing, and we have to get going in the car right away. Like, to me, it's just too convenient to give up. It's not even about distance or saving time or if things are close. To me, it's more of a lifesaver. Like, it could save your life to own a car, in my opinion. Imagine if some shit hits the fan, right? Where we have to go away from this town because it's being bombarded with something or missiled up. Who knows? You never know. But it's nice to have something to get you out of a location. I think of it like that. I think of it as a survival thing, a car. And you can even live in it. If you lose your house, dude, you go live in your damn car.
Yeah, I think getting people to not want to own things. I think that's a big part of the agenda, right? Imagine if you didn't not having to think that bomb us. You know what I mean? Like, I think security and safety is going to be something that they're going to push really hard, right? That you're never going to have to worry about those things. No, I think all this
Yeah,
war, all this.
they really are going with that agenda though, Vaughn. Because look, I don't remember the law exactly, but I'm gonna kind of butcher it a little bit. But it goes like something similar like this. They just passed another law out here not that long ago, where in certain locations in California, they're trying to save land, so they're trying to build less suburbs. Starting to sound like China, right? Like they're trying to build more of apartments and buildings that like can house a lot of people in units and closer and less land. No acres, no grass. This law just passed.
They
into,
already single family zoning.
yeah, they're trying to zone us into like these like it's like that old saying, right? Like we're all in a prison, but we don't see the prison bars, you know. But technically, we're all in prison already. Yeah, it's kind of like that. That's how I think of it. Like it's just a tighter form of that prison. Like suburbs to me. I mean, you can still think you're a little bit in prison everywhere you are in the United States, but like to me, it's like when you get to apartments or like places like that, it's like almost like you're in jail. To me, I always felt like, oh, like this is like what jail must feel like. Except you get to leave.
Yeah. Yeah, and the network. You know,
Do
if
you
you
need
bring.
money?
Oh, what's up, Liza?
I think he's hot miking, to be honest.
Like, Ja, you're hot miking. It's easier. It's easier to control people if you can bring them into a smaller space, right? Like build up. Yeah, you build up. Well, now, I mean, signals, right? Networks, the infrastructure that was built, right, to control you. The internet of things and metaverses and, you know what I mean? Like bringing people in and building up, you know, it's easier to, I forget there's an agenda behind that too, building up, like sky cities and shit, you know. Launching pads, right? Towers. Instead of you going to watch some rocket take off, you know, that's not good. We're gonna have towers where we launch from, right? In the clouds. I mean, they got this whole plan I looked at. I don't know if it's real, you know, but yeah. Space, is now going to be farther away from us. You know, like how do you know that? Like, have you ever seen a space launch? Well, no, they're too high up in the clouds. Duh. I don't know if that's, but it's all for surveillance. It's all for monitoring. It's all for the prison. You know what I mean? To keep everyone easily tracked and control. I mean, where are you going to go? Like building out. You know, it's so hard. You know, to connect and provide services, but building up, so easy, right? So easy to contain them.
Yeah.
And how much traveling do you really need to do now, right? Just go up, come down, go over there, come back. There's nowhere to drive. How do you navigate? How do you travel, right? How does that work? How are roads gonna look? Am I gonna be able to walk down the street? Just go walk anywhere I want? Oh yeah, that's not how this works. Can't just go anywhere, right? Like a prison. Went to the shop the other day and they wanted me to scan something, right? Hey, scan this QR code so we know that you were here. I was like, nah, I'm not going in. I'm leaving. I'm not letting them know that I was here.
Good for you.
Yeah, I go to restaurants. They want me to do this virtual fucking menu. I'm not doing that shit.
Yeah, because they want to know where you are at all times. Okay, you got a phone, but you can turn it off. Oh, you want to use our services? Well, you got to turn it on. You got to let them know that you were here at this time on this day. So if anything happens and you were here, you're going to get quarantined, right? Well, you're part of the thing or whatever, you know, but where you are at all times, you know, it's important. Knowing what you're doing, what you're thinking of, it's very important. All that data is so important to the AI. the training, the algorithms. Make it better, make it smarter. It can look at you and instantly pick up your face, your identity. Here he is. Right? You open your mouth to speak, and the microphone picks up your voice. Here he is. She is. No one has to call the police or anything. Because you volunteered. Because you wanted the services. You wanted these services. Right? We want these services, right? We want our
I don't.
Exactly.
You don't have a smart fridge?
No, I don't, and I don't need one either.
I am the smart fridge.
That's right. That's right.
Gee, I've been writing shopping lists for 20 years now, man. Every week. What are you talking about? I've gotten it down to $25 a week. That's that when I go shopping.
High five.
What the fuck are you eating, man?
It
You eat
can be done,
potatoes?
folks.
Yeah, bro. $30 is like, all right, let's get some vegetables.
Just like Jesus feeding the many with the handful of fish. Sounds good.
You gotta know where to get stuff, right? Who's doing stuff? Does the government know you're out here growing weed? Like, hell no, bro. Exactly. Does he know I'm out here growing tomatoes? No. Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't let them know what you're doing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's none of their business.
Don't even let your left hand know what your right hand is doing.
I agree. Exactly. And what you were saying earlier with the technology, that surveillance technology, that's where we're at now. And it's been ratcheted up, by the way, folks.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
So please hurry up and vote for your next election, won't you? Vote for more of your enslavement, taxation, devaluation. Go ahead, run there. Be first in the queue. In fact, sleep overnight. So you're definitely going to get your Exxon. Fuck, please. Yeah, man. Oh, honestly.
So, and we don't
I have your sentiments. Sorry, I have your sentiments exactly. Sorry. Go ahead.
All good. It's scary because it's so subtle, right? That you can't see it if you're not in the industry, or if you're not, looking into it. If you're just, normal dude using phone, normal girl using phone, enjoying life, you don't see it. You don't see the scary technology coming.
Yeah.
It's
encroaching, they call it, don't they? It's encroaching, so it's moving at such a slow pace. You just glide into it.
Yeah. So like you transition right into it, and all of a sudden you've got these new kinds of people that grew up with this technology. Are we the same? Are we the same? Like, no, we're not the same. Boomer.
Okay, boomer.
Like, yeah, not the same. Not the same species.
Yeah, oblivious to it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to have these police drones, just like in that Tom Cruise movie, Oblivious, or Oblivion, I think it is, where they're like spheres, spheres, and they're police, and they just come up. Whoa, they, like you just said with the surveillance, you speak, they smell you. They've even got smell-o-vision. They know who you are. And they just make one. Yeah, sorry. You go ahead.
What's it called? 3 Monkeys or something?
12.
Yeah, that's right.
12 Monkeys.
I just recently watched that last week. Well, not.
I love that film. I love that film. That bike's a Honda, by the way. The bike in that film is a Honda XR model.
Oh no, you're talking about Minority Report, right? Where it smells through the robots.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's Minority Report. I'm talking about Oblivion, where they, where the government that shouldn't be is in space in a pyramid. By the way, the all-seeing eye type pyramid, controlling the whole world. and
some AI, right?
the Earth has tilted. There's been a nuclear disaster. The Earth has tilted on its axis, so the land masses are all different now. Okay, and Tom Cruise is with trying to survive. He's a technician. He's actually in charge of repairing those police drones, and they're like spherical balls, same color as the American police, black and white, but they make an awful, horrible noise, scary. Whoa. They don't even speak. It's just whoa.
Wow.
Shit yourself. Yeah. You got to watch it, man.
Oblivion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bought it on DVD actually because it was such a classic. The technology is fresh as well in there. Oblivion. Tom Cruise. Great movie. Really nice. Sentimental parts of it in there. Sentimentalities in there as well. It's a good one.
Google has this AI called Alpha Code.
Okay.
And Alpha Code is like there's these programmers and they go to these competitions, computer programmers, and Alpha Code is ranked in the top 50 of the best programmers in the world. It writes programs. And pretty soon it's going to be better at developing programs than any human. It's called Alpha Code. They had that Go. They had Google Go. That cracked the game. But now
that's dangerous, isn't it? That sounds quite dangerous to humanity. That one.
If it's
real, starts learning like that, it will outsmart the human being.
I don't think it thinks. I don't think it's a sentient, anything. I don't think it's alive at all.
Like you said, program, but it's like chess moves. It's all mathematics. It's all chess moves. But that's still, most humans are not on that level, are they? So they can easily outmaneuver a human if you're not sharp.
Imagine a machine that you build, okay, and then it does something. I don't know. It spins really fast, but then you lose control of it. Right, and it just keeps spinning, and maybe it sucks there and destroys everything. It's like that, it doesn't have a mind. It's just doing what it was programmed to do, and it's just out of control, out of your control. You know what I mean? You don't know what it's doing anymore. You don't know. You can't even understand it. These things can develop by giving it these languages or patterns, any kind of thing that it'll start developing a language for it to communicate and to do because of neural networks. Because we took something from the brain, our actual brain, and tried to we built a model of it, and we made it work, and we tested.
It's almost here, if it's not already here, by the way. So
Yeah. What is a mosquito? You think a mosquito can think? It doesn't. A mosquito doesn't have a brain. It's just doing what it was programmed to do, right?
Programmed to do, yeah.
Does it have feelings? I don't know. I mean, does a fly have a brain? Does it have the capacity to think?
I think they do have brains.
Yeah, but it processes things the way it was programmed. Like it doesn't have like a. Well, what I'm saying is it doesn't have the brain to do bigger, like to do things. Like it has one thing to do. It does this and that's it. Its whole life, like certain.
It does sense danger, doesn't it? It senses danger and reacts, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah, it does all that. People. If you look at people are already acting like that. They're already acting like just an algorithm that's being programmed. No, people aren't thinking. You know what I mean? Like if you look at people, they're already doing that. Like they may as well be an AI. They're ready to be controlled. All right.
Well, do it. You know what? My son said that 2 days ago, okay, because he hadn't contacted me for a week because he's at this Honda Technical College, okay? So I thought, I contacted him on Sunday and thought, oi, what's happening? You haven't contacted me and all that. He goes, sorry, I've had a load of tests. So then I started cracking jokes, right? Like he's going to fail his test, right? And I was pretending to be his Japanese teacher, so I was putting on the accent and everything else. And then when I said to him, did I sound like your teacher? He said, no. I said, how come? Because our teachers don't crack jokes. I said, yeah, I forgot about that. They're just like drones, like you just said. They're already like that over here. Like robots, they're not that they don't crack jokes. Even at their school, they're not laughing. I forgot for a second where I was. So like you said, People are already acting like that, like robots, programmed.
Yeah, we all do it too. When we go to work, we follow a program, right?
Yeah.
And if we stray, you're like, hey man, get with the fucking program. What are you doing? Yeah. So yeah, these. I don't know. I'm just saying these.
I'm quite lucky that I can change my program myself. I mean, I've got that opportunity. So like where people are like, I start work at 10 o'clock. So I've got let's say from 7, I've got 3 hours to get an exercise routine in there, right? So when people are rushing to work, Gin's doing the opposite way. I'm actually exercising. You see what I mean now? Yeah. So that's a odd thing to see at rush hour. You see what I mean? My program is slightly different to everybody else's in that sense, because everyone's rushing to get to their schools. Gin doesn't start till 10, so Gin's out there exercising and doing the laundry at like 4 in the morning, and then I'm out there jogging away, come back and exercise in the park, then jump on a push bike. Everyone's rushing to work as I'm cycling, on an exercise one. So yeah, I get to change my program a little bit. I can say that.
Hey, Jen, guess what?
What up? What up, babe?
I am going on a date tomorrow with someone who happens to not believe that we went to the moon. He doesn't believe we went to the moon.
Fantastic.
I know, right? So
yeah.
Tonight was our second conversation over the phone. And so I started it off, kind of casual. He said he was kind of interested in different Facebook groups and YouTube for his news, which means that's alternative, quote unquote, whatever, for lack of a better word, news. Yeah. So I asked him, I said, what's your favorite conspiracy?
Oh, great.
And he said, well, I don't think we went to the moon. And I threw my head back and I'm like, yes!
Yeah. Brilliant.
I did. I had no shame. I did not.
Don't have any shame. Let your emotions run free, man. Excellent.
Yeah, it was great.
Excellent.
So then on his profile, he said that he's always questioning. And I'm like, boy, this is going to be fun. So, yeah. So then I asked him, I said, well, have you heard about the conspiracy that the earth is flat? And he said, actually, I have. And I said, well, what do you think about it? And the first thing he said was ships going over the horizon. And
wow.
I know. I can do it. When we got to that point, he only had like one or two, like he was out of time on his break, so he had to go. But he did say, he said, man, I sure, no, he didn't say man. He said, I sure don't want to, go. I want to listen to more of what you have to say. Like, yeah.
Brilliant. All the right
so that dude is a flat earther. I can guarantee it.
Yeah, I'm happy for you. I'm over the moon, ecstatic for you, the lucky man. So, yeah, good times are coming, it sounds like. Just in time. Spring is in there. Thank you. That's wonderful news. Wonderful news.
I would be willing to put a wager that he may possibly be a member here at some point in the future.
Oh, I was thinking that you may introduce him to us, and we'll welcome him into the community.
Because I told him.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, well, when he said boats go over the horizon, and I said, well, I'm just going to tell you, remember that group that I told you I talk with on the internet? Well, I've been talking with the same group of people for 5 years about flat earth. And then we just went into it. It was great. It was awesome.
Brilliant. You tell him Gin CBR1 wants to have a conversation with him. I want to know, how he came into the knowledge of the flat earth. I want to know how he did that.
I thought about you because I told him, I said, there have been, 3 or 4 documentaries on, how we didn't go to the moon, and I named a couple off, and I told him, I said, well, Yeah, I'm going to get him in here. There's no doubt about it. It's going to happen.
Yeah, get him in here, and we'll welcome him to the community. I'm very happy for you, Jenny. Lucky man, that guy. He's lucky guy.
I hope so. I haven't met the dude yet, but it sounds pretty damn promising.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going in this all naive like I want to get laid and shit.
No, you're not a naive woman. Don't worry. I don't even think like that. I'm not even on that tip. You've already demonstrated your wisdom, so don't worry. I don't go on that road. So I'm very happy for you, and I mean that 1,000%.
Well, it's going to happen tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. We're going for breakfast and coffee.
Enjoy, man. Sunny side up, eggs, fried tomatoes, mushrooms, please. Slice of toast with marmalade, and I'll have a nice glass of water with that. Thank you very much. Yes. Oh,
Hey, Jenny.
Can I have some bulldog sauce, please? Thank you. And vinegar, flat pepper, and some Italian herbs. That'd be my breakfast. Wow, sounds good.
I heard somebody else say, "Hey, Jenny."
Oh, I was just saying is usually the best way, to make sure somebody's good to go on a date. You want to check the whites of their eyes, their gum line, and their nails.
Yep.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's a hard-working man, so he's not going to have the best-looking nails, I'm pretty sure. I mean, he was probably just regular guy hands.
Yeah, but make sure you check the gum line.
Yeah, the gum line and the whites of the eyes.
Well, yeah, I'm going to be, if there's any, inkling of, I don't want to be on
There's nothing like finding the right partner in the end who's fully aware, and you can then attack life with zeal. Not only will you be demonstrating showing your love, of course, because that must happen, but you're actually going to be leading the human race with the knowledge you have. You'll be sharing it with people. Yeah. The potential is endless for you and your partner. Hopefully. I understand where you're at, and I'm really happy for you. So,
I'm trying not to put count my chickens before they hatch, but you only live once, might as well.
Yeah, you only live once. Like I said, let your emotions run free. You got to trust. That's the human position there, this position. We've got to trust. Without doing that, then you're not ready fully living, I'm afraid.
Mic check.
I can hear you clearly, man.
Is it
even
clear?
if you do get bitten, you still learn,
Is it pretty clear?
Yes, it's very clear. Crystal clear.
Hey, I kind of have a favor of you guys. I have a friend here, my neighbor I met. She's a very nice lady. And I told her she wants to be flat smacked. Now, she's here eating dinner with me that I made. And you can just have a casual conversation. She's here using my mic in my kitchen studio.
Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon. Is it lunch or dinner you're having? Sorry.
Dinner.
It's dinner.
Okay. Well, welcome to the server. Did he cook it right for you, madam?
Oh yes, it's very, very good.
Words like succulent can be used. Can it? Succulent?
Chicken teriyaki.
Juicy. Oh, chicken teriyaki. That's Japanese.
Yes, with bell pepper, red and green bell pepper, and shallots.
Ooh, shallots.
Green onions. Chives, I guess you call it.
Yeah, chives. That's right. Yeah.
And also, I was kind enough to help Sonny with getting some of the vegetables for the chicken teriyaki.
Yep.
Excellent. You see that? So let me just give you congratulations in Japanese. Hang on a second. それはすごくできましたので、おめでとうね。
おめでとう。
Sorry, Nagusto. I forgot that.
I just said that what you've done there was brilliant. Congratulations. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, now, so you'd like to learn about the flat earth truth, yeah?
There we go.
I mean, how do you feel when you hear those words? Flat earth.
It's the first time I've really heard it.
So it's the first time you've actually heard it. Okay, so you believe that you're living on a ball that is spinning. That's right, yeah? Spinning in space.
I think he's asking you, like, what do you think we are on as far as Earth goes? So what do you think it is? In your experience, what is it?
I know you're eating that succulent meal as well. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Can't tear yourself away. It must be good.
It's the first time, like I said, I really heard anything like that.
Okay, let me give you a concept to think about.
Well, hold on 1 second. 1 second, Jen, before you go into that.
Yeah.
When you first heard the words flat earth, what did you really think?
I thought it was kind of interesting because, honestly, Sonny had said something about it, and I'm like, what are you talking about?
Go on.
So I was a little confused on what was meant by it.
Well, what did he bring up that was flat earth related? What did he say to you?
About water, remember?
About the water and everything.
It's being horizontal to itself, like all water is horizontal, right?
Yeah.
Do you agree with what Sonny said, though? Do you agree that water does lie level wherever you see it? Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. You have to, don't you? Because that's all you have experienced with water, whether it's in a cup, a saucepan, on the teaspoon even, in the lake, pond, and the ocean. It's all level, isn't it? Even in a swimming pool, in your bathroom, in your kitchen sink, in your basin, isn't it? It's level, isn't it, water? Yeah?
Yes.
Right. That will never go, that will never change. That is forever. Water is like that for eternity. Okay? So now the question is, can water bend round a ball 360 degrees all round and stay and adhere to have you ever seen that?
No.
Can water stick to the outside of a ball? Is what he's asking.
No.
No, you've never seen that, have you? Anywhere?
No.
Right. That's what they say we're living on. The Earth is supposed to be this, but not only that, it's actually spinning. Now the speed of the spin at the equator, that's the middle section of that ball, is 1,038 miles per hour.
Look,
now I'll ask you a question.
Hold on a second, Jen. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good, I need that. Keep that going. So I have a blue spiky ball. It's an exercise ball. I use it for my back. Watch, I'm gonna pour some water on it. Here's the sink. What happens to the water? Hold on.
It goes down.
What? Like the water just falls off of it.
That's right. The water rolls off, doesn't it? It rolls off the ball. It cannot stick to that ball. Why is that? Why does it roll off?
Well, I have if you don't mind, Jen, I have a better question.
Yeah, go on.
So, what is the explanation that we're given for how water does stick to a ball?
Do you need a napkin? I'll bet you something.
I don't know.
Well, the claim is that it's gravity.
That's right.
So gravity holds an insurmountable amount of water on this globe. The gravity is that strong to do that. But yet, bees and birds can fly with ease, and they don't get pulled down to the center of the earth. They tell us that there's a core to the middle of the earth, the ball. But yet, we've only dug down, physically dug down, just under 8 miles, I think.
Yes, 7.6 miles. 7.6 miles.
Yes. So what is happening here is something that we refer to as scientism, where it's a belief system, and that calculations of this supposed ball are put out to the masses as if they're measurements, and they're not measurements. So there's a lot of assumptions with the the globe model. Well, it's not a model, but
The globe, like what we
it's not a model.
you know, that we all
Rubbish
grew
is
up with.
pseudoscience.
We all grew up with this idea that we were told that the Earth is a globe and water's sticking to it because of this magical force that was never explained to us, you know, because we were too young, right?
Right.
Never explained to us like how that actually worked, and now we're adults and we can kind of look at this with open eyes, kind of new eyes, to be able to see like, wait a minute, go back and look at the information I looked and learned about my whole life. Is it really true? Can it be tested? So that's what these people are graciously speaking with us about here tonight.
you know what I find, when you mentioned school a moment ago, Sonny, it made me think about what should have probably happened, like in geometry class, where we would use the Earth curvature to calculate that from scratch, you know what I'm saying, and showing our work and all of that. And that would be a perfect real world example to apply math to everyday life. But for some reason, we never did. And, I remember us always hating math. Well, we're never going to use this in real life.
Right.
No, for real. That's what we all used to say.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. So it's just kind of funny how we never learned that in school. That should be something we should have learned.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. Now, I just wanted to go back to the ball.
Yes.
And ask you, why is it that the water doesn't stick to the ball that you had there? It just rolled off. Why did it roll off?
Because of it being round?
Yeah, that's right. It's curved. It's not level, is it?
No.
Water
likes leveled surfaces, does it not?
Yeah. And what does water need to be so it's not flowing to achieve its level? What is it that you think is the only thing that really could keep liquids? Is what? They have to be contained, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Contained, and then they maintain their level. Okay, so a ball isn't level. That's why the water rolls off. But not only that, in the case of the Earth, supposedly we are spinning at 1,038 miles an hour. So now, when you spin the ball now and you throw water on that ball, what happens to the water?
It falls off.
Yeah, it does more than that. It flies off, doesn't it? Does it not fly off?
Yeah.
Right, it flies off. When the ball is stationary, it rolls off. When it's spinning, it gets thrown off. So if the water can be thrown off, it means that we human beings, by rights, should be thrown off of this spinning earth. But, like Jenny said, they used the word gravity. But did you know that gravity is an unproven theory? It's not been proven that it exists.
Yeah.
Gravity. Did you know that?
Did you know it's never been proven? Yeah.
No.
Right, that's a fact. It's a 1,000% fact that gravity hasn't been proven, and there are two gravities that you need to think about now. There's Sir Isaac Newton's gravity, which is the mass attracting mass, things clumping together to create these balls, okay? And he disagreed with that, by the way. Sir Isaac Newton did not agree with mass things clumping together in space to form spherical ball. He didn't believe in that. Okay, Sir Isaac Newton. Then there's Einstein, 106 years later, replaced Newton's gravity with the bending and the warping of space-time. It sounds confusing. It is confusing because it's a load of rubbish and it's not been proven. So there are two gravities that we need to consider. One's been obsolete, one's been superseded, but they are both unproven theories. No proof at all. No scientific proof, by the way. Do you understand that now?
Yeah.
Right. So my last point that I'll ask you is this. In your travels in your life, have you ever seen the Earth's curvature? In reality, not from a picture. Not from any of the pictures you've seen in the magazines or the school textbook or on TV, in the movie, on a poster. In reality, for real, have you ever noticed any curvature of the Earth anywhere?
No.
No. Okay, so far your answers have been no, all the way. But yet you're being told you're living on a spinning ball, but you haven't noticed any part of that. And now you hear the words flat Earth. And what we mean by that is the surface of the Earth that we see is level everywhere. Of course, you've got hills and valleys, but when you take an overview at a distance, like from an aircraft or you're on a mountain, the horizon is level, and it shouldn't be. There should be detectable curvature 360 degrees around you. You should notice this. That's what we mean by flat Earth. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that was wonderful, Jen. Thank you. So, a lot of people who are trying to understand the whole concept that it's not a ball is that we don't know. There's a lot of questions that we cannot verify, like, is there, something underneath? Is there something underneath the Earth? And then the really cringy question, well, where's the edge? And, all we know is that it's a level topographical plane. So there's topography, there's mountains and valleys, and, the oceans are, quite deep. In fact, the bottom of the ocean, I don't have the statistic, the facts right in front of me, but the bottom of the ocean is really flat, just like
yes, it's flat.
top of the
It's
earth
flat.
is.
It's flat.
I think it's like something like 70% flat on the ocean
Yeah.
floor, if you remember.
That's right.
So that's a little bit curious. Nobody can find this curve. So we've thrown a lot at you. What do you think so far? What are you thinking?
Great timing, Jenny. That was what I was going to say. Very good. Sorry, I didn't catch your name, madam, because I don't like calling you madam.
Sonny didn't give my name. I'm sorry.
I didn't.
You don't have to.
You don't have to.
It's Christina.
Oh, nice name, Christina. Nice name.
And it's
Hey.
actually spelled with a K.
Oh, okay. You have to be special then. You have to be special. I thought C.
And I'm okay with that.
But what do you think so far, Christina? What are your thoughts? Anything. Doesn't have to be anything, but whatever you're thinking.
Very interesting.
What we're trying to do here is to make you realise that the Earth, as it's been told to you, you have not experienced it, or nor have you seen it, and that should mean something when you hear the words flat Earth. Okay?
Oh, like I said, very interesting, and I'm surprised that it isn't actually round and that it is flat.
Yeah, and so listen, so what's going to happen next year is Christina and I are friends now, and so what we'll be doing is taking walks and walking down by the water, and we'll be using my telescope here. We'll be looking over distances together. We can go discuss these things, go down by the water there, and we'll see if the water's flat indeed or not, and we'll be able to tell right away.
Now, whilst you're doing that, the creator is going to be absolutely marvelous, because you're not throwing bombs and bullets and destroying the Earth. You're actually presenting someone who wasn't aware the truth, because we were all being deceived and waylaid. So you're going to have a good day. Wow.
Yeah.
Christina, I have to tell you that I'm very happily jealous for you. It sounds like a fabulous time.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's probably going to change your life and how you see things from this point forward. I'm so excited for you.
Yeah.
You will become lightheaded like a helium balloon. You're going to become very light. Once you realize that the Earth is indeed leveled, flat, plain, motionless, the beauty of Earth will hit you, and it's breathtaking. I tell you that.
Yeah.
That realization.
Oh. Yeah. Also, did you tell her about Ladies' Night, Sonny?
There's a ladies' night on here, and if you're not able to connect with your own device, You could come over here and you could do ladies' night because all the men have to shut up anyway. We can make you a new account on Discord yourself, so you could have your own account. You could log into my place in here on my PC with your own account and talk with the ladies on Friday night. Is it 5 p.m. Eastern?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, 5 p.m.
Eastern.
Eastern.
So that
That's
means
right.
2 p.m. on Friday nights. 2 p.m. Come over here at 2 p.m. and we'll get you
2
started.
p.m. Western. Yeah, that's right. You're California side, eh?
And
I'm
only
so
the ladies. So you'll be right at home.
This is going to be very interesting.
Yeah. You know what, Sonny? Maybe you should be on hand for our first ladies' night, and then you could help her along. That'd be great, I think.
Well, she'll be on my computer here, so like she'll be logged in, but I'll be in the background. Like I could be tech support.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Sonny is a very, very good cook.
Yeah, I mean, he made something Japanese, so he's got to be good.
Yeah. I use the special sauce. The Asian secret is the oyster
teriyaki
sauce. Oyster sauce. With
I
the
love that sauce.
teriyaki and oyster sauce.
I love that sauce, mate. Yeah.
Man.
I have that like 3 times a week. That sauce, actually.
But I know things don't happen by accident, so I know there's a reason why I met Christina, and the other neighbor that lived here in her apartment almost burned the building down and flooded us all out, and now she's here, and it's like a ray of bright sunshine over in this part of our building.
Spring is starting where we are. Spring, man.
Yeah.
Perfect timing.
And listen, I told her she can come over here anytime and knock on the door if you want to come over here and just talk because you want to be around somebody. And she told me likewise. And we're just friends. Listen, this is the platonic friendship, and nothing happens by accident. So
that's right.
God directed us to be together, and it probably has something to do with our paths, how they intersect, and none of that is by accident.
No. It's all fated, you're saying. Yeah, nice.
Yeah. So Christina is a wonderful breath of fresh air of honesty, and just like it brings tears to my eyes right now because
That's so awesome.
Because listen, she's such a beautiful person, and she is going to discover so many beautiful things, and like I just can't wait to like see her grow and develop, and I'm so pleased at how honest and genuine you are here with all my friends, and I'm getting emotional, but no mind that. You know what? It just washes my eyes.
That's what life's about. If life's not emotional, you're not living, man.
Yeah, listen, I get to talk with people on this kind of level, and people will listen to what I'm saying because I'm just like, I've learned how to be calm and just like normal and just genuine, authentic, not trying to have any pretense at all about anything. So like I think like it was interesting bringing the topic up too, because this is the first time she heard anything about flat earthers from me today.
Brilliant.
She never heard of it. Did you ever hear flat earth? Did you ever think about it? Never saw it anywhere?
Nope.
But also this is a lady that has had 4 children. And,
Right.
And is more of a natural person than most people are, disconnected from the grid. She's not connected to the matrix. She lives a natural life, from what I can see.
You're living our dream.
So now the last piece is falling into place where you go, you're on a solid ground.
Yeah.
That it is stationary. So that's not a trick. We could feel it. You know why? Because we feel every motion anyway, right?
Right.
So think about what God gave us to be able to feel that motion. That's why we know we're not in motion, just because we're not in motion. That's the simple answer. That's the simplest answer.
Right.
We see the stars move overhead, right?
Yeah.
So the stars are moving overhead, and at the same time, the stars are moving overhead like a clockwork precision every time in the same place, thousands of years. The same time that's happening, we're not sensing any motion ourselves. the most common thing, the logical thing to think there at that point is the skies and the stars are moving above me. I'm not moving because when I fall down and hit my head, I know I'm moving then.
Yeah.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
Can you can the both of you watch Flat Earth in 5 minutes while we listen, and then we can talk about it? What about that?
Oh, that sounds great. Flat Earth in 5 minutes.
I was actually gonna go back to my apartment because I was letting Edwin come over.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, you got to see Edwin. Awesome, man.
Hey, you know what? It was great to have you, Christina.
Yeah.
I'll be coming back around.
All right.
we'll probably-
Look forward to it.
Yeah, you'll see her on Ladies' Night, I'm sure. Sounds like she's interested in listening to the ladies do some flat smacking now that she knows what it is.
Yeah.
Right on.
Well, we look forward to it. Thank you very much. I think we did a great job in introducing. A nice little introduction there. It was gentle. It was nice. And she's using the word. She's saying already. I'm surprised to know that it's not flat. She said, "Woohoo!" That's pretty good.
Yeah, awesome. And I'm just going to keep my mic on. I'll be back. I'm just seeing her to the door, which is like...
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Have a safe journey.
Bye.
Yeah, but Christina was already saying that she's surprised that it's not round, it's flat, she said. So obviously it's registered somehow. It has registered that something is amiss.
That would be a good question to ask.
So, that was pretty amazing, right?
Yeah.
It was, yes, Sonny, it was, yeah.
That was great.
I think it was the teriyaki chicken that did it.
Yeah, I got to do what I do best, and I just came out of a situation where the plumber had to come because my sink was plugged up for a week, and I was bailing 5 gallons of water 2 times a day. That's 35 pounds every time, but it strengthened my shoulders. Now my shoulders feel freaking great.
Yeah, shit, man. Yeah, no.
And now I have my.
I always clean my pipes as soon as I notice the water receding slowly. And you know why that is? It's because my wife's cosmetics, they're very oily and cloggy. And then the Japanese plumbing pipes are very narrow, so they soon clog up. So, but the thing with me is, I don't buy any chemicals. I just use the plunger. That's all I use is the plunger, and I just keep
listen
pumping.
to this. Listen to this. I live in a big building, 120 feet from street level. It goes up to 12 stories. I live on the 8th floor. Guess how far down they said the clog was?
Go on.
Take a guess. 65 feet.
Wow. Wow. Yeah.
That's 6 floors. That means I live on the 8th floor. The plug was on the 2nd floor down below me.
Yeah. Terrible. So someone's not using their...
That is just crazy because it was stopped completely. Like, it was so weird.
Well, someone stuffed something down there. Who knows what it was, but yeah, I can imagine.
Anyway, listen, when you do without plumbing for a week and a half or whatever, and you're washing dishes in your kitchen, in your tub,
bathroom, yeah.
Yeah, wash it. And I go actually with the shower head, it was like having a washing machine. I'm like, this is pretty cool, dishwashing machine. I didn't have a kitchen sink, so I couldn't run my kitchen normally like I would do,
Yeah.
So anyway, I got to make a fabulous meal for my friend, Christina. Poor thing, she doesn't know how to cook.
That is a shame. How can you have 4 children and not know how to cook? Oh.
Yeah, I know, and I've been cooking
you're
since
no wonder she's off the grid.
I've been cooking since I was 8 years old.
Yeah, I've been cooking round about that age. Yeah, myself. Yeah, yeah.
So listen.
Not preparing food as well, chopping and chopping.
Is my volume okay?
And, peeling the potatoes and that. Grating the carrots. Oh yeah.
Yeah, is my volume
okay?
Is the volume okay on this mic? I don't want to be too loud, overpowering.
You're perfect.
Good. This thing is really sensitive. It's weird because sometimes I plug it in, turn it on and stuff, and through Discord, I have to reset my settings because it's not loud enough and people are telling me it sounds quiet. And I plug in the next time, it's like way overpowering.
Yeah, well, it's perfect now anyway.
Perfecto.
Sonny, I think you need a new mic.
Shut up. Anyway,
Yeah, it's okay to be emotional, because if you're not emotional, then you are not living. So that's the perfect situation to be emotional.
Listen,
so let your emotions run free. Show your love whenever you can. That's what it's about on the beautiful flat Earth. And if you're not doing that, you are not living to the full. If you're not showing your love and your emotion, I'm afraid.
Yep.
I'm afraid, folks, you're missing it.
So lead by example, and I never
Absolutely.
saw myself as being an example or being a leader of anybody. I could barely lead myself. But what I discovered is these intrinsic values and abilities that I have of leadership to attract people's attention to where if I'm just genuine and authentic, listen, I genuinely like people, and people feel that energy of genuine like towards them. Like, you can feel that stuff. So when I started talking with Christina here, she came over. She goes, do you want to go have some coffee? And listen, I'm a selfish human just like anybody else. I had other things on my mind previous. I'm like, I haven't been outside all day because I had to wait for this management person that never showed up. Wasted 1 hour. Then I'm like, now it's past noon. Then I'm like, then my plumbing. I saw the maintenance person in the elevator. I go, can you check? He goes, I could come after 3. But before 3, I got busy and Christina came over, so we went and talked. And we had a kind of a long walk to the 7-Eleven and got coffee together and came back and drank the coffee. And I said a few things, but because I'm just being genuine, and honestly, she needs some companionship, and so do I. And it's not anything other than a friendship where I get to contribute to someone's life where maybe I was negligent before, where I couldn't. Where, like, I think the Creator will put things in your path where you need to review and redo them over, so you have another chance to do better the next time.
Absolutely, perfect timing. That's all I got to say. All happening on spring, right on the beginning of March.
Yes. So Christina has a boyfriend, and I met him today too, and I'm just honest, and I said, like, listen, like I think it's great. Like, honestly, we could come over to my place. I have like almost a media center. So you guys could lay on my couch here. You could have the full living room by yourself, and I could just sit back here over in the corner, whatever, and play my guitar and serenade you guys and get you in the mood. Like, I don't care. Like, whatever, you know? So I'm honestly like, listen, I do much better with someone around me that I can cook for. I don't know why that is.
That's what they do in Greek restaurants. Look, that's what the Greeks do, right? And the Italians, don't they? You know, you go to the restaurant, you're a couple, right? And then you're there, and they are serenading you with their music. Look, when I took my wife to Italy, it was in Easter, okay? Now, we went to this cafe, sat down, and as soon as I sat down, the man is already playing serenade music. As soon as we sat down, he looked at me and he never stopped playing all the best tracks. I offered him a drink. He said, no, tea. I said, okay, can you give this man a tea, please? Whilst he was playing the piano, because it was in the afternoon. And then we went there 3 times, you know, twice in the afternoon and once in the evening. In the evening, he took a whiskey in the evening.
Well, cheers to that.
As soon as we walked in, the music changed, okay? As soon as I walked in.
Cheers to that. Here we go. Cheers to all of you.
Nice.
I'm going to raise my glass. Cheers to all of you. Crazy motherfuckers.
Yeah, I'll raise the bottle.
On the flat earth, you globe deniers are a bunch of nutcases. Just like me. I'm proud to be amongst you. We're going to keep moving this thing forward like one person at a time. Flat smacking. Listen, my neighbor, I told my other neighbor who grew up in St. Louis that his tribe of people, he thought he was African American. I told him in a really calm demeanor that his people probably lived in St. Louis. You were the original Americans. There were brown, black, yellow, and red tribes living in America all at the same time.
Yeah. That's right.
That so he grew up in St. Louis. He was probably from the people that built the Cahokia Mounds, which I grew up in the suburbs of St. Louis and never even heard about. All my whole life growing up in St. Louis, in grade school, never heard of Cahokia Mounds. That these people built these huge mounds that were incredible. And you know what? The Smithsonian hid the bones, bro. Like they hid all the bones.
They hide everything, those Smithsonian.
Of
things.
10 foot, look, 10 foot tall, white, red-haired giants with armor, copper, iron helmets, breastplates. Native Americans in America don't dress like that. Plus, they don't have Proto-Hebrew cuneiform text in tablets like Chief Joseph did. That he said was passed down to them through generations. So there.
I've been to Cahokia Mounds.
Fuck yeah, I passed by there like many times in my life.
I passed by there I don't know how many times, and I hated it every time.
I want to go there. I want to go back there with all of you guys and see these places, man. We miss so much. What a bunch of hoaxers.
That's
lying
one of
to us about all that shit.
That's where one of the famous Silmarillion videos that's online was taken at the Cahokia Mounds, top of Cahokia Mounds.
Yep. So check this out. A little history, like on my mysterious freaking history of my family is very strange. Now listen, my grandfather, who I never met, had the same name. It starts with G. I won't say it because it's my legal name. It doesn't matter. It's fiction. Fuck it. My name's Sonny. Anyway, so my grandfather, I never met, but I've seen pictures of him once or twice in my life. He looked like a... I don't know how to describe it. He looked like a very freaking dark mulatto to me. And my dad, listen, had the biggest nostrils of any human being I've ever met in my life. The biggest schnoz I ever saw in my life was my dad.
I didn't know you had that video, Helio.
Anyway, so what I wanted to say about that is, I think I could have either come from, well, we know there's French fur trappers up around Nova Scotia. That's where our name is. That's where they say, like, and I found 1500s references to the 1500s in New England with the same last name, and in Illinois going back to about 1800. And marriage certificates in Lansing, Michigan in 1855 with the same last name. But anyway, I digress. But my grandfather, so I think that could be part Indian or even black that I don't know about, that was hidden because there's a bunch of secrets about that person in 1942 that left my family when my father was 9 years old. Had enough time to have another whole family, so they're up there in Iron Mountain, Michigan, somewhere still to this day. Like, he was in the First World War, but he changed his name and lied about his age to get in World War I, fighting on the side against the Germans in World War I. That's my grandfather.
Amazing.
So he was 15 years old, American from Michigan, or Illinois. No, Michigan, Iron Mountain in the north. Big Battle Mod knows about Iron Mountain. So in some ways we're related, and there's probably my family still living up there.
Sorry, Sonny.
Yeah?
You said Iron Mountain. That's in Missouri too, isn't it?
No, Michigan.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Ironton, Missouri.
Iron Mountain, Michigan, where all the copper mines were in the northern peninsula. Iron Mountain up there in the north. Yeah, that's where my family and his family's from. That's all lost history to me. I never knew about my family. Before that, apparently people with my last name, the same last name, and landed in Somerset after fighting with William the Conqueror in 1066 in the Battle of Hastings, where they conquered Britain. And all of British history started at 1066. Everything else was wiped out. All of ancient Welsh history about Arthur,
William the Conqueror,
who traveled to America in 563, somewhere abouts there. And supposedly Arthur II died in America, came back to England in 563, and they said Britain was demolished by something destroyed. Not a tree standing. A desolate place. That's Welsh history. But there's a place in Somerset right now, actually, that has my last name. The ancient spelling was the same way my name is spelled now, and I don't give that away. I've told Crackvillain because So we have ancestry that are connecting with each other, and it goes way back. I haven't been able to connect all the dots. So it's a lifelong journey to figure that out. I'd like to know who I really am. So that's what flat Earth means to me. Like, I talked to my son today, by the way. I was a day early, or actually 12:40 last night, which was 40 minutes after midnight on the 1st of March, my 25-year-old son that changed his first engine out, 16 years old, bought his first house at 22, and just got at 25 today, just got a journeyman position recently. Working at the company.
High five. Proud Papa.
Fuck yeah. He's a chip off the old block right here. I don't know where my skills came from, and I don't care, but he has the same skills I do, and I know it didn't come from mom. I'm not putting her down. She has, he's got both. He's got both, a share of both of those genes, you know? He's got part of that. My other son, too. They both do. They got part of me and part of her, but they both have this skill. For some reason, I don't know if I got lucky. They got lucky that they got to experience life knowing how to do shit. Because look, they grew up as a young child watching me on the side, while I'm crawling underneath my Volkswagen. I'm like, sit here and watch me work on my car. And they would just sit there and watch, and they're like, I want to go skateboarding. I'm like, okay, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. Had a full life. Wow. Can't even tell you. I didn't have kids until I was 47.
¿Qué quiere? ¿Qué quiere, mi amor?
Wow.
Yeah.
La camita durmiendo.
Now he's 25. What's that noise I hear?
Está durmiendo la camita.
It's Jimsy hot micing.
Oh, is that Jemsy? Wait a minute. Who's that? Hold on. Does she want to hear some guitar playing? Does she want to hear some sunny guitar playing?
¿Qué la gomi? Con lechita. ¿Qué la gomi? Una lechita. ¿Qué lechita? Oye, estoy comiendo todas las gomitas de dormir. La mujer, Mike.
Hey, Sonny. This is a little random, but earlier today, were you singing Pink Floyd?
Yeah, it was.
It was. Do you remember which song or a couple songs?
Yeah, I was trying to sing Time. I got some of the words off.
Time. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Fritter and waste the hours. Yahoo! Best days of her life are right now, today. Well, that's what I'm here to say. All my love is what I'll be spreading all across the plain. Yeah. How's that? You guys
Sounds
are
mighty
supporting
fine,
it. Come on,
Sonny.
man. Speak up.
I said it sounds mighty fine.
Cool. I like to play music for people. It's what I do best. Excuse me. Oh, that's rude. Sorry.
Well, it's not like you're on stage. It's all good.
just trying to keep it real, yo. Oh man, I'm having so much fun today. What a great day, man. You know what's really the best thing is when you can sacrifice yourself and what you want to do at the moment for someone else and give your time to someone else. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love that.
That's the most valuable thing we have. To give that to somebody else, yeah. And so we should be here passing out hope like it's candy. So that's what I'm gonna start doing. That's how we change the world. One day at a time.
That's right.
Oh yeah. Oh boy. I can't wait to get that flat earth sailboat going. I'm gonna fucking buy me a sailboat. Well, and a car. So when you don't show up to go sailing with me, I can ride all the way to your fucking place in Missouri or wherever it may be. And come say,
Bring it on, brother.
What the fuck, bro? Why don't you show up?
It's not like you don't know how to get here. Missouri.
No, what do you gotta do? Get on the I-70. Shit, go west. Oh yeah.
You mean go east?
No, if you're in Missouri, you gotta come up.
Oh, I thought you meant you were coming to Missouri.
Well, I can go that way too. Shit, the highway goes both ways, right?
Hey, you never know. Me and the new boyfriend could buy a van and go across the United States talking about flat Earth. You never know.
Yeah, come over and visit me. I should have a closet full of weed.
Woohoo!
Y'all good?
Check this out, guys. I'm not sure if you know this. Somebody in the live stream in the YouTube chat posted that Democ is about to be debating MC Toon on his channel.
What?
In like 3 minutes.
I want to listen. Let's do it. Let's do it here. Watch party. Well, listen party.
Yeah, but you know what? We don't need to all abandon the live stream.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying I didn't know that was going to happen. I mean, it's I can already imagine how how it's going to go. But anyway,
Where's it
I know
happening?
I know Democ. And
Where's it happening? Where's it happening?
On McToon's channel. I'll post the link.
Cool, man.
And this is insane. I didn't know. I mean, it's like a lot of us refuse to even talk to that motherfucker, but Democ, fucking go.
What a loser.
Do
Wait
what
a
you
minute.
do.
Hold on. Hey, isn't he offering $10,000? I want that money.
Yeah,
I can win it. I could win that money.
Here comes the link. This is
Let's
about
just
to
say it's
happen
some
like in 3 minutes. It's top of the hour. It's about to happen.
No, I'll win that money on the sextant. I want that $10,000. I could win it.
I ain't gonna give you no money, man.
Have you posted it? Is that the link? Yeah.
Hey, look,
Yeah,
I
that's
probably
it.
wouldn't be saying that unless I fucking
About to
almost
go live.
starved the
About to go
last
live.
2 weeks of last month. I had fucking no money and no food. Nothing. Fucking dying of starvation in America. Fucked up.
Well, what the fuck is money anyway, right, Sonny?
It's nothing, doesn't matter, because you know why? They don't have what I have, which is knowledge of how to survive on the forest floor if I have to. Yeah. So I'm here to like tell y'all, just all I have to offer is my own testimony.
Yep, me too. I'm the same way with you, Sonny, man. Yeah. It's like I ain't the smartest person in the world, but how do you measure smartness when it comes to this topic, you know?
I wouldn't want to be the smartest person anyway. Fuck that. Who cares?
Yeah, but the smart people figured out that the Earth is a globe when it's obviously not. Okay.
With a smart ruler.
So Helio.
Hey, Sonny, can you get closer to your microphone? You sound like you're
Hold on.
speaking from like 10 feet away.
I'm in my kitchen, so how's that? Now I'm right up close.
It sounds way better.
I'm right here. Guess what? There's what I'm going to tell you. Cheers, Helio. I'm pouring myself the last of this cherry Coca-Cola, and hold on. Wait for it.
Fireball.
There's the Coca-Cola, which I hardly ever drink. Only 2 times, once a year I'll drink some.
You use it when you for mixed drinks.
And I'm having with it a little Captain Morgan.
There you go. Some rum and coke.
So I'm gonna measure it because whoa shit.
You scoundrel.
Hold on.
Hey, Helio.
What? Adam says it's moderated by Bob the Science Guy. Oh my god, this is gonna be classic, man.
Okay, you there? Hold on. I need a cup.
Hey, Helio.
Yeah, what's up?
Approximately.
Welchie's here. You want to talk to him?
And
who?
Welchie.
Damn, dude, I can't hear what you're saying because Sonny's.
What? Welchie is a new person, VC verified. It's sitting there.
Hey, Sonny, you're hot micing, bro. You're not.
All right, I'm gonna shut. Hold on, let me shut my mic. Sorry, 1 moment.
What were you saying, Dave? Who's here? A new person?
We have a new person named Welchie.
Oh, Welchie. Oh, I see Welchie. Yeah, awesome.
Welcome, Welchie. Do you want to talk? Feel free to open your mic.
What's up, Flat Earth?
Hello, welcome to server.
Cool, man. Just listening to you guys chat away.
What brings you by tonight?
I'm just listening to you guys. I come back across the Discord server and I'm just listening, seeing what other people say.
How did you find out about Flat Earth?
How did I find out?
How did you find us? I mean, have you ever talked to anyone about this before?
Yeah, I mean, I talked to my brother. I don't have quote unquote friends that believe in Flat Earth. You know what I mean?
No,
a couple people that you bring it up to are like,
It does.
But no, I
How did you find out about it though?
What's that?
How did you find out about that people are talking about that the Earth's flat?
So like a year ago, I kept getting like the same Facebook video of like this dude that was like debunking Flat Earth, and he was like doing all this stuff, going on airplanes and stuff with Level, and he was like, he had little clips of people that were like Flat Earth people in it, right? And I was like, these dudes don't seem like retarded. Like, who are
What did
these?
the person look like in the video?
He's like a skinny dude with blonde hair. It's not like Professor Dave or anything. I forget his name. But that video kept coming up on my news feed, and like I said, it was like a debunking video. I don't know who the dude was. I couldn't tell you.
So it wasn't Professor Dave, but
No, it wasn't Professor
It was YouTube.
Hey,
Pushing
I'm a skinny dude with long hair and what?
Then it was like there's a lot of skinny dudes.
You're not being racist, are you?
You racist
Against my blonde hair.
Are you
Skinny white boy, skinny white boyness.
Skinny white boy.
Putting debunking video. Why is Facebook recommending that stuff to your?
Oh, dude, I was trying to find.
Here, I'll find you the video right now.
I was trying to find something.
What happened?
Go ahead.
Oh, were you looking into it, or how did it pop up on your feed?
I don't know, just like random videos. I don't know.
Hey, so Wilshire, so how long ago did you first hear about Flat Earth?
I've been like looking and listening. I listen to a lot of Flat Earth debate, but for like a year now.
Okay.
I would say,
okay.
Give or take. So
curious.
So, which channels? I mean, you listen to like Nathan Oakley, or do you just like listen to some of the popular channels that are?
Yeah, I listen to Nathan Oakley's.
Right.
I used to listen.
So
to a
you're
lot
familiar with the back and forth, right?
So
you're familiar with the argument.
So if you listen to Nathan Oakley, that means you know about Quantum Eraser then as well, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So
Cool. So
welcome to the
you're
club,
quite familiar.
man.
Yeah, sure.
Welcome home. Welcome to the last house on the block. We're glad you're here.
Once you go over all the arguments back and forth, and you've listened to it, I mean, you can come to your own conclusion. No one here is going to judge you about your conclusion that you've come to. We it's just knowledge is key, man. So
really,
you can believe whatever you want to about.
Yeah, so listen, we're glad you're here. We're glad you're here no matter what ilk you come from. It doesn't matter what your tribe or what your family is or what origin you come from. Like, we have no axe to grind. There's no, like, we have nothing to gain by giving you bullshit. We don't care to do that. We're not here to convince anybody. We found what we found, and people are either going to take that and pick it up and look at it themselves, or they're not. That's none of our business what they do from then on out, right? So congratulations. Welcome to the server. The best place on earth to talk about Earth is right here. I'm glad you're here.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Welcome. Welcome to the resistance.
Welcome to understanding. It's just like, hey, you can hear both sides and completely understand both sides.
Welcome
And
to
then you can come to your own conclusion. It's not up to us to convince you of what you should or should not believe about Earth. We're just trying to point out observations that we make here on Earth. And you can come to your own conclusions as long as you understand both sides. Then you can come to your own conclusion. It's very
welcome to your Johnny Harris. Did you ever hear him?
You know what almost the best thing about this place is, right? It's just because you got a bunch of crazy motherfuckers that think just like you do, and you're like astonished, like stunned, like holy shit, really? Like I wasn't nuts after all. These people agree with me, and they got good reason to believe. Like we know Earth is flat because whatever, we freaking measured it. Like there's no question after that. Sorry, like there's no excuses for it not being a globe. They have nothing.
I'm about to move there, Jenny. I just
we got to do an amen. Hold on. Amen.
Oh my ears. The video.
No, it's all good, Welshie, man. If you're familiar with the topic, there's no reason for you to just say, "Oh, well, I don't know yet," or whatever. Well, I mean, you can say I don't know yet, and
I don't want to decide.
Dude, we don't know either, so that's okay. But Earth is a place that presents itself as a level stationary plane. If you watch TV, you might think that it's a globe. And you can believe that too if you want to.
Don't watch TV.
Well, I mean, you can believe whatever the fuck you want to, can't you?
What if I don't watch TV but I read comic books? Am I gonna think it's a globe? What if I don't watch TV, but I went to
I'm gonna go
school?
check this out, Jen. I'll check it out. Anyway, you guys continue with Welshie. I gotta check something out.
Are you gonna go listen to MC Tune? The
Yeah,
MC
I mean,
Clown?
Jenny says it sounds like a recording, but
You know, it would have been better if it wasn't on his channel. You know, it would have been better if it was on
no. That's Demok's fault for going to his channel.
I know.
Lol,
Just don't think we should all be going to his channel. You know, D-Mock can handle it. I mean, it's freaking
No,
Superman.
he can do whatever he wants. I mean, yeah, Demok can handle himself. I'm gonna
Guys,
check
like,
that shit
if
out,
I
and
want to
you guys
play them
continue
all,
this.
like,
I'm gonna check it out.
I can support his channel though. That's why I'm like,
I'm not gonna support. Nobody here wants to support his channel. That's okay.
Trap, saying it's
Hey,
always a
well,
trap.
that's the last thing we're gonna say about it. We don't support that shithead. He's been here several times, and every time he's
D-Mock doesn't need your help.
made a fool of himself and has denigrated everything that we stand for. And so, yeah, I was just letting everyone know that Demok was going to be over here. Who's one of the value members over here. That's all. That's the only reason I brought it up.
Just don't ruin it for him, for D-Mock.
No, I won't. No, well, of course I wouldn't. So if it is actually live, Jen seems to think it's not live, but I think it probably is. So anyway, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go
ahead. I guess MC Tune is more important than this new person, this new awesome person. That
No,
just
it's
came.
not. That's what I'm saying. You guys go ahead and talk to this new person because you know one of the value members here or somewhere else. You know, talking to the McToon.
I need you here.
Tell me to shut up. Wait, I didn't tell myself
Don't
to
shut up.
I
would
will
like for you
shut
to
the fuck up.
to
I'm
our
going to shut up. I'm going to listen to what's going on over there, and I'm going to go smoke a cigarette.
Now run away. Run away. Sorry, man. Sorry, new people.
No problem. Now it's time for a musical interlude from Sonny. 1 second.
Perfect.
Stand by. Wait a minute. Messed up that part. Hold on. Take 2. Thanks.
God damn that.
Let me show you.
Damn.
Sick
My
Hendrix
face
chord.
melted.
I love it.
My face was starting to melt. I was like,
That's what I'm here for. Okay.
the best intro.
Hey man, you should tune your guitar. It's a little flat.
Who's flat?
Shut that. Turn that shit down. Are you fucking hippie? Anyway, I digress. Thanks for letting me share, y'all.
Play Grateful Dead.
It's way better than. It's way
Gotta
better
get-
than anything Bill Nye tries to put on. Have you seen that cringe?
Sugar Magnolia is about like one of my favorite. But actually, Grateful Dead is not my favorite. I saw them in 1974 at the Hollywood Bowl.
Damn, word. Nice.
Drinking Southern Comfort with my high school friends. Yeah. But there, I digress again. What is it about too many items when you have too many objects around you, like different things? Start losing track of shit. Whoa.
Mic check, is it working?
You're good. Let me turn the mic off so I don't want to be hot micing.
Loud and clear.
How did that sound with my guitar as far as levels go? You audio files?
Yeah, it's coming coming through pretty good.
Not too loud.
Not too loud. Not clipping or anything.
Just in the Goldilocks zone.
Right in there.
Good. I'm happy about that because I rely on you because I had to have to go back and rewind the live stream to hear what the level sounds like. So I'm relying on you guys to help me out there. I don't want to be obnoxious.
It was pretty roomy. You might even be able to have it up a bit higher for the guitar. I didn't hear any clipping or anything.
Yeah, well, the amp is about 6 feet away from the mic, 7 maybe.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I could point it more towards the amp when I'm not speaking, point it towards the amp, and then swing it back over around my boom. Yes, I love it.
So I went over and checked out Mark McToon's channel.
What's going on?
You ain't gonna believe it. He's reading a text where he was debating Denmark in text, and he's just reading the text chat. Denmark's not actually live there. So that's what McClown has stooped to try to get viewers. He's got 200 people watching it right now.
What?
Watching him read text.
Watching him read a text chat debate. And he's having some guy do a voiceover reading Mark's words in like a stupid accent. So,
That was one of the best dinners I've ever eaten from anywhere, and I made it myself. I got to share it with someone else. Really great. Wow.
So that's what Globers call a debate. That's ridiculous.
Oh, debate. I'm sorry. Never mind me.
Speaking of debate, there's definitely not one going on over at MC Tunes channel. The stupid fuckers, all they're doing is reading drunken DMs from Demok. It's dumb.
What's up with that situation? What's Denmark's trip, man?
I don't know. He hasn't shown up.
Did he have like a glitch in the? What happened? Did he like glitch out or something?
He has not shown up yet. So they're reading. Somebody's reading his DMs on the live stream, on McToon's live stream.
Well, why would they do that?
Because they're idiots, and they don't have anything to talk about.
Yeah, they are idiots. Just
all they're
the fact
doing
that-
over there is clowning like they're in middle school. It's fucking stupid.
What a bunch of babies! Wow, how sophomoric of them.
Not even that.
Yeah. Making fun of his grammatical errors.
I'm not waiting around for that shit. Fuck
That's
that.
what happens when you have no proof for your globe.
Meanwhile, you got a new person on here. If you want to try to talk to them, I can't pronounce their name though. Yena.
Oh, and I saw Hellboy, and he might come in here. Just
Hi,
before.
Yena. Are you there? Wait a minute. Let me on. Hi, Yena. Can you say hi? Your mic's. Is your mic working? Nice to have you here. Welcome to the server. We're happy to speak to new people. If you can say hi to us, Yena, we'd like to hear from you. Just say hi if you could, please.
We don't have to debate. Just saying.
Yeah, we're not going to drag you into any kind of discussion. If you don't want to speak about it, you could just listen for a while. That's fine. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
We don't
we're
care what people think here. We're not like we're not thought control police or anything. So
yeah, we're not trying to gotcha or anything here.
So listen, Yena, the value to me unmuting you and you speaking with us right now is that you get to speak to us when you come back instead of being server muted like I found you.
Wait, who?
Yena, I'm still talking about Yena. So Yena, if you could speak up and just say hi to us, please. Otherwise, I'll have to put you back on server mute. Okay, no problem. There will be another time. You could go to VC1 check-in, and someone will be there to speak with you if you'd like to do that. Okay? There we go.
Yeah, forgive me for saying this, Sonny, but I don't think we're doing that on the live stream with somebody who doesn't have a role, VC verified, right?
Well, why not?
Well, you know what happens. People act a fool.
No, they don't always listen. Some of them come in and do that, and they go, holy shit. You can tell by their pauses. They go, whoa, you guys are like, and they stay with us. So I wouldn't necessarily, like, I mean, sometimes you have to take a chance. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If there's not a risk, then it's not a risk worth taking.
I would agree with you there, Sonny, but possibly the point that Jenny's making is we have to be careful with up-and-coming changes in the server.
Okay.
So you really got to be careful with who you let say things on here on the live stream.
Yes,
even in an outburst.
Yeah.
The only way...
It's just that it's beyond the N-word thing, and at the end of the month, things will be very, very different. That's all. That's all it is. I'm for opening up people's microphones and talking to them too, though. I'm all for it.
Listen, old dude, but listen, I don't say that here unless I have my finger on the trigger for muting
thank
them.
you, Sonny. That's what I was trying to butt in to say.
No,
The only way
I always have it. I always have it ready when I'm asking them this question about. Would you speak up, please? I have my finger right on the trigger.
Okay, then I support you if that's how you do it, Sonny.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
do it
so do 6 more of us. Yeah, we're all the same in that regard, bro. Yeah. Yeah,
I got full control of my screen. I have a laptop. It's very fast, and like I can just like click it back off. Like they're not going to say anything that I don't catch. Like they'll never get a chance. I'm fast. So I always have my finger right on that button. If they start saying anything, done. Sorry, bye. And then I'll let one of you guys moderators know, or somebody like fucking. Okay, we'll fix that situation. Boom. Like
they're about to do the
the controls we have here work very well, so I appreciate all of that, all of the controls, all the moderation, especially moderation on me to keep my ass under control, because believe me, I know I need it. Thanks.
Sorry, Sonny. I'm so sorry. You heard me when I said, didn't you?
No, say it again, please.
Okay, so like what just happened just now, you have your hand over it, and the person is just, for some reason, you just know that they're going to say it. And before they say the N-word, N-word, all they get out before you hit them is...
Yeah, listen, here's how I operate on Earth. Here's how I operate personally as an individual. I operate with my intuition first, leading the way with intuition.
Me too.
So I sense things before they even happen. Like I sense things, I'm getting these freaking impulses. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Okay, I just got to listen closely. And then I go, okay, then I somewhere along the line I know what to do. It's not that I knew what to do. Like I'm being like, I don't know, man.
I know what you mean, man. I totally know what you mean.
It's almost precognition. And I've experienced that with you flat earthers here, finishing each other's sentences right along with the conversation, not missing a beat.
I had a bit of a coincidence today. I had a bit of a coincidence along these lines at work. I was checking out a customer, and I forget what it was. I thought something in my head, and then a second later, the person asked me what I was asking them in my head. It was really cool.
Yeah.
It's like, nice. Coincidence, whatever you want to call it.
So what did you guys think about my neighbor Christina coming on with me having dinner? It was just a friendly little chat at the kitchen table.
It was the
pretty good.
Awesome, man. Like, I thought it was just fucking so great. It made me, it was so, I was so happy. I like started crying.
You could tell she was enjoying the meal because she wasn't answering the questions.
She couldn't because that shit was so good, bro. It's cold.
Yeah.
It's sitting here on my plate still, and I'm still eating it. That's how good it is. It's cold and it's still delicious. Like,
Oh yeah, no, it's still gonna have
little piece
flavour.
of it. Because you know what?
It's probably at room temperature and not stone cold, is it? So it's
No, it's cold. Believe me, this plate is cold. But it's not room temperature. It's cold. I live in a
I
concrete
just
building.
want to take the opportunity. Big shout out to old dude. How you doing, old dude, man?
Old dude, thank you,
Wicked.
old dude. Listen, old dude, I want to personally thank old dude, and I don't want to detract from what Jin was just saying either. But thank you, old dude. And honestly, you know what? Like, I don't take anything personally here. I'm gonna take things with a grain of salt. I try the best I can to like let stuff roll off me. I don't try to roll anything on anybody else's back. You know, like so. Like, I love you, man.
Yeah, man. The love is there from my side as well.
Fuck off your relatives, so don't love anybody.
Fuck off, you
around
bunch
here.
of pussies. Fuck off. You're trying to get all sensitive with me. I'm gonna fucking punch you in the noggin. Some kind of shit, whatever we do up there. And the Scotland Hill. You know, my dad used to teach me all these songs, like German songs and Scottish songs, and like all kinds of weird shit. My dad was a sailor. He was a weird character. Wow. The one with the big nose.
Yeah. I'm just a little concerned. I overheard you say there's some new regulations coming in on Discord. Was that?
Yeah, what's happening?
What's happening?
There's some big changes at the end of the month. Basically, if it's not to do with Flat Earth, we'll not be covering it here.
Okay.
Discord and YouTube are shutting down on anyone broadcasting anything to do with health matters. Now, that can be anything from food to medicine to just personal advice.
Cool.
So, shutters are coming down, and it's going to be different from the end of the month, because if we're reported on it, we can get taken down instantly.
Well, that's
so
pretty
things
cool,
are
though.
going to be.
Okay, well, we're just going to keep it. Can we talk about moon landings? Moon landings, okay?
Yeah, Flat Earth, right?
Right.
Yeah. So listen, thanks, because listen, honestly, I think we can keep it to that topic, because listen, that's where we exist every day, right? So I appreciate old dude's concerted effort to keep us on track, and we do get, like, I know this, like, I'm not trying to be belligerent, like, really, I'm not. I'm just like a child at heart, like, I can't help it. Like, I'm learning to be adult. It's taken a long time, you know? So, like,
Hey, what's up? I've never learned that. How do you do that?
Smurf, what?
Smurf, I just saw you in the asylum.
Hey, I can dance in the asylum. How do I learn to be an adult?
Wait a minute. Smurf, did you just say, how do you learn how to become an adult?
Yeah.
Hello, Smurfy.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me answer.
Okay,
Hold on.
yeah.
Let me answer. I don't know. Next question?
Neil deGrasse.
Good to see you, Jen. Love you, bro.
Nice to hear your voice, Smurf.
Smurf.
Nice to hear your voice. Don't worry, I'm going to be going into Gem Pandas later on, and I'm going to give them
I'll be right
the
there
flat
with
Earth
you, brother.
psychological barrage, man. But it's going to be about 9/11. Listen, it's going to be about 9/11 and building number 7. I'm going to free fall. That's what's going to happen later on.
I'll be right there behind you, buddy.
Did I already say cheers?
Remember, 3,000
Smurf.
people died, yeah? 3,000
cheers.
people died, and 1,000 bodies was never recovered. And if you don't have compassion for that, I'm going to bring down your server. That's what's going on.
Well, we don't have to talk about that on the live
That'll be
stream. So
Gem
that's
Pandas
cool.
I'm talking about.
We have chill chat. We can talk about that without being on the live stream. So it's not stopping us from talking about it. We just can't talk about it on the live stream.
Aware of that, yeah.
So that's cool. So what? We don't have to. We could keep it on track with flat Earth only, which I'm perfectly in line with. I
Yeah,
can
it's
keep
easy.
things
That's
on the
easy
straight
for
and
me.
narrow. I can be a very focused person. Like you've heard me on here. Like I'm not
Oh
fooling
yeah, we know,
around.
we
Like
know,
am
we
I?
know.
Like I'm funny. I'm happy. I'm go lucky. Like I said to my neighbor Christina here, she has no idea who she just met today. And I'm not saying I'm nothing special, but I go, do you realize you met a real life incarnated jester? Yeah.
Yeah, keeping it flat Earth is it's easy. We got to keep it flat Earth. It might mean that we're going to be doing some repetitions, but that's normal. Through repetition comes excellence. So don't worry, we're going over the same topic matter week after week. That's fine.
I'm
It's
just
not echo
saying,
chambering because
some of you know
new
what I'm
people are
talking
coming on all
about.
the time, and that's that.
Some of you know what I'm talking about. There's the long lag between Jin and I apologize, Jin. Sometimes Jin gets misunderstood because he's way over there in Japan, and there's such a long lag we don't realize that. And sometimes we feel like Jin's stepping in, and I think it's just a lag time. There's a combination of things. So anyway, I just want to say it's great to know you, Jin, and like everybody on here. Like I'm so pleased. Like you don't know how much hope you've given me, and I don't care. It's from everybody in here, including Smurf, any of the people, any of the trolls. You've all helped us to help me to become stronger and to be a better person and to be able to go, you know what? Do we have differences? Yes. Can I accept that you have differences? Yes. Can I forgive myself? Like that's what it comes down to. Can I just be honest with myself and just go, okay, be a real human being, and like this is another human being. Like we're not pieces of shit here. Anyway, I'm feeling very emotional today. It's my son's 25th birthday, and I'm just like,
Congratulations, mate. Quarter of a century since you became a daddy. Well done, sir.
listen to this. Did I tell you before? I probably told you, and I'm just so proud because I never thought I'd like have anything that was worth anything, you know? But this kid is a chip off the old freaking block. Me. Guess what? At 16, he changed his engine in his Honda. He put an Acura engine in his Honda at 16. He bought his own house at 22 years old within the last 2 years. And now he's a journeyman. And now he's a freaking journeyman in his company because he's freaking worth it. Like he's smarter than me. He can get shit working. He's like me. He knows how to get things done. Like I know how to get things done. I can direct 12 different things at the same time. Yes, it seems scattered. People don't understand me. Personalities do not understand me. You know why? Because I take a long time to digest information. But once I make a decision, I can be a focused individual.
Yeah, buddy. Let's see
Like
if
a
you can
laser, like a laser beam, like a laser beam.
Hey,
So,
Laser Boy, I put $80,000 in Bitcoin in 2011. Can you grasp that?
80,000.
Yes, sir.
Is that how much you put in, or how much you made?
That's how much I put in initially in 2011.
And now,
Smurf's
what do
like a
you what do you
billionaire.
have left out of that much? What do you have left?
I've got it.
So you should have like billions of dollars, right?
I don't talk about it. I'm just saying I did that way back. 2011.
Okay, so listen. Did you do better incrementally from the time you put 80,000 in, from that time, or less? Did you go up or
No,
down?
I did. That was my best move I ever made.
Okay, like I'm not going to dispute that, and like I wouldn't mind getting involved in something because you know why? Because at the end of last month, because I did do some spending here to get this equipment that I'm speaking to you, that's going to help me create music to reach the rest of the people, the world out there, the earth, about this flat earth thing through music. Anyway, I digress. I do that a lot, but where was I going?
Yeah.
So listen, if I don't have to starve the last 2 weeks of the month like I did last month, literally almost run out of food, money. I couldn't buy water. No money, no food. Only surviving on what I had left, which I can do because I'm a freaking survivalist. And actually, if I have to, I can go out to the street. I can go out to the park in the forest and I can eat clover all day long. And look, I'll be satisfied. Like I can survive. Nothing's gonna stop me. I'll tell you that much.
I get picked on all the time, but I put 80K in Bitcoin in 2011. So go ahead and keep on picking on me.
No, I'm not picking on you. I'm saying like I wish I had some money, man. Like, not money. Like I wish I just could live better because look, I worked my whole life since I was like 12 years old, like in the system, you know. And I'm 63 years old now, and I have nothing left other than what I have around me that I love, and I'm fine with that because I'm very simple-minded. Not simple, stupid. Simple-minded, like simple, like natural. That's simple, natural. That's what I mean.
You
Like
don't
my
sound like
favorite.
that. Don't sound that old. You're probably very healthy.
No, I'm healthier than most people around me. Way healthier. I'm healthier than most people half my age. I'll tell you that much.
I believe it. I believe it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I am.
I believe it. I do believe you. Yeah.
And I don't give a shit. Look, I could go out at midnight and put my lights on my bike and go out and go to like have my lights on the street and then turn my lights all off and ride on the trail in the dark with no lights. I can see in the dark. I ride my bike with no lights in pitch black on trails.
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. My father matched me another $70,000 in 2011.
That's what I do. I ride intuitively. I ride in places I can't see where the bumps and stuff are. I have to take them bumps as they come, every time they come. And I have to be prepared, or else if you fall over, you're fucked because there's logs on the side, there's cliffs on the side, there's shit that you run into, trees. Like where I ride is rugged.
Yeah, buddy, I'm just saying I put $150,000 in Bitcoin in 2011.
So, dude, how did you do? I just want to know, generally speaking, how did you do?
How did I do?
Yeah.
I'm still doing it, man. I just bought Bitcoin yesterday.
So, listen, I'll be glad, Smurf, to like talk with you. Do you talk with Miggy and so forth on this kind of topic, or no? You're not.
No, I mean, I'm just here and I drink a lot and I come here to talk about how the earth is flat. And
Yeah, I
it's
get it.
been flat the last several years at least that I've been looking at it.
Yeah, well, no, it's not just since you've been looking at it, Smurf. You were born a flat earther, just like the rest of us.
Probably onto something. I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right about that.
We have always lived on a flat earth. There hasn't ever been anything but the earth as it is, that you see it every day flat, stationary, not moving, and gas pressurized.
I wanted you to know that Bitcoin only works in a flat plane. It cannot work in moving 5 different fluctuating.
Okay, but like, listen, when I get a couple hundred ahead, then like I'm gonna drop some in because I've heard of people putting like $150 and having enough money where they didn't have to worry about spending any more money. It just came into them from doing that. So like, I'm game. Like literally, I don't care. I'll supplement my income at this point any way I can, but I have to be careful to not get into too many things at the same time is where this cancer. Hold on, I wasn't quite done. I wasn't quite done. I know it's kind of personal, but like
No,
this,
buy. You
Holy
buy. Not right now. It's kind of rising. You want to check
Okay.
the volume of buying and selling. And you see that the next day the spot price is based on the previous day's buying and selling pressure when in those bar graph things. What do you call
Okay,
those?
so here's the thing. Here's the thing with me. When I get a little bit higher on Maslow's hierarchy of survival, then I'll be looking into that. I will put a few ducats into that. Like I've always been the kind of person that's look forward like that. Like I have some silver, like that's solid to me. Like it's not much, but it's enough to where it stays stable. So like I'm not fucking bleeding. Like I stop the bleeding a little bit, right?
I've got about $50,000 in silver. Yeah.
Dude, well, see, it's not the money part, but you're a rich individual with your knowledge. You know, that's what
Thank
makes
you.
us. Yeah.
Actually, I know nothing, but I know that I did buy some Bitcoin a long time ago, and I still buy Bitcoin.
Well, listen, you're doing good from a standpoint of someone, me, who used to have everything, had a family, had a good job, made over $50,000 a year for over 10 years. and I lost everything and lost all my vehicles, lost my right to drive in America, supposedly the freest country
But
on
that just
earth.
freed you up to be rich in love, brother.
Yeah, no, it's better than that. Like, I learned to discover where I actually live and who I actually am with all the other shit stripped off to the side where I don't have it as baggage, and I could see things with new eyes, and I could share that truth with other people. And you know what I want to tell you here is people are listening to me in real life. You see my neighbor Christina there. She listened to me, and I'm an unusual character. But when I bring someone into my house, I was playing music for the plumbers in here tonight. I was playing flamenco music. I was playing flamenco music for the plumbers in here in my apartment.
That's cool.
tonight. Yeah.
That's
So
really interesting, buddy. You should have bought Bitcoin the other day. If you bought Bitcoin the other day, it would have gone from 37, 39 to 43.
listen, man, I'm lucky if I have $50 to spare. Listen, that $50 at the end, if I spent it, I might have no food. So right now, I just got to be careful. Like, I'm okay. I'm gorging myself now because I just got paid and I had no food for 2 weeks. So I got to buy a bunch of food and cook good food for my neighbor and meet my neighbor. Take a walk and go have coffee together. What a fucking great life. And Flat Smacker here, live stream. Woo!
Do what Buddha does and just meditate. Stop eating food.
So all that alone time with Flat Earth and you guys alone, myself and just you guys, really paid off, man, because now I can go out and I can rejoice and I can be happy and joyous in the world and like show people that there's nothing to be afraid of. And they're starting to listen. They'll listen to me. They will. People do.
That food must have tasted so good.
They do, and I'm going to spread this shit far and wide all across the place. You think I'm not some tired old motherfucker? Like, I'm not some old man. Like,
No,
yeah,
you
they
don't
tell
sound
me
like
I'm
that.
listen, I'm supposed to be an old man. I'm as vibrant as I was at 25 or 30. I'm not fucking giving
You
up.
sound like you'd be a real
Sonny,
Yeah, I'm a fighter.
Sonny, look at the image I posted of just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm a little behind. Let me see. No,
That's my latest. That's my exercise jungle gym.
Hold on,
Can you see it?
I'm in the wrong place. 1 second.
That's my
I wasn't
that's my
even.
exercise jungle gym. That's what I use now. I use that in the mornings when the kids have gone to school. All the kids are out of the way. I go there and I use that. I climb it clockwise.
Yeah.
So from left to right over the other side. I do
Wait a
that 3
second.
times and then do it in reverse.
Wait a second. Wait a second. I'm really far behind. Hold on. And so I talked with my son for a couple hours. Talk with my son for
Say
a
that again?
couple hours.
It's really cool, and I see like a key you made. There's a key in the middle there.
Wait a minute, Jin Core
Yeah,
CBR, Jin
yeah.
CBR one moment. What is that thing there, Jin?
That is, you know when you do the climbing of the wall, you know when they do this rock climbing simulation.
Oh, it's rock climbing. I gotcha. Okay, cool, clear.
Yeah, but
Gotcha.
it's not mine. It's in the park, so I use it. I've started using it now. I used to get my kids to use it when, as punishment, if they did something wrong.
Wow.
I'd say, right, get in the park, 10 laps, and the jungle gym.
Oh, that
So now
looks
I use it
rad.
now.
That looks rad. I'd rather climb Mount Fuji with you, though. Honestly, man.
Oh yeah, you'd be able to. Yeah, no problem, man.
I want to go up there, places like that, man. I'm willing to
Yeah.
still go as long as I'm still breathing. All right, I could keep going. Like I'm like a
This would go a long way to prepare you for that journey. You
I'm a
climb. Do you do
stubborn-
this as exercise in the morning? Stretch, arm swings, and then do
Yeah,
that.
I need someone to beat me into shape. I need someone that can beat me into shape because I have some neurological damage in my leg.
Listen, I'll hit you with a stick, but what you really need is lion's mane. It's on. It's like it's sold for zeolite clay and Amazon. You go to type in lion's mane. But I can't beat you with a stick.
I heard of that.
Lion's
Actually,
mane is a thing. Like, and I'm not talking
Anyway.
about a lion. It's the name of a mushroom or something.
It's a plant.
And it's
I
a
know.
supplement.
Yeah, I gotcha. Old dude. Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah.
I'm listening to everybody.
I'll hit you with a stick though.
Hold on. Pin messages and. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm behind, old dude. Thank you for the message. Never mind. Everybody else.
Listen, dude. Did you just talk about nerve regeneration? You're talking about lion's mane.
No, I have a problem with a muscle that snapped in my leg at my knee, and it like like recoiled inside my leg. I felt it, like it popped. And so what happens is I have this upper inner thigh that's connected to my leg that goes to my pelvis, and what it does is it spasms and it keeps me from being able to stand up straight. And it starts spasming me. It hurts so bad. It's the worst pain. It makes me cry in the middle of the.
Sounds like you might need acupuncture. You might need acupuncture.
It's so fucked up, man. And I'm like fucking.
Acupuncture.
Oh no, it's no problem. Listen, like I'm freaking hardcore. Listen, I know how to fix it. I just have to do what it takes. I have to do it.
Some acupuncture.
No, I did for a year and a half on my back because I have a contorted spine. I have scoliosis. I have a curvature of the spine between my shoulder blades, and I've had problems in my back my whole entire life, neck and back. And when I worked in the Navy, I used to lift 120-pound chucks up 5 feet up to lathes as a young person, 26-year-old.
You know, there are simple, Sonny, there's simple remedies that I'm sure you're probably aware of, like having a broom handle. You know the broom handle on your back, and you walk around in the room for about an hour. That straightens your back out.
Well, maybe yes and no, possibly. You don't quite understand. Like this thing in my back, if it starts spasming because I've moved and somewhere structurally it hits this nerve, it's out of my control, and it feels like I'm being stabbed in the back with a spear.
Right. Involuntary contraction.
Cutting the nerve.
So it hurts so bad, it's right in my heart chakra in my back, and I can't reach it. I have to like push my back up against corners to try to just push this. It's called the oblique in your back. It's called the obliques.
Yeah, I know the oblique muscles, yeah.
And I know all about it because I was in massage therapy. I have 120 hours of hands-on massage therapy. I know how to massage my whole entire body myself, but the one in my leg that hurt, like, there's no controlling it. It spirals like a snake in my leg, and it like is like it'll twitch and move around. And listen, I have to just go, okay, I'm just gonna relax and breathe, and like you got to do whatever you got to do, and it sits there and winds up like it's gonna
Is that a muscle winding up?
Yeah, and it's a spasm just starting.
The muscle the cause, but the nerve is the side effect.
And I can stretch it and stop it, or if I stretch too far, it can react to it immediately where I have no control and I can't walk and I can't move and I'm stuck with my legs. Listen, wait, you don't understand. I'm stuck with my legs stuck straight and I can't stand up all the way. I'm bent over. No, you don't understand. I'm bent over at the waist and I can't stand up, and it fucking is killing me. Like I'm being shredded. Like my inside. No, you don't. No, wait, shut up. Hold on. You don't understand. It's like someone's taking a knife and shredding my inner thigh with a sharp knife.
Well, I visualized what you said. I'm asking you if your muscle can be modified to not hit your nerve.
Yeah, what I have to do is reprogram it, and I know how to do it because I've been in martial arts for many years since I was a little kid. Like, I know what to do. I have to do side lunges and back lunges and calf stretches, deep calf stretching. I know what to do. It's just I don't do it enough. Like, because I'm so fucking busy. From the time I wake up, I'm on. It's on. Like the day is ticking. Like I'm moving.
Son, you don't need to explain yourself, man. You know what to do, bro. Don't repeat yourself.
It's okay.
Are you talking about strengthening your muscles and making them bigger?
No, not at all, bro. Looking, I'm a lean, mean fighting machine. I ride a bicycle. I'm a pilot on a bicycle. Like I'm lean. Yeah, like I'm like a runner, swimmer. I'm fast, lean. I'm as skinny as I've ever been. I only weigh a few pounds more than I did in high school. I'm 60. That was more. That was like
visualize the connection with your muscles and the nerve that's causing you the psychological discomfort. How is it when you stand up? What you stand, your nerve is affecting your. I'm sorry, your muscles hitting your nerve. Can you elaborate?
It's not psychological discomfort. It's physical discomfort, physically contraction of the muscle I cannot control, causing me pain.
Hit the nerve, bro.
No, I don't care what it's doing, but what it's doing is causing me to react involuntarily.
Well,
And
how is the causing? The causing is when the muscle must push tissue against the nerve.
No, I don't know what the cause is, but I'm telling you, I was pushing my car.
No, dude, I want to know what the cause is. Dude.
Okay, hold on. If you stop talking, I'm about to tell you. Calm down. So listen, a few years ago, I was pushing my fucking car because it was broke ass down, and I will push the motherfucking car myself. I don't care how big it is. I will push it. So I was pushing my car in a back lunge position, pushing, and my muscle in my calf snapped and recoiled inside my leg. I felt this like a rubber band broke at the knee going down.
Ow.
Yeah.
Ow.
So I couldn't walk. I called a paramedic. They came and picked me up.
Wow.
I had crutches. I couldn't walk for weeks.
Kind of weird.
I thought I was going to be paralyzed. I thought I was going to be crippled. Because I couldn't fucking walk. So then finally, after a while, I was able to walk again. And everything kind of healed. And I got back on my bike and I kept riding 1,000 miles a year like I've been doing for like fucking 10 years.
It didn't heal in the right formation, like the right geometry.
No, listen. So what happened is I think that's the leg where I was doing that and it snapped going lower. That part healed up. But the upper part is something broken still there where the muscle detached is causing this reaction in the upper thigh. Plus, like I had other problems, like I don't want to talk about all that. It doesn't matter. Listen, it doesn't matter. Holy shit. Hold on, listen.
The muscle's attached. It's not in the exact spot it should be at.
Well, how do we know this? I don't know. I just know what I feel inside my body. Yeah, that's possible. I probably reattach it myself.
I'm asking you about your feelings, how I want to know because your brain is receiving impulses from your leg about the feelings, and the feelings is the best indicator we got. How's it? Does it feel like your muscle is detached?
Not where it detached before, but it feels detached going upward to the inner thigh. So what happens is it's not fully attached in the inner thigh, and that inner thigh goes from the inner part of my knee to my pelvis. And it curls around my leg to my pelvis, to my hip joint.
Okay, I think there's a solution for this.
It's an inner wait. You don't know listen, Smurf, you don't know what you're talking about. Unless you can go to the illustrated illustrated coloring book of the human anatomy and tell me which muscle goes around from the inner knee around to the top part of around the side of the quadricep to the pelvis. I can't finish speaking.
I heard you. I can't finish in front of me, but I visualized it. Hey, listen, I visualized a lot of this, okay? I'm imagining what you're saying.
Hey, real quick, stop arguing about medical
what's
stuff.
going on because there's a bunch of hot micing going on and data.
Yeah, I know that hot micing was messing me up. I'm trying to tell you, man. I'm trying to figure this out.
Hold on a second. Wait a minute, Smurf. Hold on, please, for me, please. I appreciate your talking with me. I appreciate the conversation. I would like to continue, but you have to just back away from the mic a little bit and stop talking so fast. Like, don't jump in right away after stop, because it's freaking me out. You're actually triggering my PTSD.
You guys should change the subject then. Just my suggestion.
So I'm saying I don't mind having this conversation, but you just gotta slow.
You got
slow. Like, listen, like, see, I was talking and you walked right over what I was saying. I was talking slow. So you just did it. You just did it again. I just started and you start talking.
I want to know about this PTSD.
You don't need to know about it. You know what PTSD is, right?
I'm still figuring. I want to know what you got. What's PTSD?
It's a natural physiological result to trauma. That's all you need to know.
What I have is connected to the trauma, the physical trauma, is a video screen fully immersed 3D movie picture film roll that rolls by in my mind at the same time, causing me to see. You said you wanted to listen to what I had to say, and now you're talking. So I have this experience of I see the visual because I have a photographic memory of everything that's happened to me since I was born, basically. So I see all these things in my mind, and they come back in movie picture film reels, like it's actually happening, causing my physiological emotional response to these things as if it were happening in the moment.
Hey, can I ask you to elaborate on the event?
On the events, which
the initial genesis of your PTSD.
There's so many. I don't know. My parents fighting when I was young. My parents fighting. I remember that memory as if it were yesterday. I see the water from the cop's hat when he was coming in to break my parents up, having a fist fight. I was looking through my crib.
Would you blame your the accumulation of circumstances and events, or would you think it's a biological reaction to normal events, or what you know? Did this happen to you like unfairly, or which is normal? Are you normal, or the circumstances abnormal?
No, I'm a normal person that has abnormal events occur in my life.
I believe you.
Yeah.
Okay, so when did these events begin to accumulate and get a bit out of a lot to handle? At what age for you did this begin to accumulate?
Right out the fucking gate.
Okay, and how old are you today?
What's that?
I want to know how old you are today.
I'm 63 years old. I was born in. I was born in 19.
You sound like you're 30 or 20.
Because I've traveled through time here to be here with you. A special. I'm here by special appearance. Like I'm here because I was like anointed to be here. It wasn't anything of my own effort at all. Like I don't know how I'm here. I don't know how I'm here, why I'm here. I don't know why this shit happened. Like, I don't put any subjectivity to, like, the things that happened to me. Yeah, bad shit happened to me. Did I do bad shit myself? Yes. Was I hedonistic? Yes. Did I suffer from all the 7 deadly sins? Yes. Like, I'm a human being. That's what those, like, we're the only ones that can experience those. Like, yes. So, like, I'm not apologetic about, like, that I've experienced things that most human beings haven't experienced, the range of things I've experienced.
Well, I'm not trying to criticize you because you can't separate an organism from its environment, and the environment is often, different.
Yeah, and I think it's part of our proclivities, like I was telling my neighbor here, I said I was born blue eyes and blonde hair in a whole family of dark hair and dark-eyed people. All of them. Cool. Except my grandmother, who was brunette, but she had blue eyes, like me. The only one, though. Like, I've never known anyone that had blue eyes and blonde hair. No one except me.
I've got the blue eyes, except a quarter of one of my eyes is brown.
And also, listen to this. No one else I know had the left hand anywhere in my family. No one has ever told me that, yeah, this person was left hand. We know about him. No one else but me. And no one else I know of, other than one of my long-distant uncles on my mom's side of the family, played music. And he was a big band musician in Chicago in the 30s and 40s.
A lot of musicians are left-handed. I have 3 brothers, and one of them is left-handed. One's ambidextrous. Yeah, they're more musically inclined that way. They use the other side of their mind.
Yeah. So listen, I'm not normal. Yeah, I'm not normal, but I'm proud of my being unique. Proud of myself. I'm unique. I'm different. You know what? I used to punish myself for that shit.
I have the impression that you're real, because normal people are kind of fake. So I have the impression they kind of copy shit with their phones. But I got an idea. I got an impression you're real. But I want to know more about. Your leg muscle.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Smurf. 1 second. Chris M. What did you mean by J.K. Sonny?
Also, I'm left-handed and I'm a musician.
Hold on, I'd like to ask Chris M. What do you mean by J.K. Sonny?
I'm just saying, okay.
No, Chris M, not Glad. I asked Chris M
I know, I'm
in
just
the
fucking
text
around.
chat.
Chris, answer Sonny, please. Thanks.
I'm getting confused. Glad, stop, please, stop. I'm trying to get things straight, and sometimes it's hard for me. So, Chris M, only Chris M. What are you talking about? I'm relaxed. Listen, you don't really know the Sonny that I know. He don't know me very well, do he?
Yeah, Sonny's doing fine.
I'm doing really
Sonny's bright
well.
and sunny, shining.
God, I feel so good. Look, I don't
shut
care.
up.
Like,
Go
even
ahead,
if
go
you
ahead,
told me-
Smurf and
look,
Sonny.
look, listen, here's the thing. Even if you told me shit, we know who you really are. We know all your online activity. Like, that's cool. Like, good. Is that helping you? Like,
You know, in my imagination, I believe you can heal by stretching, patiently for like a long time, like a lot of stretching, like every day.
You're
That's
right.
my imagination. I could be like totally far off of that shit.
no, you're right. You're not wrong, Smurf. But guess what? I want to tell you this part. Listen, I'm a cyclist. I told you I ride my bike every day, right?
That's badass.
You think I just go cruising along in the park? Let me tell you how far I've ridden. So I had a what was it called? I had a Mongoose mountain bike in when did I get that? Hold on. 2015 to 2017.
Cool, man.
In 2 years, this is a dirt bike, full suspension, right? It's kind of a cheap Walmart bike though, so fuck it. So who cares? I had this bike. I ran that bike. Guess how far I drove that bicycle in 2 years?
Oh, I'm gonna take a guess. 1,500 miles.
3,500 miles
Wow, dude, that was close, man. Come on.
in 2.5, 3 years. So onto my Mongoose. So look, the bike I have now, I put the motor on it last December. I rode my bicycle 1,752 miles in 13 months.
Hey, dude, I got a good guess, didn't I?
Now listen, I have 1,842 miles. I ride 5 to 10 miles every single day.
Wow, that's fucking impressive. Now I'm trying to. That's really nice. But I really think when you.
Oh, listen, Smurf. Hold on, Smurf. That's with my leg the way it is. Now, if I push myself too hard, like let's say I ride 10 miles, which is a normal ride for me. I've ridden up to 18 in one day, easily, even 40 miles in one day. But if I push myself too hard, like actually pushing repetition on that leg, like my legs can do that. I can ride 100 miles on this fucking bike if I had to. I could probably ride 200 miles on this bike as long as I didn't run out of power.
Yeah.
Sonny.
Question.
Smart. Shut up for a second.
Yeah. So hi, Chris.
Sonny, it's Chris. I was just joking. Smurf was saying something like was asking you if you're normal or whatever. I was just saying no, he's not normal. I was just kidding around.
Joke. Oh, you were just saying.
Smurf, would you shut the hell up for a second?
Smurf, hold on, Smurf. I'm gonna shut. Hold on, Smurf. I have to server mute you for just a second, Smurf.
I got it. Hey.
So I had to stop him for a second. Thanks, Chris. No, because when you said I didn't understand joke because numbers and letters mean things to me, and I'm very suspicious minded, and like I don't know who's watching me, but I know like I'm revolutionary, and they're fucking watching me probably. Like, and I don't give a shit. Like I don't give a flying fuck because you know what? They will never get on boots on the ground where I am because I think they know who I am too, and they're like no one. That's why I never get bothered.
All right. You think JK means just kidding, right? Is that what you were asking?
Yeah, because I don't know because that matches up with something in my name, so I don't want to look.
No.
Yeah.
I was just fooling around. Don't mind me. I'm just fooling around.
I want to share something out public here so everybody can hear it online and publicly. Like I shared some private information with certain very well-known flat earthers. And there's other people that are very, very well known that I respect. And actually, I love these people dearly. And I'm not mentioning names, but you know who you are if you're listening. And whoever is out there, The people that are out there really moving and shaking things and living their lives and being young adults and fucking living freedom and liberty, you know? So like I could care fucking less. Listen, I want to tell you all this. You remember the Johnny Cash song, A Boy Named Sue?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah. Boy named Sue.
Well, think of me as a boy named Sue. Think of me. Listen to this. If I was fucking named Sue my whole fucking life, who do you think's gonna be stronger? You or me?
Yep.
So I'm a strong motherfucker, so I don't care if somebody called me fucking Sue today. Mr. Sue, I don't care. Listen, I am one strong individual. I am a power to be reckoned with. Like, I have no reason to back down from anybody. I'm a nice individual. I love fucking people. I'll shake your hand. I'll give you the hug that you never, like a really nice warm hug that you never had, like in your whole life. Like any of your family members would give you that, the ones that you love and respect. You know? I'm that person. And I'm rare. I'm very rare in this life. And like, I'm not going away because you guys, what I said about hope earlier is you guys give me enough hope to keep going to see what's fucking going to happen next. And like, I'm ready to go see, and I want to be with you all there because listen, I want to be playing at that fucking rock concert at fucking Battle Mod's house one day. Yeah.
Why don't you play something now? It's a light night. Nobody's talking about nothing. You got your guitar?
Yeah, I don't know. You feel like electric?
Yeah. I mean, don't play all night. Play a song. You haven't played in a while. I got to jump off though. I'm at work. I'm out. I got to go outside to get online. So I'm going to go back in.
Well, if I'm going to play a song, then I'll play it with my acoustic and I'll do the best I can. Let's see what I got here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I appreciate it, though. You guys do encourage me to, like, continue to try to do the best. And I look around me, and I have a beautiful place here, and I'm so happy to share it with all of you. Couldn't have asked for anything better. See, it's so weird because like I'm here in my place and I see all my things around me in my little pad here, right? But you guys only are hearing. You're only hearing what's going on, right? How's that volume right there, like that? Too loud? Can you hear that all right? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah, go ahead, Sonny.
Okay, no problem. One moment, please. Who taught that white boy how to play like that? What the fuck? know this is painful maybe, but it's just a process. It's about equilibrium. You have to forgive me. It's gotta be just right.
Ether.
It'll be worth it, I promise you.
What's that?
Well, I'm all fucked up. Hold on. Hold on a second. I'll be back in less than 3 minutes. Hold on.
Give me a roll. You could meditate to that.
What does that mean?
Okay, I think I got this. Better for worse. Let's see here. Yeah, it's just gotta have the right ring to it. You know what I'm saying? Seagull, you fly across the horizon into the misty morning sun. Seagull, Thanks for listening.
Applause for Sunny. Well done, Sunny.
Wow.
Hey, Sunny, we have someone new in the server.
Good. You guys.
A lady, I think. She's called Ina. Hello, Ina.
Hi. I'm gonna shut my mic.
Oh. Hey, I'm sorry, you are what? Mic check.
Hi, sorry.
Oh, hello, welcome.
Thank you.
So, what would you like to ask us?
I don't really have questions right now. I just was listening. Because I've been a flat earther for 5 years, so I kind of know the basics and everything already.
You know what I have to say about that? Woohoo!
Nice.
Here comes the ladies' night.
It's quite rare when
What's rare?
globe believing ladies nowadays.
Ladies?
Yeah, we don't get many of them.
I think she said she's a flat earther, Jet.
Yeah, she said. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I said I was a flat earther.
5 years, just like me, since 2017.
Yeah.
Oh, but he's still making a good point though. That is kind of interesting. Like there aren't very many Glober women that come in through here.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, yeah. I was thinking he was calling me a Glover, and I was like, wait, that's not.
Oh, no.
I didn't say I was a Glover.
Yeah.
I love that. Wow.
At first, I thought so because I've seen you have no roles except the VC verified role, and yeah. So
Oh, okay.
how long did you get VC verified?
Just like not even an hour.
Oh, so you are new to the server.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Well, if you like, you can ask us any questions. We can tell you what's new. Maybe something that you didn't already know about Flat Earth.
No, I'm just.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I like to listen in on stuff just to see if topics are brought up. And if they're brought up something that I don't know yet, then I'll chime in. But other than that, I'm just a listener.
Cool. What do you think about a curved adjacent?
What do I think about what?
A curved adjacent.
Mm,
Do you know what
I
that
don't
is?
have much of an opinion on
Okay,
it.
do you know
No.
what a right triangle is?
Yes.
Good. That's a big deal. Because there's Globers that don't know what a right triangle is. They think there's a curved adjacent, and it doesn't exist in reality, especially by navigating with celestial navigation and a sextant to measure elevation angles from a circle of equal altitude. Stay tuned for more information forthcoming.
Well, thanks for teaching me something I didn't know.
Yeah.
Happy to be of service.
All right, guys, you can get back to playing the guitar or whatever. I'm just gonna start getting comfortable because I just got home from work.
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just kind of silly, so don't mind me at all. Like I'm just being like jovial. So I'm here with all my friends. I love all these people so much. Oh my god, and it's so good to have you with the server. I like to say, like honestly, from the bottom of my heart, it makes me feel so joyous inside of myself, like to see all these new people come in and people like you that are younger than me, way younger than me, and know about Earth the way it actually is. Like just.
I'm sorry. How old do you think I am?
Well, I think you're younger than me. That's all I know. Is you're younger than me.
How old do you think I am?
I think you're like 35.
Oh, that's pretty old.
Oh,
No,
sorry. I was just
I'm
trying to.
30.
You're what? 30? I wasn't far off.
Yeah, I'm 30.
I made a big mistake though right there then, didn't I? Because it was over what you actually are. So I screwed up. I may never
I
be.
usually get like, oh, you look like you're 19 or 21 or something like that.
Well, see, because I didn't see you. I'm only going by your voice, and you sound very mature. So like that's what I'm going by. That's all I have to go by. So.
But you don't see my picture?
Well, maybe. Okay, sure. Send me a DM and I'll friend you. Awesome, man.
No, I meant like next to my name. You should be able to see my picture.
Profile picture.
Yeah, I know. Okay, very good. That's you, actually. Awesome. Okay.
That picture was made when you were like 25, 26.
Actually, no, I took that like 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
Oh my.
Yeah, I was going out to go eat at Korean barbecue, and I got all dressed up, so I took a picture.
Really? Do you like teriyaki chicken?
Yeah, I do.
Really? I just made the bomb teriyaki chicken. Now, I don't know if you would approve, but I'm just saying.
I heard. I was listening. You were talking about your neighbor eating, and he wasn't really replying much because the food was that good, and it was cold, and you were still eating it.
Yeah. So listen, like, this girl next door is a flat earther. She just didn't know it. So it's cool, man. It's great.
Okay.
Now she found out. First time today she ever heard of it, and she came on here and and answered honestly, which was astonishing for all of us, right? I mean, most of us. You don't see somebody that just heard about it today and is like perfectly willing to like listen to you and go, well, what Sunny said was perfectly logical to me. Like, what a smart girl. Wow. I'm not saying a girl. I'm not trying to be sexist, honestly. I'm just old fashioned. So what a smart human being. You know, what a smart woman. Like, I appreciate that. And people like that can hear things. And I found it was all about in my method of transmission, how I'm discussing things with people. I can't transmit if I'm transmitting something neurotically, people perceive that. If I'm calm and genuine and authentic and happy, people go, maybe there's a reason to listen to this person. He seems to know something I don't know. So, like, I was so happy today that, like, I met a new neighbor, made new connections with people that are, like, real, could be lasting connections with actual other human beings, which I've avoided for 2.5 years. Honestly, you know, and like, so I'm so happy today. Thank you for coming to the server. Welcome to the server, man. I hope you enjoy your time here and ask me any questions you would like. Thanks.
You're welcome, and thank you for being so welcoming.
Are you following any YouTube channel about flat Earth or other things?
No, I get really picky when I do stuff like that. Right now, I kind of moved past the flat Earth, and I started getting into like Nephilims and fallen angels and like the Book of Enoch and stuff like that.
Wait a
But
minute. I thought that was before Flat Earth. I'm just kidding.
actually, no. The reason why I got into flat Earth to begin with was because of the first page of the Bible, where it said that there was a firmament dividing the waters above from below. And see, I was trying to get closer to God, so I opened up the Bible, and that was the first thing that popped out to me. I read the first page of the Bible like I don't know how many times, but like I just read it so many times, but it never like popped out to me until I was 25. And then when I noticed that, I was like, wait a minute, is that why they can't breathe in space? Like, what? And so I started looking up firmament, and I asked one of my friends that she was a flat earther, but I didn't know at the time because she doesn't really tell people about it. So when I asked her, I was like, what the heck does the firmament mean in the Bible? And she was all like, I think you're ready. So let's have this conversation over dinner. I said, what? Ready for what? Whoa, what's going on here? And we were eating pho, and she told me, she's like, so what is your opinion on flat earth? And I was like, oh no, don't tell me. She goes, listen, just hear me out. Do you even know what we believe? And I was like, not really. She's all like, okay, so just hear what I have to say. And then she went on about Antarctica and how NASA means deceiver in Hebrew. And yeah. And then from there, I kind of went down a rabbit hole and started getting into the Illuminati stuff, which it took a dark turn. And I kind of had to take a break from all of it because there were like weird stuff started happening to me. And yeah.
Well, the funny thing, I mean, it's nice that your friend said she was telling you, let me tell you what we believe. But now you arrived in the place where you will learn here that flat Earth is not a belief system, is not a religion. Flat Earth means to stick with the science, with the scientific facts, experiment, the things which you can verify, the things which are not made up stories, the things which are not fortune telling or palm reading, you know. Those are religions, yeah. NASA and these astrophysicians and astronomers, they look at the sky and they make wild guesses, wild fortune telling. They tell us like they have been there and touched them. They have walked all that way up there. And that's how they explain to us how everything is up there. But in reality, no man has ever been there except a few characters in the Bible, you know, which, yeah, we have that writing, you know, but no modern man can actually verify that Enoch actually, God took him into heavens and showed him everything, you know. That is just a story that we have, but it is inside the book which explains how God created the world, and you know, He laid it flat, like the face of the deep, and then he separated the waters, and yeah. Here, you will find that you also have science. The world science goes hand in hand with flat Earth. Physics, chemistry, a lot of biology. The side of biology which has not been corrupted, because these people, these pseudoscientists, they have infiltrated in pretty much all the sciences and they try to corrupt them.
Yeah.
Especially physics and biology. Yeah.
Well, a lot of the Bible stories started to make sense after that as well too,
Yeah.
like Noah's Ark, the flood,
Yeah.
and the Tower of Babel. Everything just started making more sense, and I truly felt more connected to God after I realized that the earth was flat.
That's very nice to hear and know. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, this is actually the only belief that we easily accept in this server, like the belief in a creator, God, intelligent design, and yeah, it's true. We do see his fingerprint everywhere in physics, in quantum mechanics, in anatomy, in biology, it's his fingerprint everywhere, in
Yeah.
in all the creation. And yeah, we do have also this nature governing forces. These pseudoscientists, they uh, came up with the heliocentric model where they placed the sun worship, they place it like in the center of everything, when in fact the sun is the one which is in orbit above the earth. And the word orbit, if you study it, I'm not even English native, but I know that much, that the word orbit it predates the space age era. And the space age era changed the meaning of the word orbit. Nowadays, people understand like an object spinning around a spherical object. That's what they call orbit. And it's not that it's just spinning, but they invoke also this gravity, and they say that your velocity straight forward is so fast that it equals your velocity of falling down. So you are not falling down on the pole, but you are falling like around it, and continuously spinning around it. But back in the days, the word orbit meant to circumnavigate a center point, like traveling in a circle, spinning around the pole, a dog running for his tail, something like that, Yeah, I've been on galloping.
No, you're fine. Basically, what I told one of my coworkers, because he asked me, how do I view the Earth? And I told him it's basically a really giant clock with like the sun and the moon being the big hand and the little hand.
Yeah,
And
that's very accurate description.
yeah. And he's like, wait, so we're living in a big giant clock? And I said, yeah.
And yeah, they can't believe it, but then they tell you, oh, but NASA predicts to us all these celestial phenomena and events like lunar eclipses, solar eclipses.
Well, that's like, I mean, that's like people telling you, oh, how are you going to know that the clock is going to be 12 o'clock?
Yeah.
Well, because the little hand and the big hand, I mean, you're going to be able to predict where it lands. So, yeah, it's going to be 12 o'clock soon. So that's what I tell them, but they're just like, no, you just can't predict it like that. And I'm like, okay, whatever.
Well, I can give you a bit of information, which you will find it here in the server, and anyone else will gladly share it with you. The way NASA predicts our solar and lunar eclipses, you see, it's a fallacious term, because ordinary people will say, but they predict. But in reality, NASA is not making any predictions. These events, celestial events, they have been observed for many ages by mankind, and they saw that they repeat themselves like clockwork, you know.
Right.
Very, very precise time, you know. Yeah. So when something is repeating, then it's not a prediction. It is actually a post-diction. And the system which NASA is using is called the Saros cycles. And this is actually ancient Babylonian knowledge. These Saros cycles have been invented by them. They have observed the sky. They wrote down, you know, they counted the days, months, years at which these events they repeat, and then yeah, they saw it's just an ongoing cycle, you know. And this is what NASA is using, these thousands of years old Saros cycles. And yeah, people really believe that, oh, because NASA has satellites in space, they can track, detect the motion of the celestial bodies, and they make these accurate predictions, which is not true. And when you look into the Saros cycles, you will find also azimuthal equidistant maps, you know, with zodiac signs on the sides. Yeah.
Okay.
And gravity, this is the imaginary force which they invented to make the whole sky lifeless. Gravity is the god that killed the heavens. This is how they worship it. Gravity makes all this story of that infinite cosmos, giant clouds of gases, and something lights them up suddenly and they become a burning star. You know, it's a ball of fire which is burning forever, never ending. Totally against everything that we experience in everyday life. I mean, if you were to have a house, a cabin in the mountains, and you have a fireplace, in the evening you put some wood, you make a fire, you warm yourself, you warm the whole house, you know, and it's going to be warm almost throughout all the night. And you will be sleeping very well, but at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., that fire is gonna go off because all the wood in it will be burnt, you know. And when you wake up in the morning, yeah, under your blanket, you don't feel it. It's comfortable, you know, but yeah, when you wake up in the room, it's chill. And you run fast, make fire again to warm. Well, the stars, they say they don't have this. They don't need energy input, fuel, you know. And we don't see any such thing in reality. A fire that doesn't need any fuel, which just constantly burns.
Yeah.
They try to invoke it with nuclear physics, nuclear fission, but we have gigantic experiments, like very big reactors. They built them since the 70s, 80s, 90s, and the cost were billions of dollars. And they said, oh, it's worth building this machine because this machine little sun down here on Earth, and we will have a endless source of energy. Well, they build them, they power them up, they supply them a vast amount of energy, but they never took out of it more than they put in. Never. And they are just a waste of money. Nowadays, they are struggling to find new uses for these machines because they exhausted everything, like they did all they could and they are not working. Yeah.
Are you talking about nuclear power plants?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I've heard about this before. You're saying they're so expensive that, regardless of any other factors, they're so expensive that it's not even worth it, right?
Yeah. The tokamak nuclear fusion reactor, they built it under the claim that they will achieve nuclear fission, and they did not. And now they're saying, oh, it's a big oven, it's a very hot oven. Yeah, I can believe that. When you put you consume in a split second the electricity which the whole United States consumes it in 1 year. Yeah. You burn all that in a split second, in that reactor. And what do you achieve? Nothing. Just a hot fire. That's all. Yeah.
Well, maybe they can turn them into food processing plants and use those as giant ovens.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah.
But I know in the 90s I was teen, young. I was looking into this sort of stuff. I know that this tokamak fusion reactor, it was like in the science community, science talk. It was everyday talk, we were like so excited. Oh my God, in the year 2000, we're gonna have nuclear fission reactors, we're gonna have flying cars and everything, and bullshit. Nothing came out of it. On the contrary, electricity got more expensive every month, every year, and it's not going the other way around. It's not getting cheaper. But yeah, this gravity god made the heavens lifeless, and what I prefer to believe is that, you see, these celestial bodies, the stars, the moon, the sun, they meet all the requirements to be animated, like they are animated. They spin in the sky clockwork with clock precision, and they repeat this every day, month, year, for thousands of years. And only something alive can do such a thing, wake up, wash, eat, go to work, come back home, do the cleaning, have dinner, have your evening prayers, go back to sleep, and then next morning wake up and repeat everything. this is what it means to be alive, to be able to repeat cycles. And many worlds, cultures, nations, they have something like recreating what the celestial bodies are doing. And they have these tradition, folkloric circle dances. People gather together, they give hands, and they dance in a circle on a rhythm, because that's how we dance. We need to have a rhythm. A few steps left, few steps right, and keep repeating it. So everybody is perfectly synchronized, and it's exactly what the stars, sun, and moon are in the heavens too. But this is a speculation. It's not a fact. So. But for me, it's more plausible than what Discovery Channel is telling me. Go ahead, Sandy.
Oh, you guys mind if I have a short musical interlude here for a few minutes?
Yeah, go ahead, Sunny.
This is my own guitar playing, and I'll have you know, and I'm not bitching or complaining because I'm not a complaining type person, but someone is getting revenues from my music that I created myself, and this person that is collecting revenues from my music that I created myself has everything they need while I barely survive with almost not enough to eat. And I'm so
what a shame.
Now, this person is a freaking institutional hack, like a teacher, like a teacher. Yeah, a hack, stealing my intellectual property, my own playing that I created myself, and stealing from me while I get nothing from it.
That is wicked.
Isn't that that just sucks.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's some of my music that I made myself. This is me playing. So hold on. Here we go. Hope you like it. Yeah, what about that? The earth is flat. You're never going back once you see the horizon. Yeah, there's a. Where's that geometric horizon at? Nowhere to be found.
What's going on, guys?
It's almost over. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Thanks for listening.
Very good tune, Sunny. Very nice. Love it.
I added in the harmonica there. I hope it wasn't too like blasting. If it blended, I'd be so happy. Like if you say it blended in, like be honest.
I liked it.
If it
I
didn't
don't know
blend
what
in,
you mean.
or listen, if you told me that no, the harmonica was fucking screeching, that shit sounded ragged. Son, then I would go, okay, then I'll switch it up. I'll do something else.
You know, actually, I am not a very perfectionist. I mean, music has to have that rhythm, you know. It has to be pleasing to carry you. And yeah, some of them are with sudden changes of rhythm, some are smooth, you know.
Yeah, so I hope you guys listen to my SoundCloud. I posted it in the hold on, did I I have to go outside pretty soon. Oh, thanks everybody. Oh, yeah. Let's see which one.
This is the kind of music which I would say I could listen to chill, you know.
Yeah, it's really good. Actually, listen, I played this 3 to 4 years ago in the band I was with, before the fake, whatever you want to call it, Kool-Aid scare. I'm over that now because it's freaking done. I'm done. But anyway, we were about to play out, and we were getting really tight as a band. Like, we were a good 3-piece band. Like, damn, we were good. And we played the first gig. We were getting ready to play out in town at regular gigs, like at bars and party scenes and shit. Like we were ready to go, man. And then right after that, as soon as that, boom, shut down. This was almost
I think
3 years ago. Oh, it's almost 3 years ago. Dreams were about to come true and got dashed, but now the dreams are coming back true again. Because live music from human beings that are living and breathing, y'all.
I think for a musician, for someone who sings, the best thing is not to stick in a band. The more people he plays with, the more experience he achieves, and a better musician he becomes, I think.
Yeah, but you know what? Like, I'm not saying I would never close myself off to new experiences, but I've gathered so much musical information so far that now it just flows in. It flows in from somewhere else, like from history or something. I don't know where it comes from, but it comes from all the music of the world flows through me. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. You tell me.
Blessing, Sonny. It's a gift. Totally. Definitely. It's a gift.
It's pretty fucking awesome, man. Like, at my age, that I can still do something that well at all. And look, it's like 11 o'clock. I think I'm going
to... Never underestimate what you can do or not.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take my badass bike out for a ride and see what the water looks like along the harbor. Why not, man?
What time is it over there?
11 p.m.
Oh, that's late.
11:03.
And
it's not late. It's not late for this one. Listen, it's not late.
If I ask you how's the weather, you will tell me in Fahrenheit. And
I'll tell you in Celsius. Yeah. So hold on here. And I actually know how to like type and not hit the automatic word selection. I refuse. So isn't that funny? I'm old fashioned. Hold on a second.
Get this. I have that.
Easy. Look, so it's 15C here.
Oh, that's warm. That's like
60 degrees.
That's very pleasing.
It's beautiful here, and earlier in the day it was. I'm really old-fashioned, so let's see. Hold on.
Well, in Germany, it was -1 degree at night. It was freezing.
Sometimes I forget how to type shit. Sometimes does it all of a sudden feel like you look at a word and you go, damn, I can't tell if that's right or not. Like, it looks weird to me. Doesn't it? Like, some stuff like freaks me out still. Like, I'm this old. Wait a minute. Why am I wondering why this word is spelled this way? It looks different. What the hell? So hold on a second. Earlier today, it was 23C. 75
Wow.
degrees Fahrenheit, nice and freaking warm here, man.
That's warm, yeah.
Oh, beautiful. I can ride on my bicycle with shorts, t-shirt. Well, no, I wear like
You
I
don't
wear
need
like
the jacket anymore.
yeah, I still wear a jacket because I'm riding and I'm going up to 20 miles an hour. So I wear a light windbreaker. That's it in that kind of temperature. But listen, I've been in the canyons recently when it's been 45 degrees.
Wow.
We're in the canyons down there. I'm riding down there. I have to have full weather gear on because that moisture will creep into my body. I'm telling you, I'll cramp up right fucking there. I'll freeze up. It'll be so cold, that type of temperature. Because listen, it's the cold in the canyon. What happens at nighttime is here, all the cold settles downward. It goes all into these canyons. And if you're down in the canyon at night, that cold and moisture settles down in that place. It gets so cold, bro. I'm telling you. If you don't have shelter and a sleeping bag, you could get hypothermia in a matter of about 30 minutes. Like me, I'm an old dude. So if I cramp up, I can't do anything. I could survive it, but I would be laying there all fucking like gnarly. So I got to make sure that doesn't happen to me. So like if I get to a place, now if you were a Native American, an Indian somewhere living in these canyons, you wouldn't know this was happening at sunset. You would get everything down out of the air because as soon as that moisture drops, it settles down on everything. Yeah.
Sonny, the American natives, the Indians, back in the days, in these weather conditions, they were like making a break. They were making a big fire.
They had a big fire in their teepee and they were making everything warm because you had to warm everything out because everybody's going to freeze and be shivering and not be functional. They learned this a long time ago. But now they make it so like if you're a human being, you can't be in open area because they'll have these F-troop assholes in helicopters that pretend to be cops. Idiots. Like they can't get boots on the ground where I am. They can piss off up in the helicopter. You know what I do? I stand there and they can look at me with infrared, me giving them the finger and taking a piss. Because if they're not down on the ground, here, boots on the ground, they can't follow me. They can't catch me. They don't know where I'm going. I'm invisible. I'm a ghost. They can't catch me. I know the territory. I can ride my bicycle 10, 15 miles an hour on trails that are only 1.5 foot wide in darkness.
They can't follow you,
In darkness with no lights on. I can ride that because I learned how to do that. I put myself through that training. Listen, a couple of years ago, I decided
you don't need to go so extreme. I mean,
no, I don't. Listen, bro. You don't even know. Listen, when I'm riding like that, I'm going like this. I'm breathing like this.
You know you can do it. You have that feeling. I did it.
No, I'm breathing slow and methodical, and everything's going slow motion. My breathing, I'm making time stand still. Everything's going slow motion. I learned how to do that because I'm like because I got so separated from society and civilization. I joined with nature and I learned my own nature, and it's astonishing. Because I can make it be anything I want to be, and when I make it be something that is pleasant to me, I'm in a bubble. No one can even, like, some people don't even see me. I've had people walk right past me, they don't see me.
God makes you invisible. True.
They make me, I'm invisible. I've had people walk right up to me. I have my tent set up and my bicycle locked to a tree at the bottom. I'm in a park, in a public park. So I don't give a fuck what they say. If that's their property up above me, I'm not going in their property. So they have nothing to say about me. Okay, so their light goes on at night and their dog goes, roof, roof, roof. They can't see me where I am, and they're not down on the ground where I am. If they want to come and say, hi, how you doing? Then we can have a conversation. You know what we would have a conversation about? Something they never had a conversation about is a live, natural person that comes to this place almost every single day and knows everything that's happening in this place, picks up other people's trash, gets it out of the way so that the next water that washes it all away, so it's a nice, clean, and peaceful place where I can sit there and veg and it's a timeshare program because other people go there because you know what, honestly, it's like if I was a homeless person, I'm not homeless anymore. I was before, but I've seen homeless people go there, and if people are sleeping there and they need to go there, it's a 3-bedroom condominium out in nature. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And it has fruit trees in the summer that I can carry 5 pounds of fruit away from there every single day on my bicycle in my basket. I can stuff my face with so much quince fruit that I'm stuffed with fruit. I can't wait till the summer comes. So this is the place I'm talking about.
Too.
Listen, this is a trip because I set my whole tent up down there in in a few minutes I'll have my whole tent set there. Everything locked up and everything put inside my tent. So it looks like it's a domain. And no one bothers you if you're inside your tent. Natural law applies. If I'm in my house, you don't come fuck with me because guess what? I might have something sharp that if you come too close or you try to enter, I'll stab you with it. Like you don't do that. Everybody knows this. So listen, this property owner came down. I had my whole tent set up there. I was back in the second room in these thorn trees that have these 3-inch long freaking thorns all over this tree that the bees are buzzing around. I didn't used to know what it was. And then recently I figured it out this year that this buzzing, there's thousands and thousands of bees in this thorn tree, and they know how to just fly right into the flowers of the thorn tree. And these trees would just shish-kebab a human. If you got pushed into these thorn trees, you would be damaged. You would be going to the hospital. So, like,
maybe even die. Yeah.
Listen, so this is a safe place for me. I'm facing out on a creek bed, and behind me, where the trail is up above me, behind me, what's in between me and the trail above me is this big, huge thorn tree and huge branches of thorns that are freaking gnarly. You can't get through it, man. If one of those jabs your eye, you're going to be blinded. And when it stabs you, you get cut, you're wounded, and you have to heal. Like, it goes really deep, like shit. So, I love this little place because I go there in the daytime, nighttime, whatever. I've seen little bats flying around there. I've been there at midnight with the full moon and bats flying around all this fruit. I learned to know the nature of this place.
Yeah.
So I would say I know it better than people that own the
That's
property.
your place. It is where the ground knows you, you know. The ground below your feet is your friend.
Yeah, and so listen.
He knows you.
When
a stranger comes, the ground knows he's a stranger. He's not from there.
Yeah, so
listen, he doesn't walk your walk. Yeah.
So listen, Get Beget, I want to tell you this part. So I have my whole camp set up because what I do is I'll set up for a couple hours, 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
The longest is 4 or 5 hours I've been out camping, and then had to close it down because I got too cold. And I had to close it all up and go back home. I have a home, a nice warm home, but sometimes I choose not to do the easy thing and stay home, but do the hardest thing. So anyway, listen, I have my whole campsite set up, and I'm all locked up. It's all secure. It's all zipped up and everything. Nobody knows what's inside there. I had no lights on. It's in the day. It's in the early evening. And I was just back off inside this thorn tree about not more than 10 feet away from my tent in this little cubby in this thorn tree that's a fucking huge thing. It's like 50 feet or 60 feet long and wide. It's huge. Wow. Anyway, so this property owner came, I think he's the one that owns the property right above. He has a beautiful property, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is my little place that I go almost every day and sit in the sun and I just veg and I don't cause anybody any harm. I actually clean the place up and make it nice for everybody. So he came down, he didn't even see me. I'm looking right at him. Look, this is his property.
Yeah.
Who knows how long he's owned this property, or maybe generations of his family owned this property. He's this old guy, older than me, like 80-year-old guy. Looks fit. Looks like he works his property. Has a hat on for the sun. Like I know the look. Like I know what he's doing. Like he's pretty hardcore, dude. He could not see me at all. Just below his own property. I'm in public land, though. Listen, I'm in a public park. For me, listen, in a public land, that's my land. There's no curfew for me. You can't tell me to not be on my land. I'm sorry. Whose land is it? Is it some administrator's land? Because I don't see them here face to face. They need to come to me and tell me this is not my property.
Well, I can tell you who made it. You know.
So it's a trick because they just walked away. Nothing happened.
Yes.
Nothing happened.
When we talk about properties, like who owns the land, I can tell you who made it. Yeah, and then we have a different discussion.
I'm not like anybody you've ever met. I guarantee you that because look, these people that live in these properties are expensive property, $1 million homes up on the street. Down below is this property where I am living. Like during the daytime, it's my land. I'll be there if I want to be. They have no say in it. They can't control what happens in my public land. I won't enter their property. There's boundaries. I will abide by those boundaries. I will. But look, so they live in these properties. They think they're going to control the wild that is right behind their property. No, they're making a mistake. So I can go there where the owners of the property can't even see me.
Yeah, I understand you, Sonny. You are. I can tell you. Look, I tell you this. God made the earth, the world.
Yeah.
So all the houses we built, they are built on His land.
Right, exactly.
When He came in the world, He didn't enter our homes just like that. He knocked on our doors.
Yes. And so
and He asked us if we welcome Him inside. And if we welcome Him, He will sit with us at our table and eat with us if we give Him to eat.
Look, so here's the thing. I want to tell you, there is a different way of living life that we're not aware of. Listen, I found things and I go, that's disgusting. This is man-made items. A sleeping bag in the creek. I pulled the sucker out with a stick. Because I'm smart. Because I don't want to touch that nasty shit. It was all wet and soaking. So I put it up on the other side, away from my area, so it could dry. I found a boot, and it's a Denali boot, like a hiking boot that could save someone's life if you had those boots. You fucking won't ever get cold with those kind of hiking boots. Like I paid almost $100 for my boots just like it. So I found the one boot. I came back during the next week after that, kept looking up and down the stream for this next boot. And finally I found it underneath this sleeping bag. And then I go, oh shit, it's right there where I found the first one. So I put these boots and I put them up on the side of the bank where the sun shines from the south on these boots. I came back the next day, someone had took the boots.
Yeah, they are good. They get disinfected under the sun.
So listen, I have this idea of like not just being just like a dick. But listen, an exchange area, like there's people that don't know. There's people that are starving on the street. They don't know in the summer there's as much fruit and vitamin C that you would ever need. I don't care if you're fucking tweaking, you're an alcoholic, you're fucking dying. This could save your life because this fruit has 98% water, pure water distilled through these plants. So you know what I do? I go to my garden. You know what? What have we been told to do? Mandated to do is to water our garden, right? So I go pee on these trees because it's really dry where I live. So I water my garden and I wait for them to bloom and I look at see how they're doing, and they're doing great. Like they're just starting the new little nubs of flowers that are going to turn into literally. Listen, these two trees, 200 to 300 pounds of fruit per season.
Yeah.
Per season. So you know how much little me? I have probably I have a bowl full of seeds, half a bowl, big huge bowl. About a 12-inch bowl full of seeds. Of this, I probably have 200 seeds in there. That's 200 fruit.
Yeah, when you plant and harvest, you will always have for winter too.
I took 100 pounds. I took 100 pounds of fruit in the last season. 100 pounds of fruit.
Yeah.
And you know how much fruit fell? 400 pounds fell on the floor that I couldn't gather because it just falls too fast and it rots.
Yeah.
So if I could carry more, I could make use of this. I can make like 50 pounds of quince preserves that would last for like 20 years in jars.
Yeah, I know when I was a child that my grandfather, I was supposed to pick the plums from the ground,
Yeah.
for making booze. Yeah.
I thought about that too. Listen, that's a good thing to trade for barter. I could make some moonshine with that quince fruit if I get a 10-gallon distiller. Make a bunch of freaking moonshine if I want and just save it because I don't drink. I'm not going to drink that, but that's a tradable item for barter.
Well, my grandfather was making like every summer 2 big barrels, of this moonshine, booze, alcohol, 60 degrees, And
no, that like
these barrels, they were so big, like an adult could be bathing inside. They were big barrels. Yeah.
That's freaking amazing, man. Yeah, I thought about doing that. I would run a distill just to like make my own fuel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can make my own fuel. Listen, I can make a freaking hot rod. I'm thinking about making a hot rod that is the engine would be, let's see, the size of a Briggs and Stratton motor on a freaking lawnmower?
Yeah.
Right? So I'm talking something that half the size of that with twice the power. Because it's engineered with high specs. Blueprinted, completely balanced. Like, I don't know, it doesn't matter to me because I'm open to the combinations of different power systems that are available to us. Like, I don't care if it's steam turbine, it could be HHO driven, like a combination of the two or three, or a solar, electric, freaking whatever you got available. If you're moving, run something that is like turn something with your tires too. Multiply. Like, I don't care about like zero energy. I don't care. There's ways of multiplying your energy, but 10-fold, 50-fold, 100-fold.
Yeah.
So like people are thinking about all these different things like we possibly can't, like, because I'm not only talking about that. I'm talking about technology, flywheel technology with high power battery technology with alternative methods of fueling. Like, I don't care. Doesn't matter.
Well, the best I would recommend for someone like willing to have energy at your house, electricity and heat. The best I would recommend is a biodiesel engine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, if you
this
could
is
have
the best stuff. You can take like even hay, and you can make that into biodiesel. You can take grass, corn, whatever. Yeah, you name it.
And the most you would have to do is like make it into an emulsion, mix it up with some water or whatever. Like there's other things you can do that start the thing going, and then this thing extract the oils from it, run it in your motor.
And these diesel motors, they are amazing.
I know.
You can have it even in your house. And all that exhaust from the diesel motor is not going to kill you. Yeah.
I know. Listen, Geppy, did I tell you the story when I was in Panama? Well, I was on a 50-foot catch, 52-foot catch, a sailboat, 2-masted sailboat, right? So we were sailing down south. We were in Panama, about ready to go through the canal. We met these party people on a 120-foot Brigate 3-masted with a fucking crow's nest. The whole freaking thing. They had animals on board. They had coatimundi. They had freaking all kinds of weird animals and people like from every continent on that ship.
Yeah.
Like, so we met them. And they had a motor on there that was a one piston. That motor was 6 feet tall. And guess what? They were shoving in there for fuel. Bananas.
Yeah. It
would run on bananas.
Yeah.
So you could run anything in these diesels, and that diesel motor, that ship was like 110 years old then. That was 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Yep. Crazy. They were sailing all over the world. Listen, I'm telling you, I want to do this flat Earth sailboat thing because, look, I'm ready to sail to Catalina. I see thousands of sailboats out in the harbor here. I'm gonna commandeer one or do fucking something. Buy one for $3,800. Listen, I could probably buy a 36-foot sailboat that could accommodate 6 easily to trips to Catalina to do observational studies. And meanwhile, go skin diving and fishing for all of our food. Fresh from the ocean. While you're doing it, see the most beautiful place on earth. Paradise.
I bet plenty of the people here in the Discord will join you, Sonny.
What's that?
Sounds like a badass trip.
See, we got to get moving, man, and I'm a poor person.
I can't wait to get sailing.
But I have a lot of fucking motivation, and you know what I'm telling you right now is that if you don't speak it out there into the ether,
I do every day.
It doesn't come true. It doesn't. But if you speak it out like I'm doing now, that's the first step because I envision it first. Then it becomes reality. How does that work? It's out of my hands. I don't know. Next question. All I know is I envision us flat earthers going sailing.
Yeah, I sometimes look at these guys from Thailand, which they are building all sorts of boats in their own yard, you know?
Yeah. So
In the
listen,
backyard.
go out.
Man, but they build amazing boats. Like they are really awesome, you know?
Listen, here's the thing. Like in the flat earth community, no one really knows who I am. And it's like, it's okay. You guys know me here better than anyone, you know? I'm kind of a ghost even to myself. So don't feel bad. Like I don't even know either. But all I know, look, I don't have a lot of resources. All I'm going to say short and simple is I don't have a lot of resources. But there's other people out there, flat earthers just like me, that know the reality of the world that we live in, and they have the resources, but I have the knowledge of how to get us there and go there. Like you can have the resources, that's fine. I can get us there, really physically get us there, go there for real. I can do that. Yeah, I done it before.
The thing is, as I was watching those guys building these boats, they were fiberglass boats.
Yeah.
And the only thing I didn't like is that they were attaching the motor to the fiberglass body directly with metal parts and screws, and that transmits all of the sound through the fiberglass straight in the water. So if you dive beneath that boat, you will hear it very loud.
Oh yeah, you can hear the sounds. I've been off the side of the boat. You can hear people inside when you're underwater. Yes. Yeah, right.
Yeah. And
that's a trip right there. But also listen to this. I've reached out on the bowsprit of a boat and touched a dolphin with my bare hand.
Wow. Nice.
You know how they skim underneath boats? They came and skimmed underneath as they're diving in front of the bow, and I reached down and I held onto the bowsprit, and there's a bobstay there that holds the bowsprit. I held on that, I reached out with my other hand, I touched it.
Yeah.
I touched the dolphin. But I went and tried to swim with them, and they stayed away a certain distance. They would never get too close. We stopped right then at that time. I had
only if you were alone and no boat around you, they will approach you then and probably help you swim to the shore.
Yeah, but check this out. Look, listen to what I've experienced surfing. I was surfing out after a storm, and I'm swimming along, and I look to my right, and there's a freaking pit bull. Whoa, a dog. Dead, though. I didn't know it was dead. A dead pit bull going out into sea from the San Diego River. Then, when I was out there before, I forget what kind of day it was. I surfed like every kind of day. I'm surprised I didn't die. My board nosedive into the sand before. Could have been killed. Someone tried to shove their board through the back of the wave to hit me in the leg. Oh, that could have broke my leg.
Whoa.
But anyway, I was out there surfing out in the lineup. Little old me. I'm a fucking badass. I go out there and look. I'm out there, and guess what? Like all of a sudden, right off to your right quarter is this. Oof! A fucking seal comes up and barks at me.
Wow.
A dog with teeth.
Yeah.
That freaks you out, but you just go, well.
It makes you shit your pants. You can drop it, yeah.
You're already wet. You're in the water, so if you do shit your pants, whatever happens.
Nobody sees.
I never had to shit my pants, but I've been falling down waves where I go, I'm dead, man. I can't survive this. I'll never live, and I did. But I've also made waves where I'm like, holy shit, I made that, and here I am in this green curl of water in a tube, flying across the wave, like in a tube of green water. Like, wow. They call that the green room. That's been actually, it's so weird because now I'm speaking about it, and I feel like I was old then, but that was a long time ago for me already. It's wild how things change in life.
Yeah.
I think there must just be a natural order of how things change in your life, and I think anybody that's 30 years old, that they'll experience the same thing I did at 30 years old, pretty much. It just happens to be. When you're 40, then you experience another regimen, another change. That changes, like the same thing. It happens to all of us. So I don't understand
Imagine how you never imagine in your life that the world will actually reach this state we are today. Like what it has become. It's shocking to me. Even today, it's hard to comprehend. Like what we lived in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
It's I'm so disappointed.
I'm not disappointed. You know what? Because I don't even care anymore. It's a non-issue.
I am disappointed in mankind.
No, I'm not. You know what? I'm vindicated because I pretty much. That's the way it was. I wouldn't admit it to myself that I even was that stupid, like that I was that dumb, but I was. And if I don't admit that, I'm lost.
Yeah.
So the people that are lost doesn't confuse me anymore. It's an order of things. It's the way it's supposed to be. Yeah. We're not going to change the order of things. The way it's supposed to be is the way it is. Get. I'm not saying it can't change. It will, and it is. But I'm going to be the one that makes the change just like you will. And that's how us even connecting here like this, spreading out amongst each other that's what we're doing. Don't.
We can only hold together. That's all we can do, But what I mean is that it saddens me a lot that 2/3 of mankind are in the wrong side.
Yeah, but listen, don't count them. Don't put them up for the count yet. You know what? Don't do that.
Yeah.
Because listen, get. That's not our business.
True.
Yeah. So I need to keep my mind on what my job is, and what my job is to simply continue moving forward and advancing. And like I feel, for me, as an individual, it's an ascent through spiritual development. I'm just a baby. So what I've learned and what all of us have learned is really quite valuable to rest. Like I talked to my neighbor and she had never heard this information before from anyone. And she listened and she was the most honest person. I was like, I was in tears eating my dinner. I'm telling you, man, this is a true story just today. You know? Like, and I'm not going to be a little, like, I'm not, like, I'm gonna.
I know simple things of life beat the movie.
I'm just
like,
so happy.
Beat the crap of any movie. Yeah.
I'm so grateful that you guys are all there. That I'm still alive. You know. That I could have not made it. You know, easily could have not made it. And
This is life, Sonny. Life is pain and suffering, you know.
I get to talk to my son. He turned 25 and he's done all these great things, you know, and like I'm so grateful. I was such a fool though before.
No.
I'm really sorry about those times, and I'm not gonna get it. I am all
I thought
sobby.
also I was a fool.
I'm not gonna
but
hide behind.
I would not change anything.
Listen, I'm not gonna hide behind this microphone and say that I'm not all sobbing and like crying, like because I am, and I don't give a fuck either. Like I tell people that may have thought otherwise about me, say like with the sweeping action in front of me, you don't take this as weakness, do you? You know, I may be different. So, like, listen, I was a little kid that was like teased and freaking abused. Like as a little kid, little skinny little kid. People picked on me, fucking attacked me, beat me up, all kinds of shit. You know, and I don't have to be angry at like all that stuff that happened to me because it just happened. I don't blame those people, like whatever. I learned to get over it myself because you know why? Because I had to, because there was nobody for me there to tell me it was okay. Even during those times after I got beat up, no one there to comfort me, tell me it was okay, ever. I grew up with a very narcissistic father, very regimented military, like uncaring, just like fully disciplinarian. That's it. So I was a sensitive little kid that I still am. And I was punished for stuff that I didn't even do.
We all been, but it's not that we didn't deserve, or you know, others did worse and got less, and some did less and they got worse, you know.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because look, I don't care. Like, because I know there are people that have had much worse than me, much worse.
Yeah.
And I've heard their stories my whole life. Now I don't know why that is, but like most people I meet that are just happenstance, that I happen to connect with for whatever reason, there's no explaining why the connection doesn't make sense. It doesn't line up. Any kind of reasoning that you meet this person at that time that you meet them, then they connect. And I learned something about myself, and then I know I had something important right there to say, but I don't know. Like it's only one day, so like I have tremendous hope for tomorrow because I don't take for granted tomorrow anymore.
Well, believe me, the fact that we talk today is proof that you never been alone, you know.
Yeah.
He was always there with you, even despite the fact that we don't see him, you know. He's always.
Listen,
he's the only one that protects us. Yeah.
That's awesome that you would say that because out of everything else that's happened, like I could be lost at sea, literally a lost soul. Me, that's me, Sonny, lost at sea. But I've always known somehow, I don't know how, that there's something greater than me, and it's been watching over me, even though I was looking up before and saying, I know you're up there, but I just have to do this right now. I know, and I don't know how you got me out of the last mess. And then I would have to fall down and stumble and skin my knees again until I realized
Yeah,
many,
I
many
don't
years.
know if you remember the time when you were a parent of a young child,
Yeah.
which just discovered walking. Parents are often very careful. Like when they start running, they run after them and hold hands, like careful not to fall and stuff like that. But sometimes the parents, they see the child is running and they see it that he will fall, and they say, watch out, you will fall. And the child will fall, and then he starts crying. But the parents know that it won't be a bad fall, like nothing bad will happen, just a little scratch on the knees, or.
You know, listen, that's funny because we used to all lay on this big bed, like my girlfriend. We were all laid there as a big family watching the TV, and my son was a little baby, and my little kids, my little two boys, when they were like 1 year old, and they were doing weird stuff like lifting their head up and looking and smiling, and you go, they're not supposed to do that. What are they doing? And so my son Nick, he just barely learned how to talk. He was less than 2 years old, like barely. He could barely say the few words. He slid off the bed and went boom, and there's a dresser and shit over there. Where you like you? Are you okay? He's like, I'm okay.
He knew how to say,
And then listen, one time, then we had this cat, and my wife. Well, we all lived together. She was my wife. My wife, she goes, a cat just came in here. She saw it. She goes, a cat just came in the room. And then we got that cat, and you know what? That cat was our pet. That cat came to us, and we kept that cat. And I'm gonna cry right now because after I separated from my wife. And I left her, and my kids were gone for a while. And I went up to my neighbor's house I used to surf with. And I went up, which is the next building over and upstairs from where we lived. Like around the courthouse. And my cat came up and started meowing at his door. Because he knew I was there. And then guess what though? Here's the sad part. Okay, shocker. Shocker. So spoiler alert. So that cat eventually a cat got hit by a car on the street there and died,
Yeah, this is how I feel something pretty the same. I had a dog, a hunting dog, and he was
I'm making everybody cry. Huh?
He was very intelligent.
All the predators that have lost the pet. Everybody's crying now. I'm sorry. We could change the subject. I'll go on to something else. I'll shut up.
Yeah, the thing I wanted to say is I understand loss, but you see, the time when I had a dog, I was so confident on myself and my dog also.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I was letting the dog out.
Yeah.
He was going like miles away from home, and he was coming back alone.
Yeah.
I was going at school, and I found myself in the tramway that the dog was beneath me, He was following me with the tramway.
Wow.
I already got to the school, and then I have to go to the school. I can't be going back home with the dog, And I tell him, go home, And I saw him. He's going to the station, I stayed there. A tramway came, and my dog jumped in the tramway, and he went home. When I saw that, I was mind blown.
He went home with you, or he went home with you, or he went home separately?
Yeah,
with you.
With me all the way to the school, but in the downtown.
Listen, Get. After this, I'm going to tell you a story about my pet dog and my father going to look for our dog, and then I want you to talk about something that cheers me up right before going to this bike ride, this crazy midnight bike ride in San Diego by myself because I have to go outside. But no, listen to this.
Yeah.
So this is dovetail what you were saying, and just bear with me because I'm doing more than one thing. I'm trying to roll this because I have to take it with me.
Oh, nice. You have some.
Listen, so hold on. Bear with me because I'm very slow and methodical. So one moment.
Yeah.
Okay. So my father and my dog. Okay. So my dog, Mr., was a long-eared freaking beagle. A bird dog.
Yeah.
So we lived in St. Louis, right? So we lived in this neighborhood, and my dad one morning goes, Mister's gone, so come on with me. We'll go in the car. So I'm a little kid. So, of course, I'm going with my dad wherever he says to go. So, I love my dad. So I go with my dad, and we're traveling along this law. This is so freaking weird, man. So we're traveling along this. On the right side of us, we're going along the street, a 2-lane street, right? We're just probably like 35, 40 mile an hour speed limit back in those days, 40 miles an hour maybe. And my dad goes, look, over in the field, my dad knew where to go somehow and went to this field that was like long, tall grass, about 3 foot tall, 4 foot tall grass. And he goes, look over there. I look to the right. I'm a little kid in my dad's car with him. He goes, look to the right. And I see my dog jumping up. He would leap up over the grass and then dive back down his ears. You could see him going boom, boom, boom. And we pull over and we pull my dog in. And guess what? Isn't that a trip? So listen, that's the same dog that I was out always in the neighborhood. Way younger than it should have been, but I had my dog with me. So I think it was Mr. also. And I forget. I think I was throwing rocks. Like I would throw rocks and sticks and shit like that. So somehow my dog got a rock stuck in his mouth. And I had to reach my hand in and it was trying to pull, and I had to pull the rock out of his mouth.
Yeah.
And then, listen, when I was a little kid, almost the first memory, this was hidden knowledge in my family because my mother was watching me a lot of times, and she wasn't watching me. And so shit was happening. One of the things that happened, I was 3.5, 4 years old. I was a little kid. And I go up the hill, only 2 buildings away, and up on the ridge, I could look down in this little valley area, flat area, where there's these old houses, where there's this old black woman living with a big, huge dog. Now, I could tell you later on, I went to that very same house and looked inside, so I saw the very house as an older kid in the same, I lived in a different neighborhood. I traveled all the way there and went to see if it was real or not. So anyway, I was a little kid. Here I am, 3 years old. I'm a little kid. I'm just enjoying life. I'm at the top of the ridge, and I see this lady sitting on her porch down, this old black lady sitting at the porch with this big black dog. And the dog looks at me at the top of the ridge and alerts. He was about an eighth of a mile to a quarter mile away from me. So he was probably maybe 300 yards right away from me. So that's 1,000 feet. And he came running up the hill, and then I saw him coming, and I turned around and ran. And he pushed me down, and that's the last thing I remember. Then somewhere along the line, I was told that I had gotten all 14 shots in my stomach for rabies. And they had to put this dog down. Because it ran that far away and attacked me, a little kid, and pushed me down. It bit me in the back. And the funny thing about that is, look, I've never been afraid of dogs, and dogs love me. Like, I don't care how big of a dog, they all love me. They never have harmed me. I look at them, and they look at me, and we go, "Cool, nice to see you here. We know each other. We came from the same place, sort of. Yeah, we're dogs. You're humans, but we can dig in. Came from the same home office, right? Just down the corridor. Yep."
Yeah, well,
that's why I say my dogs. Yeah, my dogs.
When you own a dog, these are normally beasts.
So you know what makes me cry so much? Though, listen, I had a very hard father. So my dad took us and kittens and my cat with brand new young kittens and released them out into the wild. Let them go by themselves. And then he told me that my cat that loved me dearly, that lived with me on the boat for 8 years. My cat Tyke, the most beautiful cat, like a little tiger, that lived in the boat with me, and that he ran away. He might have ran away because I was gone. But he never came back, or my dad got rid of him because he was an asshole, Oh shit! I'm so emotional today. Fuck. I guess.
Yeah, but you can't change that, and it's the way he was, and no matter how he was, you should never say those things about your dad, despite the fact.
No, I know. You know what? Listen,
yeah,
I love him. He knows I do, and I know he's up there looking.
That's good then.
Yeah, and I know he knows things now that I know, and I feel confident in that. So when I go over to the other side and we have a discussion, we will have a discussion about the nature of things. Horizon, water level.
If your dad wouldn't have been the way he was, you wouldn't have been who you are today.
No, and you know what? That's a good thing. You know why? Because I know how to survive. And I think that's a very important thing. And even though the emotional connection wasn't quite there, it doesn't matter because
and,
I have my own path. I probably wasn't meant to know that from him. I needed to learn that on my own because I'm literally show me state. I'm this little kid. I grew up in the creeks.
I tell you something, Sonny. Some children get broken by their parents, and that is actually somehow God's will.
No, I know you do. I know you do.
It is better to be broken by your own parents instead of getting broken by the world coming at you.
I got broken by the world, but you know what? I'm not broken. But anyway, I want you to change something to a really positive thing, from you. I want to hear something. I want to hear your positive take because I know you have it, and I just appreciate people. I appreciate everything about people, your heritage, your bloodline, who you really are, that's what's valuable. It's not like that we're separate, though. That's what the lie that was told to all of us. That we're separate. We're not. We're just different. Who cares?
My heritage is complicated.
Oh, I like it, though. Aren't you Romanian? No.
My name is Jude, and the legacy of my name is to judge.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Bless you.
Hello, Jude.
Hi, Jude.
Hello.
How do you say hi, Jude, in your language?
Bună Jude.
Bună Jude.
Bună Jude.
Bună Jude.
Yeah.
Bună.
What language is this?
Bună Jude. Good to meet you today, Jude. I hope you're
Thank
feeling
you.
well today. I hope you had a good breakfast. How was your day today? I'm silly as well, get out. But it doesn't matter because we're all here.
What is this language?
So, Demi Case, hi, how are you, man?
I'm fine.
Are you new to the server? No, you're a Gold Plus. Hi, man. Wait a minute. Are you?
I'm here from 27. 10, 7.
2017?
2017, yes.
Me too. Very good. Nice to meet you. There's so many people that are new, that are flat earthers, that are gold and gold plus that I've never even met, which is amazing to me. Yeah. So I know anybody that's here like that, you've been here since 2017, like me, 5 years, right? I'm coming up on my anniversary, March 23rd. I discovered flat earth. I watched 200 proofs after 3 years of shoving it off to the side. And that's all it took. The next was 2 or 3 weeks of looking at water all around me here in San Diego and the coast at the harbor. Oh, it was over really quickly.
Yeah, but how long did it took you to look at that water?
The very next day.
Oh, come on, man. No, like from the day you were born up until to the day you had your first look and start thinking how much of it is, and it's laying flat, level, horizontal.
How many years in between did I live?
Yeah.
Next question.
Next question.
Way too long. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
How's that for an answer?
The same here. It was the same here.
If
Yeah.
I told you, listen, I'll tell you, I'll be honest with you because I love y'all and you're my friends. Listen, I thought I was on the globe for 58 years.
Wow, yeah.
58 years. So think about those numbers for a second. Yeah.
33, 34 years. Yeah.
Illuminati confirmed. Get. Holy crap.
Wow, yeah.
Change all those numbers to like 32 and a half or 34. You can't say 33.
Well, I can't because
all these numbers.
33.
Hold on. Listen, what I'll do is, what time is it there where you are, Get?
Oh, here it's 9 a.m.
9 a.m. You have a whole day ahead of you.
Same in France.
Shit,
Yeah,
you know
but
what
I
I'm gonna
was
do?
night shift.
You know what I'm gonna try to do, and somebody's probably gonna be following me, but maybe not. Like I said before, they can't follow me. But anyway, like as a treat, it's a daytime. Do you have to work today?
Sorry?
Are you working today?
Yeah, night shift. Nighttime.
Oh, night shift.
Yeah.
So you just got home?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're going to sleep soon. Okay, so I tell you what. I'll try to remember, but as a special bonus treat from Sunny here, I'm going to send you a picture of an address here on a street that the building is not on. That's 666 Del Prado. And the building is not even on Del Prado. That street doesn't exist at that part of town anymore.
Interesting.
And so I'm going to go out later. It's midnight now.
I work on it afternoon.
Enjoy your time, Sonny. Enjoy your
send you a picture. I'll
walk.
put it in a voice text. Remind me tomorrow if I forget, because I know you're going to sleep after working all
Or
night.
DM it. DM it.
Yeah, I'll DM it to you. I will.
Yeah. Okay.
Cheers.
Cool. Enjoy your ride, Sonny.
Yeah,
Be
you know what I
safe.
used to listen. You know what I used to do? Get with my friends in the Navy after night shift. We used to come to my place with my 4 band members, with all of our gear, and a 12-pack of beer after we got off at like 7 a.m. And came to my house in Ocean Beach here at the beach and played rock and roll music at 8 a.m. to like 10 a.m. till I passed out. And my wife, she put up with that shit. But
Well, last night before going to work, while I was having my coffee and listening here, I was actually talking with you. Yeah.
Awesome, man.
Hmm.
Right on.
Okay, have a nice ride, Sonny.
Thank you. If I make it that far,
Take care.
I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah. I'm gonna try. Oh wow. Need some more juice. Oh. Wow. Oh yeah. You don't know how much you miss something like plumbing until you're without it. Yeah. Try being without your plumbing for a little while. Instead, you have to go down to the creek and you have to carry a 5-gallon bucket of water up to the casa every morning, at least twice a day, maybe. Anyway, I digress again and again and again. No one else is talking. I mean, I told y'all before, if you let Sonny take the reins of the radio program, I'll start playing and making a radio show with electric guitar as a what would you call it, background. Oh shoot, what happened to that? The filter fell out. What? Are you all still there? Anybody there? Hello? Hello?
Cellophane, Mr. Cellophane. You were talking about being invisible. Made me think of that.
Oh, hey, I see you guys like Rookie, Stormfire. Right on. I don't know why everybody's so quiet. You know you all got big mouths and want to say something, so freaking pipe up, will you?
You've been at work all day.
Oh, okay. I get it. Me too.
You smoking?
Say, what is that, Jamsy? No, don't see Jamsy. Who is that?
No, it's Demikaz.
Demikaz. Hey.
What are you smoking?
Well, do you really want to know specifically?
Some weed?
Yeah. This one is called Garlic Breath. You heard of Mendocino before?
What?
Mendocino? No comprendo.
No entiendo.
No comprendo, sí, vato. Anyway, I'm just being silly. Don't mind me. Anyway, yeah, it's a botanical variety, I guess you'd call it, of some friends of mine. One time removed. A friend of mine, one time, a friend of a friend. That would be more clear. Grows it himself. He runs the whole farm up there. And I get the end result. But I have some botanical entity of my own right now. So.
Yeah, I was about to start up in, what day is it? Yeah, still probably a few weeks away.
Yeah, gonna start spring. Good time to do it.
Yeah.
This was a basically November crop, and now in April it's gonna be harvest time. It's beautiful. It's getting to be like I only have a 4-foot by 2x2x4 tent. It's almost at the top now. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to start bending them over because they're starting to fill in. Like they're gonna be at least a foot long, and I have probably 6 of those.
Yeah, I know a lot of guys that have to bend them over like that. Can't
So I'm
think
gonna
of
have
their
to do.
method.
I'm gonna have to do a sea of green. I'm gonna have to make a crisscross thing with. I have stuff I can use. Like I can either use nylon cord or or my plant tie stuff and make a mesh across, crisscross, so I can put them in between. I just have to do that. That's it. That's all that's left now. But it's just starting to fatten up. Like it's really filling in. It's amazing. Never had one go this well. Like this thing is huge. Like it's almost up to my. It's past my waist now.
I've only done one season of 13 females.
Oh, really?
And they
Nice.
ranged from, I think 2 of them were 6 feet tall, and then
Wow.
the range was like 3 to up to that.
And
this
how much
last
would
season-
how much would something like that produce? A 6 foot tall plant. 2 pounds.
Well, it varies
4
between
pounds.
growers, but I certainly didn't even get. I don't even think I got a pound.
Oh, from one. Okay, that makes sense to me. Because listen, I grew 2 other plants before this. They were half as small. They were tiny, and I probably screwed them up because I made a bunch of mistakes. I killed them all. I eventually killed them. But the most I ever produced was probably like 9 grams, and I'm like, for like that much time.
Right.
So this one, I got
was a
this
lot for me.
apparently. I got this one. I planted 3 seeds, and there was one that was a runt. There was 2 that were runners up, and at first I was letting them live as Siamese plants because I thought maybe they could both do it. Eventually, the runt just didn't survive, and this other one goes, "I'm just gonna take over." Boom! And she's a she's a girl to be reckoned with. This girl plant is like, I'm proliferating because I seem to be getting fucked with. You spread me all out and bonsai'd the shit out of me early on in age. And yeah, I did. I all bent it out in shape because I listened to somebody on here that knows about bonsai. So I bonsai'd it at first, and now it's perfectly formed. And now the the way it's going straight up, it's right in flowering. It's taken its time, so it's growing really long colas. And they just keep going up. And so these taller ones are almost reaching the top. Pretty soon, I'm going to have to take drastic measures. And I've heard that some more extreme training like methods will cause them to even put on more weight because they think there's some kind of stress. So I'll just bend them over, put them in a sea of green. Yeah, they'll just keep going. Then eventually, when I cut these first ones off, they'll be a foot long, and then the bottom ones will keep growing up, and then I'll have another harvest later of another couple feet long. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Nice. Yeah, the plants
If it
are
goes that
beautiful.
well,
It was fun.
yeah. I can't believe how much it looks like it's going to produce because, like, once I did some small changes, like, it's amazing. I did this full root flush recently, and that's what it needed. As soon as I did that, it, like, pumped up. You could see everything that was blooming green just go boom and grow like a half an inch in one day. Crazy. Like, and all spiraling up and starting to spiral up to create those colas. Like seeing it twist around like that.
Yeah, I've
I
only
never
ever
had
grown
one.
from seed.
Yeah, it's a
And
different color.
it's
Yeah.
pretty incredible, the whole process.
You've never grown from seed?
No, I only have. Yeah.
Oh, you only have. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, and
Yeah, a
what
lot of
I'm
people
amazed
have
at.
those. What do they call them? Shit.
Man, mango nectar. God, it's so good. So what I like about this particular strain, it's supposed to be the
clones?
best one for PTSD, bipolar, or any kind of trauma type things. It's one of the strongest medicinal strains. What it is?
What strain?
It's a hybrid between
You said
sour
mango?
diesel, and Sensi Star. It's called Death Star. Amusingly enough, being a flat earther, that it's death. So I'm renaming it Sour Sensi.
Nice.
So it is the Sensi Star is from Amsterdam. They took a Russian Siberian strand, ruderalis, Cannabis ruderalis, that grew on the streets and the sides of these little ditches on the side of the road in harsh conditions. So they became like autoflowering. Like in their genetics, they're autoflower. So they create these short, squat little bushes that put on a lot of weight and are wider than they are tall. So they're huge, like fat little bushes that are stout and strong. So
Yeah, I had a few like
and mixed with sour diesel and this other very high potency. Let me see. Let me look it up. What is Sensi Star mixed with? Let me just look it up. Here we go. Let's see.
Surprised Bong hasn't spoken up about this.
This
He's
is
the,
a 70. It's
gardener.
a 70-30. Sensi Star is a dominant indica variety strain. It has a strong indica high. It has an incredibly high THC concentration that starts from 20%. Has very unique and pungent aroma that sometimes seems sweet. Its aroma has a hint of citrus and earthy flavors as well. Strain is a mossy appearance, has a greenish and rust color. Sensi strain has a good taste, has a mixture of earthy and citrus. MC. Positive effects, amazing. A strong calming effect on your nerves, making you feel happy and euphoric. At the same time, you feel relaxed. You can also help you feel more creative for treating anxiety, depression of different kinds. You can use it for curing hyperactivity, for inattentiveness, and helps improving focus like it does for me. So it's a perfect strain. So you can smoke when you're suffering from migraines, pain from insomnia, or loss of appetite. Has little or no side effects. Can be grown both indoors and outdoors. So that's just the Sensi part of it. But its parentage, where is that? That's what I wanted to find. That's what I'm more interested in is the parents. Let's see.
I didn't hear that it blocks propaganda and mind control.
Who's that?
No, that's one of the properties.
Okay, so listen. Indica marijuana strain effects will relax and sedate from head to toe. As high as 20% THC. Strain is crystal trichomes. Okay, I don't want that. Hold on. Where's that? It also has high CBG and CBDs, as well as high THC.
That's the main reason I don't like the.
So let me look up the Death Star. So here we go. I'll get to the bottom of this.
The dabbing.
Called. So that's what the seed is. I labeled it because I got it from a particular strain. I had no idea I was going to grow it. I had 3 seeds left. Only one of them produced anything, and it produced magnificently. Hold on. Like so far.
When are you going to commandeer that boat?
Man, I tell you
You're
what,
gonna need it soon?
I get so freaking bored because sometimes, like I've said this before, I would like to just sometimes sail away from land and go, I'm away from all that crap that's going on over there. Yeah, I have the ocean to deal with, but that's not going to last forever. I'll get to shore eventually. Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. No, I'm getting conflicting information when it put... Okay, hold on. I was incomplete on my inquiry, and it sent me a bunch of rubbish. Hold on. Why don't they give me what I want? Can't you read my mind, y'all? Come on, Google. No, you're
You
listening.
want your mind to be read?
No, I'd like to see them try. Because if they get in here, I'm gonna mess them up. So Death Star. Listen, Death Star, indica dominant cannabis
Wait, what is
strain
this?
with
This is the properties?
The one I'm growing. Yeah, the one I'm growing. Death Star is an indica dominant cannabis strain with 80% indica, 20% sativa. Cross between Sour Diesel and Sensi Star produced this strain with both indica and sativa balanced effects. The strain was featured in High Times in 2010, and it's been highly valued for its ability to unwind both body and mind. Blah 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 blah. The strain's equivalent to that of equivalent. The THC levels are equivalent to that of OG Kush at 27%. Its indica percentage makes it dominant. The Sour Diesel strain is known for pungent flavor and smells like diesel. The strain became popular in the 1990s, and a sativa dominant strain. Sour Diesel, that's Sour Diesel. We know that. One of the strongest sativa ones, yeah. And
I want that.
So the Sour Diesel characterized by blah, 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 blah. On the other hand, since he stars an indica dominant hybrid that fills its user with euphoric effects, I don't want to hear that. I want to hear the parentage. Hold on.
Yeah, they all give euphoric effects.
Best for anorexia, anxiety, arthritis, mental conditions, chronic pain, headaches, mood disorders, nausea, lack of appetite. Thank you very much. About everything I have,
Cancer.
including insomnia that they didn't mention, which I have too.
Dementia, shit, you name it.
Yeah, really. Consistent use of this strain effectively treats chronic pains, migraines, and cramping of muscles like I have. Wow, isn't that amazing? What a
Atheism.
coincidence that I would find the strain that fits me almost best. And this plant loves me and it's growing for me. It's like, I know you're there. Anyway. It's like, I'm glad to serve you and provide you with this medicine. It seems like you're having trouble breathing. I'm going to fix that off for you. Like the plant wants me to not be in pain. What the hell? I mean, I know I'm talking theoretically or whatever you want to call it, but it doesn't seem to be theoretical to me. The plant seems to respond to me.
Yeah, it does wonders.
Yeah, so trippy. I can't seem to get the right information.
There are some people that say, they didn't like its effects or something like that, and I guess I kind of get that. I mean, it's nothing to mess around with. It's pretty powerful.
Yeah, it's really powerful. But if you have problems like challenges I have,
I've loved every second of it. I've never had a bad
I
time.
can't even function. And if it's strong like that, then I can function perfectly well and do everything I need to do and have a great day, actually.
My mind has blocked the receptors at this point. I can only, I smoke freaking tons, and I barely.
I do too, like at least an OZ a month, but that's like other people smoke more than that. Like someone else here was telling me, you have freaking OZ, I need a quarter pound.
Yeah, exactly. I bet if I talked to this kind of guy, they're probably just like smoke to smoke,
I'm a lightweight then, if that's the case. And I didn't think I was.
Well,
because
you don't. You don't want to get there, but really, I'll tell you, there's really not that many side effects. I mean, maybe you'll be a little lazy.
Or eat more, which I need to do. All of the stuff I need to do, that's what I'll do. Sleep more, eat more, and relax.
If you eat the right stuff, even if you eat more, it's all right. You just can't be eating junk. You can't be grabbing the Doritos and Cheez-Its.
Actually, I can. I can, because I could use all those calories.
Well, even if you gain weight or don't gain weight from it, you just don't want what's in that to be in you.
Yeah, you're right, and there definitely is something to that. Yeah, I could progress and get better with that. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. I am over 19. Wow, that's been a long time ago. Anyway, Sour Diesel. Anyway, that's a really great
Sounds
one of the
fantastic.
best. Like all the good stuff is made from that one. Like what is it called? Blue Dream and all of those that have Granddaddy Perp in there and those blueberry.
Blue Dream's
cookies.
classic.
It's like wow. man.
I haven't smoked in a few years, but it was just how I remember it.
Yeah, I have Wedding Crasher right now and Mendocino Garlic Breath. They're both super duper, man. Yeah.
I have no idea what I'm smoking. It's all homegrown stuff.
Oh, really?
I don't know where this guy got this stuff from.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think I bought a half pound.
What?
Cheap. Yeah.
What kind of area? Not specifically, but just in general, of the U.S. are you in?
California.
Oh, okay. Okay, that kind of figures. Yeah, man. Wow, there's an abundance, isn't there?
Yeah,
man.
It's perfect. It's perfect area up here.
Are you in Northern Cal?
Nah, central.
Central. Perfect place, man. You got the best bus
Great.
worlds. Shoot. Let's see. Let's look at so a potent cross of
I'll be
Sensi
sailing this coast pretty soon.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Are you like at hold on. Let me
Well,
hold
I'll be
on.
sailing,
I'm using my divining. Hold on. Don't say anything. Hold on. Are
I'll be
you
sailing
south
where
of
the Black
Santa?
Swan is.
Oh shoot, I just was saying, are you south of Santa Cruz? The answer is yes. Ding ding ding. Near Santa Barbara. Okay, gotcha, man. I've been to Oxnard Harbor. My dad used to take us, my brother and I would get
From-
so fucked up and stoned and go we would skate 10 miles on the roller skates. We were nuts. And go drinking with people we didn't know at parties that we had no idea where we were.
Right.
Ended up making it fucking
In your 20s or what?
teens, late teens.
Oh
yeah.
wow. Man, that was shit.
In LA.
That must have been in the 60s?
70s.
70s,
yeah, mids like from 73 to 79.
Gotcha. Crazy time. You've seen it all.
I grew up in Dogtown.
You've seen the all the technology shift, even like a social shift. You've seen it all.
A few
Pretty
times
mind-blowing.
here. Blows my mind, man.
My grandma just died at 83.
Yeah.
And not once did she ever like talk about how many shifts she's seen. You know, I bet she wasn't.
I've seen quite a few.
to much, though.
I've seen all their tricks. Now I really know what's going on, though.
Right? Isn't that awesome?
I have a much different view
You
of it
can-
now.
yeah,
I'm
I bet.
I'm like above it looking at it now, and like they can't affect me. They can't. I'm immune to their bullshit.
You and a bunch of other guys in here.
Listen, I don't care. Listen, I know they're attacking me with frequencies. I feel it, but I don't care because you know what? I'm stronger than they are. I don't care what they could try to do
Yeah,
something that,
that's,
like short of them stopping me and my
There's a lot to
electronic
the armor
impulse as a light being. If they try to stop my electronic impulses as a light being, then so be it. If they have the power to do that, let them try.
What do you think about those videos of the people with blisters all over their face and stuff like that?
The what?
Protesters with blisters on their face.
I
You
don't
see
know.
those videos?
I don't watch anything like that. No. I don't watch any kind of media. Anything that's
I don't
happening.
even know if it was real.
I don't watch any of it. I
These
don't
people, I
know.
guess, were attacked. These protesters were attacked by some kind of energy weapons, I guess.
Oh, okay. I get your drift. Wow.
Yeah, pretty crazy. First
Let
time
them
I've
try
seen this
that.
kind of stuff.
Let them try that shit. Because what'll happen is people like me will find ways to make weapons. They won't be aware of what kind of weapon I could create.
Yeah, it's pretty sad.
They'll be walking into a situation where I could use sticks and branches and sticks and shit, and make something that could sling the
you mean
fucking
like
shit
Rambo?
out of them. No, like I'm a survivalist, so
Yeah, that's what I'm
I'm
saying,
very
Rambo.
mechanically
He's a
involved.
survivalist.
I'm very mechanically aware of situations. So like I can make stuff fall. I can make stuff swing around or spring from a branch. Like I make a branch spring like a big old fucking spring.
So you're one of those like in the bush.
Yeah, or make a
in the
ditch
bush
that
like
someone
Marine
falls
Corps
in.
motherfuckers.
Yeah, or make a ditch that someone falls into that spikes at the bottom. If they want to come in my territory, if they really want to get that badass on me, they will have to. They won't even know. I could booby trap shit. I don't even have to be there.
Well, don't give away all your secrets.
No, I'm not, because I go a different place every day. But I do cover a lot of different areas, but I don't go same place every time. They don't know.
Maybe they don't care very much, but
I don't think.
But
they
I bet
care.
this Discord's monitored. I mean, how many Discords are like
Yeah.
this? Any others?
I don't really care because
I don't really know the
famous.
Discord
I'm
world right now.
famous, so thanks for the opportunity
When
to
it-
share.
When it comes to
truth.
flat Earth, this the place?
Yeah.
From what I can tell, this seems to be the place.
It's like the epicenter. All the creative power of flat Earth is right here.
Right.
Yeah. That's what I.
That's cool.
what-
That's cool
what
shit
I
right
believe.
there.
So everybody checks in here, and the people that don't speak up are still listening, and I hear them in their own podcasts, and their own sharing, and their own interviews on their own channels with their own
Yeah, I
content
listen
that they're
all
providing,
day.
that they're listening to us.
Without
They're
even-
using the same arguments that we refined here and sharpened our blades here, right here in this Discord, that we've done this. And so everybody is here listening to us because we're the sharpened edge of flat Earth.
I don't know much
We have
about the old stuff, but
Yeah.
I guess I've been here for probably over a couple months, and I think I've heard it all at this point.
You see my YouTube channel? You should check it out.
I think I tried to look for it. I was trying to
Hold on.
find the your profile
I'm
image.
being goofy. Here, I'll add you as a friend, Stormfire, because I heard you a few times. Here's my channel. I sent to your DM. That's me, Flat Earth Consciousness, 2017. So look, I got over 200 channels I subscribe to on there. You can look at my history and look at what all I've watched and what I've added. And there's some conversations of the conversations here on my channel that I've captured and put on there. There's all kinds of good stuff. Some of it's so okay. Some of it, the sound is shit. So you can criticize that if you want. I don't care. Like, I know it wasn't the best. Some of the first videos I made were in 2017. When I first discovered Flat Earth, I made a couple of videos. I made one about that a shadow cannot be made bigger or rather smaller than the object that's creating the shadow because of
Real quick, while you're on this,
eclipse. Yeah.
you recently, man, it was probably only maybe a month ago. You said you had finished refraction. Remember that? And did you have that
Yeah.
recorded? Your like explanation of why refraction can't even
Is
be
over
used?
with. Yeah.
It was you. You come up with something interesting, and I didn't catch ever what it was. Do you?
Okay, I'm going to tell you what it is right now. You know how a ball has to drop away in elevation, right?
Right.
As it goes further away from you. Out. Let's say you're looking out like the Black Swan, right? So at 5 miles, let's say at 10 miles, let's say where the oil rig habitat is, right? Let's just say out at 10 miles where the horizon is out there. After that, because we know that's the optical horizon, right? That's where it is apparently, right?
Okay, I'm with you.
So everybody's agreeing with us, ballers included, that is the geometric horizon. They're saying that's it, right? Is there any objection to that part?
I don't think so.
Okay, cool, no problem. Now there's no gotcha here, so no problem. Keep moving on. So listen, at where the geometric horizon starts dropping away, which would at the Black Swan actually would be at 1.22 miles, but we don't have to worry about that. Let's just say it's at 10 miles, because we can apparently we do see it there and observe it at 10 miles or more. So we'll just go with that. Now, anything that's happening at 10 miles is, guess what? 66.7 feet below your elevation, right? Yeah, so it's not only 67 feet below your elevation, but it is also angled backwards away from you, right? Yes. I'll keep answering because I know the answers. So if this place at 10 miles is facing away from you at an angled away from you and lower elevation, when the light hits that area, where's it going to bounce off to? Knowing Snell's law? At an angle that is above your head, you would never see it. So they can't claim refraction because they're claiming refraction from a surface that is pointing away from you and almost 80 feet below your altitude.
So all those angles of light, it wouldn't be able to reach you. You wouldn't be able to see that.
How could it possibly? Look, it would have to go up 67 feet above the Sagitta and then come back down to the observer's eye.
The most you could get is what do they call that? Night illumination, where it's like night and day at the same time. You know what I'm talking about?
I sort of do, but that's not really the same topic because, see, what I'm talking about is the behavior of light. You can never have light hit something on a, like, let's say, a surface of water where they're saying it's reflecting off or something off the surface, right? So it's reflecting off, but it's reflecting off of a surface that is pointing away from you and is below your elevation by 67 feet. So that means whatever angle, whatever angle that light is bouncing off, is it 30 degrees? Doesn't matter. 20 degrees? Doesn't matter. What it's going to be doing, no matter what degree, is if it's less than 90 degrees from that plane of incidence, the angle that the light is bouncing off is going to go an angle that's pointing upward. You would never see it because it's beyond your perception, because what it is, it's a reflection of something that is the light is bouncing off of something that is on a reflective surface pointing away from you that is 67 feet below your altitude. Period. It's over. It's done right there. Its refraction is completely over. They can't go past it. I mean, they couldn't do anything with it anyway. Obviously, They lost their geometric horizon. But this bludgeons it to pieces because they have nothing that they can piece together, anything like possible in reality that can show that light could do those kind of things. So it's a matter of simple geometrics.
That's exactly what happens to lies. I mean, where else can it go?
Right.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
So that was my spiel on it. That's it. It's very simple. Most people gloss over it, and I don't care if they do. But it's because look, some people don't like us talking about how the nature of water is that it's horizontal on the top everywhere we look. They think that's too simple-minded. We're smarter than that. I don't pretend to be smarter than that. Just because, like, I know the nature of the earth, I don't have to fucking pretend that I'm some smart guy and like, no, that's beneath me to talk about the nature of water. That's water.
The majority of the place
or to make
is
fun.
water.
Listen, or to make fun of the nature of our earth here that we live on, that the fucking nature of earth is that perspective does apply in our experience every time, every day. It does. So you could try to say, oh, it doesn't matter that it's only artistic expression.
Every day.
Bull fucking shit. It's the same thing as stuff gets smaller incrementally at given rates as distance occurs further and further away. This ramping down at the top and the bottom and squeezing in on the sides is a known fact
of
reality. It's not a fucking.
There's no such thing as laws of perspective.
It's the way Earth is. It's the way we experience every day. So
like it's just sad at this point.
You're flat earthers. Stop pretending like you're fucking smarter than you are. I don't care what kind of degrees you have. It doesn't matter to me. Like, just be real. Okay, I'm gonna stop my spiel there. Thanks for
honestly,
letting me share.
If you're into like the cosmology and astrophysics stuff, I mean, you're basically so deep into the fantasy that you can't really see anything else. Either that or...
No, I'm actually talking about flat earthers, like my brothers here in arms. So we are brothers in arms, but we do have differences, you know? And like, it's okay. We're going to work through these things together. Like, we may have we may have disagreements. We're going to have to learn how to deal with those disagreements. Like, there doesn't need to be any kind of like confrontations because one person said this. You got to get real with each other. So listen, if we're going to build any kind of bridges between each other, we're going to have to like maintain ourselves within ourselves for a common interest. So the common interest is going to be the main goal. Like, so we don't get into little personality quabbles. That should be separate. If that needs to be taken care of, take it out of the area. It doesn't need to be involved. With this new community we're creating right now, we don't need these petty fucking squabbles about, we're not measuring dicks here. So I'm talking to flat earthers right now. I'm not talking about Glovers. I'm talking about us as a community together. Like, we're going to have to get over ourselves. It takes us like deflating our egos at the door. Like, it's hard. Like, you think it's easy for fucking me? Well, all the shit I've fucking been through, you know what I really want to do? Like, there's part of me that wants to just rage. And, like, that's not productive. So I had to have a conversation with myself. You know how we talked about some people don't have an internal dialogue? I think most of us here have an internal dialogue. And that's why we're...
Rage because your voice isn't getting heard, or...
That's part of it. That's a personal issue, but that's not it. Because I think people need to hear something, but I'm not necessarily the one qualified to give the message, so I had to learn to back off and shut the fuck up. I'm not the one that's going to be the messenger in some cases. In other cases, I can be. Like tonight, with my neighbor, having dinner with her, you know? Like, that was freaking great to do that online with all of you and all my friends here. Like, that's what I live for.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that. I love y'all and like playing music for y'all. Listen, I never made it big in music, and that's okay. Like, I'm not complaining. I don't care because I know it saved my life. The creator saved me from that life. I could have been in there easily.
It's a satanic life. Most of the time.
I'm glad I didn't get involved. Like, I just narrowly escaped. Like, I always thought, oh, poor me. I was always on the outskirts doing things I didn't want to do, working on boats, cleaning boat bottoms, and working on mast 120 feet above the water.
That's like what I'm trying to get into.
Like, as a young person, you know, like...
Starting from the bottom with all the boat stuff and become a captain.
Yeah, I probably should have done something like that. Look, I'm smart enough. Shit, I could have been a doctor, a lawyer, a freaking sailor, a freaking Indian chief. Indian chief.
If you could get your knee together or whatever you were saying or whatever, I guess you could be a captain right now.
Yeah, I could still go through the courses and get a captain's license. Yeah, that might be something I might still be interested in.
That'd be. Jeez, how could you not do it?
Sail on a big, huge ship
You
like
already
that.
have experience, and you. Oh, geez.
Yeah.
How can you pass that?
And I know stuff works, and I know how to fix almost anything.
There you go.
I'm an engineer at heart.
Yeah, I bet you could find a crew pretty easy. I guess you need a vessel.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I'm going to look for boats for sale right here. Hold on.
Right.
Boats cheap. Hold on 1 second. Cheap boats. Wait a minute. Got to be specific. Sailboats. For sale in San Diego. Motherfucking bitches in San Diego. Oh, okay. They don't know me very well, do they? Okay, well, here's a J-boat, but that's really expensive. That's $500,000. Wait a second. We're going to find the cheaper ones. One moment. Okay, these people are a ripoff, so, oh, some of these boats are so killer, though, man. Whoa.
Right.
Oh,
My
man.
mind's been completely
Listen, with this kind of boat, I could sail you people to the South
Anywhere.
Pacific. How about Tahiti or the Galapagos Islands?
Which
How's
one are you
that
talking about?
Seawind 1600. Hold on a second. It's a brand new one. Hold on. I'm not talking about
It's a
buying this.
brand new one.
Yeah, but wait a minute.
Oh,
But
man.
look at this. It's badass.
Oh, it looks so beautiful.
I could sail this. I could sail this.
Oh, what
Look
is
at
this?
that
I've seen.
boat.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
That
hold
thing is
on. We're gonna find. This is
badass.
Boat Trader. Hold on. Let me find the right section. Hold
Yeah.
on. By city, state, cities. Here we go. San Diego.
It's hard to beat how cool this is.
And let's see. Length. What are we talking?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
What a ship.
Let's go 36 feet. Here we go. Why is it so expensive? That's
There's
bullshit.
some. Have you seen those like? No, let me try to find them.
Catamarans are another thing. They're faster, actually.
Are they?
Yeah. But all sail. Let's do all sail. Hold on. I don't want to subscribe. All sail. I don't know how they're getting those prices. No freaking way. Here's one for 32,000. That's a 79 Endurance Pilot House cutter. Drop the price $2,000. But you know, there's boats that are out there sinking. So I think people ought to drop your prices. Me and my friends we're flat earthers. We want to buy one of the boats, and
thing's a
your
52
shit,
footer?
and your shit is probably sinking out there, and you're asking these high prices. Hold on, let me find something else.
Oh yeah, this is like $1 million. How much is this? $1 million?
I want to find one that's almost sinking. That's like
I
perfect.
bet this is like $1 million.
That's stupid. I see literally 1,000 boats in the harbor. Less than half are even being used on a regular
Well,
basis.
they're keeping them around for the zombies.
No, they're keeping around till they sink, and they have to be swept off the freaking ocean floor by the harbor people. Hold on, I'll find something. I'll just go to a different source. That's bullshit. Okay, hold on. Desperate people. Oh, I see the first one. Wait a minute. $7,400. No, I'm talking $3,500. Come on, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. $12,000. Ericsson 30. 12 grand.
Yeah,
Four. Here's one for 14 grand. So the Ericsson is 30 footer. Like my dad sailed all the way to
more
the
personal
South
size, but-
Caribbean. So hold on.
This is. I don't think I can post actually. I'll just. Oh, I can post it too.
That's too expensive. Let's see. $20,000 a John Alden 42-foot off soundings yawl 1939. Oh, that's a classic freaking boat for $20,000. Oh, someone's
Don't
gonna
cry.
get that boat, man.
they
Oh
will.
shit.
That is what I'm gonna get.
That boat is $1 million boat. I could fix it. I could rebuild this sucker. Hold on. We'll find a boat. Hold on. Just to give you guys some hope that I'm not just talking shit. Here's let's look at this one. $4,000. That's what I'm talking about. Hold on. $4,000. Sailboat for sale at Chula Vista Marina. 40 foot long cement hull custom build. Unknown as to the operational status. It was acquired through a lean process. Needs some TLC, but overall has some potential. That's a stout. It's a concrete hull. Those things are never going to sink. You could run into shit that will never sink.
Really?
Never
Is it
sink.
concrete?
Yeah. Concrete.
Wow.
So they build these things with like special like type of concrete. That's only $4,000. That's a heavy boat, but 40 foot long. That could sail anywhere. If you guys see where they made sure the rigging was fine, then that boat would go anywhere. So there's some more. Look, sailing to Hawaii. You want a job on a sailboat? Here you go. $1,300. I'm looking for 1 or 2 sailing crew to go to Hawaii this year in May. But you may have always wanted to sail to Hawaii on a classic blue water sailboat and retired or something. This might be your chance. Looking for an experienced or semi-experienced crew, non-smoker, not ill, not semi-ill, nimble, yes, drug-free, issue-free, easygoing person that loves the ocean. We would sail 2,300 miles aboard Song of David, a 1978 Explorer, 45-foot cutter sloop with a trusted
they wanna bring you
autopilot.
along?
The boat is a proven Baja traveler and is seeking Hawaii very soon. The cost is $1,000 plus food or $300, so $1,300 you get to go on this trip.
Oh,
Anyway,
trip.
I'm just
Okay.
going to pass that because I just thought I'd read that.
That's cool.
Pay $1,300, you go on the whole trip.
Right, that sounds
But
cool.
anyway, so here we go. There's some other ones, a little more expensive. Some are like 60, 70 grand. Hold on, we'll find cheaper ones. Something
Yeah, the
you
one
go
I'm
to
looking at is
Catalina.
25 grand right now.
Oh, here we go. And 32-foot O'Day. Need to sell 12 grand. They're desperate.
go,
It's
they
right here
are.
in Oceanside.
Oh, they are desperate. That's a good
Just
deal.
got this boat and was going to get it ready for the summer, but then the war broke out in Ukraine. We have family living there, so I had to get rid of the boat to
Oh,
provide
post it.
financial assistance to the
Post it.
family. It's a classic and does require TLC, but overall, they all need TLC. But you're stationed on Camp Pendleton. You can live aboard it for about $400 a month. I would just sail it off fucking somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so $4 grand. $4 grand. At $4 grand, I don't care if it sinks. Buy another one in a couple of years. Screw it. With a little help from my friends. Hold on. Fully restored 1974 CT41, which is almost like the one I sold to the Caribbean, which was a
70s, wow.
CT51. Catch, 41-foot catch, 74. Let's see how much they want. Right here in San Diego. I've seen
Probably
this
like
boat.
40 grand.
Yeah, they want a lot for this boat.
It's probably so.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Oh, he wants 65 grand.
Ah,
Yeah, but it's turnkey. Ready to go.
gotcha.
65 grand. So that's too much for my taste. I want something that's fucked up, that's about sinking. I'll fix it. I don't care how if I have to sail to Catalina and go on the other side and careen the boat myself, I will. So here's one, 84 Endeavor, $5,000. Let's see. I don't see a mast on it. 37-foot Endeavor. Boat is currently dry dock and was a project for a while. I'm pretty sure many people can relate. Priorities change and see all the these people are losing their stuff. The hull is in great condition, and the diesel inboard never had any problems. It hasn't been started since it was in the water a year ago. Sailed it up and down the SoCal coast and out to Catalina a few times before pulling it out of the water, looking to pass to someone else who is looking for a project. There is currently a $5,000 security deposit on the boat where it's being stored. So the real price is listed at $5 grand.
There you go.
$5,000. 37-foot, a good stout
Wow.
boat that
That's
needs a lot of work, but it's floating.
Sounds like what you want.
Sail it off somewhere
It's
and
even
fix it.
floating.
Yeah. Well, it's in dry dock right now. It probably needs some work, but it probably wouldn't take. Doesn't take too long if you know what you're doing to get it floating. Like it doesn't have to be perfect. As long as that's sinking and you have some pumps that are working, it doesn't take. Doesn't take a rocket scientist. Here's a Columbia 33, $30,500, right here in San Diego. A sailboat. Another one looks like dry dock. Oh,
You know what's funny is
Uh-huh.
I figured I would meet sailors in this Discord. It's one of the big reasons I stuck around.
Really?
So I might as well use this to my advantage.
Yeah, check this out. These are boats in San Diego and on San Diego Craigslist. So listen, just go look there if you want to look. I'm looking at a Columbia 33, $3,500. Only built 10 of this particular type of boat. Has a Volvo diesel sail drive with about 40 hours. A near new steering pedestal. more than 20 nice sails, and has a tall taper mast with rod rigging. I started restoring her. She needs finishing some fiberglass work and putting things back together. Includes many boat stands, whatever that means. The boat is in Henderson, Nevada. It's impossible to finish. It's out in the desert.
Oh, no way.
A trailer is available for additional $3,500, so that'd be $7,000 for the boat and trailer. I'm selling it for less than a parting value. Sailors are worth at least $10,000. The engine's $4,000. Scrap lead keels $2,500. Mast $5,000. Plus all the winches, pedestals, etc. I'd love to put her back sail, but not chopped up. So $3,500, $3,500 for a trailer to get it out of there and go fix it somewhere. It's in Henderson, Nevada, $7,000. Columbia 33, a good stout boat. Yep. I like things that are in the water. I'm looking for something raggedy that's like, people are like, help. Like, even if you come and help us fix it for a while, it's about to sink and shit. Some of these are too much. I'm going to go ask the Coast Guard.
This boat is a 1939.
Did you see that boat? Yes.
This thing is insane.
That boat would be perfect. That boat would be so bitchin'.
That's crazy.
That boat would be so bitchin', man. I'm telling you.
That thing is badass looking. I wonder what it looks like inside. How do you see?
Oh, it's probably beautiful.
I got no pictures.
Even if it's raggedy, it's still beautiful because you can fix that stuff. Like if you have to take it out.
Foot.
Yeah, 42-footer, 1939. It's still floating.
Holy shit.
That tells you something. It's still floating. So I'm telling you, there's a flat earth boat out here for us somewhere. I'm begging you guys. Look, 3,400. Look, here's a 25-footer. That's a small one, but you could put 4 people on there comfortably. 3,500, a 1975 CNC 25-foot sloop. Just a regular little sloop. You could go to Catalina with that easily from where I live.
Yeah.
25. I've been to Catalina on 20-foot boats myself. I sailed a bunch of crazy drunk people. I was the skipper. We almost sunk. Someone forgot to close the seacock in the front where the head was. We woke up with 2 feet of water, and the boat was only 2 feet above the water. Just about shit.
I think you're going to have to count me in as your first crewmate.
Man, look.
There's
I don't wanna,
so many boats.
There is, man. I'm telling you.
Dude, I'll go down there and help you work on it.
Yeah, these other people. I don't know how I would do it, but I see them out there at anchor. They're on buoys and stuff, and it looks like you can tell if their bottoms are dirty, like they're dirty looking, like they haven't been cleaned. Nobody's taking care of them.
Well, it's either this kind of cool idea, or I'm just gonna go in on a loan and get.
If you do, then
McGregor. I linked you that McGregor.
Sail down here or whatever. I'll sail with you.
You see that McGregor I linked you? That's what I'm planning on getting.
McGregor's a great boat.
McGregor 26.
The Seawind, is that? Oh, that's the one I put. Hold on. Hold on. Plex now. Wait a minute. No. What am I looking at? Did you post a link or something for a boat you're talking?
To your, yeah.
You did? Wait a minute. Where did you post it?
DM.
Huh?
Direct message.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Stormfire. Okay, forgive me.
Gotcha.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
That's what I'm planning on getting. That's 25 grand. That's pretty expensive.
Sorry.
But it's so sleek. It's so cool looking.
Hold on. It's a 26 foot. Is that what it is?
26. They look like a mini yacht. It's really cool.
Well, I was trying to figure out if I've ever been on a McGregor. I think I've just seen them. I don't think I might have worked on one before.
Can't sink them. They're unsinkable.
Oh, that's a
into these
bitchin'
things.
boat. You know
That's
what?
cool.
That boat could take you anywhere, pretty much.
Yeah.
You can sail across the Pacific on a 27-foot boat. You got it. If you got the right stuff on it, you could do it.
Yeah, my barber was the one who got me into this. He said the average boat that someone sails around the world is like 24 feet.
Isn't that crazy? I know.
Crazy.
And you know, Joshua Slocum, 30-foot spray.
Right.
The spray was 30-foot sloop. That looks like a fun boat, man. Look, it's got a pedestal like a yacht, just like you said, and it's got that back,
It's
like
so
that
cool.
cockpit back there is like cushy.
This is what I'm planning on getting. Like, there's some
Dang,
real
dude,
cool-
really? Are you serious, man? I'd love to go sailing, man. You know, listen, it's been a long time. I talk about it a lot because I'm still stoked and passionate about it, but I haven't been even on the boat for a really long time, you know? Like, it's like riding a bicycle, though, you know? So,
Sounds like one of your biggest life experiences. Sailing.
yeah, my adventures, like, freaking seems like a dream world now. I'm going, what? Like, I pinched myself and go, was I really there?
Oh, that's freaky.
Was I really there? Was that me? Is that a movie I watched or a book I read? Because, like, I can hardly believe it. And then I see it back now. And I'm this type of person that I see things in living color as if they're a film reel that plays in my mind. I see it and feel it at the same time. So I'm always having to calm myself down because that's what's happening during my day.
Well, you know, memory exists for a reason, so I guess you got to trust something.
But most of the time, actually, I'm less traumatized than I've ever been, though, I'll tell you that much. And, my victimhoodness went down to 0.
Yeah, I was able to dodge combat in the military.
Huh?
I was able to get out of combat in the military pretty easily.
Oh, yeah.
I was attached to squadrons, you know, inactive squadrons, basically.
In the Gulf War II?
No. I forget what they're even called. Enduring Freedom and all this kind of nonsense.
After, like, 9/11.
OEF and
After
IF and all that
9/11.
stuff. Right, all that stuff.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, like, I was at the end of the Cold War.
At the end of it, okay.
Yeah. I got out in 89, the year the wall fell.
Yeah, the ships were that was probably intense life, man. Those ships are no joke back in the day. They're still not very comfortable, but it's better than you guys had it, no doubt.
Oh, you should see the ships that are pulling out of here now.
I heard you talking about this. You said there's something weird, right? You got weird ships now.
They look like a freaking alien ship, bro.
Huh.
And I bet you any money that they have hydrofoils.
What's that?
That means they have struts with foils like wings under the water, so they can lift that whole hull out of the water, and they can do 70 knots or more.
Wow.
Like those weird surfboards. You seen them?
Oh, okay.
See, because listen, what I could tell you about how fast my ship was going is unclassified now, but back then it was classified. I worked on a ship that was 568 feet long, 5 stories tall, 7 stories tall, something like that, above the water, and had 2 nuclear-powered, steam-driven turbines. That ship could do 35 miles an hour that I know of, and I was on board when it was doing that, in 15 to 25 foot seas, sailing to the Gulf of Alaska.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool.
That's a huge ship. Huge.
That's fucking crazy.
So listen, our sister ship went up there too, up that area, in that area, and they rolled 30 degrees. And what happens is the cranes that are in the top deck, where the helicopter, where the helo deck is, are on there just by weight alone. They're on tracks like railroad tracks. But if they go past 30 degrees, they could fall off the ship. So they went to 30 degrees. What happened is all their machinery, like in the machine shop where I worked on my ship, which is almost just like that sister ship, it's a huge area that's about 75 to 80 feet long and the width of the entire ship.
Oh, wow.
So almost 100 feet long and probably 45 feet wide. And it has
Yeah.
machinery like with 75 machinist toolboxes, each craftsman boxes, 3, 4, 5 tier tall craftsman boxes weighing 3 to 4, 500 pounds each.
Right.
All
Well,
tied
obviously
up,
these things-
all secured. Listen, all secured down to these big, huge lathes, milling machines, huge machines that are, bolted down to the floor of the ship, right? So what happened on the other ship? I almost said the name. I'm gonna avoid doing that. I didn't say it. Good. So on my sister ship that was right across the way from us, their machinery broke free and was going from one side of the ship to the other. If you got caught in the middle of that, you are a dead sailor.
Oh,
Dead sailor. You can't control that much weight going from side to side with the ship going 30 degrees side to side. So my ship was doing those kind of almost that extreme, not quite. We didn't.
I feel like that's serious enough that you gotta stop. You gotta stop the ship.
I was sick all the time, but like I'm a hardcore sailor, so I keep
imagine
going
that?
if I'm sick. I can keep going if I'm sick. Won't stop me from sailing. I won't have to stop and sit down. I keep working. I can throw up and work at the same time, just as well as not throwing up and working. So I learned how to deal with it. Like, I don't know how to do now. I'd probably do the same as I did then. I would throw up. I would keep working, throw up some more, keep working. If I can deal with it. Drink some water, have some coffee, freaking whatever. You just keep going. When you're in that situation, everybody on the boat is doing something towards this common goal of moving the boat along. So you're all in on it.
Yeah, it's
You
so
have
cool.
to be.
That's so
Everybody on has to be careful of the boom swinging back and forth. We can't have any cracked craniums because shit's flying around. This boat is using the laws of physics. Nature's involved. That's uncontrollable. We're just trying to control the uncontrollable with the sailboat. Can't control the wind, but you can adjust your sails. So that's what we got to do.
Yeah, fuck yeah, man. The Navy's badass, but unfortunately they support the beast at this point. Whatever you want to call it.
Wow, I know. So it just brings up like
Crazy memories, huh?
all these memories, yeah, and
Shit. I missed all that shit.
memories of my father telling me about being shipwrecked and all kinds of stuff.
I was hanging out with Marines on land. Didn't get any ship time.
I always got along with those guys, though.
Me too. Me too. It's good.
Yeah.
It's a good time.
I was.
But I would have enjoyed the ocean. I don't even think the squadron they wanted me to go to was. No, that was land based too in Japan.
Like they offered me money to stay in, and I turned it down. It wasn't enough.
Right.
It wasn't enough.
Yeah, I
And
hear
look,
ya.
I didn't. They offered me $6,000. That wasn't enough. Like that was nothing. That would have been a good chunk of change. I didn't care. Like, look, I was married. We were moving. We decided we would move to Washington State, like some of my other friends. To
I know a
place
couple
where we
guys
could-
that got like 80 grand or something like that.
Yeah, listen, right after I got out, because I think there was a glut in my rate. That rate was all full. And so, no, you know how they just stagnated then? They just stopped you from moving. So it all just stops. And then they just wait until it declines.
I
Until they
remember
have.
how it works.
Yeah, so
some
like I
numbers
was
game.
like, look, I made it to E5 in 4 years.
Yeah, that's good.
I had a good run. I had awards, commendations. I was a good sailor.
Hell yeah.
Like there was times when I was delinquent and I got called out on it, and I was an adult and I should have fucking known better.
Drinking or what?
Because look, I was kind of a drunk in the Navy, but I still
it's always the
maintained
case.
and I was still responsible. Like I wasn't a total drunk. I was negligent on my duties, except one time I didn't like this Filipino, and I had like, I'm sorry, I hate
Filipino
to say it that
mafia.
way, but this Filipino guy, and like I love them because look, I had like my drill instructors in boot camp here in San Diego were two guys from the PI. And they were some hard asses, but they were good people. Like they taught me a
Oh, they're
lot,
great.
and
Yeah, they're
like I
great.
don't care what they did.
Awesome
They
families.
teased us. They said all kinds of shit. You know what? You got over it. You got over it.
Yeah.
I got over it. Look, I was 26 when I joined. Those other
Yeah,
kids were like
I had a lot of
17,
Filipino
18.
friends in the Navy. It was a
They
good
were
time.
only 17, 18. I was like almost 10 years older than some of those kids. Like I was 26. I joined really late.
Yeah.
Really late. But look, I was badass. I knew I was going in, so a year before I went into active duty, when I was on delayed entry, I started doing push-ups every day, and I was up to 200 push-ups every single day, and I
Oh,
did that
wow.
throughout my whole 4 years. I did 200 push-ups every single day.
Jeez.
Yeah, man. So I like pushed myself really hard. I thought I was going to be a diver, a Navy diver, because I actually wanted to be in the SEAL program, and I bet I could have done it. So I went to the divers program, and I passed the diving program. I was a good swimmer since I was a little kid. So I wouldn't say I was the greatest. There were people that were swimming much faster than me, but I could keep
gotta
up,
be
and I
willing to
made it.
kill for
I
that
swam. What's that?
You got to be willing to kill to be a
Yeah, I
SEAL.
know.
You know,
Yeah,
that's
no.
probably why you didn't do it.
Yeah, and I didn't
You
want
know?
to do some job welding underneath some big ship somewhere either. Really dangerous shit, but
Still, it's cool. It's cool
like
stuff.
I had opportunities to go to these different places. Like one was Sardinia. I'm kind of ashamed that I didn't take that, even though I was about to get married or got married right after my A school here in '86 when I graduated A school here. We got married, and even though I got married to the wrong woman. I could have forfeited that moment there and went to Sardinia, where now I find out there's freaking giants, and I'm a freaking flat earther. And I know the Earth's flat, and I know about giants everywhere,
Sardinia?
and there were giants all over Sardinia, and I missed it. I didn't go there. Also, listen to this: I could have gone to
Italy, okay.
McMurdo. I had friends in the machine shop, a couple of them at least, that went
There's
to
still Navy that
McMurdo.
goes to Italy, but I forget where.
They went to McMurdo. They go, you can go there. And he goes, look, you could go there for 3 months. You'll make as much money as you make at your rate in 4 years. You'll make in 3 months. As much as you would make in 4 years.
Right.
So I could have done that as a machinist. I could have done that. But
What,
I didn't want to go to Antarctica.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I didn't want to go to McMurdo. No, I didn't want to go. But I have
Well,
friends.
what the heck
I
would
have
you
friends
do in
tell me about it.
Antarctica?
I have friends tell me about it. They're building shit there.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're building shit. They're fixing shit, making stuff. They have apparatus there, some kind of machinery. They're yeah. I could have
Sardinia
went.
is an island. Dude, that would have been sick.
Sardinia, yeah. Really ancient
It's off the
monolithic
coast.
structures
That's
there
so cool.
off of Italy. Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy stuff on Sardinia. They have like aligned structures there that where the solstice shines in and stuff. Craziness there, like wow! And they said there were giants there. There's giants there. They said all the local people have these things. There were giant people living on these islands. There were giants all over. People go, oh, stop talking about the fucking giants, Sonny. Really? Okay, no. How about I don't? That they were everywhere. Who were these people? Okay, you just deny. You could deny. Okay, no. Okay, let's say that they were not any giants. Okay. Say there were not any giants. How are you going to dismiss thousands and thousands of stories and newspaper articles?
Naples.
Are they all yellow journalism? I ask you that. I don't think so.
Probably.
I think they're actual reports that were covered up, like the Smithsonian are known scoundrels. They're liars. They've buried more. They've dumped more bones into the Atlantic than they've let be public or put on display. They won't allow anything that is against their little evolutionary paradigm is not allowed. Not allowed in the schools. Not in the curriculum.
Sounds about right.
Gone. Deleted from history.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by anything like that.
So fuck them. We're going to expose it. Whether they like it or not, they have no choice because this movement that's happening within us is not going to stop. People say flat earth, flat earth is stagnant. No, it is not. I see more people coming in here that are really freaking bright and are able to think for themselves and go, you know what, there's some people that weren't thinking so well for themselves. They come in here and they go, whoa, I got smacked in the face. And they go, and they get silent real quick. And then sooner or later, a week later, you see them still back in here. And then they keep coming back. And they're in here every day. Then they're silvers and golds.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Just like me. Except I started 5 years ago. So I already knew about the chats and live streams and stuff. That's all I went on. And I didn't even know about Discord. I thought it was Globers only. Because I think I got lured into Gamma Pandas once. And I'm like, I think I said, these people sound like assholes. I don't know who they are, but they're all yelling and shit. I'm like, fuck that.
Yeah, I've never been.
Good for you.
Else.
Save the brain cells. You don't need to go.
I couldn't even imagine. I honestly, the whole thinking you're on the spinning ball thing, it's just
pretty weird, huh?
It's so funny. It's so funny. I honestly can't even talk about those kind of people anymore. It's just crazy.
Gamma Pandas will make you a flat earther because you just don't want to be like those assholes. You'll be a flat earther just to not be like them.
Oh wow! I wonder if that happens to people.
Yeah, right. I think so. They're the best help we have. Like, honestly, they have no idea how helpful they are for our cause. We appreciate you, Gamma. All you Gamma-ettes. Sorry.
If you listen to them, once there's no flat earthers in there, they turn on each other. They start attacking each other. They just
devour their own, like some symbiotic, carnivorous, freaking, what do you call it? Cannibalistic. Organism feeding on itself because it has to implode. Flat earthers are right. You're a jerk. Oh yeah, you. That's weird. It's so bizarre.
There's demons.
I think literally demons over there.
Yeah, you're right. You can imagine what they talk about.
Well, the regular demon talk. I like what Dell says on his little song.
It's been too long. I don't even know what it is.
You don't have proof? Fuck off. You're a liar. You don't have proof. What you're trying to say? Unite. Control yourself. Unite. Sorry.
Whoa. Is that a chant? What is that?
It's a song.
Oh, a song. Okay.
Yeah, it's a song. You want to hear it? 22 people in the chat. We're going to play a song. We're going to find it. It's by Dell. Beyond the Imaginary Curve. You'll like it.
Dell?
Let's see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, bro. You know who Dell is, right?
Dell, the funky Homo sapien?
No.
No, not it.
Oh, different Dell. All right.
From Beyond the Imaginary Curve. It's a YouTube channel. He's a guy that's I don't know if he's Welsh. He's British. Some form of British. I'm probably all wrong. Hold on one moment. I'm all discombobulated. Shoot.
I think he's Scottish.
He's Scottish, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Very difficult to listen to. Some people find.
I understand him after listening to all of you guys. Like, listen to Crack Villain for a few years. You can understand almost anybody. Shit.
If it sounds like a Lord of the Rings dwarf or something like that, I'm all in.
Love you, Crack Villain. Where the hell are you, bro? If you weren't gone for so long, we wouldn't sit here and laugh at you or with you, whatever. Let's say that, with you. So much,
he only worked hard to become a mod. Now that he's a mod, he doesn't need to work hard anymore.
Is that right? Well, yeah, you know what? He's putting in his time. He's a good guy, man.
Yeah, I know.
Let's see if I got a song. Like, he's a young guy. He's very intelligent. I'm, like, astonished at how intelligent some of the young people are. He's a geocentrist from the get-go. Right?
That's pretty crazy.
Raised in a geocentrist family.
I've heard of some.
His mom's a flat earther.
Oh, the Flat Earth Girls. Have you heard the Flat Earth Girls story? She was raised geocentrist.
Really?
Yeah. I'm gonna buy.
I got something to say about that, but I'm not gonna say it right now.
So can we, if they grew up geocentric, have they technically undergone an awakening? Or are they just still indoctrinated with what they grew up believing?
Good question. I don't know.
In her case, I think it's probably both. No, it can't be both.
Flat Earth Girls, they came over last week or on Friday.
Yeah.
Is it those? Yeah.
Okay, the link has been located.
8,000 members on Facebook or something.
That's a trip.
So she's doing some good stuff.
Okay, here's the song by Dell. Well, it's actually apparently some friends of his that put this together, from what I've heard, through the grapevine. And I think it's humor in kind of a sarcastic way. Wow.
The big scary gravity, the big scary institutions with all the fucking brown meat and the refugee authority. Bollocks, this is what I'm talking about. Take control of yourself.
Alex, this is what I'm talking about.
Stand up.
Stand up for yourself.
I want no nonsense approach. Stand up for yourself.
No,
stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. Oh, I've got a fucking big BMX that can fly. Show me a big BMX that can fly. Carly, you're a fucking bullshit lying piece of shit. Fuck off. Oh, I've got a Ferrari that goes 340 miles an hour. And I've got a summer house in Spain. Show me. Carly, fuck off. I've got this potato rock with gas and water stuck through it that's inside a vacuum and it all just stays here because of magic stuff. Show me it. Carly. Fuck off.
Fuck off.
You're a liar.
You're a liar.
Carly. Fuck off. Like you did when you were a child. Stand up.
Stand up for yourself. Unite.
Stand up.
Stand up for yourself.
I want no nonsense approach. Stand up for yourself.
Unite.
Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff. Black clothes and stuff. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff. Black clothes and stuff. Show me it. Carly. Fuck off. Show me it. Carly. Fuck off.
Oh yeah.
Let's all conform and behave like good little children. Do not escape from your box. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a
Politician conform to the social norm.
Yes. Oh, for fuck's sake, Brenda, we're just on 2 seconds. Now, fuck off. We don't want you or your other notice. Go and fuck to yourself, okay? Take it and ram it right up.
For fuck's sake, get a control of yourself.
That's good, man. Good.
That's classic, man.
Hey, if you want to get up to speed on if you want to get up to speed on how the Scots speak, you need to watch the film Train Spotting if you've never seen it.
Yeah. Choose life. I chose not to choose life.
Say it again, Solar.
In Train Spotting, there's that one song where he's like, "You got to choose life. I chose not to choose life. I chose something else."
You know what? It's been many years since I've seen that. Since like it first came out, I haven't seen it. Unite, stand up for yourselves.
So who did that remix, and was that Dell?
Yeah, Dell. Here, let's see. I'll drop it in the voice text. 1 second. If you're able
And
to.
who remixed it?
You'll have to look on the website. I don't know exactly. Someone else here, I think it was Dave Hinkle, was explaining. It was some buddies of his or something. I think it was Dave. Some buddies of Dave have Dell's put that all together and put the beat and everything on there. And released it. So it's on his YouTube channel. So yeah. Unite. Stand up for yourselves. Unite.
Didn't you say you're going on a bike ride?
Say it again.
Didn't you say you're going on a bike ride?
No, it's too late now, man. It's like it's 1:24 a.m. I stayed on Discord too long and never made it. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's a good place.
Now I'm gonna stay home where it's nice and warm. Fuck that cold shit. Sometimes I'll do it. Sometimes I'll break it.
40 or
anyway.
something. Let's see.
Yeah, it was 37 here the other night.
Oh, okay. It's not that cold. 54. But nice. Blessed. Then again, the East Coast has awesome electrical storms all the time. More rare over here.
That's pretty cool. Hold on a second. What was I looking at? It's only 50 degrees here. Waning Crescent. What's the moon?
How's it warmer the more north?
That's crazy. Tomorrow, though, listen. Hold on. Let's see. Is tomorrow Wednesday? It's going to be at 74. Then the next day, it's going to go down to 64. Then 59 and 57.
Really? What the
Yeah,
heck?
partly cloudy, and then it's going to go gradually back up. So it's going to get colder than shit.
Huh.
The high in the day will be less than 60 degrees. The low at night will be 44, 43, 46, around there. So then it's going to go back up Tuesday next week, back up to 60s, mid-60s, mid-60s, mid-60s for 2 weeks.
Does that mean the groundhog saw a shadow? Or got scared?
So
of it?
Tuesday, Monday, the 14th of this month, it starts getting back up to 68 and 70 degrees. But we're going to have cold weather, cold like 50 degrees during the day. Oh, rain. I bet we're going to get rain. Look, Friday the 4th, we're going to get rain. 59, 51, 77%. 77% chance of rain.
I like rain.
So west-southwest winds at 19 miles per hour. There's going to be a rainstorm probably hitting my area on the 4th, which is only the day after tomorrow.
It's impossible. It's always sunny there, Sonny.
No, it's not. We had cloudy weather. I thought it was an ice age coming. I'm telling you, I'm so spoiled though. Like everybody's.
Do you know what? My cousin lives. My cousin lives in that place where you live, and I was supposed to come over. My cousin lives where you live, and I was supposed to come over at the beginning of 2020, but obviously all that crap happened.
Is that?
And he tells me it's sunny all the time.
Tell you what. Well, let's see. Out of 365 days, I would say at least 250 days. I can wear shorts, t-shirts, and ride my bike in the park in the day.
Yeah.
He's going to be just in time for the sailboat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Stormfire's going to fire it up and sail on down. If he gets that McGregor. Sounds like an industrious type of person. Looks like he's like committed. So
I am committed to it. I've got business ideas with sailing.
yeah, you know what? You can go. You can. Like I don't know, but we used to sail over there all the time. I don't know if you have to have a permit. On most of the islands, I think you
Yeah, I
just
do need to
let
do
them
that
know
research.
that you're pulling in. You're gonna anchor. You're gonna go onto the shore. We could get on there. You could do whatever the fuck you want to do. You're in a wild area, like where there's wild boar. You go into the backcountry in
crazy.
Santa Cruz or Santa Rosa Island. There's wild boar there. These are freaking ancient grounds where there used to be pygmy mammoths living there with giants 9 to 11 feet tall.
There's got to be something weird out there.
Arlington Man. Look it up. Arlington Man.
Arlington Man. All right.
Arlington Falls Man. Yeah. He's on in the Santa Barbara Channel. That's one of the oldest residents of human beings ever found on North America is in Santa Barbara Islands there off the coast of Santa Barbara, right where the Black Swan was filmed.
What are
Those islands in the background? Those are the islands I'm talking about.
Exactly. Yeah.
Giants used to live there. And pygmy mammoths, instead of being like 14 feet tall, they were like 8 to 11 feet tall. They were shorter.
You know what? Maybe maybe before the flood, there was. Shoot! I kind of lose my thought on it.
Before the flood. So I think those were all either connected
It was different.
or larger islands. So maybe the islands were all connected because there were legends of California being an island. So maybe it was all connected in an island off. Those are huge islands off of there. They're really large. They're not small ones.
Yeah, they're big.
There's a couple of huge ones. So Santa Cruz and Santa Rosa are giant islands. They're like 40 miles, like I don't know exactly how long each, but those two are longer than Catalina, and I think Catalina is about 27 miles long. So these are like 30-mile long islands, two of them, big giant islands.
Yeesh, yeah, that's cool.
And it's wild area, like it's uninhabited. Like there used to be an old ranch and an olive farm. I've been in that house before. We walked through it. This is back in the 70s. Everything was just there. Like there had been a few other boating people that were probably screwing around. A little bit of like graffiti on there, but that was back in the old days. Not a real lot of damage or anything.
Is it true that a Native American tribe owns at least one of those islands out there?
I'm not sure which one, if it's San Clemente or...
Have you heard that, though? I heard that recently, and I didn't believe it.
Could be Catalina. I don't know. It used to be owned by Wrigley, the chewing gum magnate. He used to own that. He built the city of Avalon there. Yeah, anyway. trippy. I think they found Chinese junks off of Catalina too that were from like the 5th century. So they're Chinese here on the West Coast. They lived here too. They were sailing all. That's not hard to do. Sail across the Pacific. Is it hard? Yeah. Do people do it all the fucking time?
I've
You
been
can
watching
almost-
that guy on YouTube that did it in like 23 days by himself.
Mhm.
Pretty cool. I don't know if I have to try that, but it's fun to watch him do it.
I told my friend today that grew up in St. Louis. Look, I grew up in St. Louis on the white side of the tracks, and my neighbor here is one door down from me. He grew up in St. Louis too, about the same time. On the other side of town, it was a very racist time we grew up in. But listen, I told him tonight. I said, "Listen, you know what? Have you ever heard that like the races, like the people that lived in St. Louis, like you grew up in St. Louis, you were probably from there and all your ancestors were from there. You are a Native American. You probably didn't come from Africa." I said, "You know the Cahokia Mounds? Your ancestors probably built that. Your people were we were all lied to." So I told him some things to go look up, like the
That seems
Jamaicans.
unlikely, yeah.
Who are they really? The Jamaicans, they tell you the Arawak people lived there. They were a black tribe. But that's no mystery because look, the Olmecs and Toltecs, they built freaking huge granite heads that are clearly African in Central America.
Where? Central Mexico?
In South Mexico and Central America. Guatemala
Okay.
and Honduras.
Yeah, who knows what history is, I mean, at this point.
Well, one thing that you know that is those stoneheads are there, and they're not from any peoples that were supposed to be in the Americas. And they're supposed to be from 500 BC.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, even the timelines are, like, so questionable.
They are. That's true. They all are. That is true.
What's a likely timeline we're talking here when it comes to, say, the last 5,000 years? Can we really say these things really happened?
No, I think it starts in about 1800, if you want to ask me. Could be a little bit before that. I think it's all a lie.
Oh, man.
I mean, let's say it started in
I hear where you're coming
1500.
from. That's crazy.
Let's say it started let's say the only thing we know is from 1500, the age of discovery, okay?
Okay.
Let's say that could be the same year that Christ died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with you on this, Senny. This is exactly my thinking as well.
For all we know, Christ could have died in 1500. Like, I don't know what you want to say about all the rest, but then there was obviously a short time. I think there's most of it's speculative and only bits, scraps, and little bits and pieces of things that we think we know about, let's say, the Tower of Babel, whatever. I trust the source of the Bible and its many interpretations more than I trust anything else, especially secular. Anything I won't listen to. It's nonsense. I go more along the lines of what the Bible's saying. So if the Bible says, I think there is a reasonable explanation that comes from the Bible. It got the first part of Genesis right. Scientifically proven gas pressure. Right?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
If you're separating waters, if you're making a bubble, that's exactly what that is.
That and the heavens and the earth is it. That's
Yeah, we're in a bubble. That's what I really truly believe, that we're like, it is a belief, because how do I know? I've never seen the whole extremity like any of us. That's why We don't claim to know that stuff. I'm not claiming to know that either. Just to make it perfectly clear, this is speculation, but I think we're in a bubble. We could be underwater if there's water above and below, and God separated waters. What does that mean? We have air inside, and we have gas pressure. Water separated with gas pressure inside means a bubble, whether there's a flat surface on the bottom where we live or not.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it's a lot of air.
So we live in this. So we live in this freaking extremely crazy realm that, like, you can only imagine, but it makes sense on a scientific level.
Jeez.
It does. It truly does. So listen, like, I wouldn't put it past the creator that whoever we are, whoever this creator, this higher power, whatever created this place, is truly magnificent. I can't comprehend it. So it's just as likely as we are tiny little miniature, maybe even microscopic beings that are in a test tube. We're in a bubble that's been created for us for who knows what reason. I can't comprehend that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Good point.
Because listen, when I started realizing these types of things, it opened my mind up to all these possibilities. I started seeing these big, huge trees around me in the park as fungi.
Hmm.
And I'm just this tiny little thing. I'm tiny little thing walking
all over the earth.
Walking amongst the fungi that's growing, that I think is 100-foot tall eucalyptus tree, because humans called it a eucalyptus tree. Though, if you're that small, it could be fungus. It looks like a eucalyptus tree trunk because I'm a tiny little human. I think I'm 6 foot tall, and I think I'm on my bicycle. I stand about 7 feet when I'm sitting on my bicycle seat. I think I'm that large. What does that mean? What does that mean? That size? What does it mean? Can anyone tell me? Doesn't mean anything, bro. At all. To any of you. Listen, we don't know what our size is.
Yeah, you're right.
Humans made all these regimentations of things because you can measure the forearm, your length of your forearm, and they go, well, we got to have some kind of standard. That seems pretty standard. So we use that as whatever they call that, in biblical terms, to measure L's or something. And so then we have inches, and then we have micrometers, thousands of inches. Like, so how small is that? What is the hair of a human that is actually 1/1000th of the size that we actually think we are? So that's pretty incredible. It doesn't mean we're small. It's just there's something bigger than us. Way bigger. That could put us here. So I ask again, I've asked this every now and then. It's a really philosophical question, but where the hell are we? What is this place? Where are we? Really, where is this place? Could somebody please any suggestions of where we are? I know they say it's Earth.
What else do you want to say? We're on Earth.
I know it's supposed to be Earth, but what is it really? But what is it really, man?
Could be the jewel on the collar of the cat in Men in Black.
Oh yeah, that's true. Orion's belt or whatever.
Yeah.
So see, that discussion that I just had with you all, even though I was the only one talking, is like that. We don't know. We don't know where we are. We're all lost.
Yeah.
No one has the answer. No one has the key of where we are. No one can tell me where we are.
About that all the time.
Let alone what we are.
The globe side, they literally think that everything's been figured out.
I know.
It's pretty
sad. Really sad. That's closed-minded is what that's called.
I don't know the word, but somehow their whole mind is intertwined with all this technology, and that just gets in the way in some strange way, in like an intellectual way. The technology gets in the way.
They think that the technology correlates to this globe thing, but it doesn't have any correlation. They try to use the appeal to technology fallacy.
Oh,
They said
constantly.
because we have all this technology, they lead to the consequence. So what they're begging the question. They're leading with the consequence.
Oh man.
They're leading with the consequence, and sometimes it's hidden.
I remember
from
thinking
you.
like that though. That's why.
Really
Yeah, I
interesting.
totally remember thinking like that.
Wow.
Then Stormfire said that they're like entangled with technology. Then my mind went to remember Superman 3 when they got the supercomputer in the caves and the lady gets all tangled up by the wires and becomes robot. Do you remember that? Yeah, that's where my mind went when he said tangled up in the technology and things.
Huh.
That's random, but yeah, that's my mind.
they are kind of tangled, but I don't know. Something seems to have occurred recently because even though like some of the people, like let's say in retail organizations that have been really Nazi in the last 2 years, very just cruel. I find the regular people and I laugh and joke with them, and I don't have to do the things they do with their apparel.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so, but then they just remove it. Because I'm just having a conversation, and I was telling this girl, your skin is really so clear. Like your skin is just really fantastic, beautiful skin. And it's just she moved so I could see her face.
Right.
People are that's what being honest with people it does, because then people just want to be honest back, and they like talking about themselves. There's nothing wrong with that, and then you get to know people.
Yeah, I think the only thing left in California was schools, and I hear as of today that that's going away. So.
It is? What
Yeah.
a bunch of cucks, man. What a sad thing they tried to pull off. Oh my god. I bet there's a bunch of people that are really pissed off because look, people's lives were at stake. People's lives were lost. Because of their asinine bullshit pseudoscience. With no proof.
Yeah, it's almost like admitting that there's nothing really to worry about. That like there was nothing ever to worry about before. If they're just gonna like, okay, now you don't have to wear your mask. I mean, the whole thing was so arbitrary to begin with. If you're eating, you don't have to wear it. It was just obviously a power play to show us who's in charge.
Yeah.
Dare I say, how sinister can they get?
Yeah, exactly.
Good point. Excellent statement there. Absolutely. That's pretty sinister because they're caught with their pants down, and it's like the Emperor's new clothes. No, the Emperor's freaking naked in the middle of the street. He looks sad. Get him home. Cover that fat ass.
But the thing is like they're exposing themselves on purpose. That's how brilliant this is. We're dealing with like a power so great that they can tell you the truth and the lie at the same time. And knowing you can't do anything about it, it just makes you more controlled, or just succumb to it, or give up on the idea of fighting it. Yeah, because you see how sophisticated it really is.
What a bunch of losers.
Yeah, that face covering was nothing more than a visual reminder of something that they said was around us that we couldn't see. Because if they didn't make us wear those things, then it would just have disappeared long ago, I think.
Yeah, sooner, that's for sure.
I'm sorry, I missed your point. What was it again?
I was just saying that the face covering was just a visual reminder.
Oh, right.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and if we did not been forced to wear them, not that I did, but it would have, like Sonny said, it would have gone away sooner, and not 2 years down the line.
Yep.
Well, it's an experiment. It's a study. It's not really that wearing the mask that they wanted to know. They just want to know how many would and how many wouldn't. Maybe partly.
Yeah, I think you nailed it.
Yeah.
We're being studied.
If they're worried about me, they got bigger problems than I could have ever imagined. I'll tell you that much.
They're not worried about us. They need us.
They do.
Yeah, we're the ones causing all of the conflict. They love conflict. They love separation. They love the fact that our families won't talk to us anymore because we know the truth, or at least we know what they're telling us isn't true.
But do they also know that they're making us stronger because we're strong individuals in the beginning, in the first place?
Yeah, they know our numbers. They know how stronger we can get. In fact, I think they're behind us.
I do too. I'm starting to. I get the feeling.
And well, they're going to act like they're behind us. I don't think they're truly behind us, mind you. They're going to use us to get what they want and sell more lies. Probably
they're behind us when they need us. Behind us when they need us.
Also, I don't know. Maybe it could go along for a little while longer with the scam. How long does it go on
They'll have
before,
to-
through lack of participation, that it just falls by the wayside because people won't participate in their scam?
Well, they'll have to do something. That's why I mentioned that.
And I think they have something in plan, and it might be something drastic, and we're all pretty much prepared already because we've been talking about it for a long time. So.
Well, but what do you really mean by like we won't go along with it anymore? We'll go along with a scam of what? Like paying for NASA or what? What are you talking about?
No, yeah, that too, but just in general, like the Board of Education's, like the Board of Education's, we're defunding you. We're pulling our kids out in a group. We're filing.
That's to assume that they actually counted our votes and listened to what we said to begin with. Like we matter. Like they're basically telling us all the time what we think doesn't really matter. In fact, even if we don't want to wear a mask, that doesn't matter either. Go ahead and wear it anyway.
Well, here's the thing: if so many people can just cut and fold,
juice for the babies,
then it's really out of our hands in the first place. Anyway,
Well, but you know what the thing is like we're all psyched right now. We don't have to ever wear a mask or hear about a mask again.
I know.
Then that's like the best we get. You know, like we're like, oh great, at least it's like we're fighting back from the throes of oppression just to have that at this point.
Yeah, there's going to be
I think we're going to start demanding what they spend their money on. I don't know. I'm not being defeatist, but I think they want to use it. I think they want to have a fake revolution. That's more what I was talking about.
Yeah, but they haven't been able to pull it off. They've been trying since the 60s.
No, I'm talking about like it's going to be like a mainstream Trump comes and saves the day type of revolution.
Well, that would be fun to watch. I hope I have ringside.
I think that's what they're setting it up for. You can tell.
As long as I got space on the wall.
He's still making speeches with audiences, all the time. And talking about how it's called Save America.
No way.
Yeah.
See, I just don't pay attention to the stuff on purpose. It's just crazy.
He's being set up to be that because he and Putin, right? They were buddy, right?
Right.
So the whole idea is we go to war with Russia for 2 years until we're like fucked and things are costing way too much, and we go through like the explanation point that ends our tyranny, or at least seems to end our tyranny that we need to be saved from, and then it becomes like a military internet. And he's got an app that he's putting out called the Truth app.
The internet was started by DARPA anyway, so it's a military project.
Oh yeah,
from the beginning.
Totally. And we're like part of the machinery for like the dispensation of the truth, which people need to be motivated. I don't know if they're going to start using us in any other way other than what we already do, but
they're going to destroy that term, the truth. If he's putting out a truth app, then people who say I'm a truther.
Yeah, he'll give you like 60% truth, and the rest of it will be like go along with the mainstream.
That's crazy.
But that term, you're instantly be tarred as a Trump supporter, and you.
So look, if you think about this, look. So what they did is they showed that they're not, that they're willing to sacrifice people's livelihoods and business and destroy the entire industry of the largest nation and most prosperous nation on earth, right? The U.S., like the most. Supposedly we were the most prosperous, right? Even though we've been mortgaged, whatever. I digress, but. So,
well, we were started on a lie to begin with, and everything's fiction.
Hold on, remind me, where was I going with that? I know you all know where I was headed. Just remind me.
I don't even know where I was headed.
You were headed on the one world system where the U.S. is one piece.
You said like a rhinoceros, my speed is prosperous, and pure knowledge expands my esophagus.
Oh, that's not what you said. That's good. I would remember if you said that.
That helps. That's going to help at least.
I want you to. I want you to actually repeat what you just said now.
I might have to rewind the live stream at some point to see what I actually said.
My speed is prosperous.
No, you should rewind and hear what he just said. Say it again. I talked over it. Sorry.
Say it again. Yeah.
Like a rhinoceros, my speed is prosperous, and pure knowledge expands my esophagus. I ride in the night to bring truth to the light, and truth of my own, because smooth B will never bite. It's smooth B is from a gangster, so.
Could you type that into the voice text?
That was hilarious. It sounded like you ever heard Flight of the Conchords? It sounded like one of their rhymes.
Yeah, okay.
Because just there was enough inflection with your accent that I missed some of it. Like I was offbeat, and I was catching esophagus and rhinoceros and preposterous or something like that. But I couldn't put words together in logical form. So I'm like, if you could type it.
It's
I'm
not
lame. I'm a lame ass. So.
The rapper Smooth B, and it's from a gangster. So.
Huh.
Look up Flight of the Conchords, Ryman Rhinoceros.
Ryman Rhinoceros. Yeah. That's preposterous. Holy rhinoceros. Wow. I can't believe I stayed up this freaking late. What am I doing?
Is it that late? It's not that late. It's only 1:53.
Yeah. Not that late.
Not too bad. Not yet. Maybe late because you never went to sleep last night or something.
I have restless sleep. Most of the time, I don't sleep very well.
But anyway, yeah, like I was saying, I think they're kind of backing us. I think there's been small little things like, okay, flat Earth was totally suggested to all of us to begin with. So they're like, oh, go ahead, find out, because you're gonna cause the conflicts that we need, and then we're gonna have Trump come in, and they're totally paralleling the vaccine denial with the with flat Earth, publicly a couple times, totally equating it as if it's the same thing and conflating it.
So
when the people start croaking from the jabby jab, then it's going to be like, oh no, they were wrong. And then Fauci goes down and Trump comes in. I'm saying if you wrote this movie, I can imagine they wrote it like this. Fauci goes down, Trump goes, comes back. People are cheering because he's finally going to do away with the evil guy who made us get these shots, and now they're not doing so well for people.
And all that whole crowd.
He needs to come in and save us from the war that's fucked up our economy.
Yeah, then look,
everything.
Hold on. Let me interject. So that at that point, all those evil ones will have to go off to Antarctic somewhere in an island off pond to go to their little Pedogate Island somewhere off in the distance, and then continuing on, the saga continues.
Wow, I wasn't even thinking about bringing the Outer Ponders in here, but that's all right. We can bring Outer Ponders into the script.
No, I'm saying that the elite will go off to the place that they already know about, somewhere out that we're not allowed to go to. And they say that, no, they went all to prison. No, they went to a resort somewhere.
Oh, you mean the elite, that control the elite?
Yeah, because the world's a stage, so whatever's happening on the screen, the big screen, in politics or whatever is not what we think it is. So that's behind the veil.
I agree.
Behind the background, they're going, okay, so we're moving this chess piece here. That's going to mean this regime change, but we're all buddies, and we're not, we have allegiance to each other. We're faithful. So we'll just move you here. You'll be set up for life. You live in a resort area. You just don't have any contact. You'll be self-sufficient. Everything you need will be provided. You'll live in luxury the rest of your life, and your children's and theirs. Away from public view, you're gone. So we don't know. Did they die? No, we don't know if they died. Maybe they were just retired. We've been talking about this for years too. So anything that appears on the screen is nothing that we think it is, and I prefer to choose the opposite of what they're showing is what's really going on.
Right.
If they say
But
Kobe
the thing
Bryant,
is, if Trump comes in and the act is played out as if that's what happened, even though it is what happened and we know it's all fake, it is what happened. Like, it is what's going to happen, and the economy will get better, and it'll seem like he saved us. And I guess he kind of did, because that was his part to play. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, so listen, here's the thing. I'm from Missouri, so literally, if they say Kobe Bryant died in an airplane crash with his daughter, then guess what didn't happen? Kobe Bryant
I agree.
he didn't die in a helicopter crash in the Malibu Hills with his daughter.
I don't think he did either.
I know. And so why were the Simpsons or Family Guy or whoever it was showing him crashing with the same number of jersey in a helicopter crash a couple years before?
Yep. That was Boondock Saints.
Where did that come from? Wow.
Oh, there was commercials. Oh, I went deep on that one. There was commercials.
That's crazy.
Where he's got a basketball. And he throws it at a helicopter and it blows up in the air.
What? See?
Yeah.
See, they're trolling us.
Yeah. They're trolling us. Yeah. Everything is trolling
us. Us specifically.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
And NASA's trolling us too. The hairspray is just so bad. It's all meant to be bad.
Yeah, but
it's supposed to be good.
Like NASA are just rookies.
No. It's not that they're rookies. They're professional rookies on purpose to be hokey enough. We'll go and say, "Isn't this ridiculous?" They're setting up the info war.
I know, but what are they?
People that believe it because it's so obviously unbelievable. And then they hire people to play the other side, mostly, probably,
right?
You know, and just act like they believe it, so that it keeps this like fake war going on.
But what are they using as a gauge to determine how stupid people are to lower the rail that far down?
It's a study,
like some computer shit.
I don't get it, man.
AI calculations.
It's so stupid. It's like, wow, are you really okay? Like you're playing these little games down at the 3-foot level. I'll kick you in the teeth. Like
you were saying, what's your name? The other guy was saying it's so silly just to even think these people believe that they live on a spinning ball. Like at this point, it's like, do you really think that?
Is that crazy? I know.
It's silly. That's you feel like laughing at them all the time, but. That's what makes us interested. My interest is how many actually do believe it, and how many are saying they believe it, or where's their range of cognitive dissonance to being in this conversation for 2 years and still
I honestly think like Star Wars is enough.
Yeah,
I think it's that bad. That's what I think.
It's that bad. It's as bad as Star Wars. Yeah, it's like. No, it's terrible. Star Wars is way better. I mean, Stanley Kubrick made 2001: A Space Odyssey before the moon landing, if he helped with that. And so they did it shoddy on purpose.
What a coinky dink! What a coinky dink that was.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. You can't make that stuff up.
See, that's why. I mean, like, you literally, some Hollywood shows you some shit, and the school told you it. That done. You believe it. That's done. That's all it takes.
It might be that they're planning on a destruction of a self-destruction. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
like they're planning on making us the trigger and using it as a way of selling us more lies. That's what I think. And yeah, you're in a flat Earth.
Okay.
They want. If they think about it. They want to get us into smart cities, right? They'll be like, okay, it's flat Earth. We had this deal with the Outer Ponders. We had a treaty, and we couldn't leave this area anyway. These people gave you the fantasy, but now we defeated them. So we're going to have a new rule and a new benevolence and government and all the stuff that we want. And it's going to seem like that, but it's like a military-operated internet, very. More restricted because of the openness. Like, if they take away the YouTube, permissions or whatever it is whatever that bill is that Trump was all about, if they start doing shit like that and making us responsible for our own content, then it could be worse for us. Who knows? But what I'm saying is, if they want to get us in smart cities and they say, yeah, it's a flat Earth, and there's a dome over you, but now the air is contaminated. And, you know, we have to get these little other domes to protect us from the air that's inside the bigger dome. And people will believe that much more if you tell them you're inside a dome. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That kind of shit.
People
No,
are
you're
pretty,
killing it, man. You're killing
people
it.
are pretty dumb. So listen, I remembered what I was going to say before. So listen, so let me stay on track. So they sacrificed people's livelihoods, damaged them, and killed people basically with this phony system that we've seen in the last 2.5 years.
Correct.
And what they did is they got people to such a low level that either you survived with the system or you learned to survive completely without them.
Yeah,
So it
off
seems
grid
to me-
or totally compliant.
So it seems to me that if they can learn, if they separated the ones of us that can survive without anything they have to offer, then they can find out what's real. And so what they're going to do with that information, I don't know. I really don't. Like, I know they're not going to go on a land war with people like me, like guerrillas, fighting in the jungle in my land. I doubt it. They know they can't win. They'll never win that battle against me and people like me that will fight to the death. Like, I don't care what kind of, it doesn't matter. You know what the magnitude of, even if they were people that were willing to fire on their own peoples, even if they were some foreign troops or something, they still, firepower has never been a determination in war. It isn't. So I'm not worried about that. If they were going to do something like that, more power to them. See what happens after that. They're going to have big problems. There's more guns here in some cities than there are in entire countries.
Yeah, they don't care. I think there's a lot of psyoping going on with that whole thing too. People aren't going to be able to fight the government with their weapons. That's just basic fact. If that ever came to it, but it's not going to be. They want to sell more guns. They want to make you think they're going to take your guns away, so they sell a bunch of guns.
They would only be doing it with drones in some office somewhere, and they wouldn't know they were shooting.
Yeah, they got too much. They can. I don't know if it's true, but I guess they use some electromagnetic weapons on people over in Australia or something. I don't know.
That's what I was mentioning earlier. There was some good evidence of it. People's faces were messed up.
Wow.
That's what they seem like. Who knows? Could be a scare tactic. Again, you never know.
Welcome to your cinco el jeje What did I say that? Wait a minute.
What?
Say de F-A E-F-A Hate.
Whoa, I don't know where you're going.
In Spanish.
What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to...
I don't speak it, so it's hard to figure out.
I'm trying to pronounce, and I forgot, and that's bad. I did terrible.
It's all right.
Oh, wait a minute.
Say it in English.
A, B, C, D, E, F, Jota.
I think that's...
Jota.
I think whoever speaks that language would be laughing at your pronunciation of all that.
I'll mess it up and I'll start doing like Indio, Hotel, X-ray. No, I'm sorry. God, never mind. Don't mind me. Gracias. Thank you.
You're talking about Welcome to the New World Order, basically.
No, I was just being goofy, and I don't know what got me on trying to pronounce the alphabet in Spanish, but I tried. I didn't make it.
Flat Earth is like a drug, man, and we're all high on it. It's okay.
Yeah, thank you. I like that.
Yeah.
It's like tripping. I always say that flat Earth is like walking up to a normal person and talking about flat Earth with them is like walking up to them and offering them a permanent hit of acid. Like even us, we probably wouldn't take it either if we knew it was a permanent hit of acid, right? You'd find that out after you take it, right? But it lasts forever, and the reason you're tripping is because you realize that everybody else is tripping, and you're on a stationary Earth.
Wow, that's a really strange idea, man. Think about that. Yeah, I've said that before. Like flat Earth, the Discord here is proof you don't need psychedelics.
Yes. Well, yeah.
No need for psychedelics because you got You got
probably
that
right.
same thing right here.
It is the acid of information, that's for sure.
I've had total spirals of laughing. I had to just roll, put myself on mute and roll and be in this weird state of uncontrollable laughter.
Yeah, like that guy you were on just with the other night, like that. It sounded like I was laughing my ass off just imagining that it was Drace trolling you. Because the guy sounded kind of like Drace at times, you know? And it seemed like this is funny to imagine him doing that accent and making you go over
I heard you say that.
saying the same thing over and over again. He kept saying the same thing. I do not want to, I did not come here to tell you what to think. I come here to laugh at you.
Might have been. Drace, you would.
I don't know. I think you should say it as regardless of what.
Drace, you wouldn't do that to me, would you?
As soon as you said picture it's Drace, I woke the family up laughing.
You know what? I think the Flat Earthers might be trolling Sonny.
Who's that saying that about Drace?
That's good, man. I'm happy. I'm glad. I like it. I welcome it. Yeah, it's cool, man.
He's just such a funny person. He's a funny person in general, but he's funny even when he's being serious. Like even when he like flat smacks somebody, it's like he's telling a joke the whole time because everything he says is funny for some reason to me.
Yeah, he is.
It's his inflections and his like frustration that comes out in such a I don't know, clever way.
Well, listen, the tone of his voice makes me see the expression in his eyebrow or something like he's
right. Yeah, you can almost see exactly what he looks like.
Voice, like voice. I hear his eyebrow in the voice of like
right.
You wouldn't like the way he says things. Like you wouldn't think that you would have, a flat section where it's supposed to be curving, would you? Now the way,
right? Yeah, the sarcasm is so dry and so smooth.
Now would that be something that you would think is logical?
Right, exactly.
That curling eyebrow right there.
So you're
the Drace eyebrow. Shoot, somebody get a meme out here. Rolling that meme, the eyebrow, Drace. We don't know what he looks like. We don't care. Won't make shit. Look what they did. They made India look like that little, like, so grasshopper, the master. Welcome to the master class.
I thought that he put that up there. I thought that
India
was
probably. Yeah, it is. Did he make that?
Kill Bill. Yeah, the guy from Kill Bill. The Zen master from Kill Bill. I think that's.
Yeah, we talked to Yina. I hope we didn't blast Yina out of the room. Like she sounded like a very nice girl, flat earther. Wow, that's a true.
Well, it's kind of it's a big, huge, undertaking in one day to go straight from like hearing about it for the first time to like totally getting or on a panel of people that are intelligent and actually saying this is the case.
Dude, to be honest, I think she's a geocentrist from start.
Yeah,
that's what I think.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
talked about the Bible.
Your friend?
A bunch. No.
Wait, your friend that you had at your house tonight?
No, the girl that was on here a little earlier. Isn't that who you're talking about, Stormfire?
I was talking about shoot, is it Yina?
Yina, me too.
Yeah. Okay.
The girl that was at your house, your friend?
No.
Or no?
No, someone else. Someone that was on here.
Oh, I was going to ask you guys are talking about someone named Flat Earth Girl or something like that has a bunch of members on Facebook.
That's totally separate issue.
Right. I'm just asking, like, who's this Flat Earth Girl? How do I meet her?
Oh, she's got a big Facebook. She's just got a big Facebook.
Yeah, she's got like 8,000, 10,000 members or something.
Is she new to the topic, or is she somebody we know?
I don't know.
She's new to the Discord. She's been a Flat Earther for a bit. She grew up in it.
That's right. You were saying she was geocentrist. She was geocentrist. Okay, but it's not the same girl you're talking about?
Flat Earth Girls is the name of the Facebook account, so I think she
Flat Earth Girls.
Yeah, I think she called herself Flat Earth Girl just to kind of encapsulate all of that group.
I got you.
I want to inspect and make sure that T-shirt is fitting just perfectly the way it's supposed to.
That's just me anyway. Is there a T-shirt picture I should see?
Yeah, we could show.
Or are you just imagining that? Okay.
Oh no, I'm not.
Send it to me. DM
for her.
I'll find it for you.
She's probably making a killing.
Yeah, DM your picture and link to her. whatever, Facebook.
Oh, come on, man. Do your own research. I'll show you the picture. That's it.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
That's funny.
Do your own research. Maybe the picture will make me know if it's worth it.
Wait a second. I'll find it.
But what I was gonna say, she said she was a geocentrist. Both these chicks you're talking about, or is it the same chick?
Yeah, from what she said, yeah, she's been a geocentrist for a while.
But okay, now I don't get that concept still. Okay, like how is it a ball without moving? Right, the whole idea of the geocentrism to begin with is it's a ball in space, just like they're showing us, but it doesn't move. The stars and everything else move around it. But how are we a ball if there's no gravity and no spinning? How do people walk upside down and all that crazy stuff?
Just a weird combination of like, that cosmology plus flat Earth. That's really what it is.
Right. But the thing is it works without it being a ball. When you say geocentrist, the only difference is that you still think it's a ball. You just think it's a stationary ball. Am I right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, unless you,
makes sense.
Unless you're buying all the space stuff, right? People buy the space stuff.
Well, that's the way it's like kept with the space stuff.
There you go.
It's still a ball, surrounded by endarkenment.
And the live stream voice text. There you go.
Buy it for your girl, no doubt.
Oh, the T-shirt. Okay, is that her in the T-shirt though?
I hope so.
I think so.
At least she wants you to think so.
We're all imagining that it is. So if it is or not, doesn't matter.
Don't tell us the truth. If you're fat and ugly, just don't tell us, okay?
It's somebody that you're wondering about the rest
I
of.
haven't looked at it yet.
She'll be back. She'll be back on Ladies' Night.
All right, cool. Anyway, but the more interesting part was the idea that geocentrists, supposedly, the idea is that they allowed you to think that Earth was stationary, like because there's too many people at some point probably that were just like, at first when they were trying to sell this heliocentrism, they were like, wait a minute, we're a ball spinning, that doesn't mean I don't feel like I'm moving. So they had to like give us the idea that it was a ball, but it was somehow working still in space. But do they have an explanation for gravity and all that still with the ball not moving?
Wow. Wait, hold on. Okay, so it's so unbelievable that they had to start at those levels. Imagine it.
Probably. I mean, that just seems like that's my logical deduction. Right?
Everybody at all times have been
like, how do you stay on the Earth upside down relative to right side up if you're on a ball without the gravity and all that? So it doesn't make any sense to be like remaining a geocentrist. If you realize that you're not spinning, you should just realize it's also
I'm not saying that they
still
are. I'm just saying that like they grew up in that style of thinking, and so it's just not hard. I've already heard it a couple times. I haven't been here that long, and people that grow up in it, they shift right into flat Earth easy.
Well, yeah, of course, because it makes way more sense.
Yeah.
Like it's like you're going halfway with it doesn't make sense, but this really doesn't make sense still. I mean, the whole gravity thing's what they needed to keep the ball gravity idea going. Like, but maybe it did work up to it though. They started with the stationary ball, and then they're like, okay, now it's spinning, and we'll tell them it's spinning 1,000 miles at the equator. We'll have all the math worked out, reverse engineer. They're gonna. Oh wait, will they buy the whole going around the sun thing, you think? Yeah, well, let's do that. We'll tell them it's 93 million miles away. So they started with like 70 million. Oh, let's knock it up to 93 million. Okay, now what we're going to do? Okay? Tell them that the stars, there's no parallax. Oh, we'll tell them it's all swarming together.
You're 100% spot on, and there's one thing that we're missing, and I don't want to do the research in it, but it has to do with the wood of the holly.
What's that?
That's like the glue. It's the glue to the whole deal.
The what of the holly?
Yeah, Hollywood.
Oh, the Hollywood.
In some way, the technology behind it is the glue to like the whole thing. To believing anything, to believing every word that's said.
Oh yeah, the media for sure. Yeah, the media and the propaganda. And the propaganda weaved into the stories in a way that we don't even recognize it except unconsciously. Yeah. And then it's tied to the whole advancement and the technology Like people often still say, "Oh, how's my cell phone work if space is fake?"
Right, because
like
we
that
were
kind of thing.
cavemen. Look at where we're
Right.
now, because we were cavemen at some point, right? See,
Oh,
see
yeah.
where the psychology is at.
Oh, not too long ago, the Dark Ages, we were just killing each other in the streets for no reason. It was probably utopia. There was probably a utopia of some sort that was a lot more benevolent. People were a lot happier. There was buildings that were constructed that took lifetimes to make that we don't even consider doing now with like no power tools. Yeah, right. You seen these cathedrals? No power tools?
It's incredible.
There's no way.
Absolutely incredible. I haven't been to any of them. I could only imagine what it feels like inside. I'd be floored.
Oh, you can look at pictures online that are just.
I've seen the pictures. I just physical, like being inside.
Oh yeah, being inside. I went into a cathedral in London that made me feel that way. But yeah, there's just like obvious lies, and I don't think that it's like going to be that people realize this and they're going to be forced to do anything. That they want us to realize it and give us our, quote unquote awakening as a way of like, they have to use our energy. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't build on us just being like, completely depressed and downtrodden. They have to build on our spirit. That's the formula. They did it from the start, even though it's fiction. It's like they're going to make fiction the better option than the reality. That's the goal, I think. And it might be true to a certain extent.
They succeeded, man. I've seen.
Think about if we were told it was a dome. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was going to say, think about if they told us from the start.
Yeah.
If they started with telling us it's a dome and God's watching us and judging us and this whole thing, oppressing us with this other fear that they might reinvigorate if they do accept the flat Earth. By the way, I'm just saying like that old reality may suck worse than the space fantasy in their minds, and they feel like they're giving us a gift in a way. But go ahead. That's probably how they justify it, at least. But your friend, you said something about your friend. I'm sorry.
No, that's just how. That's the psychology behind a bunch of my friends. Yeah.
The fantasy, like the space fantasy and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're fully on board. So there wasn't a whole lot of people in your. We talk about friends from the Army or from the Navy.
There was a few that were different. Certainly no one on this level. At me, not even me at that time. That was a little bit, maybe closer to the end, maybe like 2016, something like that. No, I didn't know anyone like me in there. Yeah, I don't even.
Anyway, yeah. So did you have a hard time with that? Did you not start looking at any of this until you got out?
No, yeah, it wasn't a big deal until I got out and really confirmed everything, basically.
Right. I think that I've always said I thought that if somebody in the military knows, then a lot of people in the military know. Because don't you guys talk to each other about all this shit that you're looking into? Or, I would think, but maybe not.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
people,
everyone talks, right?
Fighting over it.
Right? I bet they do have that going on. Yeah. The truth is like what divides people and makes people like incited to fight each other in the info.
There's a lot of juice in the military too. And I don't know exactly what the goals are there.
Well, there's a whole military branch dedicated to internet manipulation, right? Don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So there's a whole troll army we're dealing with that are influencing people to, even out the battles or whatever they're doing. I don't know. I don't know if they have a whole goal in mind. I don't think they want to get rid of the truth like a lot of people talk about. They just want to use the truth to sell us more lies. I don't think they care what we know. But I mean, there's certain things, of course, they don't want us to know probably, but I'm saying that I think they use information that's, arbitrary, things that we can't do anything about or do anything with that, give us just talking points to argue over. But eventually it might be like, forming into some kind of reveal that makes us trust them again. That's what I'm thinking. The reason I put that out there is just to, maybe strategize or get people thinking about what would we do if they tell us it's an outer pounder invasion. Those were the aliens the whole time. It was just ancient ancestors that live in ponds outside of ours. Now we're surrounded by them, and they could have like real-time gods with UFOs in the sky.
Oh man. I think at that point, man, what do you do? What's the fun answer? What's the flat Earth?
Hooray! Just want you to sit on my front row seat for the show. I guess that's the fun answer.
What's the flat Earth bug out zone?
I don't think they're gonna necessarily do anything to us. I think that it's more show for the themselves. It's a perverse type thing. I think more. It's perversity. At least they're putting the effort into making an illusion of the reality. If they weren't putting any effort in, maybe they wouldn't care so much. They just said, fuck us off, not give us anything. Could be worse, maybe. That's all I'm saying. And people have a lot more power than they know they have. It's kind of set up for the individual more so than we think to prosper, or that we have unlimited right to contract. So, not that it's not been fucked up for a lot of reasons.
How much of weaponry do you think is fear mongering when it comes to
what they can do with like the electromagnetic stuff? I think they probably have that kind of weapons.
Big weapons, like weapons.
Directed energy weapons. I think they have directed energy weapons. You saw Paradise, California.
I imagine weapons that create waves in the ocean.
Right. Sure. There you go. Is that a plan, do you think? Tsunami?
That's why I bring it up. I hear it is.
From
they can make
resources.
Stupid waves, is from what I hear.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I worry about that being.
It could just be threats,
On the coast of California. Yeah, those things could be definitely threats.
With the technology we know exists, they can make something that creates a gnarly wave where they want it to go.
For what reason, though?
I don't know.
Cheap property on the coast. If you want to rebuild, kind of like Halliburton or something comes in and takes over the reconstruction. Possibly that would be one reason you could do. You could blame it on China, or it's all controlled by the same people, right? We all know that. So they have make us think that China,
Los Angeles is on the coast. So, how much flooding could you cause in Los Angeles?
A lot.
If that was your job.
Have you heard this from like a military source that this might be planned? Possibly.
No.
Wait, silence is okay.
Nothing secret.
You don't have to answer.
Nothing secret. Okay. This is a threat from the mainstream, from Putin.
Right. Okay.
Years ago.
Putin even said this years ago.
Yeah. He said he already had it.
I want to look that up.
But it just brings up the point that you could do it. The ocean is there. You could,
Yep. That's been something I thought about. I almost didn't come back to California for that reason for a little bit.
And we know places flood, so
sure. Yeah, they could do that. They need to feel. I think we're about to go. Well, basically, if you watch Biden's State of the Union address tonight?
I heard a bit of it.
He was just basically saying we're going to war with Russia.
Exactly.
Like,
I was pretty.
He ended it with let's get him.
Yeah.
Let's get him. This was the end of the speech. Let's get him.
Wow.
And it's all about Putin. And I could just tell when I talked to my parents that this is the mainstream totally got them thinking that Putin deserves our attention, and we're all ready for that to be the case now. And he's paralleled with Trump and anything. Everyone's into the anti-Trump and on the CNN side. So oh my God. So the 2 years of this, and then Trump, not hopefully, but not that I think it's not all an act, but I think that's what they're going to make us think. They're going to make us think that Trump needed to save us. I do think that's possible still. It'll divide. He's the great divider. They loved him. I think it's anyone that thinks they didn't like him in the media, they're crazy. You either love to hate him or love to love him. It's a perfect, spectacle for everyone to be either pissed off or happy about.
Yeah, I guess from our point of view, oh man, that's sad.
I think that when Obama said we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society, Trump is the Flat Earth Society. Like, that's what he's talking about. Basically, that whole mindset of being like anti-government, in any way.
Oh man, yeah. I guess he did have the big not flat. He had the fake news narrative that he pushed a lot.
Oh yeah, I hate that.
And he's right. It's all fake news.
Right, but the thing is that when he came in, fake news was already a thing that people were saying for the right reasons.
Right.
But then he came in and said it's fake news about me. So any fake news was things they were saying about Trump that weren't true. Also, not Sandy Hook or 9/11 or any of these other things.
Right. Right.
Things that were the fake news we were talking about. They just co-opt everything or create it.
To be honest, from our point of view, even like all the mainstream and that's fake too.
Right. It's a fake within a fake. It's a riddle within an enigma wrapped in a bullshit pile of poop.
Yeah, what a crazy system that's been built.
It's so sophisticated when you really think about it. It's so sophisticated that they hired people that hired the perfect people to make everyone believe that the leaders are idiots or tyrants or whatever they want to make out of them. These idiots are in charge right here.
Yeah,
this is
technically, I guess it took us all to make it in some weird way.
I guess if you think they counter votes,
right?
But they don't. They just hire people and they make it seem like a contest. In my opinion, I think the votes count. I think at a local level they do.
Well, if you track it back through your own family line, like.
Oh, you mean the propaganda's been good for that long? Yeah.
Yeah. And how many of your fathers built the whole thing? Everyone's been involved.
Well, they gave us our parents generations kind of got what they were promised in a way. I don't know that everyone will in our generation, but a lot of them that played by the rules got the reward. You know what I'm saying? Like the retirement and stuff like that. So they're the ones that are making decisions now when it's like the decision to fuck everything up because the system served them. They have to vote they have to believe in they're the last of the people that, I don't know, maybe this next generation or whatever, the young kids, they'll either be totally pissed off they were made to wear a mask for 5 years or 3 years or whatever it was, or they're going to be so beaten down that they'll just be more compliant than the generation before them.
And it's so sophisticated that each time they've gone through a bunch of different tests,
right?
How many tests have they tried, and none of it's even detected,
right?
If that makes sense.
Yep. The litmus tests have been constant, and they lowered our standard for what to accept as real. in such a sophisticated, outright, blatantly over the top way, like with the Sandy Hooks and the, just like showing us that, like, I think that all the conspiracy theory was planned along with the conspiracies. Like 9/11, they gave us the truth.
I don't know
They gave us
to what degree, but you're right. Yeah.
the controlled op. Yeah, that's the key. It's the controlled op that plays the part of seeking the truth, but is just guardrailing everything.
Yeah, it adds to the stage theory.
Right.
It's just like it's just wild. It's wild.
Yep. It's amazing, actually. It's entertaining. Better than Netflix, that's for sure.
Yeah. The Witcher's pretty good.
Yo, no, I like this. I'm not saying I don't watch Netflix ever, but The Witcher, I haven't watched it yet.
Well, a lot of it's like, it's you got to pick and choose, or none at all, because potentially there's things going on that you don't know are happening while you watch.
I like that. You get in the background, you mean?
100%. I think it's always been. It's always been there. Whatever it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought you were talking about this show, The Witcher.
Oh no! The Witcher's a good show. Yeah, I'm just talking about strange technical
reality,
harmonics.
Oh,
weird whatever things that go on.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you were going there. What do you mean, like harmonics?
Just picture like how dramatic you can make something sound in like a normal movie scene.
Oh, right.
But then now think of techniques through that kind of knowledge,
right?
That just are in the films and in the technology, and you just don't know they're there because they're at levels that you can't hear and all this kind of,
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It gets weird, but if I can think of it, then it's happening.
Oh, so that is happening. Well, there's evidence of that already. Yeah, I don't know to what extent is the question, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, like the news is so nonsensical. I'm just at a loss to understand when I hear intelligent people repeat it and just like think it makes sense. It's like there's almost a mind control, like you're saying, some kind of unconscious mind control thing through the signal that's beyond just the information. It's like believe it, totally like they live style.
Right. To what degree?
Unconscious
right. Exactly.
shit.
To what degree is it? Yeah.
Probably more so than we'd ever imagine.
Exactly.
But people don't. I mean, yeah, it's probably that deep. It probably is that deep, but it doesn't take much to control people still at the same time. They don't have much of a choice. Most people just want to get along, and get their lives, to a sufficient place where they can be comfortable. And if there's anything that threatens that, then they're not for it.
Well, to be honest, I don't think it's like a fightable thing. I think you kind of have to kind of disconnect from what they want you to do and do your own thing. That's about as good as it gets.
Right? Exactly. Yeah. And the fact that you can see through it with where most people can is to your advantage, probably in a lot of ways that you haven't even thought of it, that will help you along the way, even though you have to play the game, you know better how to navigate.
Well, yeah, you certainly want to make a lot of money.
Yeah, that would be the best thing to do. And you can control your life a lot easier without them controlling it for you.
Yeah, it probably doesn't take much, but you gotta be able to make some.
Well, yeah, get invest in the right things, I guess. For if you want to be independent of the system. But
yeah, that homie earlier, he was saying He invested something crazy. Totaling how much?
The solar panel guy?
150,000 in 2011 in the Bitcoin.
Oh, really?
He was like, "Oh, I don't like to talk about it much."
Is he rich as fuck now or what?
I know nothing about crypto at all. It's kind of sad.
Well, he would
But,
be. If he,
I can imagine it's probably
if he put
retarded.
150,000 in 2011, then he's rich.
I'm sure it's insane.
Is it a member of this panel that was saying that?
Yeah, he was here earlier.
Remember his name?
Smurf.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Smurf.
No way. He might have been lying. That guy's kind of trolly.
He said he put 80K in. He wouldn't say how well he's doing. So I was like, oh, well, that's cool. You know what? Well, that's good because, you know, basically the last 2 weeks I fucking starved.
So is that why he's just like totally drunk and
I'm
happy all the
happy you're
time?
doing so well. You know, I
He
had
comes on here wasted and
look,
just like,
I
oh man, oh.
Potentially he's like.
I had peanut butter and jelly sandwich with no bread.
That's not possible, Sonny. I'm sorry. You use your hands or something.
I had spaghetti noodles. I had spaghetti noodles with garlic salt. That works actually. I'm grateful I have that.
Yeah.
But now all of a sudden I got paid. Then I'm living luxury again, and I'm cooking gourmet meals for my neighbor and flat
What's your
smacking
job?
her online.
Do you have a job you get paid from?
What?
You getting paid from a job?
No, I'm retired.
Oh, retirement. Okay, yeah.
I'm retired and I'm broke. But that's okay because next year I get another retirement from a previous job I did that I couldn't collect until I was this age, coming up here this next year in October.
Sweet.
So, boom,
October, what?
like another...
Hey, October what? Mine's the 21st.
Not my birthday, just the time that my retirement came of age for this one retirement from
that was your
a
age.
particular medical group.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
Dude, if you ever don't be too proud to ask for help, man. If you ever really struggle.
You know what?
Hey, don't you? Are you still able to get the EBT? Don't you get EBT?
Yeah, they cut it off. They cut it off. They cut my EBT off.
Yeah, if you're ever struggling, no man, quit, man. I don't like the idea of anyone retired going starving or anything.
It's fucking okay, man. You know what? Like I've been through so much. I don't care.
I know, man. I know, but
I don't know how to ask for help. I don't.
If it came to it, like the worst case scenario, man, just send me a DM and.
That's why. Listen. I've never put any, like my channel on YouTube for 5 years. I don't have enough viewers anyway, but I never intended to make it something that I would collect money on. When I first heard that people were doing that with Flat Earth, I was like, okay, that's good, great. Like, I'm glad you are. I wasn't ever planning on doing that. Like I only thought about it until recently when I've really been having hard times in the last 4 or 5 years, and I'm struggling to just keep my head above water. So there's a lot.
If you help me sell my jade, I can share the profit with you.
Solve your what?
Sell my jade. I found some jade boulders, possible jade boulders.
Jade.
Oh, that's cool.
Really? That could be as old as like 100 years.
More than that. It takes a little more than that.
Not necessarily.
Who knows? Yeah, who knows?
They said a fossilization and even diamonds can be created in a matter of hours. They said gold could be pushed up. They said that the diamonds and what is it called? What are the things that are pushed up in these? I can't remember.
Stalagmites, stalactites, all that stuff.
No, diamonds specifically.
Oh, diamonds.
Yeah, how they're pushed up. They said it could happen in 4 or 5 hours.
Tectonic plates?
No. Anyway, it has to do with gold specifically, the type of layer they're in and stuff. Anyway, never mind. We can look that up later.
Well, it has to do with gold and
they said gold.
Yeah, who knows
they
how old
said
it is?
gold in gold mines. They said there was 400 to 500 pounds per week or something that was coming into the mine while they were mining it. 405 pounds.
Wait, who's saying this? Is this a mainstream thing?
Miners, no. I go through I sift through hours and hours of information.
So you're saying that to add to the lies, these minerals are formed in a lot. Another one to add to the list of lies is that they're lying about how long it takes for gold and minerals to form.
Absolutely.
Well, think about it. What's the ground?
They can make industrial diamonds in a matter. They used to take weeks and days. Now it can only take hours.
What is the ground? Is it giant trees? Is that where we're getting these stones from? Are they?
No.
There were trees originally, right?
I don't know. Who knows?
So silicon trees?
Where do rocks come from? No, we don't know.
Silicon trees. You watch Ewar Anand, you guys?
I'm not talking about trees. I didn't say anything about trees.
Maybe trees could be rocks. They were silicon trees.
I don't think trees are rocks. No.
Maybe. Have you watched Ewar Anand yet?
Yeah.
Well, we do know that trees can be
silicone. Oh yeah, I could maybe believe
fossilized or whatever.
that.
Right?
Look,
Whatever
I'm
process that is, that can be, and that's fast. It's faster.
I'm not discounting that some of those large structures that
where do rocks come from?
could possibly be trees. I'm not discounting that because I've looked at that myself and I can't dispute it myself. So I'm with you on that.
Well, also lava. They say most of it lava, like magma. You know,
these could be tree stumps.
Yeah,
these could be tree stumps.
There is magma. That's a good point. Whatever is going on there.
That would be a fast process as well if it was just cooling and then hardening and like a high pressure area.
Look, because you're interested, I'll find him a history. Hold on one second. I'm
interested because I want to know where all my rocks came from.
No, I don't, it's not going to tell you that. I don't have that kind of information. No.
Well, I'm looking into that. It's interesting that even on this level, like they've been able to like make a science out of things, you know, but then have most of the information about within that science be fabricated. That's the most impressive part of the sophistication we're talking about, guys.
Well, and many parts of it are religion without you knowing it also.
Yeah, that like the whole baller stuff, you know, all of it. It's like we're talking about with how ridiculous the claims developed into with the spinning and the orbiting and all that. Like it's almost like making it unbelievable makes it more believable, and at the same time, it creates the necessity for science then to be thought of as a faith, to be treated as a faith rather than a science. Because then they know that they gave you the idea, your concept of reality. If it was just a common sense concept of reality that we all just would intuitively come to, then they don't know if they control your mind. So they have to make it unbelievable and then make you believe it, so that then they know they have you in control.
Yeah, I wish I had a good answer.
It's stupid on purpose.
I get cloudy with history. I enter my own like cognitus with history.
Me too.
In this topic.
Like you don't want to like rethink it as like a total lie. You kind of almost have to rely on some context to have your reality not just be completely shattered anymore.
No,
just to even talk about it, you know, like I don't even know what's real.
Right? Yeah, you can't. We reference things that are mainstream, even though that they may be just more of the fabrication or subterfuge.
Here, you know what my problem with the history is? It's not that I'm looking at it; it's I'm constantly looking at it. I'm constantly questioning it. Like, I don't know what's real with that. Yeah, who knows?
Stormfire, have you watched Ewar Anand stuff yet?
No, I've only
I'll
heard about it since the Discord.
Yeah, it's entertaining for sure. Definitely some of the best speculation you'll ever watch.
What about the? I was interested in the This actually might be the same thing. Is it the Flat Earth history deal? Like episode 7?
Lost History of Flat Earth.
That's what it is? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was going to end up watching this anyway. That's perfect.
Yeah, you definitely. It's great. It's like remember No Trees on Flat Earth?
Yeah.
Or No Forest on Flat Earth?
Yeah.
Everyone had to watch that.
Took me a while, but
because it was like what everybody was talking about. So even if you didn't necessarily agree with what the that it was all about, you had to have it in your library of things to talk about because everyone was talking about it. So it's it's on that level, but it's not even. I hate to compare it to that in any other way because it's so well done. It's hard to believe it's just one guy doing it. It's so well done. The narration, the writing, there's not one bad edit.
Yeah,
it's all just put together. It's so well done. It's like he's taking you on a journey. It's great that you get to watch all of it kind of at once because I had to wait for the next episode like a couple months. It would take like a couple months in between the next thing he would put out.
6 hours.
Oh, it's even longer than that. There's two. There's the Lost History of Flat Earth, and then there's the other one called What on Earth Happened, and that goes more into like the flat Earth stuff. But yeah, I'll send you one link that has them all in it. The guy has all his stuff and like where you can find channels that have them all like episode by episode. But then there's some that just you can watch. You can just pause it and come back to where you left off. But he renamed the What on Earth Happened to like Lost History Part 2 or something like that. But it's all the same content in there.
All right.
Yeah, he takes you on a journey. He's got that voice. It's like, look closer. Do you see it now? It's very entertaining. You have to just get over the dramatics. Some people are turned off by that. Well worth it. One of those things you can't wait for the next episode because he's set you up. He's like, you want to know more, don't you? Well, this may be the end of our journey, but next time, if I see you again, I have to tell you about the king. Like, I'll just leave it, The king? Well, who's the king? What? The king? And then, like, a month later, we'll pick it up, Yeah, on that channel, I just sent you
that's funny.
some of it. If you want, I'll send you other stuff that's really good in that same vein. How long have you known about the Earth not spinning?
What year is it? 22. Let's see. Probably like, I don't know, 5 years.
Oh, really? Okay. About as long as me.
Me too. What happened 5 years ago then for a lot of us to kind of find this then?
We're the test group. They like gave us, they pushed us, all the information, put it in our algorithm, and totally disseminated the information and then pulled back on it, took it away and made us the warriors. So like,
you got to be right because it's found in bits and pieces, and as soon as they line up, you're like, oh, damn, there it is, easy.
Yep. And then they took it all away, and that's why I asked because I was going to send you the list of videos that I sometimes send people. Just a list of links that you can't find unless you know exactly what you're looking for.
If you guys haven't looked at the Dead Internet,
I watched that. I heard you recommend it. It's weird.
Watch all three. Start from number 1. I just happened to find that just now. Hold on, I'm looking for the other ones still.
Oh, I thought I've only watched one of them.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen this one.
Yeah, this is World War III coming up, guys. I think we're in for World War III.
Oh yeah, we're close.
I think it's our. We're already in it.
Yeah. What does that mean? That's kind of scary. That thing that you just mentioned about Putin being able to cause a tsunami and talking about it years ago.
Yeah,
Really?
That's crazy.
Oh yeah, I can believe that. I've sort of thought that for a couple of years already too.
I didn't even describe like the level that he claimed.
Wow. Do you have a link for that?
I think it's 3,000.
But listen, here's what I
3,000
think it
feet.
is. I think it's going to be a mass psyop against the American people, information warfare against the American people.
Oh yeah, like it always has been.
Decimating all industry here on the North American continent. They're going to decimate it. They're going to try to destroy it completely. So there's nothing left. Demolished. So at the same time, they're going. Let's see. At the same time, they're moving chess pieces around with this psyop and mind control, making people believe that there's actually some physical war going on somewhere, which may or may not be true. Because I'm not there, neither are you, neither is anyone I know so far. Until they get sent to the front lines of this war, so-called war, then we won't know.
Oh, jeez.
So who knows what it is? There's psychopaths in charge. I know that much.
I can't find anything.
Sorry, didn't they tell us that there couldn't be any more wars now because everyone's got nuclear weapons and pointed at each other? So if one person starts, then the whole world's going to blow up.
I'm not afraid of that shit anymore.
No, but he said it's like a deterrent to any more world wars.
I don't even think that's true.
They could fake it if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could say that. They could say that it was a nuke that caused the wave, and that we deflected it. We deflected it just in time. It would have destroyed the whole country, but we deflected it. At least it just destroyed part of California.
Yeah, exactly. You nailed it. The big bombs that we have, those
I'm
create
having
big
trouble finding it.
waves.
This is a very popular guy in the Christian community as far as truthers go. It's a few years ago, but listen, he's talking about the age of Earth being young, and what he's showing that artifacts such as hammers with wooden handles are being found in igneous rock. Igneous is from volcanoes, right?
Send me that link.
I'm trying to find it right now, man. I've watched so many videos in 1 week. I watch 100 videos. I can't keep up with what I consume as far as information. I can't keep up with in my own. And sometimes I'm on Chrome. Maybe I had it on Chrome, but I didn't log in. Hold on, let me see if I can find history. Oh wait, I find it here. Hold on. No, that's fruitless. Turn that shit off with those big titties there. Sorry. Anyway. Gee whiz.
Could you send me the link? Firestorm, can you send me the link about the Putin?
Oh,
wherever you got that.
Darn it. But anyway, tell you what, if you haven't seen my channel yet, here's my channel link. Since 2017, I've had a YouTube channel.
I remember your channel.
What? Oh, are you kidding me? Did they discontinue my channel? Wait a second. Hold on. What the fuck? They will try to shut my ass up. Why does it go up and down 4 or 5 subscribers in one day? It's weird. Oh, shoot. Clicking on the wrong things. Open up stuff I don't want to open. Hold on. Okay. Why does it say null on my channel? There we go. What the hell is that null thing? Okay, we're getting rid of that. Try to null my channel, bro. Flat Earth 2017 consciousness. Someone was saying they didn't like strike you for that image I have on my channel. No, I just got a stock photo of the salt flats in Bolivia. I got several, and I just put them as wallpaper on my channel. Nobody said anything. At least they didn't tell me in 5 years. So
I don't ever get notifications for your videos.
yeah, you won't either. And you couldn't even, like, if you looked up, if you just went to a regular search, it would not pop up no matter what you did unless you typed in the whole entire address. Like you see it there in the live stream voice text. If you didn't type that in, you would never find my channel. Unless I told you about it.
Hard time finding it.
Anyway. Yeah, in 5 years, I've got almost 500 subscribers. And someone like Matthew Learns, Yellow Belly, never mind, I won't. Anyway, someone like Matthew Learns is doing great work out there.
Oh, yeah.
Selling nonsense to idiot globers and teaching them the nonsense globe also gets more than 1 million subscribers.
Oh, yeah.
More than 1 million.
Right.
Gets paid by Google and by YouTube.
Right.
What do I get?
But that's the thing. They made it. They made it only good for cuts.
Glad they're so good at, like, yeah. Have
You
fun
mix it
with
off
all of
discussions
that.
with you, Sonny, as well.
Have fun with that. I have like over 200 videos. Some of them are my own. Most of them are just mirrored videos. But I'm glad I saved them because now they're there, and a lot of those places are gone now, and I still have the videos. So they're there for you guys to watch.
I put your link in the chat. I sent it to you.
Yeah. It's already in there. Anyway. Almost 3 a.m.
Yeah, I gotta say goodnight.
Yeah, it's bad time.
I'm tired.
I gotta
All
find
right, guys, good talk.
this information though. I'll see if I can find that for you, man.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll find it if you don't.
Look up a young age Christians talking about young age Earth, and they talk about some of these things that are found in coal. They're supposed to be 2 million years old, but it's like a bell, like made in New England and like
New age what?
It's like a bell made in the 1670s, but it was found in coal that's supposed to be 2 million years old.
Okay.
So it's Christian talker, people that are truthers basically, that were talking a few years ago about the age of Earth, the young Earthers. They're Christians. They believe the Earth is young age based on the Bible.
Right.
So I forgot the dude's name, and there's people in here that know who I'm talking about probably. I can't remember his name, and I can't find the video I was just watching within a few days ago. I can't find it. So
Yeah, I hope they don't psy up us with this whole young Earth stuff and tell us that it's only a couple 100 years old and not have it be the truth.
No, I think it could be 1,000 years old, but I think they took off 1,000 years. And
What do you mean 1,000 years old? The Earth?
No, history, all of our history, all of it.
Oh, you mean before they started rewriting it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the idea that they added 1,000 years is
Right, or something like that. I mean, I don't know. I don't have any data about that. It doesn't matter, but it could be the same thing, you know? Like this dude was talking about how it lines up, how the death of Jesus Christ lined up with the earthquake in New Madrid, Missouri in 1811 and 1812. So you have to follow the rabbit trail. This is the trail I came from. I just came through that, and I can look again. I'll probably find it But try to remind me, because I'll have to sift through the stuff I've been looking at.
That's cool. No worries. Yeah, I got the info. I remember what you're talking about.
Yeah, you can look it up yourself. You'll find these dudes that are talking about young Earth, and they're saying, like, they're Christians, but they're saying, like, according to the Bible, like, this is what this said. Then we find these things that have been flooded out in mud, like they're found in layers of rock that is basically mud. Under layers, it lines up with the flood. the layers we're talking about. And then within that layer, get this, they found man-made objects such as an iron-forged hammer with a wooden handle.
Sure.
That's fossilized.
Okay.
A fossilized iron thing, like it's supposed to be millions, maybe a billion years old. From what the mainstream's saying, that should not be there. So what it just means is that it's much younger, and that it takes much less long than they're telling us to create fossils. So that we have a totally skewed timeline. They're
wait a minute. Wait. It's the leap in logic there. You're saying that because the tools couldn't be that old, that means that if they're supposed to be 1 million years old, but they're actually, they seem to be that old because of the fossilization. But they couldn't be that old because the technology wasn't there for them to have pots and pans that long ago. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it doesn't fit within the mainstream. So what I'm trying to say is there was layers of human development, like these things that were made, like the bell that was found, and the hammer, and the shoe that was fossilized, and like under like.
Well, what about the idea that like there was old worlds that had that technology and were more advanced than we are now?
I'm not discounting that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That seems more likely to me.
I'm not discounting that at all. Yeah, it's possible. But I am kind of saying, I guess, and what I'm kind of like focusing on, which maybe is not that evident, is that we don't know what the timeline really is.
No, that's why I asked if you watched any of Ewar's stuff. He's got.
Yeah, I watched all of it. I watched the new one.
Did you watch the new ones?
Yeah, I'm watching that again.
Five new parts, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm still working.
Where do these orphans come from? What happened? These orphans, where did they come from? Put them here.
Weird.
Look closer.
I know. What do you think the Mercury was for?
The story of Orpheus. I love to talk about that part of it.
Orpheus crossing the stream. He had to carry, because
the gold was the Christ. The Christ was the gold.
It's a trip how the guy speaks, so it's very like I don't know how to describe that.
Look closer. You see it now, Sonny.
Oh my God!
I'm taking you on a journey.
Bro. It's like the dude's talking to me. Holy shit! Do that.
Yeah, I thought about making a channel. Just using that voice and like describing something completely different than what he's talking about.
Dude, you sound just like him, man.
Yeah, I think I might do some videos with that voice, just as an homage to him.
I almost got chills because you sound so much like him. I'm like, it sounds just like his freaking videos. Whoa!
It's funny because there was a accusation put on him that there was a guy from. The guy, fucking drama happened. Okay, I guess what happened with him and FPV Angel accused Ewar of being someone from his own team named like Elliot, or he had he was part of the FPV Angel team, the Particle Matrix people or whatever
Who are they?
Consider themselves a tree. You know who FPV Angel is?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, he's part of the Flat Earth Lexicon. Look up FPV Angel channel. And FPV Angel.
They think the stars and the sun and everything and the moon are all part of like a technology system above us, and rainbows are certain things, and
like a projection from Earth.
The map that they go off is like a standard kind of flat map with Japan on the right and America on the left.
Are you talking about the moon image? The reverse image upside down?
No.
Okay.
So they think the sun goes across the sky from east to west and then like turns off and then goes back in like a frequency kind of
they align with the Enoch's portal theory.
I was just going to say it's not too far from Enoch where they have portals. There's portals supposed to be. That's what was said or written or whatever.
That.
Like
I heard he got a lot of his information from like a Russian journal or something that he had, like some Russian researcher.
It's not that far-fetched. Listen, if there's places down in the South Seas that there's an opening in there that could open up to a whole other quadrant of the quadrupole that we believe we live on now. Or not believe, I shouldn't say believe, that we possibly could live on because of the nature of a dipole and quadrupoles.
Yeah, I think there's a dipole. I think there's two adjacent star trails in the sky with like a lesser and a greater and a positive negative type thing.
It could be a quadrupole.
That's a good idea too. That looks like there's 4 magnetic field.
Do you know about who's doing the research? George Ghostbuster, Bob Nodell's wife.
Okay.
Done all the stuff on electromagnetism. Cami. Yeah, and so I haven't looked in, but apparently she's got her own channel, I think, and has done her own research about all of that stuff.
She's actually she's on it. She's on it more than Bob is in a lot of ways.
Honestly, what she was going into is over my head.
She's great.
I'm not the smartest. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. I don't plan on being anytime soon either. I just have my own skill set, like we all do. Whatever. It doesn't matter. But that's a stuff.
Yeah, that's it. Well, anyway, so as far as I think the FPV Angel, if you haven't checked it out, it's like the whole thing kind of like a grid with like the portals and there's a whole thing that it's really like really well thought out and I don't know, like very it's too well thought out almost in a way, like high end production value with
animations and 3D animations.
Right. Yeah.
They got some good theories on the pyramids and stuff though. They got a couple of cool videos on that kind of thing.
Yeah. And the Nazca lines, there's a kind of the center of it to begin with actually those lines being designated as ways of knowing where the underground entrances are to like the boiler room of the Earth, basically. Like there's like the whole idea that there's like basically an engine room below us that they're all working in and projecting the sky and all that kind of stuff. I want to see more proof for that, and I think a lot of their images they show they stretch. They don't seem to outline it in a way that makes me think that there's proof of it so much as like could be hoped for it to be what they want to make it seem. But who knows? Maybe they're on it.
Yeah,
maybe they're on it more than I know.
A thing on there about cruise ships that they say they've mapped all the paths of cruise ships in the Pacific, and they never cross the center line of the Pacific Ocean because it's obviously
it's interesting.
Yeah, one side of the world and the other side of the world. But they seem to think it's
what's their reasoning for that? Oh, portals.
Yeah, like the map that they have, isn't it? Is very like America on that half of the Pacific that's next to America is on the left, and then the other half of the Pacific that's like Japan side is, they don't touch, like they're two separate seas. Or
it's like a Pac-Man moon type thing, then, huh? Or Pac-Man on the moon.
You go one way and come the other. Yeah, like a portal. Yeah.
Right. Well, who knows? My friend E1, who doesn't come around much anymore, he's kind of off grid and doesn't even have his channel up, but he did a great job with mapping out what he thinks the land masses might be doing as well as the stars. And he thought that there was a kind of a disinformation campaign within Flat Earth to avoid acknowledging the southern stars, and some of the answers he came up with that make it seem like more of a Flat Earth proof than something that proves the globe. So there's a celestial equator, and he was talking about if you could get far enough past Tonga on one side, or go out past Easter Island on the other, you could possibly see that these stars separate from each other and go on their 360-degree turn until they meet up again, and the Milky Way even gets split in two and gets reformed on the other side perfectly when it comes back through the celestial equator, which is an interesting idea. And he seemed to think there's good reason to think this is happening, but the only three stars that didn't go off in one direction or another was Orion's belt. And when I sent him the video that showed that Orion's belt lines up with not only possibly the Giza Plateau area, but also in other monuments all across the whole plane, which I can't find the videos of anymore. For some reason, they've taken those away, which makes me suspicious that that's probably the case. But if you knew exactly where Orion's belt lines up, and if it still lines up with all those monuments today, you'd know where to put the land masses. And that there was a Pac-Man idea for the Orion's belt in his mind. That they just seem to disappear and reappear right in sync with everything else, which is also a weird idea. But maybe that's because they're projections. Who knows? We don't know. It's interesting to speculate about all that, though.
I did see one
adjacent star trails. Go ahead.
Yeah, I did see one thing on there where they considered that the sun, once it extinguishes or whatever, once it reaches its path for the day over to the west, and then it tracks back, like turned off back to the east. They said sometimes they think it's the International Space Station. The path of that is the sun returning back to start again the next day. But that just seems a bit crazy to me.
Yeah, but if it's not what they're telling us, it could be a lot. It could be anything. It's not so crazy once you realize that they're just making up something that reverse engineered the whole idea and made it seem like it could be this way. So, yeah, you have to consider it all. But I'm suspicious of anyone that's got such a slick presentation, like he's so sure of it. That's what turns me off about that channel. But I like a lot of the ideas at the same time. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's a bit similar to a Flat Earth Dave, with the Earth, Sun, Moon clock app.
Yeah.
That fixed to the map.
Dave Weiss,
it's like you don't know, but you're basing it all on that. It's just another religion kind of thing.
Right. At least he's not a total domer. I mean, he does talk about the dome possibly, but Hello.
How are you?
Who's this?
This is Claw.
Hey, Claw.
Did I interrupt the whole thing just now, or what?
Kind of, but that's okay. What's up?
Oh, nothing. I'm like, you guys go ahead.
No, it's all right. Hello. Who are you?
I miss Reconor.
Ah, okay. Oh, Claw.
Yes.
Claw, what's up? I remember you.
Yeah. I go way back.
Yeah, you like build drums, right?
I build drums?
Yeah.
No, I had a plan for that at one point. It didn't really plan out. I didn't really drum out, but no, it's still on the back. Whatever. I do a lot of weird shit right now. My musical career is getting bigger.
Oh yeah, what do you play?
I've developed this weird thing. Like we hacked the Launchpad MK3 and added a bunch of functionality to it. So like I can basically play like Spanish or like steel string guitar on it, like with surprising surprising accuracy, and like you're cheating completely, but it sounds really, really, really good. So it's like a 64 pad velocity sensitive friggin' thing that you're playing instruments with. So like I kind of want to develop, because you can even do it one-handed, which is really strange. Like, so like people that have lost hands or like injured themselves, you can like reintroduce to like the musical therapy and stuff. It's kind of neat.
That's interesting.
It's like you need like 3 digits in order to play it because it's like that expressive. It's pretty cool.
Are you gonna patent it?
I don't know, because it'd have to be like a non fucking whatever, the non-profit corporation to get funding from it, or not a corporation. You know what I'm saying? It's like fucking super late right now. But I don't know.
Yeah, that's cool.
Just yet.
That's interesting.
And then
you
I'm gonna raise enough. Yeah, we added a bunch. I've been doing that for a while. Like, adding a bunch of functionality to music production stuff, and like taking out the bottlenecks and making it more streamlined.
Cool.
And taking the proprietary stuff out, so like your contact will play everything instead of just like stuff like certain things.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. It reminds me of something I saw. Bjork created. You ever see that?
Who?
Bjork.
No, I don't know that.
Yeah, the singer Bjork.
Oh, Bjork. Yeah.
Yeah, Bjork.
Yeah, she's the same.
Yeah, like. Is she?
Yeah, she's Icelandic as fuck.
Icelandic, yeah. Are you in Iceland?
Yeah. No, I my parents moved like super early, so like, but yeah. She's in a new movie. She's in like the Northman movie. That trailer is so crazy for Vikings.
Yeah, I saw that.
Man, like Bjork's in it.
Yeah.
She got that like those notches in her teeth from biting the shields, like those like straight lines that look like braces. Like that movie's gonna be so fucking good. Like,
yeah, totally.
Catches the spear.
I was thinking that you look up Bjork musical instrument. She had like this light up pad thing that you play like all kinds of shit with.
That might be it. It might be a Launchpad Mark III or like what's the other one? I can't remember what the other one was called, but yeah, they're similar. Like Ellen Bjork. Did she develop it or?
I don't know if she just funded it or if it was part of her developing it. I think she did. Yeah. She's kind of a genius musically.
She's a little bit eccentric. Like I remember, like she was like in that interview. She like rips apart her TV and she's like, "I imagine they're little cities and they're people with hopes and dreams." And like she'll get off a plane and just beat the living shit out of one reporter that tries to ask her a question, like savagely.
Oh, really? I haven't seen that.
Yeah, Bjork and reporter clip is like she fucking destroys that bitch. Like,
really? I didn't see that. It's interesting. Yeah, she's very eccentric. Yeah.
I love her.
But not fake eccentric, even though she's famous.
She's talented. I don't know if she's like that talented these days, but like there's a few people like that.
Oh yeah.
Almost like Yolandi Visser a little bit, but like
oh yeah. I love Yolandi.
Like she's I don't know if I love her, but like those two fucking as like
I saw her live.
Yeah, like those two are actually they're shit people. They're not cool at all. Like they're fucking like Luciferian fucking dickheads who fuck with people.
Yeah,
like,
it sucks.
It's not good at all, man. I didn't realize that at all.
Well, I wouldn't say they're Luciferian. That's the claim, at least.
But it is. It's like when you mind fuck people. You know what I mean? It's totally Luciferian. Like you're like a guy that's working on the crew. They're like, oh, he touched Yolandi's teats, man. And of course they didn't do anything. He's real bad. It's like, do you want to
that was
call
bullshit.
the cops?
I saw that shit.
Yeah. Like my heart kind of just kind of sunk there.
Yeah, it sucks because I wanted to like them and I have to hate them.
You can't. Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah.
It's just like they would go along with that, like fucking bullshit. Like, or it could be just a fucking. Is it just a fucking like a media thing where they just like prank something?
I don't know, but it made them look really bad, so I don't know why they go along with it.
That sucks, man. Like, I hate it when like things that you like take that moral dive, and you're just like, oh, I'm scum.
Yeah, like our whole reality, basically, like. Even like I was just reading about Steve Jobs being fake, and I was like, oh, him too.
Oh, Steve Jobs, yeah.
Of course,
all these people have stories, especially Steve Jobs and like George Soros or whatever the Amazon guy.
Like, why did I totally call out Elon Musk as fake, but didn't realize that was fucking Steve Jobs. He was an earlier version.
Who's the Amazon guy? What's his name? Owner of Amazon? Bezos, yeah. Like Bezos' parents were
Jeff
fucking
Bezos
like CIA people, like
the most fake fucking putz ever.
Or Bill Gates too. Bill Gates was hardcore. His mom paid for fucking everything. Like they was privileged as fuck.
Yeah. His dad was like,
yeah. Brutal. Like nothing's real. All the fantasies and the fucking
nothing's real. Yeah, they always have to make it seem like some guy that was poor that came up, and because they give us the idea that we could do it too. Maybe if we work really hard, we could work our way up to being Bill Gates.
Oh man, you go to work, boy. Come on.
It's I call it the Skywalker complex.
Or it's like when they play, they just like appeal to your morality and your empathy and stuff like that. It's like when bands started having like backstories, like Korn or something like that, with like, oh, he was abused, blah. You know what I mean? Like, or like,
yeah.
Like that. It's stupid.
And they always do that with like America's Got Talent, and like
I'm stuttering.
Well, some of them are, like hit the gold buzzer, Howie. Like fuck off.
Right.
Some of them are talented though. Like I remember Jake Quickenden. Like, do you know who Jake Quickenden was? He was on a few of those shows. Like he was singing some weird like upbeat thing, and the judges stop him, and he's like, "It's like wait. Like put your guitar.
Try again. Come back."
Like, and he's like, looks at the list, and Simon's like, "You got Say Something by fucking Christina Aguilera on your thing?" He's like, sing this to me like it was your first single. And the one chick's like, "You ever had anything bad happen in your life?" And he's like, I just lost my dad and my brother to bone cancer. Let's see, 3 weeks before the last show. And he's just like, holy fuck. And she had the audacity to go, "Can you use that?" And he's like, "I could, but like, you know what I mean?" Like he's like one of the best like male singers in the world, dude, because he can just convey like raw emotion. Jake Quickenden, he's like ridiculously
Quickenden.
Yeah, I'll give you a few examples because I don't want you to hit the bad ones, but like I'll link. Wait, who are you? What's your name? Yeah,
Don't play into the cult of celebrity.
I'm going to link you a few of these, but he was like a reality show dude, but he was on like skating with the fucking people or like Dancing with the Stars. Super fit, super like nice guy, but like when he does sing, like he's got a bunch of originals too. Like I've played them for people, like, and they're just like, "What the fuck is this?" Because it's like really intense. Like, hold on, I'll link you a few good ones.
All right, cool. Yeah, Grace Vanderwaal was also a real talent who came out of that show. I actually do watch some of it for that reason, just because there's like that little, gem in the rough. If she's fake, I don't want to know. Okay,
I like the
don't
weird
anybody
ones,
tell
man.
me.
I like the super weird ones. Like there's like the voice. I like the voice because it goes all over the place. Like there's like the voice top like weird instruments that people did, and like the contrast is weird. Like the dude from South America has got an accordion, and like it's just sweaty dude. And like the French guy, like French judge is making fun of him, like, and like they're all just kind of like, "What the fuck?" Except for the one fucking the one Russian bitch, because like he's playing accordion like a god, and all of a sudden she just looks at him like fucking like, whoa, like this is the hottest thing in the world. It's so funny. It's like, oh man,
I don't know what you're talking about.
The reaction is
hold on a second.
You know your reaction is scripted, man.
No. That look when a bitch looks at not a bitch, sorry. When a woman looks at somebody with those kind of eyes, like that, fuck me, fucking like you can't. Fake that. Like,
they're all actors, man. It's all bullshit. It's all the cult of celebrity. We're brainwashed into having idols and fucking worshipping people just because they're good at playing guitar and singing. They're just people, man.
The Korean thing is so weird. Like they had Korea and China ban like effeminate fucking boy bands because like they don't want this. They said like Western mind virus fucking shit. It's like a Western ploy to fucking try and like demasculate and weaken their country. I don't understand like the whole idol thing in Korea. Like, you look up like BTS. BTS is the big one. But like they say, like he's got like one of the members, like they all got like prestigious degrees and like like business and like management and like shit like that. But you look up like at Star University, like it's like Star University, and you look it up, these schools are completely fake. Like what the fuck's going on in this country? Like,
yeah, because of the whole like Weinstein shit that's happened, and
how's that? What is Weinstein?
I'm just talking about the cult of celebrity. Like, people fan out on these people because they're good at singing or they're good at acting, and
yeah,
you know what I mean.
They can't possibly do that for themselves. So like they surround themselves with people like that because like the only thing you can do if they can't do it for themselves is own that and like enslave it basically.
But I think it's a whole psyop. You're going back to like Elvis.
Oh yeah, Elvis,
They create these people just to manipulate people's minds because people.
I don't know. Yeah. Like, it does happen and stuff like that. Like the subconscious and like subversive use of suggestive techniques in music and stuff. It's there, but like there's a lot of good.
Weinstein is because it made me realize that all these actors that I thought were great and stuff all turned out to be pieces of shit.
Okay.
Maybe question why I looked up to them.
There are certain who did you look up to that turned out to be fake?
Well, I don't know. Like Kevin Spacey, I liked his films. I thought he was a good actor.
Well, he was a good actor, but he's a psycho.
I realize he's a psycho fucking.
It's like we were just talking about with D'Antwoord.
Do you want to know the explanation for that though? Google Kevin Spacey's dad.
Oh yeah, I think I did look into that.
He looks like fucking. Oh my god, he's crazy. He's like the leader, like the Top of the Pops guy. What's his name? who's that pedo that fucking just ravaged the UK?
Jimmy Savile.
Jimmy Savile was buried. Like, he was buried in a fucking like a cement sarcophagus, buried vertically facing east in a very specific location. They had to like move his body because he was going to get desecrated. Like the Christmas card from Prince Charles, like the royal family, he got a Christmas card, and it said, "Dear Jimmy, the world will never know what you've done for them. Best wishes," like Prince Charles. Like, what does that even mean?
That's crazy.
Like, he was given like fucking authority. Like, he was like, there's a video of him abusing a chick.
You say he was a beetle?
No. Like, he was a much kind of presentator back then. There's a video of him pinching the shit out of some chick's ass, like live on television, but you can't see it because he's like surrounded by a bunch of people. She like tries to squirm away, and like it's so
he like jumps, and he kind of
just really jumps. Like, we're talking like he grabbed her by something real sensitive.
Yeah.
There's a channel you guys got to check out called Narayan Decking. It's like there's no sound to any of the videos, but this guy's got like a bunch of photo presentations of Jimmy Savile and a lot of these characters.
I don't like it, man.
We're talking about that played different parts in different roles, and there's a whole Beatles connection and all kinds of stuff that is pretty well done. Like pretty much anybody that we know of as like a mass murderer, like some famous person played the part basically.
Or like
and it's
like
all a
they have
show.
like certain suggestive shit, like suggestive fucking things that just trigger people, like old MK Ultra stuff. Like, I'm really sure that MK Ultra, like they shelved the project, but they kept what they wanted from certain things and improved it, because like internet culture at the very end of the spectrum, the most extreme, like breeds these people like Christchurch shooters and like the people that like believe in what they're doing, the people that have like thought out like manifestos and stuff that really believe it. Like internet culture churns these people out, like that just kidding bro, like no limit to like NPCs just like saying the most offensive shit, like taking that thing out of the people's souls, like makes these fucking killers automatically. It's just like an assembly line, just slowly, but not every day, but
Well, I think a lot of these mass murdering things sometimes, or not a lot, maybe not, but a lot of them aren't true. Like sometimes they claim.
Yeah, there's things behind it, especially like Gacy, or like not Gacy, but like who was the guy that shot Lennon? David Chapman. He's like, there was more people in on this. You know what I mean? Like nobody listens. He's not allowed to speak at his trial and shit. Like,
I don't think John Lennon was shot.
Oh, he was. Why not?
Because I don't think that was John Lennon at the time.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure he's dead. Like,
no,
not
the original John Lennon.
No, you're talking about the
original
one that got. The one that got replaced was Paul McCartney in the car accident.
They were all there. Well, that's what I'm saying. You have to look into other options as well. That channel does deal with some of that, but actually, I think John Lennon and the original Paul are both alive.
Okay.
They're both living in Liverpool. Look up John Halliday is who Paul is. The original Paul is John Halliday.
Yeah.
He was actually giving tours of Paul McCartney's childhood home.
That's crazy. Yeah, maybe.
And,
you never know.
And the other guy is John Lennon. The original John Lennon seems they just. I think
they're
what
just
happens
like swapped
is
out like celebrities.
Yeah. It seems like that's the case. Yeah.
What about
Colin Unwin is the guy that the original John Lennon look up.
What do you think
Colin
about
Unwin?
This might be his.
He still takes care of Strawberry Fields. It's right across from where he grew up.
He don't step on the strawberries. Yeah.
No. It's like it was an orphanage.
Yeah. What do you think of Sandy Hook?
What do you mean?
What do you think of Sandy Hook?
What?
I love Sandy Hook.
Shh.
This is fake as fuck. What do you mean?
Yeah, of course. But like, they used like this. I've done some research too. Like, not to sound like a schizo or anything. They used like a bunch of those kids. Like, they're actually alive.
They sing at the football.
The singers. That's insane. Like,
yeah, singers.
They used pictures of them as they were much younger and claimed that they died. Yeah. I found one of them on Facebook, man. Like the one of them was.
Is this a sketchy subject for the live stream?
Yes, I know, but I'm. Oh yeah, shit. Sorry, I'm gonna stop. But like, it's all in a video game, not
YouTube thing.
Yeah. I apologize.
I didn't know that was in the
I'm a
qualifications of
schizophrenic
things
and
we
I'm
shouldn't
smearing
talk about.
myself with peanut butter. Yeah, I apologize. Sorry.
But yeah, the interesting thing about that is I think they
No, don't.
showed
This is
like
good
I
one,
don't think that people just happened to see that was them singing at the halftime show.
No,
I think they showed that to us on purpose.
Just change
Dude,
it.
we've talked about a lot crazier shit already.
Yeah,
tonight.
I know,
We're
but
talking
it's
about
funny. I would respect
electromagnetic weapons and them psyoping us
Oh,
with
I know.
nuclear bombs being fake and everything else. I don't know why Sandy
nuclear. Yeah,
crosses
that's
the
true.
line.
But I just wouldn't want to jeopardize anything by saying anything.
No,
that
I wouldn't think
extreme.
so. I think that's a cautionary thing. It's fine. I just think it's interesting that they do show us the truth and the lie at the same time.
Well, yeah,
on purpose.
they mix them together. Like JFK too. Like who finished off JFK? Like was the limo driver and shit like that. Like
that's what I thought for a while, but now I don't think that anymore.
Well,
they give us all these different options, and that looked like a good option at one point. They edited it to make it seem like it's a driver, and then they give you another version where it's not, doesn't look like that, and then they give you another version. They had all these different versions of this doctored thing that was not even true to begin with. I don't think Kennedy's dead.
Oh my God, are you still doing this? His brains.
What do
were
you mean? Am I still
everywhere.
doing this?
He's dead. Like
that was
dead.
a dummy, in my opinion.
Dude, fuck off.
Yeah, that's how crazy our world is, dude.
I think I'm hearing
that's
it
how
down
crazy
right now,
our world
bro.
is.
I know, maybe like there's like places like that, but I can't get on board with that, dude. His brains were everywhere.
Well, no, I wouldn't at first either. I was totally opposed to it. I was like, this is crazy,
before,
but
dude, I feel like I'm being trolled at this point.
How do you even know it was in the car in the first place?
There was two shots. We weren't showing the Zapruder film until 10 years after. The JFK movie that made me feel like somebody was actually telling us the truth in the mainstream.
Well, you got shown the
was
film.
also a psyop to make us believe something, but
dude,
then believe.
Relax. Like you're overthinking this like a little bit. Like, relax.
Well, maybe you're just assuming that I'm overthinking it. You don't even have any idea what I'm talking about.
Come on. Now I do know what you're talking about, but I don't need.
No, your cog disc is
like your
cog disc killed in. Your cog disc kicked in, and now you're trying to kick me with it. And
nobody's doing anything, sir. You're just trying to create a fight. Like, just we're having a conversation.
I'm not creating a fight. You think it's a fight because you're fighting the idea. But if you want, I'll send you something that'll show you some other option.
No, I'm good. I'm good. It's okay. I'm just trying to.
Oh, so you don't want to know.
Relax.
You don't want to know.
Yeah, I'm not all about that. I'm a meat pop.
That's right. You're the guy that came in. Didn't want to know if the Earth is flat. Just wanted to look into other conspiracies, right?
No, I'm just multifaceted.
Yeah, but you don't want to know if the Earth is flat or not, right?
Oh no, we've done this before.
That's right. That's a little risky for the live stream. Flat Earth. We can't talk about that.
Yeah, no, apparently not though.
Hey, you guys ever seen that movie Pinocchio?
Yeah, his nose is growing.
Yeah.
Okay, so what file did the detective pull when Pinocchio went missing?
I don't know, something about wooden boys. I'm not sure.
What?
The Geppetto file.
Oh,
nice.
Peter file. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
Nothing like a good joke on that subject. That's real funny.
Is this Latter-day Saints, bro? Is this Latter-day Saints, bro? Recognize your voice?
What do you guys? Okay, here's another good one. Here's a good one. Like, what about June 6th?
Flat nasty, brah. What's up?
June 6th.
I could tell you a bunch of stuff about June 6th.
I like the tracks, man. I've been digging
let me hit you guys with this. Here's June 6th for you, okay? So George Floyd's funeral was on June 6th, right?
Oh, no, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was. So it was June 6, 2020. Believe me, this is what I study what you guys are talking about all day long. But I'm not going to get into it. I'm just saying this is Floyd's funeral was on 6/6, right? Guess who paid for it? Floyd Mayweather paid for George Floyd's funeral. He paid $88,500, and then after the couple months after, he announced on live television that he was going to be fighting with one of those blonde brothers, Paul Logan or whatever his name is, on June 6, 2021.
I watched your video about this, dude.
Oh yeah, yeah. See,
keep going.
Yeah, so the whole thing is that I don't know if you guys saw the part in the video. I kind of messed up the video when I edited it, but anyways. When he's talking in front of the crowd about fighting that dude, Paul, with Jake Paul or whatever, he's right. Jake Paul's or Logan Paul, he's right there next to him, and then Logan Paul says, "What about that time when you got knocked down by that, some no-name fighter, right? Because Floyd Mayweather's like 50-0, but he didn't get technically knocked down. But if you look at the video, and played on slow. The dude didn't even hit him, but Floyd Mayweather took a left knee, and at the time he had white boxing gloves on. So the whole thing's about taking the left knee. It comes from the martyrdom of Hiram Abiff. It's a really old tradition that the Masons they do, where they'll have one of their fallen brothers or whatever, and then they'll all take a left knee around him. Notice they're always taking a left knee. Eminem took a left knee at the Super Bowl. So
yeah, they do have ritualistic shit for sure.
What up?
Yeah. The timing on things is weird. It is that sophisticated. They do those kind of weird things that we've never noticed, and it's all about some kind of symbolic thing that they needed to have happen for their own entertainment for whatever reason. It is crazy, man. It is that deep. You're right.
You can trace most of the, if you take, just get names of people, victims, whatever, throughout the year, get their names, right? And then cross-reference them to characters in Shakespeare, and you're going to get so many hits, you're going to be like, oh my God.
Right? Yeah.
It's a trip, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, and the whole thing was Chauvin, like the male chauvinist.
Well, that's a character in Shakespeare's play.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that was good. That was a good time.
Yeah, actually, if you look at if you look up that character, they say he's a fictitious character like Machiavelli.
Right there, you go. Yeah, all the world's a stage, and that was weird. With who's the basketball player? That was his twin,
Steven Jackson.
Yeah, Steven Jackson. So, and he's taking, and now he has, right? So this is the weird thing. Okay, so isn't he raising the kids for?
I didn't know about that. I didn't know about that.
I heard that he's raising the kids now, which makes me think that there was never a George Floyd. It was just Steven Jackson the whole time, right?
I think it was, yeah, because in the interview, when he first does the interview and he says George Floyd was like his twin brother, he's wearing a sweater that says Viola. And if you look up the cross-reference Viola in Shakespeare's play, Viola had a twin brother.
Right, that is crazy. Yeah,
and also she dressed up like a guy too in the play. She played, you know what I mean? So it's complicated, but it's really not. You know what I mean?
Right. No, it is. It's complicated, but it is complicated. It's so complicated. We can see that it's there, but the reason and everything else that behind it is even probably deeper than we could ever even figure out.
Yeah. They also do a lot of things on the like every 666 days they have their little events too, and that's not necessarily like a noted calendar day. It's not like September 11th or March 22nd or something like that, but they'll do events every 666 days.
Yeah, and they go by the stars. What is it? The millionaires believe in astrology or astronomy, or and then but the billionaires believe in astrology.
Yeah, exactly. I tell all these people that believe in astrology and all the astrology signs, I say, dude, that's a wheel representing flat Earth. Where you have the 12 zodiac signs match up with the 12 disciples with the 12 months of the year. And the zodiac starts on Aries, which is May, right, or March, and I think that's when our real actual year starts, is in March, because like you have like the months like October, or Octagon, that's 8, and then November, Nueve, which is really 9, and then December, which is Diez, is 10. So I think January and February is the shortest month, and I think that's when the year ends sometime mid-February. Mid-March. It could be the Ides of March even, because Ides of March, I saw an old coin from like a picture of it online that a coin collector had that was supposed to date back to like the times of Julius Caesar, and it says ID and then a dash and then MAR, like the Ides of March. Well, if you spell that backwards, it's Ram Die, and the Aries Ram is dying right at that time too. So it's like weird how they do everything in reverse. I'm kind of, it's a toss up between March 15th and March 22nd that I think is the new year. And the reason I think March 22nd, 322, which is the Skull and Bones number, is because whenever you count down to the end of the year, you 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, and then you have 3, 2, 1, which is March 21st. It could be March 22nd, is the beginning of the year.
Yeah, you're going deep, man. I was just drifting off, and you got here. Now I'm like, oh shit, bringing some crazy shit up. Now that I thought I was the craziest one on the panel, no longer.
Yeah. You heard of the 322 though, right?
Oh yeah, the 322.
Okay,
yeah.
so
that's the go ahead.
The Skull and Bones number, right? Okay, so
right.
322 in the alphabet is CV, right? CV, which is the dome and the pyramid. So the letters are symbols too in our English alphabet. They're symbols and they're alphanumeric. So I think that's because in all their signs and symbols, they always have the dome and the pyramid. I mean, if you look at the White House, every other window is has a dome above it, and every other window has a pyramid above it. CV 322.
Wow. And then that's also there's other things too to tie the 322 in for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure there is. Yeah.
Wow.
What's crazy is a lot of it has to do with the Indians, bro. And like, you know how they say they have Geronimo's skull?
Yeah, that was the whole thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Geronimo's skull, and like they have all these Indian burial grounds.
That's why
and
they
stuff
use the skull and bones, is because it's Geronimo's skull and bones, right?
Yeah. Well, if you look at the skull and bones, you even have a dome and a pyramid in that, because when the bones are crossed, they create like a pyramid, you know, and then the skull is like a dome, you know.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Which could allude to some of the free energy stuff too, like that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, for sure, bro. Like me personally, I don't even believe like the whole story about Tesla and everything. I don't believe that story, and you know what I mean. Like everybody, even a lot of flat earthers believe that, but that's the narrative the mainstream has been giving us. So I don't believe it. You know.
Yeah, I haven't looked into it enough to make an opinion about whether I think he was real or not. I know there's papers that people have read his work, and that someone had to write those. I don't know if it was a pseudonym or if he had a ghostwriter, or if it was written after the fact or any of that. He was rediscovering technology. He wasn't inventing it anyway, so it could have been their way of like creating a fictional character so that they could then patent these technologies and hide them away, and then use them as they see fit.
For sure, bro. Like, so they said the first electric light bulb was introduced to the world at the Chicago World Fair of 1892. So the 92 is real significant because it's the 400-year anniversary of 1492, right? So every 100 years on the 92, they have like some type of big event, right? Well, they're saying that the first electric light bulb was shown at the Chicago World Fair in 1892, and that all ties in with Tesla and everything, right? Well, the glass, I think it was called the Glass Castle, that they had where they had the World Fair in. They blew that thing up with dynamite, bro, not long after. And there's no way they could have created something like that without a glass factory. They didn't even have glass factories yet when they had
Crystal Palace.
The what?
Crystal
Palace. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the Crystal Palace. So
the timeline, they had all kinds of technology and lights and free energy and all kinds of shit.
Oh yeah, I was thinking, this is just my opinion, that everybody talks about like different mud floods and everything, right? But I don't believe that that they had the capability to mud flood every city, right? So you see a lot of the photos and stuff of all these adolescent kids who are dressed up like grown-ups working in all these factories and everything, right?
Yep.
If you knew the world was flat and all your ancestors knew, everywhere around the world everybody knew it, the easiest way to push the globe, not the easiest way, but the only way really, would be to get rid of all these old beliefs. Like basically you'd have to wipe out a lot of people in order to get otherwise people wouldn't go for it, because up until like 100 years ago, everybody knew their grandpa and their great grandpa and their great great grandpa, you know, as far as that's concerned. And so they would have been like, we're not going to let this globe ball into our schools and everything. But if you ever hear about that death ray that Tesla had, where he shot it all the way to a town in Russia or something like that, you don't hear much about it. But
no,
what I think is that instead of a mud flood, they could have wiped people out with this electric type of I don't know what it was, some type of electric death ray that
direct
they had.
energy weapon.
For sure. And it would have been way easier
they
too.
They use the sky ships, and you watch that channel Divergent.
I haven't. No.
Oh yeah, I'll send you that link.
Dude, talked about that. They've been having sky ships for so long, and all they're using is helium. Most of these things are just like giant blimps, or modified blimps. Like if you look up what's it called? Something aerial platforms. God, I was just looking at it earlier. Anyways, it's called HAP, something aerial platforms, and basically they have these things all over. What they do is they create a cloud coverage for whatever they're doing up there, and they've been having these type of crafts for a long time, and most of them are pretty much they use helium. It's really simple.
Yep, or even hydrogen.
Yeah.
That's why they made hydrogen seem like villainized it with the Lusitania, or what was it, the blimp that they made everyone afraid of hydrogen with, that they took down.
And they made everybody afraid of Mercury too.
Yeah.
Mercury, I think, is a major part of what they're.
Have you watched all of EWAR stuff? EWAR Anon?
Oh yeah. It's like how the little balls on top of the spikes that were on top of all the major infrastructure that they built that they can't recreate now. They said it had mercury in it, because if you hook up electricity to a bowl of mercury, the mercury will spin just perpetually. It'll just keep. It's like one of the only things that'll just keep moving with electricity. So somehow they were using mercury as like some type of perpetual power machine. I learned some stuff about mercury the other day that tripped me out. Red mercury, it has the same characteristics as a vampire. Like if you can't see red mercury reflected in a mirror, and it's repelled away by garlic, but yet gold is like a magnetic. It's pulled towards gold. And also, if you put it in the sunlight, it basically like evaporates. It's just weird, like all these things that I'm finding out,
Yeah, so many crazy things. It's like everything has to be repieced together, and a lot of it's obvious. The way he puts those videos together, I was just telling somebody else. So well done.
Yeah, it's a trip, bro. I had one of my friends. I hadn't seen him since high school, and I recently bumped into him. Got shot and killed right here where I live in Santa Barbara a couple weeks ago. Right. Well, I've seen other people. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I've seen other people or heard about other people I knew getting shot and killed, and the news barely even covers it, bro. And so you don't see no families crying about it on the news, and you don't see any memorials. For things that are real, you're not going to see candles lit and memorials with balloons and all this stuff, right? And what I think it is they're not going to put people who have really experienced a tragedy on the news, because they can't control what that person's going to say, and they're going to control the narrative on the news 100%. Otherwise, they're not even going to have it on there. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah. They have to create it from scratch, because if it was a real case, or if it was a real event, and they're walking up in there with cameras and interviewing people, they could be liable for all kinds of shit. Like they can't have a court case follow any of these events. So it has to be made from scratch, and all the control, all the crisis actors have to be paid. And they probably have the perfect pitch for that. They're like, okay, well, yeah, you're participating in the PSYOP, but the reason is so that this kind of thing won't happen in the future. So you're helping us prevent it by creating the fake event that prevents the real event from ever happening. I think that's how they sell it.
I'm sure they tell them something like that. I think for a lot of them, they don't even need to tell them that, because a lot of people tell me like, oh, if that's true, somebody would have came out with it a long time ago. Came out with it where? Let's say one of these crisis actors debunks or like debriefs, right? Who are they going to debrief to, and who's going to air that dirty laundry? Not any news station.
And why would they anyway? They signed a non-disclosure agreement. I mean, they don't want to go to jail.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, who's going to disclose this stuff anyways? You know what I mean? That person's just going to end up missing probably.
Right. Exactly. And then, or in general, like any of the stuff that like people saying, oh, well, flat Earth ever came out. Like if it ever comes out that Earth is flat, like it already came out. People know. It's not like it. Like the mainstream needs to acknowledge it to think that it came out, you know, like it's already out, right? People talk all the time about shit that, like, you know, would if enough people were listening, and you know, it's all right there.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you know what I noticed when the whole COV thing started happening, they had so many flat Earth references, you know, like flatten the curve and all kinds of other things. But another thing I realized is like even the speed limit on the freeway is 65 pretty much everywhere in the United States, right? Well, 65 is flat Earth. It's FE in the alphabet. So what better way to clown us than by putting the 65 on a flat plane that we drive for hours on a flat surface? You know what I mean?
That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. I've been looking into that.
It could go that deep. It could go that deep. You never know.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like that's their biggest secret that they're hiding. You know, if you take away their globe Earth and their outer space and everything they've been telling us, every other lie we've ever been told and every lie everybody's been told will literally fall apart. It's like a Jenga piece that you pull out. You know what I mean? Nothing can stand, because if that comes out, not only it'll be fruit from the poison tree, basically like discrediting everything they say, because you could discredit that, but everything rests upon that, you know, diseases, global warming, you name it, bro. It all rests on the Earth being a globe, you know?
Right. But I think that's why they're going to absorb it and use it to destroy it, like to self-destruct on purpose, so that we'll be there to like pick up the pieces, basically. That'll be the ashes that the Phoenix rises out of.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to make a prediction that the reason why, you know how Trump said like fake news, right? Well, so I think there's going to come a time in the near future when the news is going to be shown to be fake, right? And they're going to cancel all the news networks because of somebody that comes up who's, you know, whatever. I don't know if you call it the Antichrist or whatever, but there's going to be a world leader that's going to expose all this. I don't think he's going to expose the flat Earth, but he's going to expose a lot of stuff, and people are all going to follow him, and they're going to create like one news network.
Yeah, Trump, right?
I mean, I don't know. I don't really like to make speculation. For a while, I thought it was Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, but I mean, I don't know. I can't really speculate.
He's not dynamic enough. I think they're going to use Trump. I think they're. I mean,
it could be, bro.
I mean, he's got, you know, he's coming out with, he just announced he's coming out with a truth app.
Oh fuck, that's right. That's funny.
Yeah,
don't doubt it, bro.
He's already campaigning Save America. So that we're going to war. We're in World War III now with Russia. That'll last until, you know, the ashes that we're left in by 2024 or whatever, when Trump takes back over the country and becomes the world leader that he's kind of being set up to be. There's a lot, and then they'll have some vindication for the QAnon people, but even though they've been psyoped this whole time, it'll seem like they've been vindicated to some degree, but it's kind of a, you know, big Trojan horse of sorts, because it'll be like a militarized internet. And, you know, because truth is now because it was so obvious that the news is fake, they've made it obvious on purpose so that then we could have this truth movement kind of get their day, but then it becomes like restricted, and it becomes like a fascist truth. Then it becomes like the truth. You have to tell the truth, as we can't allow fake news to even be a possibility anymore. We're gonna tell you what the truth is. You see how to reverse it?
Yeah, totally, bro. So, you know, it's funny how they went from the thing that was happening in Canada, they seamlessly shifted right to the Ukrainian thing. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, well yeah. Then they ended the masks and stuff like that. Like they're giving, like it's time for us to like hunker down and be in war now. We can. We're not going to want to go outside anymore after the tsunami or whatever they're going to do. You know,
like all of a sudden, like we don't get along with Russia anymore. Like if that's none of that's just even real. The Antarctic Treaty
Trump's buddy with them, so he can go back and pick up the pieces and then like, you know, make up with Putin, and it'll be like.
Well, the thing is, I think it's all just a play, bro. Everything, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It totally is, bro. I mean, I tell people all the time, dude, don't believe in all this stuff because there ain't no war. If anything, it's just to get the people who would potentially be resistance all in one area so they could test them with their things that they poke in them before they start basic training, you know? Yeah. But the Antarctic Treaty trumps all war,
if people start keeling over from the pokey poke, then that'll give Trump all the more reason to. Although he was the one that fast tracked it and came out with warp speed.
Yep.
So
a lot of people don't even realize that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he can't be anti-vax, but he acts like he is, like he's against the mandates and stuff. But it's all a play. There are real consequences though, just like we saw with a lot of these small businesses losing. People lost their lives. People lost their. There have been people that have died. Young people have died from these fucking shots. All kinds of stuff. It's crazy, man. Like there's real consequences, even if it is a play. It's the fucked up part.
Bro, you know, all the mom and pop stores, or not the ones that were like major chains that were allowed to reopen. You know what they all had in common?
What?
They were all members of the Rotary Club, bro.
Oh, really? They got a lot of help.
About that, huh?
I know about it. Not what I didn't know that.
Look into the Rotary Club. It's just another version of the Freemasons, bro.
Yeah, just a spinoff, right?
Yeah, you know, I mean, they even have a flat Earth wheel symbol for their symbol.
Interesting. Okay, well, I'll look into that. Sure.
So the Rotary Club, I think if I'm not mistaken, owns or is responsible for 92% of all the foreign exchange students programs in the world. They have huge programs and everything with foreign exchange students. So just think about that for a second, you know?
Wow.
Yeah,
it's all a club. It's all a big club for sure. Yeah, the Freemasons and even a lot of these religious, like even like Mormons and stuff, seem to be like a spin-off of that whole group of people for sure.
Yeah, they basically are. They're just under a different name. Like Rotary is just a different name, you know?
Yeah, they're like, go if you can go get people to listen to you and become your Scientology experiment, we don't care. You know, as long as you control them, we control them through you. It's pretty all much. It's the Hydra for sure.
You can name it whatever you want, but you know the deal.
Yeah. And lots of justification go along with it. I mean, it's sophisticated operation in so many ways that, I mean, why wouldn't it work that way? You know, like people ask, why would they lie? Well, why wouldn't they lie? Right?
Right. When people ask me why would they lie, I ask, why would you believe it?
Right.
You know, hey, I've had people literally get in my face. Even my own brother, bro, got in my face on his birthday dinner at a restaurant, stood up like he was going to hit me because I was telling him that, you know, certain events, as far as like what happened on college campuses or high school campuses, you know, I said these things are fake, and he got up in my face like he was going to hit me, and he told me, "Hey, I've worked with people who have worked on these cases, and I've worked with the victims too, and how dare you say that and try to take away from." I'm like, I thought about it later, and I'm like, dude, what I was telling you was good. I'm telling you nobody died, and you're mad because you want somebody to be dead. It's like,
I see that too.
See how twisted it is?
Yeah,
it don't make
exactly.
sense.
Like, aren't you happy?
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Isn't that a good thing? Isn't that a good thing? Well, it's kind of a good and bad thing.
I've had loved ones who've died, bro, through tragic events, and if somebody would have came up to me and told me that, you know, that didn't happen, I would be all ears. I'd be like, really? You know,
Yeah,
I would want to know. Any hope, people don't want to let go of hope. You know, so it's just.
Well, they don't want to let go of the idea that they're being lied to on through their news.
No, I'm talking about like
their realities created by the TV and all that.
I mean, like real victims real families of victims. They would be totally open to if it's real.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they wouldn't be like, hey, don't say that about my whatever. Yeah, that it's all emotional ties that they made. The psychological operation is so sophisticated. They know how to trigger it, and all they have to do is get their major TV pundits to suggest the idea that anyone that suggests the idea that it's fake should be treated a certain way, and then they follow in line with that. Yeah,
exactly. You know, a lot of people don't believe everything on the news, but they believe some things. And I tell people like this, I'm like, I'd rather not believe anything, and maybe some of it's true. And oh well, if I don't believe it, then believe some of it, and some of it not be true. Like I'd rather not believe any of it, honestly. You know, because I'm probably most likely right. And if it's not fake, then the numbers are so small on things that aren't fake, bro, that I would rather just assume that everything that I don't know about that they show me is fake until proven otherwise, you know?
Yeah, auto hoax or GTFO.
What's that?
Auto hoax or GTFO. You ever heard that?
What's GTFO? I've heard of it before.
Get the fuck out. Auto hoax or GTFO. It's a song.
Okay.
You ever listen to IPS?
Insane Clown Posse?
No, IPS. Infinite
IPS?
Plane Society.
Oh yeah, duh. No, I can't say that I have. I think I've heard of him.
I'll send you this. Well, he's been around for since like 2017.
Is that
he's
like
just an interesting character. He's probably a CIA agent, to be honest. But he's the only person that's kind of she's like got the best radio voice you'll ever hear. But he just talks about a lot of this what's fake in the news. Like he calls it out, like pretty much more than any other halfway popular person might. And there's some good music tied to it. Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms.
Oh yeah.
Space is fake AF.
Yeah, I love that.
And some of the other shit that some of the other music. There's a whole other. Some of those guys are kind of like were IPS Penguinatis. When around the time I was, so I still keep up with what they're doing. But
that's true.
I wasn't a Penguinati, but it's basically like he's like like so cultist, and so like he joined all these different groups supposedly just to infiltrate them and figure out their whole thing as like Scientology and Freemasons and all that shit. And I think he's a CIA agent that's just the perfect role. He even called himself out as the most suspicious person in Flat Earth. But he's brilliant. He's like on another level as far as intelligence goes. Really well read. He knows all these different esoteric references and just has a really smooth delivery. Now he's part of what they call the Dark Matter Network, which is like kind of like the next. It's like George Norrie, Art Bell 3.0 or whatever. But he's not. He's pretty straight up with a lot of stuff. I agree with like 80% of what he says. Sometimes he uses some of the shit that he comes up with. Seems like he's playing a controlled op type game almost. But interesting to listen to if you've never heard him before. He's a whole story.
I don't know about. Isn't Art Bell the guy that talks about aliens and stuff?
Yeah, I'm saying that's like now they're going to absorb the flat Earth and make that like mainstream through this kind of thing. I think.
Okay. Yeah, you should send me a link on that.
Oh, well, yeah. He's live. He's right now from the desk. He came into the Flat Earth. Oh shit.
my headphones just died. Yeah, he came into the flat Earth scene and took on like he stole like all the major flat Earth dudes' name. Like he went into supposedly he went in, unless it was green screen, some people suspect, but it seemed like it was real. He went into the city council in Albuquerque where he lives and talked about in space and malfeasance on NASA's part and that kind of thing, but used Mark Sargent's name as when he was in before he made his thing. He called himself Mark Sargent, I guess. And then he went and took Matt Powerland's name for like a radio interview that he did. It's like if Mark Sargent's a Freemason, then Tim Osman, as he goes by, is the Illuminati. You know, that's the kind of parallel I'd make. Like somehow that, you know, that's the kind of like hierarchy there might be going on there, because he went and took Mark Sargent's name, got away with it. I mean, like, what are they going to do? But he basically came in and just said, "I'm here," and then called out people for being domers, and then took Matt Powerland's name for something else, and then Flat Earth Asshole went and visited him, and then people caught him like flashing some weird shit with his hands, and that kind of made him seem a little more like, what the fuck? And anyway, but he did some cool things when he first started. He like made he hosted and organized a Flat Earth art show in Albuquerque, and a bunch of us were like new at the time, you know, and didn't know what the hell was going on with it.